Knowledge is Power, Book 1 of the series. What had happened was Harry Potter for grown-ups, told from the perspective of characters who are grown-ups. This fan fiction goes into more of the private life of Severus Snape that we wouldn't have ever seen through Harry Potter's POV. Let it be known that we do not profit from this work. Only characters not seen in the HP novels are our property. If you enjoy this and/or wish to contact us and see more work, visit us at blaisegellert page on Facebook and join us blaisegellert Dark Wizard Cabal group also on Facebook. For Twitter, hang with Bella and Rod at BellaRod Twitter or Lestrange Lair on Instagram. Chapter 1. How about let me out of the fucking cage? Marguerite Westcraven froze, not even breathing for a moment, as she wondered if she were going insane. Hearing voices was a sign of that. She'd read that in a Muggle psychology book last year. She wasn't a Muggle or even a half-blood, but her father, Raistlin Westcraven, had one of the largest personal libraries probably in the world. As such, she had access to all manner of books on just about everything, including Muggle psychology, which she found particularly fascinating. Understand a person and you knew the best ways to deal with them for your own ends, after all. She had just gotten back from shopping for school supplies in the alleys with her parents. The last thing she'd bought was her pet. Her mother said it was best to do that last, so whatever poor animal she chose didn't have to be dragged around to every other store. Mag wasn't sure what sort of animal she wanted, so had just looked around, hoping something would click and that she would connect to a particular animal when she saw it. She found most animals interesting, but found herself leaning toward birds or frogs as pets. Both seemed to require less care and promised to be less smelly. The owls caught her eye, but in particular a large white owl that had come out to the front of the cage which held all the owls. He regarded her so intently that she couldn't look away. There was an odd sort of intelligence in his large round owl eyes that she found riveting. The owl had just stood there watching her expectantly, and intrigued she told her parents she wanted that one. The young wizard who caged the owl up said he was male. He had remained oddly calm until they got home, sitting very still on the floor of the cage, staring wide-eyed seemingly at nothing. Slowly, Mag opened the owl's cage just to see what would happen. Owls couldn't talk in people's minds, she knew that. She also knew, until a moment ago, that she wasn't insane. So she was curious, as such, to see what the bird would do when the cage door was open. The owl sprang out, wings snapping open as he flew to land on the bottom rail of Margaret's four-poster bed. "Fucking took you long enough, but thanks I guess." The snarky voice spoke while the owl's head turned to regard her. "Could it really be? Are you talking to me?" Mag said, speaking aloud, beginning to feel a sense of wonder as the fear that she was going insane began slowly dissipating. "I suppose what I meant is, are you really talking?" she clarified, feeling immediately stupid. "Obviously," the owl replied, eyes still on her as he spoke. "Thought. I'm Nightshade." "I'm Mag," she replied. "How are you able to do that?" "I don't think other owls can do that." "Of course they can't. All other owls are tard babies," the owl proclaimed. "What's a tard baby?" "Is a very stupid retarded owl," Nightshade defined. "Oh," Mag said, for lack of anything better, all the while considering. She had a thinking, talking owl, and that shouldn't be possible except for the fact that owls from wizarding pet shops did have some sort of magic if they could handle the male the way they did. Yeah, but that's all they can do, so they're tard babies. "And about the male shit, I won't be doing that." "Why must you swear so?" Mag asked. "Again, not doing the male thing," the owl replied. Obviously focusing on the point that mattered to him. He was reading her mind, and that was strange, but she supposed she wasn't thinking anything that she minded him seeing anyway. Chapter 2. The next morning at breakfast, Mag's mind wasn't on her first day of attending Hogwarts as it normally would have been. It was on the extraordinary fact that she'd somehow ended up with an owl who was even more magical than usual. If you have any trouble at school, just go to Professor Snape or Professor Flitwick no matter what house you end up in, dear, Mag's mum Heather said. We were both in Slytherin and we made her. She's smart, so she'll obviously be in Slytherin, her father Raistlin said with a friendly grin at his daughter. We will accept you if you are sorted into Ravenclaw because Professor Flitwick always thought your mum and Severus should have been in his house. He's the head of Ravenclaw, her father explained. However, he continued, pausing to give her a stern mock frown, if you're sorted into Hufflepuff or for God's sake Gryffindor, you're no longer a member of this esteemed family, he teased. Mag did register the names of the professors to whom she should turn if there was a problem, but hardly paid mind to the rest. Her head simply wasn't in the right place to be teased right now. Mum. Dad. I have a talking owl. Her father looked at the owl in question, sitting on the back of Mag's chair at the table, hungrily studying her hardly touched plate of breakfast. What? Like a parrot? He asked, amused. Nightshade doesn't want a cracker. He prefers eggs and sausage, the owl thought. He told Mag before they headed downstairs for the morning that he'd project his thoughts into all three of their minds for this conversation so she'd know what he said to her parents. She'd begged him for hours last night to allow her to share with her parents that he was so much better than an ordinary owl. Mag loved magical creatures even if she did wish to keep most of them at arm's length so as not to get dirty. They were far more interesting than most people, especially the ones with special abilities or human level and above intelligence. She never expected to get any of that when picking out her animal for school, so it had completely made her weak. Her year perhaps, once she'd fully reached the conclusion that she wasn't going insane. He's talking into all of our minds at once, Mag explained hurriedly. She wanted to spare her parents from believing themselves to be hearing voices and losing their minds, after all. He started talking to me last night when we got home. I like him though he isn't very polite, she said with a smile. And she said you'd not tell anyone else. You better not too, 'cause I will so lie and fake it if anyone else tries to speak to me. I'll be the stupidest owl ever. The tarred baby of all tarred babies. The last thing I want is to be put in a fucking lab. The owl shuddered before spreading large white wings and hopped fluttering to the table where he snatched a piece of sausage from Mag's plate. So did anyone ever put you in a lab? Mag's mum asked the owl. As Mag had, Heather spoke aloud. The bird shook his head, focused on filling his face with the food on Mag's plate. So how do you know about them? Her father asked. People's minds. They're all so open. In the shop, passing by the shop, I guess that's how I learned to talk. I learned a lot, Nightshade replied. Makes sense I guess, Mag's mum said slowly. I mean as much as any of it does. I've never even heard of anyone like you before, she told Nightshade. Raislin and I work at the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry for Magic, so that's really saying something, she added with a chuckle. Me either, the owl replied. Mag didn't have much appetite, uncertain how she felt about heading off to Hogwarts, so she left most of the food to her obviously far more hungry owl. At least the talk with her parents had gone well. His name is Nightshade. He said he's just always been this way when I asked. You won't tell anyone, will you? Promise, she demanded of her parents. Both nodded a bit numbly. Sure, her father said distractedly. Considering they'd seen some very strange things at the Department of Mysteries, the fact they were so shocked really said something. Chapter 3 Nightshade liked Mag's parents until they insisted he get into the cage for the stupid train ride to Hogwarts. He'd hated the cage from the first moment in the pet store when after Mag picked him out the owner shoved him inside. The bars were crushing him, or at least crushing his soul. They weren't exactly touching his body, but if he tried to open his wings there was no room. Mag called it claustrophobic, but he called it a mental clusterfuck. He sat on the bottom of the cage during the entire train ride, eyes tightly closed when they weren't staring in blank horror. Mag tried to talk to him for a distraction, but when he wasn't in the least interested she opened a book and remained occupied with it until they arrived at Hogwarts. The boats were mildly more interesting and Nightshade tried to be interested in the lake, but it was difficult through the pressing awareness of the cage bars crushing his very soul, spirit and mind. The lake was interesting because it had minds in it. Not just the slow-moving minds of whatever fish or eels lived in there, but the more advanced minds of water people. They thought in words. Not exactly the same words humans did, but still. He knew it should be interesting if only he were out of the fucking cage. There was also a predatory squid in there who he'd be interested in mind plundering to see what it thought about too if only he could focus, but that ship had sailed. When they got into the Hogwarts Great Hall, things quickly became less interesting and there were way too many loud brats around. Far more than had ever come into the pet store at once, that was for sure. The sorting was boring for him, but Mag was happy to be placed in Slytherin as her parents were. Though she professed mentally to him that she wouldn't have minded Ravenclaw either as like her parents, she loved books and learning more about what interested her. Nightshade didn't give a shit, especially what with the cage situation, and he happily let her know it in those exact words. As soon as they were seated at the Slytherin table he demanded the same thing he had yesterday when they'd gotten home from the pet store. Let me out of the fucking cage. Now please. Mag sighed and opened the cage door. Sit on the back of my chair. Just be good, because I don't see other people having their owls in here, so I'm not sure it's allowed. If you don't do anything to attract their notice, hopefully they won't mind, she whispered. Wordlessly, or thoughtlessly in his case, Nightshade flew to the back of Mag's chair and sat, enjoying the process of not being confined. Mag showed little interest in the students around her, continuing with the reading of her book. Nightshade didn't blame her. They seemed like tarred baby humans as much as the other owls were tarred baby owls. He expressed as much and she smiled into the pages of her book. When the old white-haired headmaster introduced the professors, both he and Mag noted Professor Snape, who was head of her house, and Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw House, because her parents had pointed him out at breakfast before they left as people to go to if she ever needed help. Nightshade studied both men for a time, then decided that neither was a tarred baby. They both had busy, interesting minds. When the food appeared on the table, Mag handed him pieces of roast chicken and potatoes so no one would complain if he hopped to the table to have at her plate as he truly wished to do. He decided keeping it real could wait until people got used to him being with Mag all the time. Because he wasn't going to hang out in the tarred baby owlery thing, and told her as much in no uncertain terms. "That's fine," she told him, remembering to think at him this time rather than speaking aloud. "I didn't expect you to. Besides, I'll enjoy the company of having you around. You keep me entertained." Chapter 4. Each year Severus Snape and Phileas Flitwick had a bet. Whoever of the two got the most students sorted into their house won, and the loser had the detentions of both Slytherin and Ravenclaw for the first 2 weeks of school. They sat together at the staff table, as they did each year, keeping score eagerly during the sorting. No words were exchanged so neither would lose count. The sorting was almost over when the name was called. West Craven, Magritte. Severus Snape was aware that his former school friends had a child, but somehow he'd almost forgotten. He tried not to think about Heather and Raislin Westcraven. Remembering painful points in his life only soured his mood more than it already was as a general rule, and there were plenty of things to piss him off that were actually happening in the present or looming in the future. Heather and Raislin just weren't worth it. The past was pointless. As pointless as memories of old friends who'd made him care about them then stabbed him in the back when he didn't live his life the way they felt he should. Most of him wished they hadn't even bothered to befriend him in the first place. The girl looked enough like both of her parents to rattle him, though, and shake up old memories, not all of which were unpleasant, much to his annoyance. She had Heather's long red hair and tall willowy build with Raislin's long oval face and large green eyes. Like both of her parents, she had a love for books which she clearly expressed by reading one through the sorting and Albus's welcome speech. Unlike her parents, she wasn't being at all social with anyone around her. In that way, she reminded Severus far more of himself. It was no surprise to him when she was sorted into Slytherin. The owl on her chair was a bit odd, but it wasn't making trouble, so Severus decided not to either. Ravenclaw keeps losing the brilliant minds to blasted Slytherin, Phileas complained half-heartedly, drawing Severus's mind sharply back to the present for which he found himself feeling grateful. "How do you know she's brilliant?" he asked, thin lips twitching themselves into a slight dry smile. Phileas nodded at the girl's book. "That's obvious." If the small charms professor commented further, Severus didn't notice. Lost in his own thoughts, he stared at the table which had filled itself with food without him noticing. Chapter 5. Phileas Flitwick watched Severus carefully as they sat together at the staff table while the sorting was concluded. Magritte West Craven was just sorted into Slytherin House just like her parents. The parents who had stood up for Severus against James, Sirius, Peter and Remus during their days as Hogwarts students. Heather and Raislin Westcraven were both 2 years ahead of Severus, however, so when they graduated, Severus was left for 2 more years with the Gryffindor gang of Gits, as he dubbed the Unfab Four. During all his 7 years at Hogwarts, Severus never made sticking up for him easy. Phileas had given the 4 hard detentions when he caught them tormenting Severus, but the boy only reacted with resentful embarrassment that someone interceded on his behalf. As if it made matters worse, or as if he expected himself to always be able to handle the entire gang on his own. Were unforgivables not illegal, he likely could have, for he was one of the most skilled wizards Phileas had ever taught. In fact, it still rankled at him to this day that Severus hadn't ended up in Ravenclaw House. Flitwick told Severus more than once to tell him when they ganged up on him, and Severus never would. Too much pride, Phileas had thought more than once. At least Heather and Raislin had taken matters into their own hands enough as students. Raislin, always loving to play a good prank when it came to friends, could turn such jokes downright nasty when played on those he disliked. He was always sticking up for the underdog. Bookish by nature, the older Slytherin was observant and always managed to figure out what would bother James and the rest the most. His pranks always hit them where it hurt, often causing them to react in ways that ended up landing them in trouble while he walked away squeaky clean. Heather, Knight at the time, was a Slytherin prefect and used that power against Lupin's prefectness in Gryffindor to get the four in trouble whenever she could. I wonder if she'll be like either of her parents, Phileas finally said, nodding at Mag as she sat reading her book at the Slytherin table, surrounded by, and ignoring, other first-year students. Let's hope not, Severus said darkly. The world already has enough backstabbing traitors in it, after all. Phileas opened his mouth to say that Heather and Raistlin hadn't meant it that way, but one look at Severus's stormy features had him closing it again. It wasn't his business, so there was no need riling Severus up to no useful end. Instead he said, "Looks like I won this year by one student. So thank you in advance, dear friend, for handling all my detentions for the next 2 weeks." He didn't bother to hide his happy smile as he bounced slightly in his chair. His happy mood only made Severus scowl harder, however. Chapter 6. The rest of her first evening at Hogwarts was basically uneventful for Mag. In other words, the book on runes she was reading interested her more than any of her classmates. After dinner she retired directly to her dorm room and after arranging her things, settled onto the bed with her book. She very much liked runes and was fascinated by all the magical possibilities they held. Anything from powerful written spells to protections and wards to divining. Runes were ancient and ancient magics drew Mag's interest the most. For his part, Nightshade landed on the rail at the end of her bed and made himself comfortable preening his feathers much as he did at home. Mag's dorm mates left them both alone, which was fine with them. Mag had a few friends around her own age, but she'd known them since early childhood. Their parents were friends with hers and they all worked together at the Ministry for Magic. When they had get-togethers, the children had their own as well, sharing books and magical ideas or playing games. Those friends were a year or two younger than Mag, so wouldn't be starting at Hogwarts with her this year. The next morning Nightshade was grumpy and at first unwilling to wake up and come down to breakfast with Mag. "Why can't you just let me sleep?" he thought into her mind grumpily. "Because I want your company and you'll be bored when you do wake up if you don't come along," she reasoned, then lifted him off the bed rail. Seeing that she really was planning to carry him, the owl made a sound of annoyance in his throat and landed on her shoulder. "Ouch!" Mag cried. He tried to be careful with his claws, but they were long and sharp for hunting and not conducive to sitting on someone's shoulder. "Sorry, forgot," he thought and flew along behind her instead as she left the Slytherin dorms and headed up to the Great Hall for breakfast. As she ate, Mag worked up a spell to put on his claws to keep them from tearing into her robes and then consequently her shoulder. The spell worked as sort of air caps on the ends of the claws, keeping them from touching anything. She thought of it as a barrier spell because it kept a small amount of space between the claws and anything else. She promised to remove the spell whenever and if ever the owl actually went hunting, and that stopped his complaining. She fed him sausages from her plate and potatoes as well, all the while wondering why he'd need to hunt when he apparently fancied her food so much. Though he could read her mind, the owl didn't bother to comment. Classes were relatively interesting until Transfigurations. They had to turn a matchbox into a mouse. A thing Mag believed should be impossible, as a matchbox was an inanimate object and a mouse was alive. One couldn't simply make life from a bloody matchbox, so when she followed the instructions of the grim old lady professor and the matchbox actually turned into a mouse that moved, Mag experienced true horror. The fact it was moving in such a lifelike way was terrifying to her. When the mouse twitched its tail and its little nose and whiskers, she felt sick to her stomach with the wrongness of it. Not one to cry, it was nonetheless somehow a struggle not to burst into tears of horror and upset. She got through the rest of the class somehow, mind focused on what her parents had told her. If she had a problem, she should go to Professor Snape or Professor Flitwick. As Professor Snape was her head of house, she'd start with him. Perhaps he could explain why creating life, freakish life from a matchbox, was allowed in the first place. And besides, she mentally burst out to Nightshade. Who would want to do such a thing in the first place? The bird cocked his head thoughtfully. "Apparently Professor McGonagall," he replied dryly, obviously not that bothered by the entire thing. Mag hadn't intended to cry. She really hadn't, and by the time she'd gotten out of Transfigurations and through the crowds of Hogwarts students, or stupids as Nightshade called them, to the dungeon, the tears had stopped. That was good because she never cried. She wasn't that emotional. It was stupid and pointless, but this was just so wrong on so many levels. She supposed her emotions just hadn't known how to react. She waited pensively while Professor Snape explained a potions assignment to a Gryffindor 4th year. He was fittingly sarcastic to the boy because the prat was being thick. By the time the professor finished with him, she was smiling. The Gryffindor moved past her and she stepped up to Professor Snape's desk. He had cheered her without even intending to. But she still needed to talk this thing out. Yes, Miss Westcraven. It's just, she began, and the cursed tears started again. No. How stupid she must seem. But it was just so wrong. The flicker of alarm in his dark eyes only caused the tears to flow harder, because she was alarmed too. I hate it. I can't do it. Can't I just not take the stupid class, she pleaded. Or substitute it for another? It shouldn't move. We shouldn't be able to turn inanimate objects into things that move. Professor Snape surprised her when he supplied several seconds of silence in which he looked thoughtful and nearly sympathetic. The former expression she'd seen on his face a few times, but the later, never. I hated that class myself, he admitted after a moment, giving a slight understanding smile. Now, do keep in mind that crying won't solve anything, he added, sounding so uncomfortable that she smiled through her tears and struggled to catch her breath. I'm sorry, she said, properly embarrassed. Hastily she wiped at her eyes with a sleeve of her Slytherin school robe. I'm not saying that you're wrong, just that unfortunately you have to do your best to learn it anyway. I can't get you out of the class. It is useful if disturbing at times. Rest assured, though, that you aren't truly creating life, Miss Westcraven. So if someone cuts open the stupid mouse, it won't have mouse guts, she asked hopefully. Her heart sank at Professor Snape's fleetingly doubtful expression. I don't think so, he answered carefully. I mean, it's just a construct. If transfiguring things to create life really worked, no one would buy their pets, he said, nodding at her owl, who'd landed on the back of the nearest empty chair. They'd simply transfigure an old empty bottle into a frog or an owl or whatever they wanted. Or perhaps those students who can't get a date could merely transfigure a wardrobe into the perfect match. Believe me, if creating life were possible, such would be the case far too frequently. She sighed, feeling a bit better if no less disturbed. Thank you, she said reluctantly. But I'll still hate doing it, though, she couldn't help insisting. Professor Snape laughed. I'm sure you will. He regarded her for a moment, that thoughtful expression on his face again. There are, unfortunately, many things in life that you will hate doing, Miss Westcraven, and still many of them will require doing nonetheless. Chapter 7. Mag got through the school year with high marks, even in transfigurations, because she pushed herself to rise above her dislike for the class. Though she never really connected with any of her fellow students, she did have one friend other than Nightshade nonetheless. She'd struck up a friendship with the Bloody Baron when he made a comment on the book she was reading one day at lunch. He criticized the shallow spellwork in a book on rune wards, so she'd asked him to teach her better ones. To her surprise, he had. The ghost was probably lonely, she reasoned, and perhaps a little surprised that someone wanted to talk to him and actually learn from what he had to offer. The ghost who taught history may be dull, but the Bloody Baron certainly wasn't. Mag was honored he'd talked to her, because she had a feeling he didn't like many people either. When school ended for the summer, she knew she'd miss him. It was a little sad because she nearly told him to have a nice summer, but what was he going to do? The same old thing, of course, because he couldn't leave the grounds. When it was time to return to Hogwarts for her second year, she had a friend to sit with on the train. I can't wait to meet all your school friends, Kirsten Boxwood gushed as she and Mag sat together eagerly waiting for the snack cart. The two girls had known one another for most of their lives as their parents were school chums and now worked together at the Ministry for Magic, though in different departments. Kirsten was a small blonde with long sausage curls and a cheerful personality. She was very intelligent and loved books, so Mag wouldn't be surprised if she ended up in Ravenclaw. The only thing about Kirsten was that she talked a lot. All the time. She always tended to talk about something interesting. Just a lot. With a lot of words. Still, Mag usually didn't mind because when she had something to say, Kirsten was a good listener as well. Nightshade hunched down onto the floor of his cage, large round eyes squinted shut as tightly as he could get them. The owl was breathing hard in silent panic at the small space and confining bars the cage provided. In other words, he was panicking just like last year. Mag had tried to talk to him, to explain why he had to ride in the cage, but Nightshade wasn't the least receptive. Is my cat frightening him, do you think? Kirsten asked worriedly, glancing down at her cat carrier which sat on the floor of the train at their feet beside Nightshade's cage. Mag shook her head. She hadn't told Kirsten that Nightshade was far smarter than other owls or that he was telepathic because he'd made her promise not to tell anyone other than her parents last year and hadn't ever changed his mind. For this reason Mag chose her words carefully. He doesn't seem to be frightened of cats, and he was this panic last year when no cats were around. He just really hates the cage. As she could do nothing for Nightshade until they arrived at Hogwarts, she was glad to switch to talking to Kirsten instead. I don't really have a lot of friends, she answered slowly. I mean, it's just that I'd rather read than bother with people, and none of the other students seem particularly interesting, to be quite honest. I talk to the bloody Baron at lunch sometimes. Isn't that the Slytherin house ghost? Kirsten asked. When Mag nodded, Kirsten continued. I heard all about him from my parents. I hope I get sorted into Slytherin or Ravenclaw. I suppose Hufflepuff would be all right too. Anything but Gryffindor, Mag said, and Kirsten nodded. Right, the blonde agreed. Gryffindors are so brash. It's stupid. Like they're mental barbarians, Mag complained. So many confuse bravery with stupidity or self-destructiveness. Self-destructiveness, Kirsten repeated the word thoughtfully. Yes. I read that in a Muggle psychology book, Mag said. It's all very interesting. How do you get Muggle books? Kirsten wanted to know. My family has prided itself on having the largest personal wizarding library for generations, Mag matter-of-factly reminded Kirsten. We have everything. I hate this cage and I hate you for putting me into it. And I hate your parents for not just fucking parroting both of us so we don't have to fuck with this stupid train, Nightshade snarled angrily into Mag's mind, distracting her from whatever Kirsten was saying. She had to be careful not to seem odd when he was talking to her with others around because it wasn't as if she could explain. He was terrified of being put in a fucking lab. She'd promised his had Heather and Raislin as it was just easier to give him his way on the matter. So she couldn't explain to Kirsten why she'd missed whatever the little blonde had said next. Instead she mentally replied to her owl. You know, if we do that it will draw the attention to you didn't want. People will want to know why I can't just ride the train like everyone else. Well, Kirsten asked. What? Sorry, Mag replied. I asked if you think Muggles know more about psychology than wizards, Kirsten repeated. Mag thought about that for a moment. Kirsten may talk more than anyone she'd ever met, but at least she talked, if a lot, about interesting things. Perhaps so. They don't have many other things with which to distract themselves, and life is harder for them without magic, so they have more time to delve into mental matters, she decided. They probably have more mental problems too, due to the life being hard a bit. Later during the sorting, when Kirsten was sorted into Slytherin, Mag actually bothered to put down the book she was reading to cheer and clap for her friend. Chapter 8 Nightshade didn't find Mag's second year of school at Hogwarts any more exciting than her first. In other words, it was boring and he hated having to wake up and go to stupid classes with her. He hated being surrounded by other owls of lower intelligence that he personally referred to as tarred babies. They had no formulated thoughts, only instincts and reflexive basic needs which drove them. The idea made his very soul want to shudder, so he tried not to think on it for long. Sure, he wondered why he was different, but not too much because he refused to risk being put into a fucking lab in case that's what it took to find out. Wizards could be just as stupid as those other owls, after all. Mag kept her word and told no one else that he was different, though so that was all right. He wanted to scratch the tender skin of the little first-year brats when they got loud, but Mag insisted that would cause problems that wouldn't allow him to remain with her in classes or the Great Hall. He'd have to stay in the owlery all the time with the other tarred babies and he wasn't having that, so he found another way to get at the little brats. He'd just insert fun thoughts into their minds when he found a kid particularly obnoxious. Well, they were fun for him, and that was all that counted. He suggested to them that they were insane due to the fact they were right now hearing voices in their heads. They got scared and that was Nightshade's entertainment. Usually they kept it to themselves, not wanting to be put away in St. Mungo's likely as not, but it allowed him to torment them longer, so that was cool. He also discovered that if he insinuated his own mental focus into their head very hard he could give them a headache. Very impressive, at least he was impressed with himself and his self-discovered ability. Otherwise nothing exciting happened and the year dragged on until it was over. He looked forward to the summer as while it wasn't much more interesting, it was less structured and at West Craven Manor there wasn't anyone to annoy him feathered or otherwise. Mag was cool and let him chill out and her parents didn't bother him either. As the summer drew to a close he wasn't looking forward to Mag's third year at Hogwarts, but there was literally nothing to be done about it, so the large white owl was resigned. The worst part was going to be the train, and he hated that so very much. If he could just sit on the back of Mag's seat like at school, it would be far better, but no. He had to go in the stupid cage that made him feel all squeezed and trapped, and it was hard to breathe or think. He didn't like the cage, and as the train meant the cage, he hated the train so very much. For Mag's part, when her third year rolled around, only a few things changed to mark it as particularly different than her second year. The first was that another childhood friend of hers began at Hogwarts. Millicent Bulstrode was 2 years younger than Mag, but their parents were friends, having gone to school together and all working at the Ministry for Magic, though like Kirsten's, in different departments. Millicent was a little taller than Mag, and Mag was rather tall for a girl. Where Mag's long hair was red, Millicent's equally long hair was black. Where Mag's large deep-set eyes were green, Millicent's were a thoughtful chocolate brown. Though both girls were slender, Millicent had wider shoulders, one of which she used to push another kid out of her way as she, Mag and Kirsten boarded the train together. The other thing to mark the third year as special was that Mag was allowed to take 2 new classes that she was very much looking forward to. Arithmancy and ancient runes were things she'd studied privately at home with rare books from her family's library, but she knew she'd get more hands-on exposure with those brands of magic at Hogwarts. At least she hoped such would be the case. She felt a bit more grown up this year, and that was exciting. On the train, she and Kirsten told Millicent about what to expect at Hogwarts, and Mag tried to ignore Nightshade's panic attack as he sat wide-eyed and unblinking on the bottom of his cage. She wished he'd taken the sedative her mum had offered him, but he'd objected to that as well, which was annoying. Last year and the year before she tried to speak to him soothingly, but he'd either hissed profanities into her mind or ignored her, so she assumed he wanted to be left alone. She could relate to that. She wasn't surprised when Millicent was sorted into Slytherin and clapped just as she had for Kirsten last year. Millicent went to sit with the first years, and Mag couldn't help but notice her friend was acting strangely around Draco Malfoy and that lot of goons he was hanging with. She didn't know him, but the Malfoy name was admittedly prominent, if not particularly always savory, in the wizarding world. As the sorting continued, Mag returned her attention to the book she was reading, for books were always far more interesting than whatever people happened to be doing. Still, she couldn't help but look up eventually when everyone began making a fuss about someone named Harry Potter, though. He was an odd-looking kid with glasses, and had just gotten sorted into Gryffindor. Mag's opinion of Gryffindors was a low one. She felt they often confused bravery for stupidity, so she didn't see why this Potter was so impressive. Talk around her soon told the story, though. Apparently he was a big deal because Voldemort hadn't been able to kill him. She was sure, like most things that were made a big deal of, that some part of that story had to be missing. A part that would likely detract from the glory of the situation. Besides, Voldemort was dead. With an annoyed sigh, she returned her attention to the book she was reading. Mag didn't think about Harry Potter again until the troll got into the school on Halloween. She rather liked the idea of trolls and found them fascinating. Especially bridge trolls, but this one wasn't a bridge troll. It was a mountain troll if she was correct, and not at all friendly, approachable, or interested. Mag tended to find creatures more interesting than humans and less trying as well, but not if they would try to kill her if she got in their way. It was disturbing that a troll had gotten into the school, because, as her parents and so many others claimed, Hogwarts was supposed to be the safest place on Earth. She was beginning to doubt that, and her doubt only grew on the last day of term when Professor Snape called her into his office just after breakfast. His face was so grave she found herself wondering just what she'd done, because she couldn't remember doing anything amiss. "Sit down, Miss Westcraven," he said, the door to his dungeon office shutting with a resounding slam. Mag moved to do so at once, unable to keep from speaking as she did. "Did I do something, Professor?" She gave a sigh of relief when he gave a brief shake of his head. "Not at all. I merely wished you to be aware of something. And for your parents to be aware of something. I am asking that you tell no one else other than your parents, and that you ask them to keep it to themselves unless they feel there is someone they can trust who may benefit from being made aware." What on earth could this be about? Mag thought, curiosity rising as she nodded quickly. "Of course, sir." Professor Snape drew up a chair across from her and sat before speaking his shocking words. "It appears that Lord Voldemort is not precisely dead. Have a care. Take no unnecessary risks and be careful who you trust. If you tell the wrong person any of this, I could very well end up dead. Do you understand?" Stunned, she nodded, wondering why he was telling her this in particular. And her parents. But what does not precisely dead mean? He is or he isn't. Were that only the case, but when enough dark magics are used the lines are blurry. Unfortunately I know no more than this, so I am not being intentionally vague, he explained. I'm only telling you because you remind me very much of myself at your age and at that time your parents were kind to me. This is my way of doing the same. Tell them we're even. She nodded dumbly again, mind still reeling with shock and the implications of this revelation. Thank you, Professor, she said, managing to feel grateful through her rising shock. He could be anyone new, anyone not so new for all we know, so just have a care, Professor Snape warned. His methods of disguise are numerous and he's far more talented at dark arts, disguise and transfiguration than he's given credit for, which says a great deal. If he was trying to frighten her it was working. I am sorry this is so vague, but it's all I have. She nodded again and that seemed to end the conversation. He rose and opened the door to his office, wishing her a safe summer. She did the same for him, still not sure how to think or feel. With such vague terms the situation felt too uncertain, so. Tread carefully I guess, Nightshade said into her mind from the right shoulder of her Slytherin school robe. Yes, I suppose that's all we can do, she thought back, hoping her parents may be able to shed a bit more light onto the situation. Unfortunately they could not, and their concern only made hers worse. Chapter 9. Sitting on the train with Millie and Kirsten, heading toward her 4th year of Hogwarts, Mag felt herself growing heavy with trepidation. Her parents believed Voldemort was after Harry stupid Potter, though why Voldemort cared if the boy lived or not was beyond her. So he hadn't killed a baby before he got killed. It was a baby. So what? And now he was just a Gryffindor with silly glasses. Glasses did come in better shapes, but apparently Potter wasn't aware. If Voldemort was after Potter it meant more trouble would come to Hogwarts this year. Mag didn't understand why the boy was allowed to attend school and put everyone else in danger. Dumbledore was insane to allow it. If he legally had to provide Potter with an education, couldn't he just have him home-schooled? Then if Voldemort came after him no one else would be in danger. When Mag had asked her parents why Professor Snape knew Voldemort was sort of alive, they said that some things were safer not to know for the time being. As they were usually forthcoming, she decided to trust them and let it go, but it didn't stop her from wondering. I have a riddle for you, she told Kirsten and Millicent, only then realizing that the other two girls had been talking about something or other and she'd completely tuned him out. It better not be a stupid one, Millicent said darkly. Stupid riddles piss me off. Why would it not be safe to know a thing? Mag asked carefully. Her dad was always saying that knowledge was power, so did not knowing the answer to the question she'd asked them about Voldemort and Professor Snape only served to decrease her power. That didn't serve to make her feel any safer returning to Hogwarts, where Harry Potter probably called to Voldemort like a mouse in a trap. As Professor Snape had openly warned her to be careful, he must have the same opinion. Well, sometimes if you know dangerous information the enemy could torture it out of you. If there is an enemy, Kirsten said slowly, thinking out her answer as she formulated it. Yeah, Millicent agreed, nodding eagerly. Appearing to know as little as possible is the way to keep safe. Now I've got a riddle, Kirsten said brightly. Millie, this one is for you specifically. Why are you always hanging with Malfoy's gang of jerks and acting like a stupid thug chick? No offense, she added hurriedly to Millicent's glare. Just it's weird and I was wondering. That's why I don't hang with you much at school. I can't stand those guys. Mag nodded her agreement. They really are obnoxious and it seems like everyone wants to kiss up to them and I don't get it. They're nothing special. They have no outstanding abilities, looks or personality. That's for sure, Kirsten agreed fervently. First of all, Millicent said, that wasn't a riddle and you are stupid. Second of all, she drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. I hang with them to stay safe. People do think they're the cat's shit and so I get social status which can someday lead to power and connections. I pretend to be stupid so they drop useful information around me and you should know how little is expected of someone that people believe to be stupid. Nothing is expected of me and they drop useful info around me so I stay safe without appearing to be a threat. I know it wasn't a riddle, Kirsten huffed. I was trying to bring it up tactfully. Anyway, as long as you're not crushing on any of them or anything. Millicent reached to swat Kirsten on the head and the smaller girl ducked down, squealing and laughing. Really though, Kirsten said after a thoughtful moment. I hate to say it but a lot of Slytherins are gits. That's why a lot of my friends are Ravenclaws or Hufflepuffs. I mean I am friends with some Slytherins but I just see so many more who are surprisingly gittish. As if being cunning has to equal being a prat. Which is why I prefer books and magical creatures to people, Mag said. During the feast, the new defense against the dark arts professor was introduced and most of the female students nearly fainted. Mag didn't get why. Professor Snape was far more attractive when it came to that. Strangely, the thought caused heat to flood her cheeks. Was she developing a thing for Professor Snape? Honestly, he looks the sort who prefers boys, Kirsten said later in the Slytherin common room. Mag and Millicent agreed. I mean, if any professor is crush-worthy, it's Professor Snape, Mag declared. What? Kirsten nearly shrieked. He'd hex someone sooner than snog them. Mag smiled. That was a charming thought. She would love watching him hex other girls before snogging her. UG. Millicent made a face. Snape is a greasy git. He's always mean to me. Like he's embarrassed to have a dumb girl in Slytherin. I'm not dumb, but to be fair, I thought you wanted people to think you were, Kirsten protested mildly. He's a git is all I'm saying, Millicent snapped. Later that night, while getting ready for bed in her dorm room, an idea occurred to Mag. Hey Nightshade. Do you mind, from time to time, spying on Harry Potter's mind? Just to see if he knows anything or if things are happening, she asked, speaking into the owl's mind. Nightshade was preening himself in his usual place on the rail at the end of Mag's bed. Sure thing, I can do that, he replied. I doubt there is ever much going on in his mind, so it won't be much of an effort. By the end of the school year, both had more information from Mag's little idea than either had bargained for. Neither felt any more at ease from the learning of any of it either. At the moment, this knowledge didn't feel particularly powerful. It just felt frightening and worrisome. Mag was sad about the loss of the poor basilisk, though. That was history dying and ancient lore besides. That basilisk had been a companion to Salazar Slytherin himself, and there should have been some sort of legal consequence for not finding a safe way to somehow preserve its life. Or hell, it could have killed Potter for all she cared. That would have been a service to Hogwarts, because with him gone, Voldemort would surely leave the students alone and worry himself over bigger things. At least there were no end-of-term exams, so at least Potter was good for something. Chapter 10. During the summer between Mag's 4th and 5th year at Hogwarts, the West Craven family went on a summer vacation that changed her life. Her parents had taken it into their heads to travel to America to learn from the Native American shamans. Raistlin felt they had their own type of magic, even if some ignorant wizards considered him to be muggles. During their stay in the U.S., Mag and her family visited many Native American settlements, some in the mountains, and some in or close to the desert. This was the first time Mag had ever left the country. She found the United States astoundingly different from England in many ways, from food to geography and architecture to, of course, the accents with which people spoke. There were more people than she'd ever seen before as well, Muggles in particular. They had to pass through Muggle cities on the way to the various Native American settlements they visited. None of the reservations were set up with portkeys or flues, as they weren't typical spots for wizarding visitation. The Native American culture fascinated Mag, because it seemed native Muggles lived alongside the shamans, and respected their magical power without the fear wizards and witches received in the past. Her parents explained that perhaps this was because the power of the shamans was more subtle, but this was only a theory and nothing they could know for sure. Their culture was more ancient than even that of wizards, their cave art going back far further than any documented wizarding history. Mag was eager to learn all the shamans would share. The more she learned, the more excited and fascinated she became. Their belief in past lives interested her at once. She was eager to find and devour as many books on the subject as she could once they got back to England. She was also very intrigued by the way the Native Americans viewed gemstones as gifts from the earth, each having their own brand of medicine to offer. Each had magic, in other words, magical medicine. Mag wondered if the goblins understood this as well, for they were the gemstone experts of wizarding society. When a shaman gave Mag a rough quartz crystal point to hold, she was amazed at the jolt of power that shot into her hand when her fingers wrapped around the stone. She was infatuated at once. Stones were her new passion. Because of Mag's strong interest. The shaman believed she had an affinity and ability for gemstone magic. He proceeded to introduce her to various stones, explaining each gemstone's brand of medicine as she held it in her hand. Citrine, a golden form of quartz, was cleansing like the gemstone version of sage. It also promoted mental focus and success. Amber, petrified tree sap, amplified magic, gave one emotional balance and promoted deep sleep and good rest. Labradorite, a stone the ancients believed was frozen ice because of its opalescent green-blue flash, promoted one's psychic ability. Mag thought all the students taking divinations could benefit by using it if the professor was made aware. Amethyst promoted mental stability. Jade drew luck and success. Aventurine promoted happiness. Black obsidian was volcanic glass and was protective, and reduced stress. Garnet protected one's energy field and promoted motivation. Carnelian, a stone of fire, stimulated creativity. Jet, which was petrified coal, was physically protective. Quartz crystal was the stone that resonated with her first, and when she discovered what it did, this made sense. It was a stone of power, it could assist in healing by drawing toxins from the body, it amplified magic and aided one to ground and center. Grounding and centering was another concept she learned from the natives. Grounding and centering before performing magic made her spells work more effectively. The shaman encouraged her to find books on gemstone medicine, and when he told her there were literally hundreds of different types of stones, she was ecstatic. She may never run out of stones to study. The reservations had gift shops and she found a few small books on stones while shopping. There were also many types of stones for sale, from loose stones of all sizes to those set into jewelry. Learning that gemstones had magical power gave jewelry an entirely new meaning for Mag. Now the right type of jewelry meant that one could keep the magical medicine on their person at all times so that it could work for them constantly. She bought all the available books on gemstone medicine as well as several raw pieces of citrine and garnet in various sizes, a few polished pieces of jet, several pieces of quartz crystal from the raw unpolished variety to pieces that were carved into shapes. She got a quartz worrystone and an egg as well as soft leather bags in which to keep her new gems. The jet felt the most odd to her. It was extremely lightweight and it did not feel cold like the other stones did. If she didn't know better, Mag would have believed the black material was actually plastic. The shaman explained that jet, like amber, was lightweight and warm to the touch because it was another material that had petrified. Gemstones weren't originally another material, so this made jet and amber particularly rare and special. It was almost by accident that Mag discovered her true talent with gemstone magic. She was holding a few of her new citrines when she noticed that one of them didn't feel as strong as the other three. For a reason she couldn't explain, she was interested to see if she could make it stronger by enhancing what it already was. She held it in her hand, closed her eyes and poured her focus and will into the stone. She delved into it, finding its natural ability to cleanse and to attract success as well as to promote focus. Directing her magic toward each of these three characteristics, she simply enlarged them all. She was beyond thrilled when it actually worked and the stone felt far stronger when she was done. It occurred to her then that she could probably even use the same method on the stones that were already strong enough. This would serve to make them super strong and effective at what they did. There was never any harm in making something even better, after all. Before they departed that particular reservation, Mag gifted the shaman who had shown her the magic of stones with the crystal egg. She wanted to do something nice as a thank you for the time he'd taken with her. She enhanced the egg first and glowed with pleasure when he was astounded by the results of her work. He proclaimed it to be the most powerful crystal he'd ever touched and vowed to treasure it forever. He also invited the family to return any time they liked. Mag experienced Muggle transportation for the first time during that summer because simply apparaturing onto a reservation would draw unwanted attention. The family had to pay for cabs, and some of the rides from place to place could take hours. Mag worked on enhancing each of the stones she'd bought during those rides, easily passing the time. Nightshade's favorite part of the vacation were the spirit journeys. None of the shamans questioned Mag, including her owl, in whatever they did, and this made her respect for them rise even more. One of the shamans even had a thunderbird and it was also present for the spirit journey. Nightshade ignored it, but Mag could tell the huge majestic bird made him a little nervous. She thought it was beautiful, but it wasn't Nightshade. Chapter 11. Mag was excited to begin her 5th year at Hogwarts, mainly because she had a gift for Professor Snape that gave her an opportunity to show off her skills to him as well as perhaps helping to keep him safe. On the train, she told Kirsten and Millie of her summer with the Native Americans, and both listened with interest. Kirsten asked for an enhanced stone, and Mag promised to make both of her friends something. Once at Hogwarts, she was hard-pressed not to dash up to Professor Snape with her news and gifts right away. But she knew that would seem odd as well as drawing unwanted attention to herself, so she waited. She was made a Slytherin prefect, and though she didn't relish interacting with others, she was pleased for this indication of Professor Snape's high regard. When the feast was over, she approached Professor Snape and asked to speak with him on a private matter. Concern and curiosity flickered across his face as he gave a tight nod. To my office, then, he said, and led the way in a sweep of black robes. As they walked, Mag lightly patted her pocket to make sure her gifts were still there, and as soon as they were in his office with the door closed she drew him out. We went to the United States for our summer vacation, and I learned from the Native American shamans. It was quite exciting. Their culture and practices embrace nature and are very peaceful and calming. I wasn't aware I could appreciate such things, but the way they go about it is, she momentarily floundered for words. The concept was such a different one from their own, and different from anything else she'd ever experienced. It was daunting to describe and she wanted to do it justice. She wished to share the experience with him so that he could properly appreciate it as well. It really opens one to their abilities, and when the mind is properly centered I find it works far better. They even use music as part of their ceremonies. Primitive flutes and drums that speak to one on a different level than do other types of music. Professor Snape's expression went from surprised to attentive as he silently listened to her. She told of how she'd learned about stones and, consequently, discovered how to enhance them. The shaman was even impressed. She found herself babbling, and blushing she ducked her head, falling silent for a moment. Understandable, he said. I can also apply your out-of-country summer study experience to give you house points for extracurricular magical exploration. 50 points for Slytherin, Miss West Craven. Well done. Mag smiled. Thank you, sir. I'm always glad to help our house out. I also brought something back for you. I don't expect points for that, of course. I just thought you could use them. Another flicker of surprise crossed his face. She produced the jet and garnet pendants she'd made for him by wrapping the stones in silver wire. The jet is physically protective, she explained. It works in a subtle sort of way. When you have it on, it likely wouldn't occur to someone to physically attack you. It can be overridden, of course, but the person would have to push through quite a bit of reluctance or disinterest on their part to manage it. The garnet cleanses and strengthens your energy field, promoting good health and providing motivation, vigor and enhancing your intuition. He actually looked impressed. Her heart sang. Thank you, Miss West Craven. I look forward to experiencing these examples of your ability. I never see you wearing jewelry, so I thought you may not have chains. I brought along 2 cords for you to wear the stones on, she said, producing 2 round black silk cords. She watched happily as, thanking her again, he put each pendant on its cord and tied them around his neck at different lengths so they wouldn't hit against one another. For a silent moment he merely stood with his hand wrapped around the garnet. That really does feel nice. She knew she was blushing, but nothing could be done about it. Thank you. I'm so glad you liked them. I hope the jet can keep you safe. A shadow crossed his face and she wished she hadn't said that last part. He only thanked her, though, so wishing him a good evening, she headed to her dorm room. The school year progressed normally. As Nightshade saw nothing alarming in Harry Potter's mind about Voldemort, Mag's main concern revolved around her upcoming OWLs. She was the most concerned over transfigurations, but the closer the exams came, the more she started to fret over all of them. Doing well was very important to the rest of her education, after all. Recalling her parents' advice on her very first year to go to Professor Snape if there was a problem, she sought him out frequently after the Christmas holidays for advice and opinions on the owl of each particular subject. He answered readily for some time, honestly seeming to want to help. Eventually, though, he began to scowl when he saw her coming and his helpful guidance became more terse. Eventually he sighed and shook his head before she could even open her mouth to ask her question. No. You enjoy learning from Phileas too. I've seen you talking to him about charms after lunch more than once, so go bother him for a few weeks and give me a break. But I'd rather learn from you, Mag protested, not put off in the least. I don't care, he said firmly. Go to Phileas. She did, and Professor Flitwick was very kind and helpful, but it wasn't the same, and after a few weeks she tried again. Professor Snape was a little more receptive and together they got through her extensive preparation for each OWL. She was satisfied with her progress in everything but transfigurations. Eventually Professor Snape snapped on the matter. Just forget it, West Craven. If you go away and never ask me for advice on transfigurations again, I'll just help you cheat. Your father did the same for me, so I suppose it's only fair. Have Boxwood take it for you, because she scored high on her transfigurations owl last year. I will give you 2 drafts of extended time polyjuice potion the evening before the exam and you can switch with her. It lasts for 24 hours, so I will also provide you with antidotes that you can take at the end of the day. If, for some reason, you are caught, I have nothing to do with it. That was brilliant. Though cheating was painstakingly guarded against during Owls, the use of polyjuice potion was never considered. Only enchanted quills or paper. Though Mag wondered why her father never talked about helping Professor Snape cheat, at that moment she was just overjoyed by the idea. Oh, Professor. Thank you. Impulsively Mag threw her arms around him and he patted her shoulder uncomfortably. Fine, now get out. And don't forget to babble when you're boxwood or something will seem off, he warned. Mag nodded. Glad he'd mentioned that because she was far quieter than Kirsten and it would indeed seem odd. When she brought up the matter to Kirsten, the little blonde's mouth made an O of shock that the professor was actually encouraging them to cheat. He likely doesn't want Slytherin to look bad if he can help it, Mag said, not sure if he would like her saying that her father had helped him to cheat. She promised to make Kirsten a jet pendant for her help and Kirsten readily agreed. Mag had already given her and Millicent citrine bracelets earlier in the year and Kirsten had expressed an interest in more items even then. When the day of the Transfiguration exam came, Mag remembered to tell Kirsten not to talk as much as she usually did because Mag did not. In Kirsten's herbology class, she realized that she didn't know who Kirsten would babble to, so mentioned not feeling well a few times instead of talking. If she seemed too quiet, a reason had been provided. Usually confident in her ability to achieve high scores, Mag wasn't even certain just why the Owls stressed her so much. When they were all over, though, she was nearly exhausted with relief. She honestly wasn't surprised to receive O's in every subject because she truly felt she'd earned them. Even the one Kirsten had earned her for Transfigurations, because cheating was also quite stressful even for Slytherins. Chapter 12. Mag had another exciting summer in store because her mum's parents were coming for a visit. As Heather's maiden name was Knight, Mag called her mum's parents, the Knight grandparents. It was her way of differentiating them from her West Craven grandparents when referring to grandparents in general. She saw her West Craven grandparents far more frequently because while they were retired, they still lived in England. When Raistlin married Heather, his parents gave him the family home and retired to the town of Clacton-on-Sea. Her Knight grandparents travelled all over Europe so she saw them far less. They were not retired and both were bards. Mag's mum could carry a tune, only just. So had not inherited the bardic genes from either of them. A bard had magic in their voice and could cast spells with their very singing or encourage whatever emotions they wanted to inspire with their music. Mag loved to sing, but she knew that this didn't necessarily make her a bard. The Knight grandparents arrived at West Craven Manor 5 days after Mag finished her 5th year at Hogwarts. This particular visit was actually in her honor and they brought her a gift for scoring so well on her OWLS. After embracing her grandparents, she took the long trunk-shaped gift box and eagerly unwrapped it to find a fiddle case inside. She lifted back the black leather lid to see a stunning fiddle. It gleamed a rich dark red nearly like her own hair. It seemed to Mag to radiate magic and power. As a child, Mag had gotten sporadic fiddle lessons from her grandparents, so having one of her own thrilled her to no end. It meant they thought she had an aptitude for it. Bards did not give instruments lightly, so the statement made by the gesture was an honor. The wood is from an ancient Chinese redwood tree which spawned some very powerful wands. We searched all last year for the perfect fiddle for you, Grandfather Knight told her with a proud smile as he reached to give her another hug. Does that mean it has magic like a wand? Will it guide the magic in my songs if I have the bardic touch? Mag asked, and her grandfather nodded slowly. It very well could. It may inspire you to play a song in a particular way, slower, faster, louder, softer, for a longer or shorter time. Sometimes it will want to stop even if you intended to go on, and if you don't listen to it, the rest of the performance won't go as well. At other times though, he concluded with a chuckle, it'll want to play until you're exhausted. When a bard and their fiddle are well suited, though, you're usually of the same mind about things. Impulsively Mag embraced both of her Knight grandparents again. It's so wonderful. Thank you both so much. But how did you know I'd do so well on my Owls? She asked with an incredulous laugh. Because you're not one to neglect your studies, Grandmother Knight said with a knowing wink. During the visit with her Knight grandparents, Mag practiced endlessly on her new fiddle and took lessons from either whenever they were willing to give them, which was frequently enough. She also begged him to sing for her so that she may study the craft. Mag, let them alone, Heather chastised half-heartedly. They perform all the time. They should get to relax while they're here without having to sing. Nonsense. Performing for our granddaughter is our way of sharing with her, Heather's mother told her, dismissing her daughter's concerns with a smile and a wave of one slender hand. So inspired by her grandparents was she that summer, that by the time Mag boarded the train for Hogwarts for her 6th year of school, she was determined to play and sing daily. The fiddle case that held her gleaming red instrument boarded the train along with her other trunks. If her fellow Slytherins didn't love music, it was their problem because they were going to have it daily in the common room. At the feast, yet another defense against the dark arts professor was introduced. This one with his odd fake eye, certainly wasn't getting interested looks from all the silly girls, Mag thought in dry amusement. I can't see anything from his mind at all, Nightshade noted uneasily. He must have some really good shields. Though Nightshade was a telepath, he could only see surface thoughts. I.e. exactly what a person was thinking at the time. He couldn't delve into their pasts or locate buried knowledge or thoughts as many skilled wizards in the art could do. Still, the owl's ability was impressive and had served him thus far until now. Perhaps it's just a defensive trick he uses, Mag thought back. She wondered if she should mention it to Professor Snape regardless, just in case. Fuck no. He'll not believe you unless you can tell him how you know, which will require you to break your word to me and tell him about my abilities, Nightshade protested hotly enough to give Mag a headache. Fine. He's good enough to notice it himself anyway, she replied, comforting herself with that knowledge. The year progressed normally enough until Halloween. Mag was so enraged she saw red when Harry Bloody Potter got to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. She very much wanted to be chosen, and felt herself good enough to compete, but stupid talentless Harry Potter got to do it instead. It so wasn't fair. Then Nightshade made it worse when reading Harry Potter's mind, as he tended to do from time to time to keep him up to date on any potential danger the Prat may cause by being at Hogwarts. Apparently the first bit involves slipping past a dragon. He found out from Hagrid, Nightshade thought to her at breakfast. If Mag hadn't been awake, she certainly was after the adrenaline-laced shot of rage and envy that spiked through her. I love dragons. They're my favorite type of magical creature. It just isn't fair. Harry Potter is not worthy. And now I'm getting a headache, Nightshade thought back. To make matters worse, when Mag went to rant to Professor Snape after school, he gave her an annoyed frown rather than the sympathy and understanding she'd expected. That tournament is extremely dangerous, Magritte, he said peevishly. Students have died participating in it. Why do you think it wasn't held anymore? Besides, I removed your name from the drawing. I didn't want Heather and Raislin's child at risk. You did what? Mag shrieked, momentarily forgetting that he'd called her Magritte. While she liked the history behind her name, she wasn't as thrilled by the name itself and strongly preferred Mag to Magritte. The first Magritte Westcraven was an ancestor who'd been burned for witchcraft centuries ago. Mag was truly proud to carry on the name as well as the magic. So long as everyone called her Mag. Professor Snape knew she hated being called Magritte, so the fact he chose to do it while telling her that he'd just screwed her out of her chances to compete in the Triwizard Tournament was just too much. Turning, she stalked from the dungeon without another word. She fumed about the situation practically non-stop until it ended badly. Her subsequent apology to Professor Snape was accepted by the man with a satisfied smirk. You're welcome, he said smugly. Not for the first time, Mag was very tempted to ask Professor Snape what had happened between him and her parents. Though he was still her constant crush, she didn't feel bold enough to bring up the topic. She didn't wish to upset him, and she had a feeling broaching the subject would do nothing else. As her parents felt speaking of whatever it was unsafe, she knew she had to leave it alone for the time being. Unfortunately, there were bigger Voldemort-sized problems roaming the wizarding world at present. The events of that year frightened Mag enough to have her thinking creatively. As if the Triwizard Tournament wasn't bad enough, Voldemort having a body again and people being kidnapped and impersonated really turned up the fear factor element on the wizarding world. She was glad Nightshade had such an easy time reading Potter's brain, because most people didn't know that anything was going on yet, and that made things even worse. The Ministry wasn't taking action, and their best hope was bloody Dumbledore. The same headmaster who felt Harry Bloody Potter studying at Hogwarts and consequently endangering all the other students by being there was a good idea. The old man hadn't even known that the defense professor wasn't the original. Guess that Weird Eye didn't save Moody from shit in the end, Nightshade thought dryly. Mag nodded her silent agreement. Could anything be good enough protection, though? Chapter 13. As soon as they arrived back at West Craven Manor for the summer, Mag told her parents everything that had happened with Professor Snape taking her name out of the Triwizard Tournament. She told them how angry she had been, then how relieved she was after understanding just how right he was. As she spoke, Her father's expression grew increasingly sad and her mother looked as if she would cry. He's a good guy, Raislin said thickly as tears spilled down Heather's cheeks. Oh, I miss him so much sometimes, she sobbed, slender shoulders slumping as her face dropped into her hands. I just wish he'd not done that, Raislin. I know, Raislin said, rubbing his wife's back as he gave a resigned sigh. For her part, Mag gaped silently while her mother struggled to pull herself together. Are you ready to eat? The soft hesitant voice had come from their house elf Mira. She stood in the doorway to the library where they all sat, a sudden burst of color to the somber mood. Mira covered herself in very brightly colored silk scarves, each tied and draped so that they covered her from neck to ankles, flowing and fluttering as she moved. She looked adorable and had always been part of the family. Heather and Raislin had gotten her upon their marriage and freed her at once, saying they'd rather pay a family friend than keep a slave. Mira quickly rose from family friend to part of the family. She worked hard and enjoyed her freedom. She had her own bedroom and full access to anything she wanted in the house. Her freedom had changed much about her from the way she chose to dress to the way she eventually began to speak in first person rather than in third person as other elves did. When strangers commented on the way she spoke, Mira didn't mind explaining that no one else around her spoke like an elf, so it became more natural for her to speak in the way she heard others speak. When she came to West Craven Manor she was a young elf, so beginning her new life had been exciting rather than threatening as she wasn't truly set in her elf ways. Mag thought Mira was quite unlike any other elf she'd ever seen, indeed an elf of her own making. Hi Mira, she said, rising to embrace the little elf. I missed you. I'm so glad to be home to enjoy an entire summer of your cooking. Laughing, Mira hugged her back. Is everything all right? She asked, peering past Mag at Raislin and Heather, who still weren't quite themselves. Yes, Heather said. We were just speaking of an old friend. Someone to whom we were once very close until we parted ways unpleasantly. Mira looked perplexed until Heather added, before you came to live with us. Mira said, nodding in understanding. Well, is everyone ready to eat, or should I wait? No, we're very hungry, Raislin said with a ready smile at the elf. As they headed toward the dining room, Mira suddenly started and turned quickly to Mag. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. How did you do on your end-of-term exams? Mag blinked, then laughed, shaking her head. Well, I did quite well. If you can believe it, things were too stressful for me to even fret over them this year. Mira looked surprised. Really? What else happened? So Mag had to start the story all over again, telling Mira of the Triwizard Fright. Mira was properly impressed and horrified. Even as she relayed the events to the elf, Mag's mind was mostly on the conversation her parents had been having around her about Severus, Professor Snape, before Mira came in. She understood that they felt her knowing would be dangerous, but her need to know was beginning to override that understanding. Once they were all seated around the large round dining table, Mag looked hard at her parents. Look, Mum and Dad. I really think it would be a good idea if you told me the situation with you and Professor Snape. He warned us about Voldemort, and he's kept me out of danger, and due to Nightshade yearly picking Potter's tiny little brain we all know enough. If I'm going to be in danger from knowing things, I doubt knowing whatever about the two of you and Professor Snape can make it much worse. Raislin and Heather exchanged a long look that practically had Mag ready to shake them both until words came out. All right, Raislin said with a resigned sigh. We'll tell you. Mag leaned forward eagerly and Mira put down her fork to give the upcoming narrative her full attention. Your mum and I were in our third year when Severus Snape began at Hogwarts. I met him first. It was on the train, Raislin said with a slight fond smile. He was sitting with his nose stuffed in a book much as you do, he told Mag. I asked if I could see the book because it looked interesting and he gave me this hostile look and asked if I planned to take it from him if he said no. I said of course not, and that I'd just assume he was a prat from then on instead. He laughed and tossed me the book and we became friends. I got the impression from his initial reaction to me that he was used to being bullied, so I sort of looked out for him after that. So why aren't you friends now? Mag asked. I'm getting to that, Raislin said. He and your mum and I all hung together, being in Slytherin, and she and I defended him against those Gryffindor gits whenever they started trouble with him. We even helped him escape from his dreadful grandfather Prince's house one summer. Heather chuckled. Your father's great-uncle got this flying carpet and we borrowed it to help Severus sneak out of his bedroom window, she told Mag. He hung at Raislin's for the rest of the summer. Controlling that carpet was tricky and at first I was terrified we'd all fall off. But we didn't, Raislin said with a grin. And I got to spend time with two of my favorite people. He turned to Mag. Your mum only came along to help Severus. She didn't like me too much back then. Yes, I know, Mag said, impatient to return the story to Severus. From the first day at Hogwarts when you saw Mum before the two of you boarded the train, you pulled her hair and called her Heathertoy so she hated you. I barely tugged the very ends of her hair and I only called her Heathertoy because she'd spin around so fast every time I did it like one of those fun spin-top toys, Raistlin said with a chuckle. Heather glared. You were mean and I hated having my hair messed with. I wasn't mean. I only wanted your attention, Raistlin said, grinning. So back to Severus. You're Professor Snape, Mag interjected firmly. Chapter 14. Yes, Raistlin said with a sigh. Back to Severus. I suppose so that you understand the choice he made which served to end our friendship, we should backtrack a little. You see, when Severus was 6 years old, his father Tobias was killed by Voldemort. Mag felt her jaw drop. That, she had not been expecting. Her father continued before she had time to ask why. Severus's mum, Eileen, was ill with some sort of stomach bug, and sent her husband to a wizarding potion shop to pick up a few things she wanted to mix up into a quick heal tonic. Apparently Voldemort came into the shop at the same time and killed Tobias Snape for being a muggle and actually daring to enter a wizarding potion shop. You see, with Voldemort, it doesn't take much to get yourself killed, Raistlin said gravely. Her father's usually laughing green eyes were somber and distant as he spoke. Mag was shocked and horrified. She continued to listen wordlessly to the story unfold. Severus and his mum had to go and live with Eileen's father after that. Severus's dad, as I said, was a muggle, and his mum was a pureblood witch. Her father never approved of her marriage to a muggle and likewise he did not approve of her half-blood son. As you can imagine, Severus and his grandfather weren't close. For this reason, Severus was eager to escape his grandfather's home and begin a new page of his life around other wizards like himself at Hogwarts. Unfortunately he began being bullied by Sirius Black, James Potter and that lot before he even got onto the train that first day. That was why he was so suspicious when I spoke to him on the train, as it turns out, Raistlin said. Mag hadn't known that Severus was only a half-blood and though it was surprising, she didn't care. Hearing that someone would be brave enough to bully him was more of a surprise. Sirius Black, she repeated. Isn't he the one who escaped from Azkaban? Raistlin nodded grimly. Yeah. He richly deserved to cool his heels there for more than one reason. And James Potter, is he related to Harry Potter? Mag's parents knew all too well how she felt about the mediocre Potter being allowed by Dumbledore to attend Hogwarts, putting all the other students in danger with his very presence. Well, he was related to Harry until he died. James Potter was Harry Potter's father. Oh, Mag said, nodding in understanding. Of course it was common knowledge that Voldemort had killed Harry Potter's parents. She just hadn't known or cared to learn their names. Well, if he was mean to Severus, I'm glad he's dead, she said. But why would all that end your friendship with him? I'm getting to that, Raistlin assured. After your mum and I graduated from Hogwarts, Severus still had 2 more years to go. As I said earlier, she and I would protect Severus from the bullies as much as we were able, and once we were gone, it became harder for him. No one else helped him, at least no other students. Flitwick tried, but having a professor defending you when you're being bullied only makes it worse in the end when the bullies catch you alone. Your dad was always kind to the underdogs, Heather said, giving Raistlin a fond smile. That and his amazing library were his 2 redeeming qualities. Hey, what about my stunning good looks? Raistlin asked, mock-pounding his own muscular chest. Heather rolled her eyes, but smiled. So as I was saying, Raistlin continued the story. Once we were gone, Severus eventually heard about Voldemort's dark doings from older Slytherins in their 6th and 7th year who were already little Death Eaters or who planned to be. Severus was carrying around a lot of anger and resentment by that point, and in the end he put all of that on Voldemort for killing his father. He believed that had Voldemort never killed Tobias, his life would have taken an entirely different turn. He'd have grown up happier and as a result may not have been so obsessed with dark arts and defensive magic at such a young age. That was what originally got him bullied. The little Gryffindor gits were frightened of the dark arts and took their fear out on him. And they're supposed to be so brave, Mag sneered. I always thought their version of bravery was more like stupidity than anything else. Exactly, Raistlin agreed. Severus wanted to avenge his father and in doing so, avenge himself as well. He started taking up with those older Slytherins so that he could get in with Voldemort. But why? Mag asked. That's where it starts to get stupid, Raistlin said darkly. Severus's plan was to get into Voldemort's inner circle and use his skills to help take the crazy bastard down. Once Flitwick discovered his plan, he insisted Severus at least work with Albus Dumbledore. Why Dumbledore? Mag asked. He seems so soft and ineffective, she couldn't help but add scathingly. Be that as it may, he was, and still is, the only one with any true power who is fighting back against Voldemort in any way, Heather said grimly. That's how weak and messed up the wizarding world has become. That isn't comforting, Mag muttered half to herself. When Severus told us what he was doing, we'd just gotten married and Heather was pregnant with you, Raistlin said. We couldn't risk associating with a Death Eater. Not even one who was a double agent. The last thing we wanted was to draw Voldemort's attention to our family. Severus didn't want to understand that being his friend put us at risk. I told him that Voldemort could easily check into the personal lives of his followers, and if he noticed some had friends who weren't into following him, it may look bad. Many were forced to follow Voldemort and we weren't interested in taking such an obvious risk. So that's the entire story, Heather said with a sad shake of her head. So you stopped being his friend just like that? Mag asked flatly. You just stopped caring about him because he did something you didn't like? Of course not, Raistlin practically shouted. We never stopped caring about him, and when we heard his plan we begged him not to be so stupid. We tried and tried to talk sense into him, but he was having none of it. So in the end we had no choice but to look out for our family, Magritte. Mag scowled. She hated being called Magritte, and everyone who used her entire first name only did so when annoyed with her, so it made it even worse. Of course Severus believed we stabbed him in the back rather than seeing that he'd chosen his revenge over the safety of his friends and himself, Heather said with a sigh. Wow, Mag said, having no better words for what she was feeling. Though she logically understood what her parents were saying, she thought there had to have been a better way to handle it than ending their friendship with Severus altogether. That's just because you're obsessed with him and love is blind and all that shit, Nightshade thought from where he sat on the back of her chair. Whose side are you on anyway? Mag thought back peevishly. I'm good. We're good. I don't honestly give a shit either way, the owl assured. Chapter 15. Mag had to admit she was shocked to discover that her parents and Severus were once childhood school chums. Of course she'd known there was some sort of history between them, but to learn it was such a close one was more than she'd expected. Once the fact of the former close friendship at last sank in, however, she saw it as an opportunity. Perhaps if she could help her parents and Severus sort out their issues and renew their friendship, she could have a more constant connection to him. When it came to how to go about it, though, she knew she needed more information. Over the next few weeks, she asked her parents about their friendship with Severus and what he was like growing up. What do you think Severus enjoyed the most? She asked Raistlin one afternoon when she roped him into a discussion about his school days. The two sat together in the library while Mag's mum was out shopping for summer clothes. Books, definitely, Raistlin said with a chuckle. I used to joke that Severus had many lovers and all of them had pages. When he came to visit me, he fell asleep in this very library so often that your grandfather West Craven eventually just put a cot in here for him to use. Severus had slept right here in her own library. This was a beloved room to Mag as well, and it had just become even more special. So he and I have that in common, Mag said with a pleased smile. Indeed, Raistlin agreed. He, your mum and I all bonded on our love for books and knowledge, especially of an obscure and arcane variety. Mag had a sudden idea that filled her with excitement. What books have we acquired in the past 18 or so years that you think he'd like the most? She asked. Of course anything before that, he'd have already seen if he visited the West Craven home frequently. Oh, the ones on Egyptian curses for sure, Raistlin answered without even having to think. Mag was pleased by her father's ready response. It gave her something to share with Severus, not to mention the fact that ancient Egypt was such a fascination to her that she had a private altar set up in her room to Set and Thoth. Before term started up again, she'd gather all the books on Egyptian curses and bring them to Severus to borrow. He'd obviously love that, and it'd give them something to talk about with more depth than schoolwork. Mag spent most of the summer working on a concept she was developing for making wands out of gemstones rather than wood. As quartz crystal amplified power, she believed a wand made of quartz crystal that she enhanced would be double the strength of a wooden wand. With other gemstones added, each wand would have different additional properties such as citrine for focus and success or jet for protection. Either of those could be excellent for dueling, and the citrine should improve most spells in general by enhancing the caster's focus. Before she could put any of these concepts to the actual test, she needed to go stone shopping for the proper shapes and sizes she'd need to assemble each wand. Any witch or wizard interested in working with gemstones for any reason knew that Gringotts was the best place to go for quality as well as variety. She headed out for Gringotts one morning with a long list of stones she was looking for and ended up spending the entire day in their gems and crystals vault with Griphook. The goblin was very helpful and he was impressed with how well Mag knew her stones. He even referred her to a goblin jeweler when she explained how she pictured the wand's construction. The large central stone, a crystal, would have smaller stones attached with gold or silver or copper, and she had no way to do the metalsmithing on her own. She was dreading the process of seeking out a jeweler she could trust to do the proper work involved, and the idea of working with a goblin set her mind at ease. Goblins understood and respected the magic of gemstones, so their skills could only add to her own rather than disrupt them, as a jeweler without a proper knowledge of stone energy may do. As any good crafter of magical items should do, Mag made the first wand for herself. If one didn't test a product personally, they had no true idea of how it actually worked. Sometimes one's intention didn't carry across in the actual finished product, and only using said product would allow a person to know exactly how their true intention had manifested itself. While looking over the stones she'd selected from Gringotts to decide just which ones she liked best for her own wand, Mag was struck with an idea that excited her to no end simply because, like her crystal wands, it was something that she didn't think had been done before. Like many of her practical ideas when it came to the use of magic in general, she didn't see why, as it seemed so much better and more convenient. Her idea was for a wearable wand. Most people would just take it for pretty jewelry and wouldn't even guess it was a wand if she didn't want them to. Not to mention, if one's wand hung from a chain about their neck, they were never at risk for dropping it. The wand she designed for herself had a 12 cm clear quartz crystal as the base. The stone was a natural 6-sided quartz, willowy and wand-like in shape. In the stone books she'd gotten on vacation 2 summers back, she'd learned about the body's 7 chakras and the stones that best corresponded to them. Chakras were energy wheels in the body that connected to physical organs as well as emotions, which Mag found to be very fascinating. Wizards from India had even gotten some muggles to understand the import of keeping their chakras well balanced. She felt having a chakra wand would provide her magic with balance as well as her person when wearing it. The stones that worked with each chakra had similar medicine to what the chakras themselves connected to. The first chakra was red, and connected to one's sense of safety. The stones that worked best with that were red jasper, garnet, or black tourmaline or obsidian. She chose red garnet for her first chakra stone. The second chakra was orange and worked with one's creativity and sexuality. She chose carnelian for this. The books recommended carnelian and she agreed with the books on this matter. She didn't always come to the same conclusion the books did about the stones and their medicine, so she was pleased to find she agreed with all of the chakra recommendations. Citrine corresponded to the third chakra for releasing and cleansing, green aventurine to the fourth, the heart for joy and love, blue sodalite to the fifth, the throat for clearly communicating one's true intention, amethyst for the sixth for intuition, or one's third eye, and moonstone for the seventh, the crown chakra, representing one's higher knowledge and will. She chose small stones for the 7 chakras, each about 10 mm around, and each a different shape from the other. The wand would have the 7 chakra stones going down the front of the crystal's length. For that part, she would need the assistance of the jeweler Griphook had recommended. When she looked up the shop address Griphook had given her in Nocturne Alley, Mag felt a mix of excited and nervous. Excited to finally have her ideas put into a finished product, and nervous that the goblin wouldn't want to work with her. Often goblins weren't ones to do business with, or even trust witches and wizards. Mag had a letter of reference from Griphook, though, and the reassuring feeling of that bit of parchment in her hand provided her with the courage she needed to enter the shop with confidence. The goblin behind the counter had blonde curling hair piled atop her head, and a prettily made-up face. She wore a dark red silk dress and had large sparkling black diamond earrings in the lobes of her elegantly pointed ears. Rings of sparkling ruby, sapphire and tourmaline covered her slender fingers, and she wore an impressively heavy necklace of cut garnet and white topaz. "I'm here to see Glimmer," she said, presenting her letter from Griphook. "That would be me," the pretty goblin said, tone not nearly as bright as the rest of her as she scanned the parchment from Griphook with slightly arched brows. "If that owl leaves droppings in this shop, it will be sorry," she added, giving Nightshade a look of suspicion as he sat on Mag's shoulder. For his part, he merely blinked, giving the goblin what he had coined years ago as his dumb owl look. He believed the look kept people from seeing even a glint of intelligence in his eyes. "He won't," Mag assured. I need a pendant made, and eventually many more pieces. Some will not be jewelry because they will be larger, but it will involve having stones set together in the way one would do with jewelry. She handed over the velvet pouch in which she'd placed the crystal along with the 7 chakra stones that she wished to be added to it. I included a note so that you know which color goes in what order as it matters, she explained. The crystal should have a setting on top so that I might wear it as a pendant and the stones in gold down the front. The goblin nodded. Come back in 3 days. It'll be ready then, as will my fee. The price she quoted was shockingly low and Mag was excited. At this rate, she'd be able to afford to have many wands made if hers turned out as she hoped. In 3 days she returned and paid for the finished product. It was lovely. It now only required her to personally enhance each stone. That part took less than a day to complete. She remained shut away in her room so there would be no distractions and worked steadily, only breaking for lunch before beginning again. The crystal and all 7 chakra stones were enhanced before it was time for the family to share their evening meal, and Mag tested it out by levitating a stack of books from her desk to her bed. It was far easier than with her wooden wand. So much so in fact that the books nearly overshot the bed. Mag gave a whoop of glee. She'd done it. She'd made her first wand. Go Mags, Nightshade congratulated in his Nightshade way. Mag didn't usually like it when he called her Mags, but this time she was too happy to be bothered. Thanks, she said, and flinging open the door to her bedroom, she tore downstairs to show her parents and Mira. This was the first her family had heard of her ideas for wand making because if it hadn't worked, she would be the only one to be disappointed if she kept it to herself. Boosting everyone's eagerness for a stronger wand only to fail to produce it hardly seemed decent. So she hadn't mentioned it in case she was unable to make it work as she'd planned. Mira was properly impressed even if elves didn't have a use for wands, and her parents were over the moon. What a fascinating idea, Raistlin said, hugging his daughter and swooping her off her feet for a twirl around the room. Really exciting, Heather agreed. Are you going to make ours next? Of course, Mag readily agreed. Would you prefer pendants or ordinary-sized wands? Both of her parents opted for larger wands, and she promised to spend the rest of the evening deciding which stones would suit their individual personalities and begin work on them the very next day. I think once they're completed, we should cast illusion charms on them so they'll look like our old wooden wands, Raistlin said, the pride and joy at his daughter's accomplishment fading to be replaced with a serious expression. At least until Voldemort is dead. The last thing we need is for him to discover that you can make stronger wands. Heather nodded in agreement. Indeed. He and his followers would be all over that. As that definitely sounded reasonable, Mag willingly nodded her agreement. She chose clear quartz crystal and garnet for Heather's wand and jade and crystal quartz for Raistlin's. The next morning she took the stones for both to Glimmer's shop and asked for bands of silver to be put around the middle to hold the 2 stones that made up each wand together. Her next project was to make a wand for Severus, only Gringotts didn't have the black obsidian she wanted to complete it. Griphook had to order it and he wasn't sure when it would come in. Chapter 16. Oh, I want one, Kirsten squealed. I'll pay you whatever you want. When can you make it and how long will it take? Yeah, me too, Millicent said. I'd like a wand pendant like yours. Well, not like yours, I want it to suit me, but I want a wand pendant so that people don't realize it's a wand. Yeah, me too, Kirsten agreed. Both were leaning forward eagerly in their seats, eyeing Mag's chakra wand pendant avidly. They were in their compartment on the train on the way to Hogwarts. Mag supposed she should be pleased to already have paying customers who appreciated her wand idea, but there was another wand she'd have preferred to make instead. Mag had really hoped to give Severus a wand at the beginning of term to help keep him safe, but the obsidian in the size she needed still wasn't in yet, so it would have to be a Christmas gift instead. That was all right in itself. It gave her a valid excuse to give him a Christmas gift, but it didn't help her need to feel he was safer considering all the danger he was in. Now she sat on the train headed to Hogwarts with Millicent and Kirsten. As usual, Nightshade was huddled in his cage on the floor at her feet, round eyes blank with claustrophobia. A sympathetic glance at her owl caused an idea to click in her mind, and it was all she could do not to give a cry of excitement. It wouldn't do to alert Kirsten and Millie. It was about Severus, and she didn't want to explain his situation to them. Nightshade, I have an idea. He made no response. That was expected when he was in the cage, as he either ignored anything she tried to say in way of comfort or snarled very unnecessarily profane things into her mind. Mag chose to take his lack of profanity as a good or at least neutral sign, but for all she knew he could very well be tuning her out while lost to his claustrophobia. Perhaps her proposal could serve as a distraction to him. One could hope. I want you to help Professor Snape. I want you to tell him who you are and what you can do. You could help keep him safe by remaining with him more often and reading those minds that he feels most useful. If he were in danger, you could warn him. You could even accompany him to Death Eater meetings. So will you do it? Kirsten asked. Mag, Millicent prodded, poking at Mag's shin with the toe of her pointed shoe. What? Will you make us wand pendants? Kirsten exclaimed, exasperated and beginning to frown in frustration. Why aren't you paying attention? I was just distracted. I wanted to make Professor Snape a wand, but the stones I wanted for him won't be in for at least a few months, she said, telling a partial truth. Kirsten and Millie knew she had a crush on Professor Snape. She'd been unable to keep it to herself when it had struck her in her 4th year at Hogwarts. Neither of the other two girls understood what she saw in him, or at least they pretended not to for some reason. Mag simply didn't understand how every girl couldn't see what she did in her Severus, yet Millie and Kirsten professed to find him romantically unappealing. So are you going to make us wands? Kirsten pressed. Sure, yes, Mag said. Give me 20 galleons each. That's reasonable, Millicent said, and Kirsten nodded. I've even got it right here, the little blonde said, reaching into her purse. I'll go and get the stones set this weekend and have them to you both probably by next weekend, Mag said as Millicent also dug out her money. Mag would have to owl her parents a description of the stones she wanted from her stash and have them sent by post. As Kirsten and Millie both wanted pendants, the pieces she'd need would be easily light enough for Nightshade to carry wrapped in a parchment. She knew he'd not want to do it because he hated doing the work intended for, as he called them, tarred baby owls. Still, in this case it couldn't be helped. She didn't trust her stones and secret info to the Hogwarts post. She'd just have to find something with which to bribe Nightshade. Not until they were at the feast did Mag address Nightshade again on the matter of her idea concerning his helping Severus. Nightshade. Do you remember what I tried to talk to you about on the train? She pressed as gently as possible while offering him a large piece of roasted chicken. Oh, that, he said, beak tearing fiercely into the chicken in a way that made her glad she knew he'd not accidentally bite her. I'll do it, sure. He's cool and I always thought it'd be cool to talk to him. He's shitty like me, so it'll be fun. Mag gave a sigh of relief. Thank you. Yeah, it's cool. After the feast was over and Mag had done her prefect duties by helping all the first years settle into the Slytherin dorms properly, she went to Professor Snape's office and knocked. It took some time for him to open the door, and when he did, his face wore an annoyed frown. When he saw it was her, the frown almost vanished as his dark brows raised. Yes, Miss West Craven. What is it? I have someone for you to meet. She thought it would be easier to explain herself, but suddenly explaining that she wanted to help protect him seemed more difficult than she'd expected. What if he didn't like that and… Oh, for fuck's sake, Nightshade grumped and flew off Mag's shoulder, past Snape and into the office. Curses. Control that bird. If he deposits droppings on any of my things, there will be problems. Severus opened his door wider, gesturing Mag inside. Well, go get him. No, I'm leaving him here for now, she said. She turned and fled. She knew Nightshade could take it from there. Or at least hoped he could. Not into pets, are you, Prof? Nightshade commented casually as he went to land on the back of Severus's chair. I'm not either. They're all stupid dumb food, most of them. Frogs taste yummy and so do rats. I bet I could eat a cat too, though I've never tried, he shared conversationally. Severus stood in the doorway of his office, blinking in shock at the bird. It took only a few seconds for the shock to allow reason into his thoughts, however. Had that really been Mag West Craven, or was this some setup with someone posing as her with Polly Juice Potion and someone else as her owl? And at that thought he slammed up mental shields around his own mind. The bird let out an indignant hoot and flew across the room toward him. He reached for his wand, but rather than going for his face as Severus had feared, the thing only sat carefully on his shoulder with claws open so that they only pricked his skin through the robe a little. Stepping fully inside the room at last, Severus closed the door and stunned the bird before wrapping it in a binding charm and hanging it in mid-air where he would remain safe from its claws if it took it into its mind to use them. He then walked to his desk and took a seat behind it while waiting for the owl to come around. By the time it did, he'd adjusted his mental shields so that they had select filters that allowed him to hear and receive directed thoughts without having other deeper levels of his mind invaded. The owl had communicated in thought, after all. Just in case it could talk, though, Severus tried addressing it aloud. What do you want? The owl hissed at him nearly like a cat, and he could swear its glittering round eyes held an indignant glare. So you are unable to speak aloud, he observed. He's a smart one, the owl threw into his mind, then looked mildly startled that its attempt had worked. I couldn't talk to you after you stupidly put those shields up. Not cool. How are we supposed to communicate when you kick me out of your head? It demanded. Where is Magritte West Craven? Severus demanded in turn, ignoring Nightshade's own questions. I don't know. You saw her run out just like I did. She didn't tell me she was going to do that or where she planned to go. Her dorm room probably, I'm guessing. Realizing that if anyone happened to come along and eavesdrop, it would appear that he was carrying on a very strange conversation with himself, Severus decided to attempt thinking to the owl rather than to continue speaking aloud. If that is not the real Miss West Craven, I will discover as much very shortly, and you will both be in for something very unpleasant. It's her, the owl returned peevishly. Look. I get that you've never seen anything like me before. Fuck, I haven't either. I was born this way, surrounded by tarred baby owls. Do you think that shit was a fucking party? Because believe me, it was not. Chapter 17. Severus stared at the owl. He blinked, then settled on probably the most pointless thing that was said. Tarred baby. What is a tarred baby? You know. Dumb. Slow-witted. Retarded. Like always a baby mentality. Tarred baby. Rather like most of your students. Severus Snape found himself laughing out loud quite against his better judgment. Understood, he thought back, very well. Let us assume that you are telling the truth. Why are you here right now with me having this conversation? The owl opened his beak and clacked it shut with an annoyed snap. I guess you'd not want to let me out of these fucking bindings, would you? So both of us can be comfortable during this conversation? Not quite yet. Eventually, if all goes well, Severus replied. I'm here because Mags asked me to hang out with you. To what? Oh, for fuck's sake. You don't know what hanging out means. If I did, I would not have asked. Obviously. Severus frowned. If you plan to waste my day, I'll just. No, the owl interrupted. Look, hanging out means to socialize. She wanted me to socialize and spend time with you. So that we could get to know one another because she wants me to help. Well, as neither of us are bats, I hardly see how hanging out means to socialize or get to know one another, Severus complained. That and I don't do the social thing. Not since it had hurt him. Socializing meant friendship and having friends meant caring, and coming to depend on people to be there. To socialize. It meant having a place to fit and belong. Until it was yanked out from under one like a faulty magic carpet simply because one's former friends, in the end, when it came down to it, truly didn't care at all. And that hurt, and he didn't like hurting. He'd had quite enough of that in his childhood and wasn't about to ask for more. It's just slang, man, the owl replied. Sounding oddly tired and exasperated. To his surprise, Severus found himself having to put forth a slight effort not to smile in amusement. And pray tell, what does Miss West Craven believe you can possibly help me with? He asked, getting to the heart of this most strange of situations. Spying, I guess. Helping you to know what the other Death Eaters are thinking about, or anyone else for that matter. The way my mind reading works has no spell behind it as yours does, so mine goes undetected. I can't dig super deep, though, the owl added, a mildly apologetic tone in his mind voice. I can read whatever someone is thinking about at the time, but I can't delve deeper into the shit they have stored in their mind that they aren't directly thinking about at the moment. No sifting, as it were. Severus nodded. Understood. But how does Miss West Craven know about your dealings involving Voldemort? The owl supplied helpfully. Severus hesitated, unwilling to admit too much in case this was a trick. Then he realized if it was, the potion he planned to give the owl very soon would reveal as much. If the owl wasn't truly an owl, but instead a Death Eater in disguise, he or she would never leave this room. Severus certainly was not above or below killing Death Eater scum to protect himself. Precisely. Well, I sort of looked in Potter's mind at Maggie's request after the shit started smacking into the fan in the little brat's first year. We're smart like that, he bragged of himself and Magritte. Then after you warned us and all, she tried to get more info from her parents, but they wouldn't talk for years. She only just got it out of them this past summer. They really do miss you a lot. Heather cried and Raislin got all sad and weird. Severus scowled, annoyed by that for some reason he couldn't fully explain. They certainly have an interesting way of showing it, he said tightly. Yeah, me and Mags are cooler about trying to help, but I guess we do have safer ways. The owl said. She expects you to go to meetings with me. Yeah, I guess, sir, though she didn't work out how you'd manage that. I guess she figured you'd have it covered if you were down with the idea. Severus hesitated, then blinked. Down with? Oh hell no, the owl interrupted firmly. We're not doing this shit again. Down with means okay with, and don't ask me why the fuck it's down because I do not fucking know. It just is. Like probably it's for the same reason what's up happens to be up instead of across or around, and I don't know why that is either, so don't fucking ask. Severus chuckled, shaking his head. Why do you feel the need to swear so much? I don't feel the need to swear. I just fucking swear. It's punctuation. Severus wished he'd stop smiling. It was annoying for his face. Does Magritte swear like that? If so, I'm surprised she hasn't slipped up in my hearing. Nightshade shook his head. No, she doesn't use nearly as much punctuation in her self-expression, he said disapprovingly. Why is she doing this? Severus asked, face serious once more as his thoughts returned to the true issue at hand. This could indirectly endanger both of you. She doesn't want you to die, I guess. Severus sighed and shook his head as that didn't really answer his question at all. I'm Nightshade, by the way, the owl added. Severus stood. Well, Nightshade. Are you thirsty? Yeah, I could use something to drink, actually. Wait. You're gonna give me some nasty fucking potion, aren't you? The owl concluded in open suspicion. I doubt it will taste pleasant. No, Severus concurred. Some things can't be helped. If you don't die, I will give you some water to drink and release the binding. I give you my word. Wow, normality and a bit of decency is the only reward I get for this shit. And why would it kill me again? Only if you aren't an owl. Otherwise you're safe. What if I'm not a normal owl? Will it kill me if I'm not a normal owl? Cause we both know I'm fucking not, Nightshade said, panic beginning to filter into his mind voice. You should be safe no matter what manner of owl you happen to be, Severus assured as he began to gather the ingredients he'd need to mix the potion of revealing. Neither spoke while he worked, and in around half an hour, the potion was ready. Chapter 18. Severus carefully approached the bound owl with a shallow bowl in one hand. Just have a few swallows of this, and if you are who you claim to be, we can move on to the part where you are more comfortable, he said, forgetting not to speak aloud for the moment. He gently righted the bird in the air and raised the bowl to the level of Nightshade's face. Right now I may hate you a little, Nightshade shared, round owl eyes giving Severus a baleful glare before he drew in a deep breath and drank from the bowl. One don't wanna die, this shit better not kill me. If it does, just tell Mags I hope she's fucking happy. Interesting ability. The way you speak in thought allows you to talk with your mouth full without technically being rude, Severus thought back in spite of himself. Almost funny. Just a bit more practice and you'll manage, the owl snarked back, taking another drink. How many more times I gotta drink this nasty shit? He asked with a shudder. One more to be safe and we'll wait a few minutes to make sure, Severus replied. But you can at least have some water for your trouble, he added quickly before the owl could protest. Actually, if nothing had happened yet, it quite likely wasn't going to, and the owl was telling the truth, but Severus had to be certain. Nightshade took another deep drink, shuddering again. Water, he demanded a bit weakly. Before I puke. That shit was nasty. Severus nodded. Thank you for cooperating, he said, then moved to the sink to dump out what remained of the potion of revealing. He filled another shallow bowl with fresh water. As soon as it was presented to him, the owl drank greedily. Thanks. Got any deli turkey? Severus chuckled. That was specific. Nightshade bobbed his head in a nod. Yep. The super thin sliced stuff is good shit. The best ever, in fact. I'll keep that in mind, Severus said. But no, I don't have any at the moment. His wording gave Nightshade hope that there may be some in his future. Severus moved across the room to his desk chair and sank into it with a sigh. The owl was still an owl, which meant he was telling the truth. For all Severus knew, the bird could have been a transfigured Death Eater or worse. James Potter returned to torment him and laugh in his face for believing in a telepathic owl who actually liked him. Yeah, he was a right fucker, Nightshade said, causing Severus to almost start. He'd have to guard his thoughts more carefully around the bird. And where's the fun in that? What would we talk about then? Nightshade demanded. Rather than replying, Severus sighed and flicked his wand at the bird, releasing the bindings. The suddenness of this nearly caused the bird to fall into the floor, but his large white wings snapped open just in time. Fucking shit, he swore, flying low across the room to land on Severus's desk. Is there a particular reason for you to be in my space? There is an entire room in which you can make yourself comfortable, Severus complained. Because I wanted to be here, Nightshade replied. So how we gonna do this going to Death Eater meetings together thing without drawing unwanted attention? I don't know just yet, Severus admitted. I'll need to think about it. As soon as that thought left his mind, however, the solution came to him, though. Actually I've got it. I'll use 2 levels of chameleon charms. One will be for your body, causing it to look like part of my robe, and the other will be for your mind, causing it to appear as part of my own mind rather than a separate individual one that rides on my shoulder. So your robe is gonna look like it has a big-ass white blotch on it? Nightshade asked skeptically. No. You'll look like part of the usual black robe, in essence making you unseen. It isn't quite as difficult as a disillusionment charm because it just makes you part of me. Okay, Nightshade agreed readily. Now we just need to sort out how I get back and forth between you and Mags without drawing attention to that shit. Must you swear all the time? Severus asked with a frown of exasperation. It's distracting. Nightshade paused before replying, tilting his head thoughtfully to the side before straightening and giving a firm nod. As it turns out, yep, I must. Severus laughed, shaking his head in resignation. As for having you go back and forth between myself and Miss West Craven when necessary, what if we each give you a parchment to carry as if it is mail? If you're going from her to me, you are simply bringing me my mail, and the same for when you're coming from me to her. If it can be arranged in the morning, that would be the most natural, but any time will do because mail, if important, can come any time. Okay, but in general don't expect me to really do the mail thing, Nightshade warned firmly. That shit is for tarred baby owls. This is just fake mail, so I really don't have to fly far, but I'm not taking shit to your mum or your potion supplier, just know. Severus shrugged. So are we hanging for the evening and I go back to Mags in the morning, or do I go to her now and hang with you tomorrow? Nightshade asked. I thought we should practice the chameleon charm, so I should hang with you some in public, I think, he added. Severus nodded. Sounds reasonable. We can hang tomorrow during classes. Oh goody, Nightshade thought happily. I get to watch you be shitty to people all day. Awesome. Severus chuckled. I'd not need to be shitty, as you so eloquently put it, if they weren't so bloody thick and annoying. I know. I feel you. Nightshade assured. Severus blinked. You what? Why? God damn it, the owl swore. Feeling someone means simply to fucking understand them. Actually that isn't simple at all, Severus complained with a sigh. It has no logic to it whatsoever. You're obviously intelligent, so why must you speak like a low-life street thug? Nightshade paused once again to ponder the question, or at least to pretend to ponder the question. Because I want to. Severus sighed. Whatever. Now let's get you back to Miss West Craven, and I'll see you in the morning. Okay. Nightshade agreed, and flew to Severus's shoulder. He opened his claws partway so as not to hurt the man's flesh too much, not for the first time, thinking how unprotected human skin was. What does Mag do to protect herself from your claws? Severus asked with a slight cringe. A thick leather shoulder pad and air shields on the tips of my claws, Nightshade replied, and Severus nodded. That made sense. Leaving his office, Severus went to the Slytherin common room and sent a student to Mag's dorm to fetch her. When she hurried into the common room, he frowned and thrust her owl at her. Your owl was in the hallway, circling the portrait, unable to get inside. Keep a closer watch on it in future, Miss West Craven. She nodded quickly. Yes, Professor. I'm sorry, I sent him to deliver a letter, and he must have decided not to go to the owlery. He does so hate the other owls. Severus nodded and turned to go with a sweep of black robes. Thank you, Nightshade, he found himself thinking to the owl. And her too. Tell her, please. Sure. Prof, Nightshade replied as he and Mag left for the dorms. And Severus for his own chambers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. For anyone who wishes to know why Nightshade is so much more than other tarred baby owls, he and Severus learn the answer in the Dark, another of our novel-length fics available as an ebook. Chapter 19. Mag worked a silencing charm on the window of her dorm room before carefully sliding it open and pushing her broom through. It hovered in the air, waiting as she climbed out after and threw a leg across. The midnight black sky was full of stars and she longed to ride the breeze among them. Sharing her mood, Nightshade flew out after. Once he was at her side, and she'd softly closed the window behind them, they were off. Mag loved their midnight flights, but they hadn't gone on one in some time. Too frequently she was sleepy by the time it was late enough to go. If they went too early, her dorm mates were still awake and they'd definitely snitch on her for sneaking out. The excitement over sharing Nightshade with Severus had kept her energized tonight, though, and she thought the flight would be a nice way to expend her excess energy. As they soared through the night sky, the wind causing Mag's long red hair and green school robes to stream out behind her, she couldn't help thinking of the ancestor who shared her name. Had that first Marguerite West Craven also liked to ride her broom at night? Was that what got her spotted by the Muggles and burned? They flew high over the forest for nearly an hour, Nightshade taking the opportunity to hunt himself down a few midnight mice snacks. They were back inside just before 1, and as she'd hoped, Mag fell asleep right away. The night flight exercise had done its job and tired her out. She didn't wake until the morning and had pleasant dreams of flying through the starry sky. On the way to breakfast, her mood was so good that she decided to resume an old game she used to play but tired of a few years back. It involved smiling in the most friendly of ways at Gryffindors. Because Gryffindors believed Slytherins to basically be the root of all evil, a friendly smile from a Slytherin really screwed with their heads. It was surprisingly easy. This morning, she was taken aback when the Gryffindor she smiled at smiled shyly back, then fell into step beside her. "Hi," the girl said. "Hi." Mag heard the question in her own voice. The girl wasn't even flustered. "I'm Parvati Patil. Mag Westcraven," she replied, for lack of anything better to say. The two walked in companionable silence until they reached the dining hall, and another Gryffindor girl called out to Parvati. "That's my friend Lavender," Parvati said. "Lavender. Come meet my new Slytherin friend Mag." Blast. The last thing she needed was two Gryffindors being friendly to her first thing in the morning. "That's okay," she said, and hurried past Parvati and toward the Slytherin table. As soon as they reached the Great Hall, Nightshade flew ahead of Mag and to the staff table, holding a rolled parchment in his claws. He presented it to Severus as though it were the morning mail. Taking it, Severus pretended to read it, then stood as if needing to reply at once, and left the Great Hall. Nightshade flew along behind him. "Hey, what about breakfast? An owl gotta eat." "We'll go back," Severus replied. Once in the dungeon with the door locked, he gestured Nightshade to his shoulder where he already had a thick leather shoulder pad in place under his robe. "Now for the chameleon charms," he said, flicking his wand at his robe. Then at Nightshade, Severus spoke a spell rapidly under his breath that Nightshade's sleepy ass was too morning mind-fogged to follow. In truth, he didn't really give a shit either, as he'd not need to be performing the spell himself. For the second one, Severus's wand pointed at his own head, then at Nightshade's. Nightshade could feel some sort of energy passing between their heads as Snape spoke the Latin spell. The words for head and connecting and hiding were in there somewhere, and Nightshade was pleased with himself for somehow paying attention in Mag's classes and even remembering a bit of Latin. "Smartest owl ever," he told himself proudly. "Let us go try it out then," Severus said of the chameleon combo. They left the dungeon. "Sounds good. I'm hungry," Nightshade said. He glanced down at himself. "Hey. Prof. I can see myself just fine." "Why? I mean the chameleon spells and all. I can see you and myself and you can see yourself and me, but no one else should see anything but me if all worked as it should have," Severus assured. "As we're inside of the spell, as it were, we're not affected by it as others are." "Ah, got it. That makes sense. But how am I gonna eat? Won't I be seen if I'm not on your robe? If you're more than around 15 centimeters from my robe, you should be visible, yes, so don't stray far from my shoulder. The table is close so you should be able to eat, don't worry." "Good. 'Cause I bet I'm mean if I get too hungry," Nightshade said thoughtfully. Fortunately for the world at large, they had plenty of time to eat breakfast before first period potions class. As Nightshade had suspected, hanging with Prof during classes was a fucking amazing. The things he thought about all the little prats he had to teach were even more awesome than the cutting remarks he made aloud. Nightshade had a few comments of his own in response that nearly made Prof laugh outright. Nightshade could just imagine the odd looks Prof would get for laughing out loud for no apparent reason. That just may scare the little prats more than Prof's usual snide sarcasm. After eating lunch, Mag went outside to sit on a bench and enjoy the beginnings of autumn before the next class began. She was reading a book on Egyptian curses that she'd brought along with several others to show Severus. What with he and Nightshade getting to know one another yesterday, as it were, she hadn't had the opportunity then, so hoped to catch him after classes were over today. "Hi again." Mag looked up with a slight frown. No one usually spoke to her while she was reading, only someone just had. It was the Gryffindor girl from this morning. How odd. She nodded and returned her gaze to the book, hoping the girl would take the hint and let her alone to read. "What's the book about then?" Parvati asked, sitting down on the bench beside Mag. Egyptian curses, Mag said without looking up. Ooh, is there some sort of protection curse in there against mummies? I hate mummies. Mag shook her head. What is it that you think mummies can do to you anyway? She asked, bemused, as she finally glanced up at Parvati. They're dead. The pretty dark-haired girl gave a shudder and shrugged. I honestly don't know, but they look like they could do something anyway. Well, they can't, Mag assured firmly. Remember, they're dead. What year are you in anyway? Parvati asked. She didn't seem quite convinced that she was safe from mummies. 7th, Mag replied. I'm in my 5th, Parvati shared without being asked. Mag hoped if she didn't encourage the girl to converse, that she'd grow bored and leave her to her book, but it obviously hadn't happened yet. Like Harry Potter, she said scathingly. Yeah, not my fault, Parvati shot back. He's a bit of a git, thinking he's so special to be the boy who lived, but trust me, he's nothing impressive. I had no doubt, Mag replied dryly. If not for him being here, Voldemort wouldn't be nearly as interested in terrorizing Hogwarts. I can't believe Dumbledore allows him to attend and endanger us when he could be home-schooled. Dumbledore could send a professor out to teach him, and we'd all be safe, but I suppose that wouldn't be fair to dear Harry, no matter the danger the rest of us are placed in. Wow, I never thought of it exactly like that before, but you've got a point. And poor Cedric, Parvati said, casting her gaze down to her lap, expression somber. Looking back up at Mag after a moment, she asked, so have you ever actually seen Voldemort? Because I'm a Slytherin, Mag asked, incredulous. Parvati shook her head. No. Just in general. I wonder if he looks like a mummy because he was supposed to be dead. She shivered and Mag bit back a sigh. Here they went with the mummy business again. No. I've never run into Voldemort and I hope I never will. The two girls rose then to go into their next classes and Parvati waved. See you around, she called and Mag nodded. After her last class, Mag went to her dorm room to gather all the books she'd brought to show Severus from her family's library, then hurried to his office. Knowing that he adored books with the same fervor as she did made her all the more excited to share them with him. When Severus opened the door to his office, Mag West Craven stood there with her arms piled high with books. What's this? He asked, stepping back to allow her to come in. I brought some of our newest books on Egyptian curses and other forms of Egyptian magic that I thought you might enjoy looking at, she said. My dad said how much you enjoyed books on Egyptian magic, and as it's one of my favorite subjects as well, I just thought to share. Even the mention of Raistlin couldn't dampen Severus's excitement as he eagerly reached for the books. Thank you. Sure. Borrow any of them that you like for as long as you need. Severus had tried to forget Raistlin Westcraven's huge library, but at the feel of these books under his hands, the memories came rushing back and he gave a wistful sigh. You had the great fortune to grow up with the best personal library in the wizarding world. Mag nodded. I know. It's my favorite room in the house. Severus sighed again. I swear the very floor hums with energy. It's as if the magic from the books radiates out into the room, nearly making it sentient. That library loves me. I bet it misses me. Mag chuckled. I bet it does. She knew were she a library, she'd certainly miss Severus if he used to fall asleep in her while he was reading. I haven't seen any of these books yet, Severus said, replacing the final book on the stack before him. Then go ahead and keep them all. Just give me back each whenever you're finished with it and take your time, Mag told him. She was pleased that he liked the books as much as she hoped he would. It was nice to be able to give him something back of what he'd lost when her parents had turned their backs on him. Chapter 20. Should I get Nightshade back now? Mag asked, looking over at the large white owl where he sat on the back of Severus's chair. About that, Nightshade said, turning his head to look at her out of one eye. Prof offered to take me to get some deli turkey to make up for making me drink that nasty shit yesterday. So how about I get back with you tomorrow? 'Cause after we've gone out it'll be harder for him to get me back to you today without people noticing. Alright, Mag thought back with a nod. It was good for Severus and Nightshade to continue getting to know each other. See you later, then, she said aloud, speaking to Nightshade as well as Severus. Indeed. And thank you again for thinking of me and allowing me to read these books, Severus said, and she nodded again before leaving his office. Cool. Can we go get the turkey now? Nightshade asked eagerly. Sure, if it makes you that happy, Severus said, rising from his chair. It allows us to continue testing out the chameleon charms anyway. One can never be too cautious. Hey, I think that Umbridge cow is crazy, Nightshade remarked randomly as they headed out of the school. He peered about from where he sat on Severus's shoulder. She definitely seems to have issues, Severus replied dryly. It seems to be shaping up to be another grand year. Every defense professor sucks for one reason or other, Nightshade complained. Severus gave a slight nod, careful not to make any obvious gesture that would cause him to look insane as there was no one else to be seen interacting with him. I've often wondered if Albus just hires people he doesn't really care about because he knows they will have trouble to some degree or other filling that job, Severus speculated. He'd not admit it, so I've never bothered to ask. Interesting, Nightshade commented thoughtfully. It felt odd, but in a disconcertingly pleasant way. To share his thoughts and opinions with someone else in such a companionable if unusual setting. Being guarded and hating most everyone came far more naturally to him, but as the owl was much the same, perhaps that was the reason Severus felt so free with him. Most people were stupid or annoying or both, and he simply didn't relate to them. Yep, humans are just like owls, I guess, Nightshade said. Tired babies. Why are you reading my thoughts when I'm not directly projecting them to you? Severus asked, not really minding and idly wondering why. Because your thoughts are interesting and funny. I can't read yours when you're not projecting them, Severus shared after a moment of trying to do just that. Are you blocking? However, the owl was doing it didn't feel particularly like a magical block. His mind was just a blank wall to Severus's probing, or to others, it may just be something one simply wouldn't notice. It was interesting. Maybe, but it's unintentional because I don't really know how. I'm cool with people not being able to get into my head though, Nightshade said. I mean, if it's you or Mags I don't mind. But if anyone else could, they'd see I'm not an ordinary tarred owl and we can't be having that fucking shit at all. Severus decided to walk to a nearby deli rather than a parroting. The weather was nice and an evening walk made for pleasant exercise. Wanna know another secret? Nightshade asked. Of course. I can heal a little. Like scrapes and all, and I can give people headaches, which is either because of my ability with mind stuff or it's a reversal of healing, which is also healing if you think about it. I mean, one has to know a thing to understand how to apply the reversal. That's deep, Severus commented with a nod of understanding. Dude, I can be deep when I wanna be, the owl protested, but Severus got the feeling he was only half pretending to be offended. I didn't say you weren't obviously exceedingly intelligent, Severus told him. It's just that I've not seen much depth. Does Magritte know that you can heal and give people headaches? Yeah, I told her when I figured it out. I discovered the giving people headaches ability first when loud tarred prats at school made me want to hurt them. Initially I started out by flying past and accidentally scratching their tender whittle flesh with my claws. Mag got worried that there would be trouble, so she made me stop. I had to figure out another way, so tried the headache method out of pure desperation. They were making my head ache, so I thought, wouldn't it be awesome if I could return the favor? I just put a bit of mental pressure on the inside of their head and there it is, a nice headache, he explained happily. Not as fun as when I make them think they're going mad and hearing voices, but it'll do. You do what? Severus laughed out loud. They were about to enter the deli, and he glanced around to make sure no one had noticed him laughing at seemingly nothing. As no one was staring at him, he took it as a good sign and proceeded inside. Yeah, I just talk to them like I do to you. But I tell them they're going apeshit and that this little episode is just the start of all the shit that's going to start happening in their mind. They usually cry and freak out, which is sweet. They don't tell because they don't want people to know they think they're going insane, so Mags hasn't made me stop yet. I leave them alone after one good session, cause maintaining that shit would get boring, so no real harm done. Severus wanted to laugh again, but as they were inside he sighed instead. How much turkey do you want? He asked. You are the absolute fucking best, the owl exclaimed happily. Mags never lets me have as much as I want. She thinks I'll get fat, but it's just turkey and that isn't at all fattening. So how much do you want? Severus asked again. A pound please. More than that and it may go bad before I can eat it. Severus ordered a pound of turkey meat for Nightshade and a sandwich for himself with turkey and fresh vegetables. The service was prompt and soon they were ready to leave, Severus carrying a brown paper parcel in one hand that held their food. As they headed back toward Hogwarts, Nightshade kept casting eager loving glances at the brown paper wrapping. So how did you discover your healing ability? Severus asked after a few moments of companionable silence. I accidentally scratched Mag's arm once when I was landing and I wanted to fix it, so tried and it worked. I just wanted the cut to close. When her mum fractured her toe by dropping books onto it, though, I couldn't fix that, but I really did try. So in that I'm a bit limited. Still, Severus said. That's rather impressive. When they got back to Hogwarts, they went directly to Severus's office and enjoyed their respective turkey meals. Nightshade tore happily into his thinly sliced deli turkey, making sounds of appreciation deep in the back of his throat. When he was finished, he leaned back on Severus's desk, his back against a pile of books, and let out a deep sigh. I am so goddamn full. Severus laughed. And ridiculous. Don't forget that bit. Chapter 21. Once the packaging from their respective turkey meals was cleared away, Severus's interest turned to the stack of books on his desk that Mag had left for him to borrow. Before he lifted the top book from the stack, he hesitated, turning to the owl. I want to read for a while. What do you do for entertainment? Can you read, or is there something else that you would like to do? The need not to neglect a guest was just as odd as having a guest, because most people annoyed him to the point he didn't want to be in their company any longer than he had to. Nightshade was interesting, though, and one of the few people who could make him laugh. In a sudden stab of inner discomfort, Severus felt vaguely annoyed that he used the owl's name or thought of him as a person. It was too personal. Right now I'm just gonna sit here and be full, Nightshade replied. I'll probably watch your head while you read. It's a way for me to read too while getting your impressions. I never bothered to actually learn the stupid letters because I don't really give a fuck about most books. It's not as if I can use the magic in them. Severus nodded. That made sense. So while he read, Nightshade continued to lounge back against the stack of books. Eventually he sat up and began to preen. It occurred to Severus then to ask if he wanted some water to drink, because owls drank water. When Nightshade expressed an interest in a drink, Severus rose and set the book aside to go fill a beaker with fresh water, which he placed on the desk. Sorry, I'm not really a pet person, so didn't think about it. And of course you aren't a pet. Damn right, Prof. I was gonna say that shit if you didn't. Don't worry about not asking me if I wanted water. If I'd gotten thirsty I'd have asked for it. It's cool. Severus frowned. Why is it cool? It was just really annoying and had no logic as a concept whatsoever. Because I wasn't really thirsty or anything, Nightshade explained. Then realizing that the man had understood him but not the point of using the word cool, he turned his head around sharply to glare. Oh hell fuck no, we're not starting this shit again. Severus raised his dark brows as high as a skyscraper, then shrugged and settled back down with his book. When it was time for bed, he rose and, yawning, extended an arm for the owl. Where do you sleep? On Mag's bed rail. You've got one of those, right? Severus nodded. It's a different style than those of students, but yes. It turned out one rail was as good as another for Nightshade, and he slept well at the end of Severus's bed. In the morning, Severus sent Nightshade off with a note for Mag before heading to breakfast. It was simply a rolled parchment with the words "thank you" written inside. Remember, I'm only doing this so I can move back and forth between the two of you without attracting notice, Nightshade reminded Severus firmly before he left. But I will never take mail to anyone else for you. Not like long distances and shit. It's just not what I do. I think I can remember that, Severus replied dryly. When Nightshade found Mag in the Great Hall, she was talking to the bloody Baron. She didn't seem nearly as interested in her breakfast as Nightshade was, so after dropping the parchment on the table in front of her, he settled down beside her plate and dug in. The Baron was explaining to an interested Mag the proper way to read runes for guidance in one's past, present and future. There is also a rune cast that allows you to see the past, present, future, where your challenge will lie and where your help will come from, the Baron explained. It's a lot of symbolism, but once you learn to interpret the signs you will understand them and see them when they come. We were never shown that in divination, Mag said. That's because your professor is rubbish most of the time and half mad all of the time, the Baron said scathingly, and Mag smiled in agreement. I hope you don't want any more of this fucking sausage, cause I'm about to finish it, Nightshade warned. Go ahead, Mag replied before returning her focus to the Baron. So do you find these readings to be generally accurate? She asked. If the caster actually has some skill they are always accurate, the Baron said firmly. What makes you think I'd be any good at it? Mag asked. The Baron nodded at the book in her hands. I have seen what you read through all your years at Hogwarts. One's talents are always connected to what one is drawn to. In other words, that which interests them. But I don't read much on divining, Mag objected, perplexed. You don't have to, the Baron explained. The runes impart their knowledge in a more roundabout way through understanding and interpreting symbols. Your interest in Celtic and Egyptian history, and in numerology and arithmancy show your skill at reading patterns. What you do with the gemstones shows your skill at seeing what is and, when necessary, magnifying it. Your skill in the bardic arts show that you can feel your way into a thing, and that is the most potent form of guidance for magic and for reading the runes. Get yourself a rune set and I'll show you how to read a cast. Mag nodded. All right, I'll go into Hogsmeade this weekend and get a set, she promised. She wasn't certain she'd have an aptitude for reading into the future, but if the Baron thought she could, that was exciting in itself. It would be embarrassing if she had no ability for it whatsoever, but at least it would have been his idea. Sadly, that would make it no less embarrassing, she thought. Grand, the Baron said. The fact that his smile was almost excited made Mag wonder if he may be actually looking forward to teaching someone. That made the prospect of learning even more exciting. The Baron knew a lot of old lost arts, and the fact he was willing to formally teach her something was special, and she knew it. She'd always considered him to be one of her few friends here at Hogwarts. She connected to so few people, and he was always interesting to talk to. Still, talking about ideas and concepts wasn't the same as actually training her in an art in the way he'd learned it way back when. At the prospect, she found herself more than ready for the weekend and that trip to Hogsmeade. What if she could use the runes to see something in future events that could protect Severus? That thought made her want to learn even more. Chapter 22 Miss West Craven. Please wait after class. Mag nodded, wondering what Severus wanted. She knew she should think of him as Professor Snape, because right now he was her professor, but she usually didn't. Why don't you just ask me what he wants? Nightshade asked. Mag frowned. Because sometimes I still forget that you can just poke your mind into someone else's and bloody find out. Most of us can't, after all. Whatever, the owl thought, muttered, beginning to preen his feathers from his spot on the back of her chair. Well, what does he want? Is everything all right? She asked, unable to avoid a sudden stab of concern. Yeah, everything's fine. He's just a fast reader, Nightshade replied, at least in Mag's opinion, cryptically. As everyone else began filing out, Mag continued to slowly gather her things. Even though she'd been asked to wait, just sitting or standing there would somehow feel awkward. Once the dungeon was empty, Severus approached her desk, carefully depositing 2 books onto it. I've finished these. Thank you again for allowing me to borrow them. Hi, Nightshade, he added, reaching out to lightly touch the owl's head in greeting. The gesture seemed to surprise both man and owl. Nightshade started slightly and Severus flushed, hastily removing his hand. Hi, Prof, Nightshade said happily. He flew to Severus's shoulder. Say, would you mind scratching the back of my head right near my neck? It's a bitch to reach. And if you ask me why it's a bitch, I swear to God I might kill us both, he warned testily. Severus laughed softly. How do you plan to kill us both? This I need to know, even if it may give me psychedelic nightmares, Severus said dryly. As he spoke, he tentatively reached for the spot on Nightshade's head closest to the back of his neck and carefully began to scratch. I actually hadn't gotten that far in the thought process, Nightshade admitted. That's the right place, but you gotta dig your fingers in deeper. I've got thick feathers. Don't worry, if you hurt me I'll tell you, he assured. Will I have any fingers left? Severus asked with a frown. At that, Nightshade made a low sound in the back of his throat that sounded quite a lot like a laugh. Shit, the owl exclaimed. I'd not do that when you're trying to be nice. Good to know, Severus said. And delved into the owl's feathers, fingers curved to scratch. Yeah, that's awesome. Nightshade said, leaning forward slightly and stretching his neck out. Mag studied the two in silence. Though she couldn't follow the conversation, the gist was obvious enough, considering the neck scratching and all. What's going on with defense this year? Mag asked, hoping Severus may have a bit of information he'd be willing to share on the current insanity. Umbridge isn't even teaching us anything, she complained with an annoyed frown. Theory must be practiced in such matters to be worth anything. Agreed, Severus said tightly. I have no idea why she is teaching this way, if it can be called teaching, but she does have the backing of the ministry. She was one of the high-ranking officials there before she was placed here, as it happens. Shit. So you're saying Dumblefuck had no choice in the matter? Nightshade asked, and Severus nodded, frowning. Don't call him that. It's rude and it annoys me. Nightshade sighed. Alright, I'll try hard not to call Dumblefuck, but just because it's you and you asked. Severus laughed. Well, try harder than you just did, please. To Magritte he said, I have an interesting book of spells that can be used defensively. You may borrow it. As you have allowed me to borrow so many books, it's the least I can do. Just don't let anyone see you reading it, because the spells are rather nasty and if more well known, would most certainly be illegal. Put some sort of disguising charm on it. Mag nodded. Of course. And thank you. Severus shrugged. Anytime. It's the least I can do for someone I respect who feels a justified lack in their education. Mag smiled and hoped she wasn't blushing. I really appreciate it. I'd better get to Ancient Runes before I'm late, she said, standing and gathering her books. Of course, Severus said, and headed back to his desk. Thanks, Prof, Nightshade said. That felt great. That and a bit of deli meat are the least I can do for what you're doing for me, I suppose, Severus replied as he gave Nightshade's neck a final scratch before dropping his hand. See you soon, the owl said before flying back to Mag. Thoughts of her next class reminded Mag of her upcoming lessons from the Bloody Baron. In Ancient Runes they learned warding and other forms of magical writing for various runic spells as well as the general application of wards, but never divination. Pausing at the door she turned to look over at Severus. Do you know about using runes for divining? Severus nodded. I had a friend once who gave me a very accurate reading. It was interesting. He taught here for 1 year back when I first started teaching. He moved away and we've lost touch. Mag nodded, then lifted a hand in farewell, heading out as the next class began to filter in. Turns out he thinks of Dumblefuck as some sort of father figure, Nightshade shared as they headed to Ancient Runes. I saw it in his head when he complained about me calling him Dumblefuck while we were talking. Interesting, Mag said. The two seemed so different, she hadn't particularly expected him to be close. Did that say something about Dumbledore or Severus, she wondered. Why were you talking about Dumbledore, she asked. Cause Umbridge, Nightshade explained. When classes were over for the day, Mag retired to her dorm room to read the book Severus had lent her. It was full of various interesting hexes that one could use in combat. One, for example, turned a person's hand into a solid piece of flesh, where there were no longer separate fingers, making holding a wand impossible. Of course that meant casting spells would be a lot harder unless the wizard happened to excel at wandless magic, which few did. Another caused a person to see what they wanted to see rather than what actually was, which would cause them to err more readily. Mag's personal favorite was the most gruesome. And compelled a person to pull their own eyes out. Fucking awesome, Nightshade commented, providing proof that sometimes he actually did pay attention when she was reading. The rest of the week passed uneventfully. When the weekend arrived, Mag headed eagerly into Hogsmeade with Kirsten and Millicent. I can't believe she's actually hanging out with us, Kirsten remarked, making a show of incredulously widening her blue-grey eyes. I know, Millicent said. She must have run out of books. Never, Mag said cheerfully. I just need to buy a set of runes. The Bloody Baron is going to show me how to divine with them. She frowned at the doubtful expressions of her friends, who like her, hadn't exactly excelled in divinations. Rune readings are different, she defended. The Baron thinks I can learn, and Severus got a rune reading once that he said was quite accurate. Oh, Kirsten said in a fakely simpering tone. It's Severus now, is it? Mag tossed back her long red hair. Not to his face yet, but yes. She had a feeling he wouldn't mind, but it wouldn't be proper while she was a student to refer to him by his first name even if they were friendly. Well, he's a git no matter what you call him, Millicent proclaimed firmly. Mag sighed. Look. Do you want me to tell him you're not stupid so he'll be nicer to you, she offered. Millicent scowled. I doubt it'll help but sure. If he tells anyone or it ruins my shit, though, I'll kill you. Hey, Nightshade protested into Mag's mind. That's my line. Well, as I am not allowed to tell anyone that you're smart, they'll never know, Mag thought back, amused. Nightshade sometimes wished he could participate in conversations, and he didn't think Mag's few friends would screw him over by telling anyone if he asked them not to. But sometimes shit could accidentally slip out and he was simply not going to risk being put into a fucking lab. Nope, no way. Chapter 23, I am a rock, I am an island. For days, Severus Snape was listless and feeling at loose ends. Too much time alone with too many papers to grade gave him too much time to ruminate on anything and everything from former friends to his own choices where Voldemort was concerned. Ordinarily he could distract himself, but having the bloody owl to talk to made him start talking too much in his own mind when there was no owl to hear him. He oscillated from missing the bird's company to thinking it was better not to deal with him anymore at all. It was bothersome. He was friends with Phileas but didn't wonder what he was doing or what he would think about a particular thing he just thought about when the charms professor wasn't around. He didn't need to feel lacking when the owl wasn't around. It wasn't his owl. Then there was the matter of the books. Mag allowing him to borrow them was kind, but it brought back many painful memories to the surface that were better forgotten. Memories of two friends who were 2 years ahead of him in school. Friends who called him the kid, as though he was their younger brother until they decided he was a liability and turned their backs on him as though he'd never mattered at all. And yet, their daughter and her rather extraordinary owl were trying to help him. Why was Magritte behaving in the opposite way to her parents on the issue? He knew he shouldn't accept her help, but she was already aware of the situation, so could he protect her more by turning his back? The owl could perhaps tip him off to something, as he didn't have to use any sort of active magic to look into anyone's mind, meaning it wouldn't be noticed. It wasn't just about him and his needs for revenge. Voldemort was a danger in general and needed to be stopped. It was Saturday afternoon and the feeling of the rest of the weekend stretching out like a long road was overwhelming. It wasn't saying anything good when Severus wished Monday and its annoying classload were already here. The thought of Monday being filled with tarred babies made Severus smile in spite of his dour state of mind. He doubted it said anything flattering about him that he was already beginning to think like the owl. Actually, that was my thought, but thanks for the compliment. We're headed down the stairs to your door right now, and I looked ahead to make sure you're there. Hi, Nightshade. Stay out of my head. Severus knew he should be more annoyed, but he actually felt a sudden improvement in his mood instead. An instant later, Mag was knocking at the door to his office. Standing, he hurried over to open it. Hi, Mag said. I just got back from Hogsmeade. I found some tourmalinated quartz runes. They may amplify the reading or my ability to read, that would be nice. Black tourmaline is also protective and healing. Protection while doing magic is always a good thing. Indeed, Severus agreed. That was a fortunate find. Would you like to see them? Mag asked. That would be interesting, Severus said, wondering why she was really there. Perhaps it was just to show him the runes, but somehow he doubted it. It was the Baron who was the expert in that, after all, not Severus. He stepped back to allow her to enter the room. When she did, she closed the door behind her. Nightshade wanted to see you, she said once the door was closed. I really came to drop him off. Here are my runes, though, she said, reaching into the pocket of her Slytherin school robe to extract a red velvet drawstring bag. Drop him off? You're leaving him? Severus asked. Yeah. I'll be bored while she's running or whatever with the Baron, and I thought we could hang out. You're cool, Nightshade said. Severus couldn't help but feel oddly warm inside and flattered at that. I suppose we could do that, he thought back tentatively, and Nightshade flew to his shoulder. Really, the idea of anyone spending more than one day with him should make him feel stifled and ready to go postal, but instead Severus was feeling far better about the rest of the weekend. Here is how they look, Mag was saying as she extended a slender hand. 3 round flat stones lay on her palm. Each was about 20 millimeters and each sported a rune. The rune was carved deeply into the stone. The stone itself was clear quartz crystal with black threads of tourmaline running through it. They're very nice, Severus said honestly. She smiled, excitement flashing in her green eyes. Eyes that were so much like Raislin's, yet somehow she still made him her own. Usually when Severus looked into them, he only thought of her and not her traitor of a father. They feel really amazing. Powerful and like they could open something inside of me or guide me to something within myself. I'm not exactly sure which. I look forward to finding out, though. She carefully replaced the 3 runes in their pouch and returned it to her pocket. Good luck with your lessons, then. Let me know how it goes. Mag nodded. Thanks. I will. You and Nightshade have fun, she said, and headed toward the door. As she did, the unusual pendant she wore on a chain around her neck caught his eye. It was a very long thin crystal quartz studded down the front with 7 stones in various colors. The crystal was set at the top and down the sides in gold, and that gold setting was what also held the stones onto the front. Magritte, does that pendant mean anything in particular? It's very interesting. One of her hands came up to touch the crystal. Oh, that. It's just something I made. She seemed reluctant, and as she'd made things for him of which she'd been justifiably proud, it was odd that she didn't want to talk about the one she wore. I still wear those that you made for me, Severus said, his hand coming up to touch the nearly imperceptible lumps under his robe where the pendants lay against his chest safely out of sight. What does yours do? Well, it's a wand. A what? How does that work? I mean, obviously with it being made of stone it would work differently than a wooden wand. Did you make it to serve in some particular way or as a general wand? What has been your experience with it? Severus heard the excited words rushing out of him and may have been embarrassed. Was he not so curious instead? Only why did she look so miserable that he'd asked? Chapter 24. Mag knew she should be ecstatic that Severus was so interested in her wand. She adored everything about him. He was the most beautiful, fascinating, exciting, intriguing man in the world, so of course she wanted him to notice her and take an interest in her work. Just not before she gave him his wand for Christmas. If she went into all the details now it would ruin the surprise because he'd quite likely ask for one of his own. Then she'd have to ruin the surprise by saying she was giving him one for Christmas. Rubbish. Then inspiration struck. It's just that it's a work in progress, and I'd rather wait until it's complete to talk about it. Severus looked disappointed, but he nodded. Very well, he said glumly. He looked as if he'd like to ask more but restrained himself with an obvious effort. This made Mag all the more excited to present him with his wand for Christmas. Sorry, Mags. I tried to think of something to say but I had nothing, Nightshade thought apologetically. You did good, though. Pulled that bullshit right out of your hat but fast, he praised, and she smiled. It's all right, she assured. I'm off to find the Baron, she told Severus. Finding the Baron was a task all on its own. Hogwarts was huge and he could be anywhere. She checked the library, then the Great Hall with no success before inspiration struck and she headed to the astronomy tower where she found him peering up at the darkening sky. Can you see everything up there without equipment? Mag asked, wondering if being dead gave one better vision. That, the bloody Baron said, turning toward her. Depends on the weather. Interesting. He nodded. I suppose it is. I got runes today, Mag told him. They're carved of black tourmalinated clear quartz. I approve, the Baron said. Shall we go into the Great Hall where you can spread him onto the table? She nodded eagerly. The Slytherin common room would be too loud and distracting with all the students yammering as they were wont to do. They didn't speak again until they reached the Great Hall, walking along together in companionable silence. Rather Mag walked and the Baron floated at her side. In the Great Hall the two sat side by side at the Slytherin table and Mag spread the runes out before them. You interpret these in readings in much the same way you would for runic wards, the Baron explained. He glanced down at her rune set. That's a nice one, he said, nodding in approval. I'm glad you got the original Nordic style of runes rather than the bastardized Celtic one. I am teaching you the Nordic way rather than the Celtic, because I believe original magic of any sort is always the most potent and correctly interpreted, the Baron explained. Mag nodded eagerly. Yes, so do I. She was thrilled to hear that the Baron seemed to think of the old ways of magic in the same way she did. When you cast the runes for a reading, they will either come up upright or in reverse, the Baron explained. Obviously upright means favorable and reversed means not so much. He chuckled. If you do a basic 3-rune cast for a simple yes or no question, and all 3 are in reverse, it usually means catastrophe. At times when there seems to be no good reason not to do a thing, it can be difficult to listen to a reading, but one must respect the message of the runes. Often the reason shows itself later as things unfold. He pointed to the rune Isa, meaning ice. It was simply a straight line. Of course this rune will look the same so has no upright or reverse in itself. Therefore it must be interpreted with the rest of the runes and the more you work with them the greater your understanding will be on how to listen to what they are saying. He pointed to the rune Wunjo, meaning joy. If this is upright, for example, and Isa is also in the reading, it means that things are frozen at present. Not moving, but be patient as the outcome will be for your greater joy. Moving things along when they are not ready, could be too premature and cause things not to work out. That made sense to Mag. She felt the understanding click in her mind and nodded with eager excitement. I see, at least I think I see. If Wunjo was in reverse with Isa it would then mean that if things are pushed before they are ready to move it will end badly and not at all in joy. Is that right? The Baron gave her a rare smile. Exactly. I knew you had a head for this. The two sat late into the night, the Baron showing her how to read the various casts and explore all manner of possibilities of interpretation. It was past midnight when the two noticed the time. Mag thanked the Baron and went up to bed, promising to practice casts daily for herself and for friends. Idly she considered a midnight flight once in her dorm room, as she was still awake, but she was rather exhausted. Besides, it wouldn't feel the same without Nightshade. She hoped he was having fun with Severus. Knowing the two were in the midst of forming some sort of attachment made her feel closer to the man she loved. With that contented thought, she drifted off to sleep. When she dressed for classes the next morning, Mag tucked the velvet bag that held her new rune set into the pocket of her Slytherin school robe before heading up to breakfast. Perhaps at lunch she'd see if Kirsten wanted a reading so that she could practice. During the next week she practiced as much as she could. She mostly did readings for Kirsten and Millicent. often just with yes or no questions, explaining why the answer was yes or no depending on the runes that came out and the direction they emerged for the spread. She also did a general reading for each of them wherein the runes explained one's past, present, future, where one could expect challenges and from what source one could expect help. Kirsten's runes were mostly coming up about a career. Which didn't surprise Mag considering Kirsten's aspirations to become Minister for Magic someday. Mag was surprised to see love and romance coming up in Millicent's general reading as a direct response to Millicent's need for safety against Voldemort. It was fascinating to Mag how much one could discover with the runes. All in all, the reactions to Mag's readings were satisfactory. Kirsten liked her reading a lot and found Mag's findings to be quite accurate. Millicent didn't dislike hers, though she did find the prospect of romance uninteresting to her at present. The fact Mag predicted it around 2 years in the future seemed to disgruntle her nonetheless, though. ********** For those interested in Millicent's romance, check out our story, Millicent Bulstrode Falls in Love, available on archive.org and fanfiction.net. Until the next chapter. Beware of turkey-eating owls. Chapter 25. Severus believed no student, especially in his own house, could truly surprise him. He believed himself to be jaded and to have seen it all. So when a fifth-year Slytherin knocked at the door to his office Monday evening and said that one of the prefects was upsetting everyone in the Slytherin common room with her singing, he rose with puzzlement along with annoyance in his heart. He and Nightshade were enjoying a snack at the time, so he gave the fifth year an annoyed frown as he regretfully left his turkey sandwich on the desk. Nightshade rode along on his shoulder, for once not under the chameleon spell due to them having been basically walked in on when the day was supposed to be over. When they entered the common room, the fifth year pointed an accusing finger at Marguerite Westcraven. Her lyrics are awful. Dark and twisted beyond belief and upsetting some of the younger students. And a few of the older ones, he said, obviously being one of those older ones. Severus felt his brows rising at this, and he was unable to suppress a withering look of contempt even if the boy was in his own house. What could Mag possibly sing that was so bad? She hadn't looked up from her fiddle, so he stood listening rather than commenting in order to see what the fuss was about. Her fiddle flowed between melodic and shrieking, which he found oddly fascinating. The song was an old one he'd heard before about an insane asylum, but other than the chorus, he truly never paid attention to the words, until now. Mag's voice was clear and high, commanding attention and full of power. In spite of the dark tone, one's feet wanted to dance. If one happened to be Severus, however, one did not feel one danced well at all, so one remained completely still instead as Mag sang. For to see Mad Tom of Bedlam, 10,000 miles I'd travel, Mad Maudlin goes on dirty toes, to save her shoes from gravel. Still I sing bonny boys, bonny mad boys, Bedlam boys are bonny for they all go bare and they live by the air, and they want no drink nor money. I went down to Satan's kitchen, for to beg me food one morning there I got souls piping hot, all on the spit a turning. There I picked up a cauldron, where boiled 10,000 harlots though full of flame I drank the same, to the health of all such varlets. My staff has murdered giants, my bag a long knife carries for to cut mince pies from children's thighs, with which to feed the fairies. Spirits white as lightning, shall on my travels guide me, the moon would quake and the stars would shake, when, ere they espied me. No gypsy slut nor doxy, shall win my Mad Tom from me. I'll weep all night, the stars I'll fight, the fray will well become me. It's when next I have murdered, the man in the moon to powder his staff I'll break, his dog I'll bake, they'll howl no demon louder. So. And here Severus made himself step forward to interrupt the song, though in truth he was reluctant to do so. Miss Westcraven. While I feel you're doing a grand job, and that you could make a living performing in any darker style tavern if ever you take a mind to, you are frightening the children. His discomfort rose as Mag's cheeks flushed with anger or indignation, or, gods, he hoped it wasn't embarrassment. He knew well what it was to be made a target of, and didn't want the girl to feel uncomfortable when she wasn't the problem. He hadn't ever been the problem either, and it wasn't right for one to be made to feel in the wrong simply because one was darker and fools were frightened. It was a shock to him that in this case even Slytherins were frightened of some song lyrics, but many of the younger children and indeed some of the older ones did look truly shaken to the core for whatever reason. Wow, what little bitches, Nightshade thought. The owl sent off mental waves of affronted shock and Severus related. Indeed, the situation was truly not one he'd been expecting. I didn't write the bloody song, Mag said in a shocked tone. It's an old English song. Severus nodded. I am aware. Nightshade. Please tell her that I don't have a problem and that I am as baffled as she. Tell her that it's a very nice song. Ah, Nightshade thought back. I'm touched. Sort of. And I just told her. She's cool. Thank you, Severus replied, relieved. Mag stood, bending to slip the gleaming red fiddle into its case. I'll just go outside and sing there, she said quietly, giving a shrug. Severus hoped the sympathy he honestly felt showed on his face as he gave a slight shrug in return. Tell her I truly am sorry, but if some of those prats complain to their parents, the last thing Albus needs right now is the Board of Education on his back along with whatever Voldemort is planning, Severus thought to the owl. Message sent, Nightshade replied. Mag left the common room and Severus headed back to his office with Nightshade. The two returned to their respective turkey snacks without a word, but the mood was ruined. I noticed Mr. Malfoy even looking afraid, and Lucius would just love any reason to make trouble for Albus. Severus thought to the owl after a few minutes of silent eating. It's cool, Prof. She was cool with you. She was just shocked the students really got that rattled over the words. I guess one expects Slytherins not to be such wimps. Severus nodded. If they're so bothered by a song, I can't wait to see how those like Mr. Malfoy think to make it in Voldemort's ranks, he thought dryly as he polished off the last of his turkey sandwich. Mag was shocked that supposedly big bad dark Slytherins acted like insane little babies over her song. Just wow, she thought darkly as she walked in angry strides toward the lake. Not to be allowed to sing in peace in her own bloody common room certainly wasn't what she'd expected. At least Severus hadn't seemed to mind her song, though. That was something even if she'd rather pictured singing to him under vastly different circumstances. If Kirsten or Millicent or even the Bloody Baron had been present, she'd have had some support, but they were all elsewhere when she'd taken it into her head to practice her fiddle in the common room on one of the comfortable sofas. Once near the lake she found a fallen log on which to seat herself. Opening her fiddle case, she lovingly drew out her instrument. The fiddle had quickly become another friend to her along with her owl and her new twice as strong crystal chakra wand. At least here at the lake no one would be about to be offended, she thought wrathfully as she ran the bow over the strings. She was rapidly learning what a grand form of expression music could be. The indignant scream she drew from the sympathetic fiddle was soothing to her jumbled and affronted feelings. As the words about Mad Tom of Bedlam poured out of her, she imagined directing them at any sluts who dared to eye her Severus. Lost to the music, the sound of rhythmic clapping and foot stomping caused her to look up suddenly. The Gryffindor girl stood at the edge of the lake dancing Irish style to her song. Parvati her name was, Mag recalled. Why do you stop? Parvati exclaimed. It was just getting interesting. It's about old Bedlam, right? My people have their Indian myths, but you Brits have some rather interesting stories of your own, so many based on history. Mag nodded, smiling. Funny a Gryffindor wasn't bothered by her song while those of her own House of Slytherin were so disturbed they had to call Severus in to make her stop singing. Yes, the Bethlehem Hospital, they called Bedlam because it was a madhouse, and the way they treated the mentally ill back then was a horror in itself, Parvati said, dark eyes round at the thought. Mostly because they didn't know anything about psychology, but yes, they did only end up making things far worse in Bedlam, Mag agreed. Parvati tilted her head curiously to the side. So do you know about psychology then? Mag nodded. Actually I do. My family has a huge library. It sort of prides itself on that fact, has for generations. The West Cravens have spent centuries collecting books, each generation making their additions to the Manor's library. My parents were the first to add some Muggle texts. Those mostly being psychology along with some of the Muggle fantasy fiction and a bit of Muggle science because, as my dad always says, knowledge is power. Your library sounds amazing. Whatever is Muggle fantasy fiction? Parvati giggled, placing a hand over her mouth. Is it sex stuff? My people have this tantric thing, but my parents won't allow my twin sister and I anywhere near any writings about it. Mag shook her head. No. They call the fiction books they write about our lives fantasy. Because it's like make-believe for them as they don't know it's all real. So anything about magic or wizards or dragons is called fantasy. Parvati made a disappointed face. Oh, so anything about real life? Mag nodded. Precisely. So will you finish the song? Parvati asked and Mag nodded. She played and Parvati danced. Mag enjoyed playing for a dancer. It gave the music an extra life somehow and Parvati was a good dancer. When the song was over Parvati gave a final twirl then bowed to a mock audience as Mag flourished her bow. I come out here to walk by the lake when I need to give my brain a rest from studying for my OWLS, Parvati said. If you'll be out here tomorrow so will I, she concluded a bit shyly and Mag nodded. Sure. Parvati grinned. Good. Because I have more questions about Muggle psychology and science and who knows what else. Say, do you have a boyfriend? Before Mag could decide how to answer that, the younger girl was rushing eagerly on. For me, there is this boy from Durmstrang. I met him at the Yule Ball last year. I don't know if I'd call him a boyfriend, but I like him quite a lot. We write one another often. As it was beginning to get dark, it seemed a good time to head back to the castle. Standing, Mag carefully replaced her fiddle in its case. Durmstrang is a good school, she said. It's hardly fair only boys get to go there, she added, not bothering to keep the note of honest resentment from her voice. Were it not for Severus, she'd very much prefer Durmstrang over Hogwarts had she the option. It's definitely a mysterious school, Parvati said with another shy giggle. But what about you? She asked as they began walking back toward Hogwarts. Do you have a boyfriend? You're so pretty, you've likely had lots. Mag chuckled, shaking her head. No. There is only one man for me and I don't have him yet. Man? Parvati squealed. He's older then. Mag nodded. A bit. Gods, was she blushing. I won't tell him how I feel until I've graduated. It wouldn't be right. Because he's older, he wouldn't like dating someone who's still a student, Parvati asked. Mag glanced around carefully then said, I should think not. It could cost him his job. I know he'd not consider me so long as I'm a student. Parvati stopped in her tracks, eyes wide with shock and the glee of good gossip. He isn't a professor. He can't be. None of the professors are hot now Lockhart is gone. She gave a wistful sigh at the name and Mag made a face of distaste. He's been gone for bloody years and he certainly wasn't hot, she proclaimed. He was so hot and the passage of years hardly matters. He was the hottest of the hot and there have been no hot professors since. Mag tossed her long red hair and continued to walk, forcing Parvati to hurry to catch up. Aren't you going to tell me who it is? I swear I won't tell. Mag shook her head. When he's mine I'll tell you. I promise. She couldn't risk her feelings getting out to every girl in Gryffindor House if Parvati even accidentally let something slip. Severus would likely never forgive that even if he didn't get into any sort of trouble. Nothing had happened between them, after all. Still, he'd never forgive her for spilling her feelings needlessly to anyone who could let it slip to others. Having grown up with Kirsten and Millie, she knew they'd never talk, but she just couldn't risk it with anyone else. Asterisk 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 English folk song, Bedlam Boys, Mad Tom of Bedlam Chapter 26. As if the afternoon hadn't been stressful enough, Severus felt the pain on his dark mark that called him to a meeting just as he was getting ready for bed later that night. Lovely, he thought to Nightshade. Looks like you get to meet the Dark Lord. Well, not meet, but you get the general idea. Yeah, Nightshade agreed eagerly as Severus began to get dressed again. Which was annoying considering he'd just undressed. It'll be interesting to see what he's like, Nightshade added thoughtfully as Severus reapplied the chameleon charm. He made no comment as, with Nightshade on his shoulder, he hurried quietly from the school and across the grounds so that he could apparate to the meeting. He was clearing his mind and reaching for that spot of inner calm that he'd learned to hide in when in Voldemort's presence. Conversing idly with the owl would only take him further from that spot. Nightshade seemed to understand Severus's needs, for he remained silent. The meeting was standard enough, with Voldemort making covert plans with those among his ranks who worked in the ministry for some sort of operation that would take place later in the year. He wasn't even clear with those involved exactly what it was regarding. Likely it was on a need-to-know basis and no one involved would know until nearly time for it to occur. Smart. Severus couldn't help but think admiringly. Tell idiots too much too soon and something was always certain to go wrong. The Dark Lord only spoke to Severus directly once to question him about Potter. Severus richly disliked the little brat, so had no trouble telling the exact truth about any and all of the boy's doings of which he was aware. The Dark Lord was most interested in Potter's friendship with Sirius Black. Of course the two would be close, Severus thought viciously. Two prattish, stupid, small-minded peas in a Gryffindor-colored pod. If the prophecy didn't dictate that Potter was required to kill Voldemort, Severus would happily turn both him and Sirius over to Voldemort tonight. As in right now. The meeting was over quickly enough and soon Severus was back in his cozy dungeon room at Hogwarts having a much-needed nightcap of peach brandy. Can I have a shot of that? Nightshade asked. It was the first time the owl had spoken since they'd left Hogwarts for the meeting. Somehow Severus was too distracted to notice the odd silence from Nightshade. You're not distracted. You were freaked the fuck out. You're just used to it, and probably don't really see it as being freaked the fuck out, but trust me, Prof, deep down in that little black heart of yours, you are literally freaked the fuck out, Nightshade proclaimed. because no one can be around that creepiest of motherfuckers without being deeply shook. Fucker got something seriously wrong with him. Like he's lacking something and completely run by his lizard brain. Fuck, he is all lizard brain. Fuck. I never saw anything so creepy. I never even imagined anything or anyone could be that goddamn creepy. And if my minute little black heart was shook, yours is shook. Now you gonna give me that shot or not? The owl demanded. Severus wordlessly poured 2 fingers of brandy into a small beaker for the owl, silently pondering over what he'd said. And just when I thought I was accustomed to him, he eventually commented, I think your very disturbing lizard brain observation did it though. Very true, though he couldn't quite explain why. Glad to help, Nightshade thought dryly, gulping the dregs of his brandy, his beak scraping the bottom of the glass. Well, did you see anything particularly interesting or useful? Severus asked. That was the reason Nightshade had come along, after all. Fuck. I sorta got freaked out and forgot to look, Prof. I swear I'll do better next time, though. The next morning Nightshade asked Severus to write something on a parchment so he could pretend to take a letter to Mag. I want to tell her what it was like to be in the presence of the creepy bastard, he said. Severus was reluctant for Mag to know any more than was absolutely necessary for her own safety. For all their safety, but he knew Nightshade would tell her, so simply wrote high on a parchment to give Nightshade something to carry. The owl spent a few minutes with Mag and was back with Severus before the beginning of first period potions. Oddly enough, Severus was pleased to have the company. As promised, Mag met Parvati at the lake the next afternoon. Hi, Parvati called, waving as Mag approached. I beat you. You did, Mag agreed with a smile. You didn't bring your fiddle, Parvati accused as Mag drew up beside her. The 2 girls began to walk around the lake together. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted me to bring it, Mag said. I was studying a bit and got tired, so I'd be no good at playing right now anyway. This walk will help get the blood flowing back to your brain for more studying, Parvati said. You're preparing for your NEWTS, right? Mag nodded. They're even harder than OWLS, Parvati proclaimed with a shudder. I'm worried enough about OWLS, I can't even think about NEWTS. I remember my OWLS, they were dreadful, Mag said. Not making me feel more confident, Parvati warned with a giggle. They're stresses for sure, Mag said. I'm not nearly as worried about my NEWTS, and I have no idea why, she said honestly. Odd, I know. She gave a slight shrug. Parvati suddenly stopped short, a hand grasping lightly at the green sleeve of Mag's school robe. Lifting her other hand, Parvati silently pointed at an odd shadow up ahead and off to the right. It took a moment for Mag to register that she was seeing a hooded figure in a long flowing dark robe. Was it a bloody Dementor? A spike of alarm rushed through her before logic chimed in, reminding her that Dementors were larger than humans and this figure was human-sized. Not a Dementor unless Dementors had babies, and it was a baby Dementor. That's what Nightshade would have said had he been there with them and not with Severus instead. But no. Logic thankfully continued to override even the fake Nightshade in Mag's head. Dementors would cause a temperature drop as well as unhappy feelings, and neither was happening here at present. Before she or Parvati could react, the figure turned toward him as if feeling their gazes. Or perhaps it was going to turn anyway. It wore a mask covering its face, thus making it an it because no gender showed. What in the world? Parvati whispered. Mag nodded. Exactly, she whispered back. It's either a student playing a prank or... Then it clicked. Nightshade had said, somewhere in his frantic babblings, that the Death Eaters wore hooded robes and masks. Mag swore. They were in for it. The masked figure was coming their way and calling out for them to stop. Run, Parvati said, grasping Mag's arm and taking her own advice, tugging the older girl along if she wanted to go or not. Fortunately for her, Mag of course very much wanted to go. Crucio. The voice that shouted behind them was male, so now the masked figure had a gender. Parvati's steps faltered, and she nearly fell to the ground when the spell hit her in the back. She was, as Nightshade would say, a bad bitch, though, and caught herself before she fell, grasping Mag's arm for support. Nightshade. Where was Nightshade when she needed him? With Severus, of course, where she'd told him to be. Blast it all, if the owl were here, he could fly for help. Oh well, now she and Parvati were the only help they had. Chapter 27. Keep going, Parvati gasped, her face twisted in pain as she kept a hold on Mag's wrist and continued to run. Mag did, but she knew the robed, masked figure could run as well, so that wasn't going to be enough. So many thoughts were running through Mag's mind at once, or at least very rapidly, one after the other. There was a Death Eater on Hogwarts grounds. Why was there a Death Eater on Hogwarts grounds? Was it here for Potter? Potter. Blast Dumbledore for letting him attend Hogwarts and putting everyone else in danger. It certainly wasn't as if he was better. Because he really wasn't anything to write home about. Even worse than a Death Eater on Hogwarts grounds, though, he was attacking them. Why? Likely because they'd seen him. Still, he'd either kill them or take them to Voldemort, which no one in their right mind wanted. To use any unforgivable on him would draw attention to them, bring the worthless, useless ministry down on their heads, and with them not really trying to believe in Voldemort, who knew what unfair punishment they'd give Mag and Parvati. Though this seemed like a lot of thinking, Mag's mind only took about 10 seconds to work it all out. The bottom line was that something had to be done, and now. They had to be protected and do their best to avoid ministry attention at the same time. Mag lifted her chakra wand and turned as they ran, aiming it at the Death Eater as he rapidly approached. She spoke 3 words in ancient Egyptian. Green light shot out of the quartz, and the robed man's running slowed to a stumbling walk as he gasped in pain and doubled over. As he slowed, Parvati sped up, dragging Mag along. Dragging because Mag was slowing as well. What's wrong? Come on, Parvati cried. Can't, Mag gasped. She glanced over her shoulder to see the man falling. Laughing in relief, she bent double, then sank to the ground herself. Mag. Parvati leaned over her, tugging at her arm. I can't, Mag said weakly. That spell. It saps a lot of energy, but the ministry won't be able to track it. She laughed in breathless triumph. It's too old and obscure for them. He was going to kill us, so I had to stop him, but we couldn't risk the ministry finding out. They'd probably not believe us, and she sighed and dropped her head to her knees. Talking had just become too difficult, and maybe the ground was spinning. You aren't going to die too, are you? Parvati asked, voice becoming high with panic. No. Just go get Severus. Professor Snape. Please go and get him, and don't tell anyone else why. Hurry. Okay? Parvati said, and Mag heard her feet running down the path. Mag very much wanted to lift her head to make sure the Death Eater wasn't getting up, but she just couldn't move. She didn't hear him moving, though, so she hoped for the best while wishing Parvati would hurry up and get back with Severus. Prof was grading papers, and Nightshade sat on the back of his chair, his mind still on last night's Death Eater meeting. The Death Eaters themselves didn't impress Nightshade much, but Mr. Lizard Brain was just wrong on so many levels, from the inhuman high voice in which he spoke to his snake-ass-looking face to the waves of fucked-up energy that radiated off him. It was unlike anything Nightshade had even imagined when picturing the worst of how he may appear. He wondered how all of his followers couldn't feel that. He was sure they didn't, because if they did, there would be the pungent smell of all of them shitting themselves at every meeting. Not to mention they'd not be following him in the first place if they weren't being forced to do so. A pounding on the door to Prof's office caused both Man and Owl to jump, and Severus dropped the quill in his hand to his desk with a clatter. Rising, he hurried to the door as Nightshade twisted his head around to see who would be on the other side once it was opened. The girl was speaking as soon as the knob turned. Professor Snape, please. There was an attack. I think we killed someone. You've got to come now. And Mag says not to tell anyone else. Mag, Severus asked, and was out the door. Where? Near the lake. I'll show you, the dark-haired girl answered, and they rushed off down the hall, leaving Nightshade hurrying to catch up. As he landed on Severus's shoulder, the owl's mind struggled to process the girl's words. And who was she anyway? How and why had she and Mag killed someone? Prof didn't ask any of these questions as he and the girl rushed out of the castle and toward the lake. When they reached Mag, he knelt at her side. Magritte. Are you all right, Severus? Mag smiled weakly without lifting her head. She was curled on her side on the ground. Hi. Severus blinked. Hi, what happened? A Death Eater was skulking on the grounds and attacked us, so I had to stop him. I used an ancient Egyptian curse that kills by shutting down all the organs in the body. The only drawback is it saps a lot of energy from the caster, so it's a one-shot spell rather than something one would use in battle. Mag spoke quietly, words slurring together a bit, but Nightshade could still understand her. Apparently so could Severus. Where is the Death Eater? He asked. He's back there, Parvati said, pointing down the path behind Mag. I sort of threw a knife at him before I left to get you. Just in case he got up again. I couldn't leave her out here alone if he could have still attacked her. I don't know where it hit him, but if it left a mark. I don't want to go to prison. We have to get rid of the body anyway, Severus said numbly. Then turning to look at the dark-haired girl, you can throw knives, Patil. Parvati grinned. Yeah. I learned when Padma and I went to summer camp when we were 10. Until today, though I only got to practice on trees. Turns out I can hit a moving target too, she said, then bit her lip to keep from stress crying. Severus rose and walked over to the dead man on the ground. Pulling back the mask, he peered at the face, then he flicked his wand at the body and muttered a spell that transfigured the corpse into water. The water sank into the ground in a matter of seconds. Even the man's clothes were gone, only leaving Parvati's knife gleaming on the grass. Lifting it, Severus tossed it to the dark-haired girl handle first. Wow, Parvati breathed, easily catching the knife. He's just gone. Most of a body is water anyway. That spell merely capitalizes on that fact, Severus explained as he returned to where Mag lay. Bending, he scooped the red head into his arms and slowly straightened. I need you not to breathe a word to any of your little friends about this, Miss Patil, Severus said. Swallowing hard, Parvati nodded. No sir, I won't. I don't want to go to prison. And you certainly don't want Voldemort's attention, Severus added. Parvati nodded hastily. And I don't want to get Mag in trouble. I promise I won't ever say a word to anyone. That is good to know, Severus said, and carrying Mag he headed back toward the school. If anyone asks, Miss Westcraven was dehydrated and fainted, he said, and Parvati nodded. Due to the late evening hour, fortunately no one was in the halls, so no one even saw them coming in. As he carried her, Mag snuggled her head contentedly against Severus's shoulder. The trying events of the evening were almost worth it to be in his arms, she thought as she drifted in and out of awareness. Severus carried her to the dungeon and into his private quarters, placing her gently onto a sofa. If you're going to insist on staying around, you may as well help me make her a replenishing draft, Severus told Parvati, giving her an annoyed look over his shoulder. Parvati nodded quickly. I just want to make sure she's all right. She's my friend. Severus found that odd, but now wasn't the time to ask, so he merely nodded and began to give clipped instructions as he set a cauldron of water to boil. With the two working together, the restoring draft was ready in 5 minutes. Severus helped Mag to sit up. As the room was spinning, she clutched at his arm, wishing she could enjoy it more. Did I do the right thing? She asked, hoping she hadn't just landed herself in a world of trouble by following her instincts to live. Of course you did, Severus said quietly. I would have done the same thing. Now drink this and you'll feel much better. The potion tasted nearly like chicken broth and Mag drank it down as fast as she could. As fast as she could wasn't very fast, because she kept having to stop to rest, but once the cup was empty she did feel far stronger. I want you to rest for the rest of the evening, Severus said. Everyone is at dinner now. If you hurry, you'll have time to get some food and both of you need to eat. Thank you, Mag said, standing slowly. She wasn't dizzy and the room was keeping still, so she thought walking should work out well enough. Yeah, thanks, Professor, Parvati said, and gave Severus a quick hug that caused him to blush and push her away. Do that again and I take points from Gryffindor, he told her, but a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he waved him away. Aren't you going to eat? Mag asked, pausing in the doorway to peer back over her shoulder at Severus. I will. Right now, though, I need to speak to Albus. We need to improve the protective wards on Hogwarts grounds at once. That Death Eater wouldn't have gotten inside, but we should have been alerted that he was at the lake. I'll keep you posted, Nightshade thought to Mag. And for fuck's sake stay the fuck inside. Mag nodded, knowing the gesture would be understood by man as well as owl. She and Parvati left and Parvati didn't speak until they were nearly at the Great Hall, though she did grab Mag's hand and give it a tight squeeze as they walked. I know who your crush is now, she whispered. I could see it every time you looked at him. Don't worry, though. I promise not to tell a soul. It's not as if I'm not keeping bigger secrets now, she added, her smile slipping just a bit. Chapter 28. When Mag woke the next morning, she just lay in bed for a moment, listening to the sounds of her dorm mates getting ready around her. She didn't even remember the names of those other Slytherin 7th-year girls who shared her dorm. They were loud and annoying and not very nice in a non-amusing way that just made one dislike them. As she lay, Mag took stock of herself. She felt far stronger today. Even after eating dinner last night she hadn't felt very strong, so retired early to read in bed. She hadn't ended up doing much reading, feeling too tired to even focus, so just rested, drifting in and out of sleep and mentally playing over the evening's harrowing events, trying to process them. The act of killing hadn't bothered her, but that was no surprise. She never thought it would if it ever came to that. If she killed someone there would obviously be a good reason, so what was there to be bothered over? If it was her life or the life of someone she cared about over someone's who was trying to take it, there was no choice to be made. If a person didn't want to be killed, they shouldn't go trying to attack people. With a sigh she got up and hurried through the process of getting ready for the day lest she be late for breakfast. Once dressed, she peered into the mirror while brushing her long red hair and tying it back in a low ponytail with her customary long silver-colored silk scarf. Her large green eyes sported no circles and her expression was calm. She did not have the face of someone who was attacked by a Death Eater yesterday and gotten wiped out by the rare spell she'd used to kill him. Good. In the Great Hall, she found herself glancing around for Parvati as she settled herself at the Slytherin table. The Gryffindor sat with her friends and looked well enough, Mag thought. Seeing her looking over, Parvati smiled and waved, and Mag waved back. Just then the Bloody Baron floated over. "Good morning," he said tonelessly, and Mag smiled. "I suppose it is at that. I'm here after all." The ghost raised ghostly brows. "I'll tell you later." "I'll meet you here after school when no one else is here," she whispered, and his eyes narrowed with intrigued interest as he nodded. "I will be here." Nightshade flew over then with a letter, and he landed on the back of Mag's chair as she opened it. "I'm going to hang with you today," he said generously. "Though I will miss Prof's shitty mental comments about all his tarred baby students, I want to make sure things are okay with you." As it turned out the parchment was blank, so Mag tucked it into the pocket of her school robe to take notes or something on later. "Do you think there will be more attacks or something?" Mag asked Nightshade. "Does Severus? I wonder if he noticed me accidentally calling him Severus yesterday." She'd considered that last night while trying to read. If he'd noticed, what did he think of it? At least now she'd find out. He was trippin' about the attack, so didn't really notice the Severus thing, Nightshade said, fluttering to the table where he snatched a sausage from her plate. "I doubt he'd care. He thinks of you as a friend. I mean, as long as you're not in class, I doubt he'd care. And no, neither of us are aware of another attack. I just wanted to stick close to you today in case. I do give a shit about you, after all. You're my Mags." Mag smiled, not even bothering to insist, as she usually did, that he stop calling her Mags. The fact Severus thought of her as a friend was nice too. It was a start, and something she could work with. Of course if he'd noticed how pretty she was, that would have been better, but she'd take it. "So what's up with the Gryffindor?" Nightshade asked. "I met her while you were with Severus," Mag replied. "I was doing my smile at Gryffindors to frighten them thing, and she actually thought I was being nice, the poor thing. So I sort of felt bad not being nice back when she tried to make friends." "Oh. Okay. That's weird," Nightshade said. "Are you sure she's cool? She doesn't worship Potter, and she was tough enough to fight a Death Eater with me and to keep going when he hit her with the Cruciatus curse," Mag said. "Prof went to tell Dumblefuck what happened last night and I came along, of course. He isn't going to say anything, and so at least he's got a bit of logic in that emotional marshmallow heart or whatever the fuck makes him so lax on every goddamn thing. He, Prof and Flitwick worked into the night upping the defenses on the grounds so alarms should sound to warn all professors if there is another intruder who isn't a student. The wards were set to recognize everyone already here so they won't always be going off when brats return from Hogsmeade or whatever." Mag nodded, feeling better that measures were taken. She made a mental note to herself to tell Parvati about them later so she could hopefully feel better as well. When classes were over for the day, Mag met the Bloody Baron in the Great Hall as she'd promised. No one else was there as dinner wouldn't be served for hours, so they had privacy. She sat at the Slytherin table with Nightshade on the back of her chair and the Baron hovered nearby. He listened grimly as she shared the events of the previous evening. "Good on you for killing him," he said. "Too many of today's witches and wizards are too soft to actually kill those that require killing. It comes of having no wars if you ask me, and going soft." "Same problem the Ministry's got," he grumbled, and Mag found herself nodding. "Have you done any rune casting for yourself?" the Baron asked, and she shook her head. "You probably should have. Then you may have been warned of what was to come. Perhaps I didn't feel confident enough to read for myself yet, but it looks as if I'd better start," Mag said. "Indeed," the Baron agreed. "And remember, confidence comes with practice." Mag wanted to share the story with Kirsten and Millicent, the only others she considered friends at Hogwarts, but didn't want to risk being overheard, so it would have to wait for the Christmas break. She did tell Griphook when she went to the bank one weekend a few weeks later to get the stones that had come in for Severus's wand and take them to the jeweler to have them set. The goblin ranted for a bit about what Voldemort was going to bring the wizarding world to, and of course she agreed with him. "If anything odd happens here at the bank, would you tell me?" she asked. "I know someone on the inside who could probably help. Someone who is taking more action on the matter than the bloody Ministry, and I'm doing my best to help." Looking impressed, Griphook only hesitated for a second before nodding slowly. I suppose we all have to trust someone during these times, and you seem a worthy choice, he told her with a smile. You're the only witch who understands and respects the magic of stones, and that goes a long way in my book. Mag couldn't help but feel honored that a goblin thought well of her because, well, they hated most everyone. I'm honored to call you a friend, she told him gravely. With that she headed off to the next goblin she knew. If the jeweler didn't call her a friend, she at least gave her very good prices for excellent work. Chapter 29. You know, Mr. Longbottom, I don't think you tried hard enough on this potion, Severus said, fixing the Gryffindor fifth year with a disdainful glare. If you had, I think you could have mucked it up just a bit more. As it stands now, it's only ruined. Had you striven a little harder, it could have perhaps exploded or set something on fire. Nightshade made that coughing noise low in his throat that sounded nearly like a laugh. Severus was torn between an amused smirk and a cringe. The smirk because he did so enjoy being appreciated, and a cringe because the little prats had thought that was his stomach the last time Nightshade was unable to contain his amusement. If the owl didn't have to be a secret from Voldemort, he could simply remain visible and no one would think his laughter was Severus's stomach. Though the situation was admittedly annoying, Severus knew that people had laughed at him for far worse during his own days as a student at Hogwarts. As the fifth-year potions class filed out of the room, Severus waited impatiently. He had a free period coming up next and longed for the silence that would entail. This was the last week of classes before the Christmas break, and Severus couldn't help feeling pensive as though something was going to happen. It could come from Voldemort's corner or from some interaction with the Order. These days Severus disliked dealing with both almost equally. The Order only won his favor marginally because probably none of its members planned to kill him even if they wanted him dead. If he could avoid the Order during the holidays, at least he'd not have to see Sirius bloody black. The very thought of the git curdled his very soul. It made him positively ill with rage that so many people actually liked Black too. He who had openly admitted to tormenting Severus simply because he existed was so well liked, and Severus would never be able to understand why. Phileas once said that Severus's open fascination with the dark arts had gotten to Sirius because of how he felt about his own family, but that wasn't Severus's fault or his problem either. A fact with which Phileas agreed. Severus was interested in the dark arts as a means of personal power and protection. His grandfather Prince's treatment made him feel he needed such, and Sirius and his git friends only cemented that line of reasoning at Hogwarts. Well, I actually hope we see him over the holidays, because if we do I am going to fuck with his head so hard he'll fucking beg to live in St. Mungo's, Nightshade thought darkly. Once again the owl had been in his bloody mind reading his train of thoughts like a book. Severus gave an inner sigh of near resignation. Hey, in my defense, Prof, they were loud thoughts. It was an annoying mix of gratifying and uncomfortable to be defended in such a vigorous way by the owl. It reminded Severus painfully of a time when he had friends who gave a shit. Likewise, it reminded him of how they decided to turn their friendship off like a bloody light. Mag was their daughter and Nightshade was, in the end, her owl. It wasn't fair to assume she'd do the same thing, but she may, and then he'd have to feel about it, which he very much didn't want to do. He was a rock, an island, just like that old song he related to so well, and it was safer and easier that way. Shit, Prof. Maggie and I ain't going nowhere, because we like you. There aren't that many cool people in the world, for fuck's sake. A small breeze stirred Severus's hair as Nightshade ruffled his feathers for punctuation. I remember when we hung out for the first time and you made me drink that nasty ass potion to make sure I was a real owl. Part of you worried I was James fucking Potter somehow transfigured and waiting to laugh at you for being stupid enough to think someone wanted to be your friend. Yes. It would have sucked, as you would say, if he was somehow still alive and in hiding as an owl, Severus thought back. Just the sort of thing that could bloody happen to me. That's cool, but it's a bit insulting to worry we'd feel that way ever is all, Nightshade thought. Mags doesn't have the same reasoning her parents did on the subject at all. And I may be her owl, but I do what the fuck I want. Thought you'd figured that out by now. Severus sighed. I'm sorry. It isn't about you, it's about me. But I was wrong and I am still sorry. Nightshade made that rough sound in the back of his throat again, rocking back and forth on Severus's shoulder in his open amusement. Fuck, I'll take it. If for no other reason than that you've probably never apologized before. Makes me feel all special and shit. Good, Severus replied, managing not to smile. Earlier you mentioned being with me over the holidays. Won't Mag want you with her? Lizard Brain hasn't called another meeting. Mag and I were thinking I should hang with you for Christmas in case he decides to play Santa or some shit. I'd be there too. Do what I was supposed to do the first time with picking the brains of the Death Eaters for anything useful. Severus frowned. I don't think he's planning to play Santa. If you worry that he'd dress up and go into some mall to kill muggles, it isn't something he's likely to consider doing, though it would make a brilliant horror movie, Severus admitted. Nightshade gave his coughing laugh, shaking his head. I just meant if he called a meeting around Christmas, but that image is fucking awesome, prof. The week passed swiftly. Mag, like most of the other students, was going home for Christmas. She stopped at Severus's office first, presenting him with a wrapped package. He felt oddly uncomfortable that he hadn't gotten her a gift. You didn't have to get me anything. I wasn't expecting. I wanted you to have this. It's very important, Mag said, large green eyes dancing with excitement. I'd really like for you to open it now so I can explain it to you, she said. I could have included a note, I suppose, but I just wanted to see your reaction to it, she admitted, ducking her head as she felt a blush covering her cheeks. The package was long and had weight to it. Severus eagerly tore off the wrapping, suddenly filled with curiosity. When the paper fell away, he drew in a breath at the sight of the wand it had covered. Half of it was formed of black obsidian and the other half clear quartz crystal. The two six-sided stones were joined in the middle by a band of silver that held a large oval red garnet. Oh gods, he practically groaned, clutching the wand. It feels amazing. His eyes closed as the energy of the wand flowed through his hands and into his awareness. I think it loves me. He knew how ridiculous that sounded, but the idea of letting go of the wand gave him mild anxiety. It felt like part of him and any interest in his old wooden wand was gone. When he opened his eyes, Mag was beaming. I'm so happy you like it. I designed that just for you. The clear quartz amplifies and cleanses and the black obsidian is grounding and protective. Your magic will be stronger and your spells will be more grounded, so will always cast true as well as being harder to dodge. The obsidian will also help to protect you from harmful magic, making harmful spells easy for you to deflect. The garnet protects your aura, gives you motivation and strengthens your intuition. The quartz works wonderfully to amplify magic, and when you asked about my pendant I was so excited to share that with you, but I didn't want to ruin your Christmas present so I had to sort of skirt around it, she added apologetically. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much, Magritte. Mag. I hate Magritte, but you're so welcome. I'll rest easier in my mind knowing you have an edge. Severus frowned in thought. I think I'll cast an illusion on this so it will look like my old wooden wand. We don't want anyone knowing that you've come up with stronger wands. At least not until Voldemort is dead, because he and his certainly don't need any extra help. Mag nodded, smiling. Good idea. I knew you'd come up with something. I thought of making you a pendant like mine, because it's easier to pretend it's just jewelry and not a wand. But a larger one just felt right, so I had to go with it. Well, I'm glad you did because I love it, Severus said. Good. I'm sure it loves you too, because it was literally made for you, Mag replied. He wondered if this was how other dark wizards felt about the Elder Wand. This one seemed to call to him, to hum in his hands, to belong to him and him alone. Its presence felt sentient. I can't thank you enough, he said, the words as odd on his tongue as the apology to Nightshade had been earlier in the week. The fact that you like my work so much is thanks enough, Mag said with a laugh. Merry Christmas, Severus, she said, and threw her slender arms around him in a fast hug before dashing from the room. Chapter 30. When did you get a bird? Eileen Prince asked her son. Isn't he a pretty one? She crooned sweetly to Nightshade, who blinked at her consideringly. Yes, he is. His name is Nightshade, Severus said. I sort of ended up with him. He was someone else's but took to me, I suppose, he explained, telling his mother a half-truth rather than an outright lie. Severus always spent Christmas Day with his mum in his childhood home at Spinner's End. Severus never would go to his grandfather's for Christmas. Once he became an adult, he swore he'd never set foot willingly in that house again, and as no one could make him do it unwillingly, he was free of the place. He didn't care if it was far nicer. The memories it held for him were far worse. Though his childhood home was run down, the times he had there were ones he treasured. All but that final day, sitting on the floor of the sitting room when his mum's friend Ruth came in screaming that Tobias was dead. Though he was only 6 years old at the time, the memory was still unfortunately quite sharp and clear. Today there was a cheery Christmas tree in that room, though, and the floor around it was piled high with gifts. Some from his mum to him and the rest from him to her. Do we get Christmas turkey? I smell something yummy. Nightshade thought as Eileen handed Severus a glass of eggnog. You smell Mum's stuffing, and yes, it has turkey in it. It is delicious. It's one of my favorite dishes in the world. And there is an entire turkey too, so you'll have plenty to eat, Severus replied. Then aloud to his mother, thanks, Mum. He took a drink of the eggnog as Eileen waved her wand at a spot in the far wall, causing cheerful holiday music to issue forth. Mother and son cheerfully opened gifts to the sound of jingle bells while Nightshade watched from the back of the old sofa on the other side of the room. Eileen loved her pink fuzzy sweater, new black leather purse and rose quartz potion bottles, and though nothing could compare to the quartz and obsidian wand from Mag, Severus did like the new black leather boots, velvet cloak and dragontooth quill from his mum quite a lot. Do we eat now? Nightshade asked as the two rose from where they'd been sitting beside the tree to open their gifts. These bottles are so beautiful, Eileen was saying, still holding one of the ornately carved gemstone potion bottles in her hand. Not only are they useful, but they're going to make such nice room decor. We socialize for a bit first, Severus told Nightshade. Just hang in there. Something tells me you won't starve. I thought you'd like the look of them, he replied aloud to his mum. Don't count on it, Nightshade said. It smells so good and it feels as though I haven't eaten in ages. Severus knew the owl had eaten an ample breakfast, because it had come off of his plate, so he ignored him. He and Eileen came to sit on the sofa, glasses of eggnog in hand. Hello there, she crooned to Nightshade. He sat on the back of the sofa just behind her and began idly running his beak through her hair. What on earth are you doing? Severus demanded. He'd never seen the owl touch anyone's hair. It's such a pretty color, almost like my feathers, he commented of Eileen's white locks. Ah, he likes my hair because it looks like him, Eileen observed with a pleased chuckle. He's such a nice boy. Turning her attention full to Severus then, her expression became more grave. How have things been? She asked gently. Severus shrugged. I suppose as expected. Don't worry, nothing specific to concern yourself over. His mum knew the general situation, but he never gave her specific details. She knew it was safer that way, but it did hinder certain lines of conversation at family gatherings like this. How are things with you? He asked. Good. I'm selling potions to 3 mail-order catalogs now, so it keeps me busy brewing. 3? Severus asked. He knew she was selling to 2 mail-order magical supply companies, but not that she'd added a third. A new place, Warlocks and Wormwood, wrote asking me to supply them, and of course I felt honored, so. Now I have 3, Eileen explained with a chuckle. Mother and son chatted about this and that until they'd finished their eggnog. Well, let's eat. I don't know about you, but I'm starving, Eileen said, and Nightshade shot off the back of the sofa and flew eagerly toward the food smell in the kitchen. Eileen laughed, shaking her head. It's as if he understood me, but owls are very smart, so he probably did. Yes, Severus said dryly. He's far too smart. An hour later, mother, son and owl were stuffed to the gills with turkey, stuffing, potatoes, cranberry and pie. I don't care what anyone says about how great the food at Hogwarts is, Severus said, leaning contentedly back in his chair. There's nothing like my mummy's cooking. Hell yeah, Nightshade agreed from where he sat on the back of Severus's chair deep in a food coma. As always, Eileen wrapped half of the food up for Severus to take back with him. She took the rest with her and the two would enjoy leftovers for the rest of the week. All was peaceful as it should be on Christmas until the next day when Severus got word of the break-in at the ministry. Normally this would not be a thing to concern him personally. But it involved the Department of Mysteries specifically, and that was where Heather and Raislin West Craven worked. One of the employees was either injured or killed, the report was unclear, and it sent sharp shards of fear and worry through Severus. Of course it's stupid of me to care, he told Nightshade angrily. They'd not care were it me. They've made that very clear. Ah, that's not true, Prof. They're mad and disappointed, but they care about you a lot regardless. They've even said as much as if it wasn't already apparent. As I've said before, they had a bloody funny way of showing it, Severus replied, but he decided to go and see if the two were all right personally. Of course he wasn't going to the ministry, but he still remembered very clearly how to get to West Craven Manor. Chapter 31. It felt strange to have a Christmas party after the department Mag's parents worked in at the ministry was so recently attacked by Voldemort. One would think the party spirit would have deflated, but Mag's parents decided to push through rather than send everyone away when they showed up. Mira had prepared a lot of food, and at this point it would be more of a bother not to have the party. All these years we tried so hard to just stay out of it, and now look, Raislin grumbled to Heather and Mag as the doorbell rang to announce the first guests. I'll get it, Mag said. Mira is all the way in the kitchen and she shouldn't have to. Dashing out of the library and down the long hall toward the front door, Mag called to Mira that she'd get it. When she opened the door, Severus Snape was literally the last person she expected to see standing on the other side of it. For a moment she just stood stunned as she stared at him. "Hi. It's so great to see you. Come in." She flung the large door wide and stepped back. Well, I don't need to," Severus said, remaining where he was. For the first time, he came across as uncertain. Though odd, this made him seem even more human to Mag. She couldn't decide how she felt about that. Why ever not? "It's a Christmas party. I thought you must have come for that. To work things out with Mum and Dad in the spirit of Christmas. That maybe Nightshade had talked you into it. But apparently that isn't the case." Why was she babbling? Though it would have been very nice of Nightshade to bring her Severus for Christmas, that apparently wasn't the case. The two looked fine, though, so it hadn't occurred to Mag that there was a problem. Until now. "Is something wrong?" she asked, gesturing him inside again. "Whatever it is, shouldn't you come inside where it's warm?" "We're fine. I just heard about the attack on the Department of Mysteries today and I wanted to make sure your parents were safe," Severus said, expression nearly ashamed. "We're fine," Raistlin said. Mag hadn't heard her father approaching, and turned quickly to see him staring at Severus as though he'd seen a ghost. "We went for help when the first department alarm went off while the others were busy trying to track the source. Thanks to your warnings, Heather and I weren't bothering with that," Raistlin said grimly. "Thank you for that, by the way." Severus shrugged. "It was no problem. The warning. And I am glad you were quick on the uptake with the situation." "Oh great. You guys are talking. That's great. Severus, why don't you come in?" Mag said, stepping forward and tugging at the sleeve of Severus's customary black robe. By all the dreamy gods, he looked dashing in it, she couldn't help thinking, and Nightshade rolled his large owl eyes at her in open disgust. To her relief, Severus allowed Mag to tug him inside when Raistlin didn't protest. "He can control that snake or else it's smart like Nightshade, but I could never glean anything from its mind to know which, and didn't want to push it too hard and draw unnecessary attention just to satisfy my curiosity," Severus said. He was still speaking of the attack on the Department of Mysteries. Mag hoped he and her father would talk of better times from the past instead. But at least they were talking, and that was most definitely something. "Mag told me that Nightshade is helping you. It goes against my wishes to keep us out of it, but Mag is of legal age and she swears you're all being careful. And in the end there isn't anything I can do about it," Raistlin said, tone mildly resentful and scowl a bit more than mildly so. Severus frowned back. "I never asked her or Nightshade to do anything and attempted to dissuade them because I knew how you would feel about it." Raistlin sighed, wide muscular shoulders relaxing somewhat as his expression relented. "Thank you for that. I do appreciate it." Severus shrugged. "I'd better go. I don't have any information to share at present. I only wanted to make sure you and Heather were all right." "Oh, stay for the party," Mag pleaded eagerly. "There will be a ton of food. For me that's the best part. I'll get bored quick enough and go hide out in the library. We got some new books from Grandfather Westcraven for the collection. I could show them to you. We could look through them together because I've not even seen them all yet. It is a very large box of books after all." "Oh yeah, the Grandfather Christmas box of books is always massive," Nightshade added to Severus, who was wavering in spite of his better judgment. "Severus." Heather Westcraven flew past Raistlin and threw herself at her former school friend, hugging him tightly as tears sprang to her eyes. "Oh Severus. I'm so sorry for everything. Sorry that you screwed up, sorry that we don't get to see you. Sorry that Voldemort even exists. But no matter our past issues, I am so proud of you for trying to help take him down, even if we do wish you'd remained safe instead. And we both miss you so much. All the time. You were like our little brother and it's all so horrid." "Wow. I'm actually not sure how to take any of that," Severus said dryly, not sure if he wanted to hug Heather in return or push her away. "I ought to hit you in the nose," Raistlin grumbled to Severus, turning away and heading back up the hall toward the library. "No one else is here yet and I need a drink, so you're staying?" "I'll stay for the books," Severus said, and Heather giggled as she released him and stepped back after he finally relented and gave her a brief hug. "That's my line. His books were the only reason I spent any amount of time with Raistlin in school. Then later we both hung out with you. You were what kept us together like a messed up dysfunctional family," she said fondly. "The only reason you disliked Raistlin is because he called you Heather Toy." "It wasn't a big deal," Severus said dryly, giving his head a shake. "And he tugged my hair. Not hard," Raistlin called from the library. "It was prattish," Heather called back. Mag blinked in bafflement as her parents obviously regressed to childhood. Severus smiled at her in understanding, nodding. Story of my Hogwarts years, I'm afraid, he said. Soon they were all sipping on spiked eggnog and going through the waist-high box of books from Grandfather West Craven. Mag could hardly believe Severus was in her library on one hand, but on the other it felt completely normal and right. He and her parents spoke of old times, and while she did think her parents were great, it was difficult to imagine him being so close with someone as perfect and brilliant as her Severus. Too soon for Mag's liking, the doorbell rang again and guests began to arrive. The party moved into the sitting room and she made sure to stay close to Severus's side as everyone ate and chatted. At first there was only people from her parents' department at work, then Kirsten and her parents arrived. The little blonde gaped to see Severus, but to Mag's immense relief, Kirsten didn't ask if Mag had finally bagged her man or anything like that. She merely smiled and said, "Hi, Professor Snape. Fancy seeing you here." "Indeed," Severus said, nodding back at Kirsten and giving her a slight smile in return. When Millicent Bulstrode and her parents arrived, the tall, wide-shouldered girl didn't bother greeting Severus at all, and Mag was relieved about that as well. "Are any other students going to show up?" Severus asked Mag, looking pained. She shook her head. "No. Kirsten and Millie are the only ones. Our parents are all friends and we grew up together." "My condolences for having to grow up with Bulstrode," Severus said, giving Millicent's back a withering look. Millicent stood at a table of hors d'oeuvre, popping cheese cubes into her mouth as she chatted to Kirsten. "She really isn't at all stupid," Mag whispered, leaning close to Severus to be heard over the room full of chattering party guests. Severus arched his brows in open skepticism. "It's an act. We all have our ways of keeping safe, I suppose," Mag clarified. "Well, that's a stupid way of doing it, and I think she's rubbish," he said. Mag sighed. She'd tried, and if Millicent and Severus refused to like one another, she supposed there was nothing she could do about it. "She's a fun person if given a chance," she said. "I need another drink." "Do you want one?" Her parents didn't seem to mind her drinking this year, though in the past, she was never offered the spiked eggnog. "Sure. Why not?" Severus said after only a second of hesitation. "It is a party, after all." "I've not attended a party since I was here actually," he said with a slight bemused smile. After they were stuffed on hors d'oeuvre, Mag and Severus gravitated to the library to resume sorting through the books from her grandfather. On the way out she snagged a pitcher of the spiked eggnog to keep them company. When Mag's parents eventually joined them in the library, Mag was glad. She'd been struggling against the urge to kiss Severus and make her move before graduation, though she knew that could go very wrong. "It's late, and you want me to go?" Severus told them. "I've overstayed my welcome, I'm sure." His speech was a bit slurred. "He's fucked up," Nightshade shared happily. "He's not had more than a few drinks at a time for ages." The owl thought for a moment as he wobbled on the back of Severus's chair. "I may be fucked up too, but that was some good nog." "No, that's not why we came in," Heather assured quickly. "Everyone's gone home and we want to see the new books too. It's nearly 4 in the morning, but leave it to us to drunk read," Raislin said with a drunken chuckle. "Maybe we need more to drink," Mag said, and stood so swiftly that she fell sideways into Severus's lap. The nearly falling was a complete accident, but the direction in which she chose to fall once she realized it was going to happen was fully intentional. "I think we're all good," Raislin told his daughter firmly. "You are definitely all good, considering you're falling all over the place." Mag laughed, looking up at Severus. "Sorry, I should get up," she said, but the act did seem a bit daunting. Severus didn't respond, and from the half-slumped way he sat in the chair, Mag wondered if he would pass out. The idea was somehow funny and she giggled. She wondered if it was a good thing that Severus hadn't told her to get up directly, or if he was simply too drunk to notice. Heather and Raislin were busy tipping over the box so they didn't have to lean way down into it to get at the books at the very bottom. Mag sighed as a wave of dizziness hit her. Leaning her head back against Severus's shoulder, she murmured, "The room is spinning." "It really is," Severus agreed, placing a hand on her hair. Though she doubted he was sober enough to notice that his hand was on her hair, Mag planned to enjoy it to the fullest anyway. Eventually Raislin had Mira apparate Nightshade and Severus back to Hogwarts, and Mag slowly made her way upstairs to bed, where she hoped to have very pleasant dreams. Regardless of if she dreamed or not, though, Severus had given her the best Christmas present ever without even knowing it. Chapter 32, Prof. P.A.R.O.F. "Professor, come on, wake up. I'm dying here." Severus squeezed his eyes shut and curled one arm protectively around his throbbing head. "If you don't shut up, I'll speed up the process for you," Severus growled. "I could be cowed or offended, but how productive would that shit be, right? You're only being shitty because you are suffering as much as I am. So, reason dictates that you get the fuck up and get us some sort of anti-hangover potion so we can feel better, please. You do have anti-hangover potions, right? Nightshade asked almost desperately. Or we could simply go back to sleep and hope we never wake, or that we eventually wake feeling better, Severus suggested, not moving. Nightshade hesitated for a long moment, then asked, so are you saying that anti-hangover potions don't exist, or that you don't have any made up? I'm saying I never need them, so of course I have none made up, Severus answered, putting a bloody end to Nightshade's hope of instant hangover relief. Just go back to sleep, Severus told the owl in an exasperated tone. Dude, don't you think if I could do that I would have and not bothered waking you up? Well, try harder, Severus said, planning to return to sleep himself because being awake was quite painful at present. Unfortunately that didn't happen. Instead he lay in bed feeling utterly miserable for an hour before he gave up on sleep. When he sat up, pain jackknifed through his head and he groaned. Yep. Been feeling that for an hour and a fucking half, Nightshade commented unsympathetically. Severus staggered across the room and filled 2 cups with water. Perhaps if we hydrate. I do have potions for a headache. I'll just get those. He and Nightshade drank their water, then he gave them both a spoon from his large bottle of painkiller elixir. They'd slept through breakfast, and by the time they were in any condition to leave Severus's chambers it was time for lunch. As the Christmas holiday wasn't over yet, there was only a smattering of people in the Great Hall. Ignoring the few students scattered at their house tables, Severus slumped into his seat at the staff table. Are you unwell, Severus? Albus asked, and Severus cringed. The headmaster wore a Christmas sweater so bright it nearly hurt his eyes. Don't feel good, he mumbled. Madame Pomfrey is still here, as you know. Why don't you stop by the hospital wing after you eat? Albus suggested, giving Severus a look of open concern. Nightshade tentatively tore a piece of roast from the hunk on Severus's plate. I hope food doesn't make me puke, the owl thought shakily. You and me both, Severus agreed, eyeing the plate dubiously. He knew food should settle his stomach, but he hated throwing up, so hoped it worked. It's just a bit of a hangover, Severus assured the headmaster, poking at a wedge of roasted potato with his fork before slowly putting it into his mouth. I accidentally ended up at a Christmas party last night. Well, Albus gave a surprised smile. Did you have a nice time, then? You don't get out nearly enough, you know. He didn't get out enough because people. But as he told Albus this more than once before, he didn't bother to waste his few resources by doing so again. Today it was all he could do to sit nearly upright, after all. Instead he just shrugged. It was fine. He offered no more on the situation, and though he could see that Albus was curious, he didn't press for more information. Minerva came in then, and Severus turned pointedly to his food, not wanting the Transfigurations professor hearing his personal business. Of course he didn't want most people hearing his personal business. He and Nightshade got through the meal without throwing up, and both man and owl felt mildly better for getting some food into them. As he headed back down to the dungeons, Severus finally felt well enough to allow his mind to play over the events of the past night. Seeing Heather and Raislin had been oddly surreal, but just as oddly normal as well. Nearly as if they'd not missed a beat from the old days at Hogwarts when they'd called him kid and defended him from the Gryffindor gang of gits. Those days were gone. Though, and more importantly, ruined. Heather and Raislin turning their backs on him had done that. So last night, though almost fun had been pointless, he concluded to himself as he re-entered his chambers. Nightshade wanted to say that Heather and Raislin had hated ending the friendship, and felt they had no choice. He wanted to say that he and Mags disagreed with their choice nonetheless. Prof knew all that though, and still wasn't receptive to working out his feelings on the matter at present, so Nightshade opted to leave that fun little shitstorm to Mag to handle whenever. Instead he opted to speak for himself rather than attempting to speak for anyone else. Prof, I just wanted you to know that I'm always your friend and shit, okay? Severus paused in mid-stride on his way across the room, uncertain why those words struck him so deeply today. He placed a hand lightly on Nightshade's back. The gesture reminded him suddenly of the way he'd touched Mag's hair the previous night, mainly to keep her steady as he feared she'd topple onto the floor. He'd certainly been drunk, for he'd forgotten that until just now. He opened his mouth, then realized he had no idea what he planned to say, so shut it again. Instead he walked the rest of the way over to his armchair and sank into it. He began to scratch Nightshade's neck, right behind his head where he liked to be scratched. It was then, just when both were beginning to relax, that the dark mark on Severus's arm flared to life. Really? Today? Nightshade demanded, looking skyward as if grumbling to the gods, which he probably was. I feel like shit, and I gotta deal with lizard brain to fucking day. I can leave you here if you like, Severus offered distractedly, for he was actually having similar thoughts himself. He was just getting over his headache, and a weakened physical state wasn't particularly desirable for keeping up strong mental shields against the likes of Voldemort. Fuck that. Nightshade replied firmly. We do this together. Again Severus had no words to express the disconcerting feelings Nightshade's reply engendered, so he lightly touched his back instead, as he had done earlier. Well, as you would say, let's get this shit done, Severus said, standing and heading for the wardrobe where his Death Eater robe and mask were hidden away. Nightshade made that rough coughing sound in the back of his throat, his version of a laugh, as he rocked back and forth on Severus's shoulder. You're learning, Prof. I'm proud of you. If only I could decide if that was a good thing, Severus said dryly. They didn't speak again as they left the dungeon and headed through the castle and over the grounds. Each was focused inward, readying his mind for what was to come in their own way. When Severus apparated, Nightshade blinked in surprise to find Christmas decorations in his face of all fucking things. That he was not expecting. If Lizard Brain is dressed as fucking Santa, I may not be able to handle it, he warned. The decorations nearly covered the front door of the manor they stood facing. Severus lifted the ornate knocker and a defeated-looking elf opened the door in a matter of seconds. It bowed low and ushered him inside, leading them to a sitting room full of Death Eaters. Thank the gods Lizard Brain was not dressed as Santa. Knowing he'd messed up last time, Nightshade kept his task in the forefront of his mind. To plunder the brains of all the fucktards here for anything useful. It was more difficult than he liked, due to the fact Lizard Brain still freaked him the fuck out. Voldemort had a cold and human energy coming off him in waves, and the goddamn snake at his side seemed to have too. Awareness inside of it. He didn't dare fuck with it too much. Still noticing that, vague as the observation was, may be somewhat useful. Severus remained still and quiet after exchanging a few random greetings as he was expected to do. Malfoy Manor was practically oozing Christmas spirit. And the smell of sugar cookies was heavy in the air. He would bet Narcissus' 12 days of holiday festivities had just been interrupted. That was amusing, or would have been was the situation not so dangerous. The Dark Lord only asked him one direct question, which was fortunate as his headache was threatening to return. Know you the whereabouts of the boy at present, Severus? He hissed. I do not, Lord. Perhaps he is with the Weasleys, but I do not know this for a fact. I have received no information on the matter. There was always the balance of truth with not handing the boy over. The Dark Lord knew when one was lying, so he always made sure to speak the truth to an extent. Severus would happily hand Potter over to him, glad for him to die the same death of his parents, because he was a worthless prat just as they were. Still somehow, Potter held the means to kill Voldemort that no one else did, and for Tobias Snape, to avenge his father, Severus would even defend the life of the prat child of his prat childhood enemy if that was how it had to be. The meeting was over soon enough, and Severus apparated them back to the edge of Hogwarts grounds. I'm so fucking glad Mama Malfoy didn't pass around fucking sugar cookies. I really don't think I could have handled that shit, Nightshade proclaimed. Severus smiled. Did you see anything interesting? He asked. Oh, it was all interesting, Nightshade responded, thoughts coming slowly. In a way, he had to ponder through the implications of what he'd seen himself as he spoke. Hopefully Prof knew more and could shed some light on the vast amounts of weird. So it's like the snake has two energies in it. Energies? Severus questioned. Consciousnesses. Awarenesses, Nightshade struggled to explain. Also half his Death Eaters seem scared shitless of him, like they'd really rather not be there, while the others are like overly fucking devoted in the weirdest of ways. I expected him to all be apes hit crazy, but it's more strange than that somehow. It's like you know how you think I'm cool, right? Severus's thin lips twitched slightly in amusement. Yes. Okay, like up that by 1,000 or 1,000,000 or something. Like if you thought I said something funny, instead of you smiling a little you'd be like Nightshade is the funniest, coolest, most awesome motherfucking goddamn owl in the world ever, and I want to think about Nightshade and how awesome he is all the time, and I'm just so awesome because he's my owl and he talks to me, and I really like it a fucking goddamn lot when he thinks I'm awesome or when I please him with yummy turkey. Severus laughed. Are you actually in the mood for turkey? Fuck no. My belly's still being all weird. All amusement aside, Severus fell silent, considering Nightshade's words. There were many layers of complexity there, he knew. Nagini having two energies. The divided reactions of Voldemort's followers, the devotion that didn't seem quite natural. I knew that some did not want to follow him, but not in the inner circle so much, to be honest. Yeah, Nightshade agreed. You'd think he'd only want people close to him that he likes and trusts. Unless, Severus said thoughtfully, unless he can trust them without liking them, because he knows they have no choice but to do exactly what he wants. Which is even more fucked up, Nightshade observed unnecessarily. And you know what else is fucked up, Prof? We're probably too hungover to want any brandy this time, so we gotta roll with the creepy aftermath sober. Chapter 33. The next meeting Nightshade attended with Prof wasn't one for Death Eaters. Instead it was one for what served as the Resistance, and the group called itself the Order of the Phoenix. It was 2 weeks later and term had started up again. Nightshade tried to divide his time between Mag and Prof, but he stayed with Prof a little more because, well, he felt Prof missed him when he was away and he didn't really have anyone else. The fact Prof wanted Nightshade around sort of touched the fuck out of his little owl heart in a weird way. For this Order of the Phoenix meeting, Prof left the chameleon charm off Nightshade. We aren't going into a threatening place, so there's no reason to hide, he explained. Why is it Order of the Phoenix? Nightshade asked as Prof knocked on the door of a manor. It was sorta creepy for Nightshade that both the Order of the Phoenix meetings and Death Eater meetings were held in manors. Someone's house. He wasn't sure why it was creepy, but it was. Seeing the similarities in organizations that were so different was just fucking creepy, that was all. It's led by Albus, and he has a phoenix. I don't know, Prof replied a bit testily. You're annoyed cause you don't really know, and I just asked you something you don't know, Nightshade said, amused. If you ever lead an organization, will it be called the Order of Nightshade or the Turkey Eaters? He asked, pleased that he managed to play off the names of both current organizations, but made him about his esteemed awesome self. Prof was also amused, for he grinned just as the door opened. A strange-looking girl not much older than Mag with spiky dark hair stepped away from the door so that Severus could enter. Hello Severus, she greeted with a strained yet polite smile, and Severus frowned in return. Nymphadora, he replied coldly, and she scowled. She hates being called that. It's plain as day in her head. Really pisses her off, Nightshade shared. I am aware, Severus replied, obviously pleased with himself. They headed inside and down narrow stone stairs to a gloomy cavernous room. This doesn't look at all like a place Voldemort would dig, Nightshade quipped sarcastically. His supporters used to live here. Actually, Severus said. The flashes of something that Nightshade got from Prof's mind when he shared that information were odd. Sad. Regretful, something. But there was no time to ask at the moment. This is the kitchen, Severus said. Oh, will there be food? Nightshade asked eagerly. No. It just makes these idiots feel better to hang out in the kitchen as if their mummies are going to come in with hot cocoa and make all this shit better for them, Prof replied darkly. Nightshade was so fucking proud of him for finally talking right. Right on, Prof. Then after processing what was said, he asked, so our resistance consists of a bunch of fucking babies? Not all but many, Severus replied after a moment of consideration. He took a seat on a straight-backed chair near the door rather than with the others gathered at the table. Nightshade glanced around but didn't recognize anyone present, which wasn't surprising. Hey. Snivelus has a pet. At first, Nightshade didn't get that the comment was directed at Prof. It made no sense, after all. What did you do to that poor owl to make it sit on your shoulder, Snivelus? The flash of hatred that Nightshade felt from Prof's mind had him turning his head to glare at the big thug-looking bloke who'd spoken. He hissed and spat at him nearly like a cat, hoping to get his fuck you asshole point across. He felt a surge of happy amusement from Prof at his reaction, like it was nice to be defended, which was reasonable even if Prof didn't really need it cause he could take care of himself and all. Grow up, Sirius, or better yet, die, Prof shot back venomously. Is he one of those Heather and Raistlin defended you against in school? Nightshade asked. Yes, for 5 years, then they graduated, being 2 years ahead of me, Severus replied. Before the serious bloke could think of a suitable response to Prof's suggestion that he die, Dumblefuck came in and the meeting began. Nightshade didn't really pay attention to what was being discussed as it was rather boring. Instead he briefly checked out each person's mind to make sure they weren't working with Voldemort or anything. No one was. But Nightshade still didn't like most of them. They just didn't seem cool and more than one was thug-like. Besides, enough of them thought the serious bloke was cool, which didn't say much if anything for their judgment. He itched to fuck with Sirius's mind but didn't want Prof to get blamed, so restrained himself with an effort. When the meeting was over, Prof suggested they stop in at a deli before returning to Hogwarts, and of course Nightshade was down for that shit for sure. Prof left without speaking to anyone. It didn't hit Nightshade until they were in the deli that Prof had probably wanted him to come along to the Order meeting for moral support. What with the Gryffindor git there? Is he always prattish to you at those meetings? He asked. He is always looking for a way to be prattish to me. Why is he such an asshole, though? Prof looked thoughtful, then bitter. Well, according to the King Git himself, it's because I exist. If you ask Phileas, he'd say that it's because the Git feels threatened by the dark arts, so felt threatened by me because I have an obvious interest in the dark arts. Granted, I never threatened him or even noticed him that first day of school at Hogwarts when he started in on me. Phileas's explanation makes sense, but there's no excuse for attacking someone because you don't like their personal interests. It doesn't say anything good at all for one's level of intelligence. Damn right, Nightshade agreed. He's an obvious tarred baby. A thug-looking one at that. After a moment of thought he asked, is Flitwick down with him, then? Down with? For fuck's sake, Prof. I swear you need to read a social dictionary. Does such a thing exist? Gods, I hope not. Severus Mock shuddered. Probably not, but it should, Nightshade replied. And damn it, down with means. Like, did Flitwick approve of that shit? Severus shook his head as he paid for the sliced turkey he'd ordered for Nightshade and the turkey sandwich for himself. No, of course not. Phileas always gave them detention when he saw them ganging up on me. It just made it worse. They gave it to me harder later for having a professor defend me, which of course I never did. I could take care of myself and never needed anyone to defend me. I told Magritte's parents that as well, but it never stopped them trying any more than it stopped Phileas. Heather used her prefect status to counter Lupin's as much as she could, which was often. That was probably cool, Nightshade said, amused. It had its moments, Severus said as they left the deli and headed back to Hogwarts. Nightshade was thinking that at least they didn't need a drink to recover from this particular meeting, then realized that in its way it could be as stressful for Prof as dealing with Lizard Brain's followers. With his gitness, Sirius Black always starting with him, attending Order meetings was probably just as bad in its way. He had noticed the other Order members did seem to like Sirius, which was, in part, why Nightshade didn't find any of them appealing. Why would anyone like that git? What was cool about him? Nightshade just didn't get it. And none of the Order members seemed to really like Prof much except for Dumblefuck. In the end, it wasn't as if he fit in with the Order any better than with Voldemort's lot. I'll always go to Order meetings with you if that's cool, he said as they entered the castle. Yes. That's cool, Severus said, and lightly touched Nightshade back in that way he did when his little black heart was touched and he didn't have words. He had just used cool, though, and Nightshade was proud. Chapter 34, It's been too long. We should really go flying more, Mags, Nightshade thought as he hovered just outside the window. Mag navigated her broom out of the window, then slipped out herself before commenting. If you weren't with Severus most of the time, maybe we could. I don't like going without you these days, what with everything happening in the world currently. It made Nightshade feel awesome that Mag considered him backup if shit went down. Of course he was, but it was nice that others were aware. Hey. You're the one that told me to hang with Prof, he protested as they glided off into the night side by side. And besides. He needs me. I protect him from the world. I basically protect him from himself, Nightshade boasted. Mag snickered. Sure. Right. It's true, Nightshade insisted. Hey, what's that? Wait. He dove down and snatched something up from the forest floor that appeared to be glowing. Here, Maggie. See what this is, he said, thrusting his claw that held the softly glowing object at Mag's face. How am I going to hold that and stay on my broom at the same time, she grumbled, but even as she spoke, she let go of the broom's handle with her left hand, still clinging tightly with her right. Nightshade dropped a heavy cold stone into her open palm. Holding it close to her face she peered at it. It had the weight and silvery grey color of hematite. She could make out the color due to the warm glow of light that surrounded the stone. As a rule, hematites didn't glow. They were fantastic stones for healing, grounding, mental clarity and focus. They even helped with persuasion, but one thing they did not do was glow. Ever. This stone has obviously been enchanted, but to do what, she wondered. When the unexpected answer came she nearly dropped the stone back onto the forest floor. Not exactly enchanted. The thought came into her mind much in the way thoughts did from Nightshade, but Mag could tell the thought hadn't come from her owl. It was difficult to explain just how, but it seemed to come from a different direction and the energy behind the mental voice felt different. Bigger somehow and more foreign. Who are you? She asked, peering hard at the stone. What are you? There was a long hesitation before the answer came. I won't give my name at this point, but I am a dragon. Mag scowled. This was obviously some sort of bloody joke. Dragons were her obsession. As such she knew that they couldn't talk. Though many fantasy books, such as Lord of the Rings, written by a muggle-friendly wizard in the 1950s or something, indicated otherwise, it just wasn't so. I'm talking to you now, aren't I? Yes, but who's to say you're a dragon? I am, the voice insisted. To Mag's mind it seemed to be taking on a peevish note. All of the dragons who are, as dragons once were, have hidden themselves away from wizards. They hunt us for our scales and our blood, and so we have removed ourselves. Those who are left to you are dragons who, due to weakened blood, no longer remember. They have gone wild and lost their magic, except it is still in the blood. Mag recalled the work Dumbledore had done with dragon's blood. At that thought, a soft warning growl seemed to reverberate in her mind. That hadn't pleased whatever she was talking to in the least. If it was indeed a dragon, she couldn't blame it. I'm sorry, I have always been fascinated by dragons. Not dragon's blood. The dragon, if that's what it was, seemed to understand, for after several seconds of feeling as if her mind was being examined, Mag felt a wave of what she could only describe as satisfaction mixed with reluctant approval. Him. A human I don't particularly wish to eat. Interesting. Thank you. Is this your stone? Should I get it back to you? She asked, definitely eager to meet a dragon, especially one who probably did not wish to eat her. It was my stone, but no longer. It has been tainted by the insane one who calls himself Voldemort, the dragon replied. No way, Nightshade thought. This was his first open indication that he was also hearing the dragon. Mag couldn't help flicking a look in his direction. Probably through your mind, Nightshade clarified, answering her silent question. Yes. Who are you? The dragon thought. Seeming to just sense Nightshade only then, the dragon's mind thought was suddenly full of mild suspicion. Only mild for the moment, because Mag seemed to know the other voice. At least that was her speculation. Just a very smart owl, Nightshade replied. Interesting, the dragon said after a moment. Contrary to the popular myth concerning wise owls, that is rather rare. For real, Nightshade agreed fervently. You are a very interesting witch with a unique familiar, the dragon told Mag after another moment of consideration. I have decided to answer your earlier question concerning my name. It is Arisen. This Voldemort creature discovered my cave and bespelled me with dreadful dark magic that is slowly draining my life force. He is using it to strengthen his own power, and if I cannot break the spell, it will eventually kill me. Mag's eyes widened in horror as her stomach twisted. Just when they thought perhaps they knew how sick Voldemort was, they discovered something new. But how did he know that there were smart dragons? I have a ton of dragon books, and didn't even know that, Mag said. He accidentally discovered my cave. I believe he was seeking something else at the time, though I know not what. She felt a mental sigh from the dragon. I didn't want to eat him because he was spoiled. I told him to leave, and that was my mistake. Unlike others, he was not at all afraid. That can be a side effect of insanity, Mag explained. Interesting, the dragon replied. So would I be able to help you break the spell? Mag asked. The dragon felt thoughtful. Perhaps so. The fastest way would be for him to die, but as I may not last that long, we can try destroying the stone instead. I think it would work best if I did that myself, though. You can bring me the stone if I can figure out how to direct you here. Mag shivered. It was cold, and with she and Nightshade not moving, it was really getting to her. Her broom hovered motionless, and the owl sat nearby on a low oak branch. I am cold. I need to get inside, but once I'm back at Hogwarts, we'll talk again and figure this out, she promised the dragon. It won't be long. Perhaps 5 minutes. Very well, Arisen replied, and she pocketed the stone as Nightshade lifted off the branch. Turning her broom in the air, Mag headed back to school. Once they were back inside Mag's dorm room with the window shut against the cold, she hurriedly and quietly changed into her nightclothes. Once in bed with the bed curtain drawn, she held the softly glowing hematite up to her face once again. I'm back, she commented, probably unnecessarily. One had to restart a conversation somehow, though, at times even with an obvious statement, she supposed. Does this stone glow because of his linking spell that drains your life force? I presume so. I can't see the stone, but it seems logical, the dragon replied. Do you know where Llangatug in Wales is located? Not precisely, but I can look on a map tomorrow, Mag said. Very well. Do not use the stone in a location charm, because due to the link it could take you to him as easily as to me. I will give you directions to my cave once you've reached Llangatug. Did you say you can come tomorrow? The dragon's mind voice held a decidedly eager note that Mag understood well. With his life force being drained, of course he wanted it stopped as soon as possible if not sooner. Yes, I can definitely come tomorrow afternoon. Will you be alright until then? If not, I can try to come now, though it will be a bit more difficult to do so without gaining perhaps the wrong sort of attention. Voldemort probably has followers here as well. Mag figured better be safe and perhaps paranoid than careless, stupid and sorry. Yes, I will be fine until then. It will probably take a few weeks to actually kill me, but I'd rather not get any weaker than I am now, which is weaker than I like. Yes, and we certainly don't want that monster more powerful than he already is. Mag thought darkly. When I am in Clangatug, will you be able to sense me better in order to direct me to you? That's it exactly, the dragon agreed. Mag smiled, pleased to have understood how the location process worked somewhat. In case there is any trouble with Voldemort discovering we're breaking his spell, I'd like to bring a friend along to help out, she said. The owl? 2 friends then, Mag corrected herself. The other is a human wizard. Your mate? The dragon asked knowingly. Mag flushed, wondering if Arisen could sense how she felt about Severus. Not yet, but I am hoping. Chapter 35. Mag nearly had an impossible time focusing on her classes the next day. Even charms, potions and alchemy, which she loved, couldn't hold her attention for long. Knowing she would actually meet a dragon after classes were over was just too exciting. She and Nightshade headed directly for Severus's classroom as soon as her last class, Ancient Runes, was over. I need to talk to you, she said, rushing inside. Severus frowned. What is it? Something big, that probably shouldn't be overheard, she said quietly as she approached his desk. Nightshade left her shoulder to land on the back of Severus's chair. From the man's attentive expression as he regarded the owl, Mag could tell that Nightshade was filling him in on the situation, which only made her a little nervous. He did have quite the unique way of putting things, after all. And you actually believe this? Severus asked tartly as he turned to Mag. I do. He frowned. Have you lost your bloody mind? There are no sentient dragons. They're just beasts. Don't you think I've researched the limits of dragon intelligence? I've read every book there is on dragon research. That, Mag hadn't known. Could Severus like dragons as much as she did? I understand how unlikely it sounds, of course. But if you'd felt him in your mind, you'd know it's real. Like with Nightshade but different. He feels bigger. More. Just different. And he needs help. I'm just sure he does, Severus replied sarcastically. He set a nice trap and he very much needs for us to walk right into it, whoever he is. Mag scowled. Don't you think that occurred to me? Voldemort screwed with him too. Everything he said added up. Except the bit about sentient dragons, Severus said dryly. He explained that so it added up too. Mag insisted. Look, I'll show you the stone and you can speak to him yourself. It isn't as if he'd know someone worthwhile would actually find that stone if you're thinking it's a trap set by Voldemort. He'd have no way of knowing Nightshade and I planned to fly last night. It's not as if we do it all the time. Severus's expression seemed to waver. I'll have a look at the stone, he said reluctantly. Mag quickly drew the heavy 6-sided hematite from her pocket. It fit nicely into her palm and she placed it there, then lifted it to her face. Arisen? It's Mag. Are you all right? I am well enough, the dragon replied. Somehow he felt a bit fainter than he had yesterday and Mag experienced a spike of concern on his behalf. I don't feel you in Wales, the dragon thought. Has something happened to delay your arrival? I've told my wizard friend about you, but at present he doesn't believe that you are who you say you are. There was a pause in which she thought she could feel the dragon considering. He may be a smart man, Arisen said carefully after a few beats. Still in this case, as I am who I say I am, it is inconvenient. I understand, Mag said, trying not to feel mildly amused. Would you speak to him? I suppose, the dragon replied. Mag extended the glowing stone to Severus. He'll talk to you, she said quietly. I've filled him in on the situation and he says you're smart if inconvenient. Severus arched a brow, but took the stone and held it up to his eyes as Mag had done. How did this stone end up in the forest for a witch to locate? Severus thought at the stone. Getting directly to the point of his main concern. That's a good question. The voice that spoke into his mind was as Mag had described. More, other, powerful. Likely Voldemort would also feel more, other and powerful were he in someone's mind, but Severus thought Voldemort's thoughts would have a more unpleasant feel that he'd be unable to disguise. At least the potions master hoped so. Unfortunately, the dragon, if that's what it was, went on, that is a question that I have no answer to. I assume he had to have dropped it, but it seems odd that he would be so careless with his connection to my power. Does he need to touch the stone to drain your magic? Severus asked. As I feel drained even now, I would guess not. Perhaps that is why he is not troubled that he lost it, the dragon replied. Or if he is, he simply doesn't know where he was when the stone was dropped, Severus thought, but it felt odd. The Dark Lord wasn't that careless, was he? It certainly wasn't a side Severus had seen before. And you are quite sure the one who did this is Voldemort? He used the name at any rate. He said that I may call him my lord. Voldemort. The dragon's mind tone was disgusted as well as holding a bite of simmering rage. He incorrectly thinks of dragons as greater serpents. He believed to make his serpent powers greater with my dragon magic. Why does he look so serpentine, by the way? It seems to go deeper than transfiguration, because his blood is even colder than that of human wizards. Severus hated to admit it, but the more he interacted with the dragon, the more he understood why Mag was so sure he was what he said. Those thoughts and observations concerning Voldemort would never be those the man would make about himself. He could think to insult himself pretending to be someone else, but the dragon's observations were more insightful. I don't know, Severus answered. I had no idea his blood was colder, other than figuratively. I assumed he had used transfiguration. I find it hard to believe he could ever arrange to have his body looking as it did before its death or whatever it was. So he decided to go for serpentine instead, perhaps out of some Slytherin fixation, Severus speculated. For a moment the dragon did not speak, and when he did, his reply put Severus sharply in mind of himself when attempting to follow Nightshade's odd speech in the early days. How does one die and yet not die, and what is Slytherin? Severus arched a brow, then realized the dragon probably couldn't see him any more than he could see the dragon. You don't get out much, do you? I don't get out much around humans, no. They tend to hunt us for our blood and bones and scales and now apparently our magic as well, the dragon ranted. Hogwarts, where we are located now, is a wizarding school in Scotland that has been here for around 1,000 years. Slytherin is the house of one of the 4 founders. He stands for purity of blood and he could talk to snakes as can any of his descendants. Voldemort is the end of the line and not at all of pure stock. Let's just say nothing the founder would be proud of producing even if indirectly. Is any of this going to become interesting or useful? The dragon wanted to know. Severus scowled. Don't forget, you asked, he bit out tartly. Then have you satisfied yourself that I am real? The dragon asked. Yes, Severus replied after only a mild hesitation. You will bring me the stone so that I may destroy it and sever my ties to this Voldemort leech now. After another slight hesitation, Severus sighed. Yes. We will apparate to Wales within 5 minutes then contact you again. He returned the stone to Mag. Let's go, he told her. Mag squealed in excitement, not even caring that she would normally be embarrassed to behave so in front of Severus or perhaps at all. So you believe him? I do. If this is all true, we can't allow Voldemort to gain that much more power, so we must take action. If we are all wrong. And this is some sort of nasty trap. I suppose it was a good one, he concluded dryly. I am going alone, though, and you will wait here where it is safe. I shouldn't have given you that stone back, because I'll be needing it. You can send for backup if I'm not back in an hour. Just tell Albus what happened. Severus extended his hand expectantly for the hematite. Oh no, Mag said, shaking her head firmly. I've obsessed over dragons from the time I was old enough to understand what they were. I found him and I am going with you. If there is a trap, 3 of us will be able to fight better than 1, and besides, I'd never let you walk into a trap alone. Severus blinked a few times then sighed. I'm leaving a note on my desk. If we aren't back by this evening, Albus will find it and he will know where we are. I will tell him where the dragon claims to be. Mag waited while Severus jotted a quick note to the headmaster, trying not to bounce on her toes with eagerness to be off. In less than a minute, Severus was finished and they were out the door. First they stopped at the library to check a map of Wales, but that only took a moment. After that they headed directly out of the castle and toward the edge of the grounds. Shit, I hope that dragon won't try to eat me or something, Nightshade thought from Severus's shoulder. Luckily no one was in sight, so they wouldn't have to worry with explanations. I seriously doubt he'll be trying to eat someone who came to help, Mag told Nightshade. Yeah, but we don't know anything about the smart dragons, Nightshade replied. He knows you're smart too, so I think you're safe, Mag said. Before Nightshade could fret any further, they were at the edge of Hogwarts grounds and Severus apparated them with a crack. Chapter 36. When they were in Wales, Severus took the stone so that he may communicate with Arisen to let the dragon guide him to his cave. He was able to sense their location now that they were closer. With him directing Severus they only had to apparate twice more to reach him. Mag was a bit disappointed to see no treasure upon entering the dark cave. She lit the way with her wand pendant, extending it outward on its chain. The dragon stood as they drew closer, and he was magnificent enough to take Mag's breath away. He was a white Norwegian ridgeback, and his eyes were a silvery green that put her in mind of pools of moving light. "You're beautiful," she managed. If the dragon's thought had felt bigger than Nightshade's at Hogwarts, it was nearly overpowering when they stood in front of him. "Thank you, witch." For his part, Severus felt the dragon examining his mind much in the way he never wanted Voldemort to be able to do. It was as if the creature knew everything there was to know about who he was in less than 10 seconds. Tossing his head, the dragon's eyes seemed to radiate contempt for what he saw. Severus scowled defensively. "You are an unpleasant little wizard, aren't you? At least Voldemort hasn't trapped my essence," Severus shot back. "Prof. Please do not talk shit to a dragon," Nightshade frantically begged. Severus bit back a sigh. He knew it was unwise to talk shit to a dragon, but the thing was provoking him quite unnecessarily when he'd come to help it. "I am not in it. I am a he just as you are. And you only came to help me because you did not wish your enemy to have my power," the dragon scathingly informed. Mag was unhappy that the two weren't getting along because she stood here with her favorite person in the world, staring into the face of a real dragon, her favorite creature in the world, and she wanted the moment to be bloody nice. Plucking the hematite from Severus's hand, she stepped forward and presented it to Arisen. "This is yours. Do you need any help breaking the spell?" The dragon reached out a forklaw and with a very delicate motion, plucked the stone from Mag's palm. She felt the barest scrape of talons but no pain. She couldn't help staring at Arisen, unwilling and unable to tear her gaze away. The dragon was very long but slender and elegant. She could easily imagine him riding the wind in all his splendor, owning the skies in his flight. "Burning the stone should sever the tie," Arisen replied, turning to the side and placing the stone on the floor of the cave. Drawing in a deep breath, the dragon directed a concentrated jet of fire at the stone. It burned for perhaps 5 seconds, then crumbled to ash in a flash of light. Arisen heaved a sigh, entire body seeming to relax. "I feel better already. My power is flowing back into me. I will be at my full strength within a day, I should think. Right now, though, I must move to another location, because right now he knows where I am. Hogwarts is safe and has secret passages in which you could hide for the time being," Severus found himself suggesting. Not particularly because he cared what happened to the dragon, but because it could help if Voldemort attacked the school again. I am a he. And I'm not helping any bloody humans," the dragon thought angrily. Drawing back his lips, he showed a mouthful full of leg-sized teeth. "Please, Professor. Don't poke the fucking dragon," Nightshade pleaded. Now that is indeed a wise owl, Arisen thought in satisfaction. "And I don't wish to stay in a building crawling with humans who would just love to kill me in my slumber for my blood and claws and scales, but thank you kindly for the offer," he told Severus. Severus scowled but remained silent, not bothering to explain that no one there would harm the dragon, because he suddenly found that he didn't care. "Where will you go?" Mag asked, obvious concern in her tone. Arisen thought for several beats. "I have a dragon friend in Switzerland. He will likely share his cave until I can find another for myself that I am certain is far enough from humans to allow my safety. Why don't you simply make yourself invisible to even wizards, and stay in any cave you like?" Severus asked, feeling annoyed that the dragon hadn't seemed to think of that himself. "I do that, but obviously wizards have found ways around such cloakings," the dragon replied. A low auditory growl accompanied the mind thought, and Severus decided to remain silent even if there was a snarky comment he very much would have enjoyed making. "Is there a way that we could keep in touch?" Mag forced herself to ask. Asking was difficult because if the dragon said no, she knew she'd be crushed. "I think I can arrange that for the little witch who saved me," Arisen replied. "Wait here." He turned and moved into the back of the cave, nearly vanishing into the shadows. Mag found it odd to be called little, because while she was slender, she was tall for a girl. Not nearly as tall as Millie, but she wasn't short like Kirsten either. A dragon must think all humans were tiny, though. When Arisen reappeared, he held a square faceted palm-sized quartz crystal in a forklaw. "I have enchanted this to show me and connect my mind to the holder. Do not lose it or this friendship ends, because I won't risk falling into the wrong hands again," he warned as he extended it to Mag. "Thank you," she said, trying and failing to hide her excitement as she took the crystal. Its clarity was stunning, nearly like a diamond. "It is a diamond, actually," the dragon told her. Mag's jaw dropped. That was a huge diamond. Probably worth, well, she couldn't count that high and she was rather good at math. I acquired it long before humans put so much value on diamonds, Arisen said, thought voice amused. He had to be ancient. Mag and Severus exchanged an impressed look as Mag pocketed the diamond. When she returned to Hogwarts, she planned to layer several wards upon it to keep it away from anyone else. That, and she'd keep it with her always. Would you like something of mine in case you need to find me? Like if you need help again. I plan to talk with you often, but if you could enchant something of mine to locate me for you, that could be useful, couldn't it? She asked Arisen. The dragon considered for a moment, then nodded his elegant head. Yes, I can do that. And it would be appreciated. You can even do magic. Fascinating, Severus said, not sure why this was so surprising considering all the tomes of dragon lore believed to be mere legend. In such books, dragons were far stronger than wizards and could accomplish feats of magic that wizards could only dream of if they had very good imaginations and very big dreams. Arisen growled, contempt rolling off his mind in waves, though at the moment, not for Severus himself. Humans need to reduce everything in their legends so that nothing is stronger than themselves. They are fearful little bugs. Blights on the face of magical society. Shiiit, Nightshade thought frantically. He's gonna eat us fucking all. I will not, the dragon said, speaking to him for the first time directly. You have all been decent to me even if the man-wizard had selfish reasons. That would not be honorable. And besides, I do not wish for any of you to perish, not even the man-wizard, though when it comes to him, I am honestly not quite certain as to why. We had better go now so that you can leave. Voldemort could notice his power source isn't feeding him at any time, Mag said, suddenly feeling nervous and annoyed with herself that this hadn't occurred sooner. The dragon nodded. Yes. Mag hurried forward and threw her arms around the white ridgeback's willowy neck. She knew the move could be considered stupid by many, but she just couldn't resist. It was a gift to meet you, Arisen. Please keep in touch and stay safe. I will check on you later today, she promised. The dragon allowed the embrace, nodding and actually resting his head lightly on her shoulder for an instant. When she stepped back, Severus apparated the three of them to the edge of Hogwarts grounds. Wasn't that some shit, though? Nightshade asked enthusiastically. And we're all back in one fucking piece. Sweet. It certainly gives one something to think about, Severus said. It's nice to discover that there are things in our magical world that are still unknown. It makes me wonder what discoveries there are yet to be made. Mag nodded eagerly. Yes. It is wonderful. Perhaps someday we could research them together. Perhaps the dragon even knows of other creatures and he'd tell me about them. Meeting Arisen had emboldened her a bit, and she actually dared to suggest researching with Severus. When he nodded distractedly, her heart danced and did flips of joy, but she remained silent. They took the secret passage back into Hogwarts, not wanting to risk being seen returning and having to answer questions. They were lucky on the way out, and luck should not be pushed any more than dragons should be poked. When leaving, they'd been focused on getting to the dragon more than remaining hidden, but now their caution was back. That night in bed with the curtain tightly drawn to avoid prying eyes, Mag withdrew the diamond from a leather pouch around her neck where she decided to keep it always. Peering into it, she saw an image of Arisen lying on the floor of a cave. The clarity of the stone made him very easy to see. Arisen? You made it to your friend's cave all right, then? Yes. I am fine, human witch. Thank you for your concern. I hope to visit you again someday when you have your own cave again. That would be fine, I think, Arisen replied, and Mag decided this was, thus far, the best day in her life. When she graduated, rather than becoming a bard as she'd planned, she wanted to work with Arisen. She wasn't sure on what, but she'd figure it out. Chapter 37. The rest of the school year passed relatively uneventfully for Mag, considering Umbridge was there turning things upside down. None of that affected her, though, so she didn't worry over it much. Umbridge left Severus alone, and that was all Mag cared about. She knew how to ensure she was left alone. She kept her head down, did her prefect duties, and didn't make waves because there was no reason to. Once a week or so she used the diamond scrying stone to check on Arisen, who she'd begun to call Reese for short. The dragon only stayed with his friend for a few weeks before finding a new cave of his own, and now lived in Switzerland. He planned to relocate to Wales again someday, but not until Voldemort was dead. For his part, Severus didn't like the fact Dumbledore was ousted. Nightshade had to hear about that at length, so Mag had to hear it from Nightshade. She told Nightshade to remind Severus that Dumbledore could take care of himself, and was surprised when the owl said that had actually helped to mollify him. Even better, Nightshade even told Severus that the message was from Mag rather than the wise owl himself. On June 18, Nightshade spent the day with Severus while Mag crammed for her next NEWT, about which she wasn't particularly concerned. For some reason, the OWLs had terrified her far more. On the morning of June 19, Nightshade approached Mag with a letter as she ate breakfast at the Slytherin table, quietly talking with the Bloody Baron. He was flying far faster than usual, and Mag felt a spike of concern as the owl approached. "Is everything all right?" she asked at once as she took the blank parchment from him and put it into the pocket of her school robe. Nightshade landed on the table beside her plate, but rather than snatching a sausage as he usually did, he did a little jig of excitement. Something in the way he moved put Mag in mind of a chicken, and for an instant she had to struggle not to laugh. "Well, yeah. The bad news is Voldemort attacked the Ministry for a prophecy in your parents' department. The good news is your parents are fine. The other good news is the Ministry now was forced to acknowledge Lizard Brain is back. The bad news is they're still being tarred fucks about it. And the very best news of all is that Sirius fuck-tard asshole Black is dead." Mag put down her fork with a clatter. Of course Nightshade had told her about Sirius Black when he'd met him at the First Order of the Phoenix meeting he attended. Of course Mag disliked him without even having to meet him because of his treatment of Severus. Hearing about his death made her smile. "It's good when someone actually gets what they deserve," she observed. "How did Severus take the news?" "As can be expected, he was happy as a clam at fucking high tide," Nightshade crowed. "We both were. He wasn't in danger yesterday, was he?" Nightshade tilted his head to peer at Mag as though she'd lost her mind. "Obviously he fucking was. He dead." She sighed. "Not Sirius, obviously. Severus. Was he in danger?" "Oh. No, he was chillin'." Mag felt her shoulders slumping slightly in relief. Now she could allow herself to be happy about the good news without worrying about Severus at the same time. All too soon, though, she had to return most of her focus to her NEWTs. Mag's final school days passed swiftly, and as her graduation drew near, she began to seriously plan out the conversation she would have with Severus. Excitement warred with nervousness in her mind any time she envisioned the various possible outcomes. Still, she knew there was only one that should come to pass, and she was fully prepared to fight for it. Initially Mag planned to get Severus alone for a private word after her graduation. Then she began to worry that something would come up that would call him away, and she'd have to wait who knew how long to speak to him again. For that reason, she chose to have the conversation the day before graduation. She spent time preparing herself. Removing her school attire, she put on a flowing green summer dress. Brushing back her long red hair, she tied it back in the customary silver silk scarf she always used to keep it back from her face. Peering into the mirror, she surveyed her reflection. Tall, willowy, large green eyes, long slightly wavy red hair. She was pretty, wasn't she? Of course she was. One hand came up to touch the quartz crystal wand that hung about her neck. Pretty and talented too. Silent pep talk over, she turned away from the mirror. She was ready. It was time. Gathering up her courage, she knocked on the door of his office a few hours before dinner. When he opened the door, the look he gave her was curious. "What can I do for you, Miss Westcraven?" "I'd like a private word," she said, and he stepped back to allow her to come inside. Nightshade sat on the desk cramming his beak full of thinly sliced deli turkey. Mag widened her eyes slightly and gave a small sigh. "You'll get him fat." Severus shrugged, lips twitching slightly. "It's turkey, not bread." It occurred to Mag that she seemed to make Severus smile more than anyone else other than perhaps Nightshade. "I definitely make him smile the most," Nightshade told her firmly. "Sometimes he even fucking laughs." "What can I do for you?" Severus asked. Mag drew in a deep breath. "Well, first I wanted to congratulate you on Sirius Black's much-deserved death. May the git not rest in peace." Severus smiled in appreciation. "Thank you. I like that. A pity we can't put it on his tombstone." Mag grinned back. "I also came to invite you on a cruise. My parents got me a cruise for two to Egypt for my graduation present. I would very much like it if you came along. I think we'd have a wonderful time together. And as of tomorrow I won't be your student any longer." Severus smiled again, but this time the expression didn't touch his dark eyes. "I appreciate the offer, but you should take Miss Boxwood or even Bulstrode. They're safer travel companions." "What do you mean safer?" Mag demanded, feeling the color draining from her face. He should have been more interested in going to Egypt with her considering their mutual interests. "I thought you'd like to celebrate Sirius's death, and we could have a nice vacation." "You deserve a summer vacation as much as anyone. I appreciate the thought and that would be nice, but I could be called away at any time, and It probably isn't safe to be my friend right now, Mag. At least not until after he's dead. I don't want to be your friend, Mag exclaimed, frustrated. I love you. I've loved you for years. She couldn't believe his jaw dropped in shock at her words. Well, if I can't risk putting my friends in danger, I certainly can't risk whatever it is that you're suggesting, Magritte. I won't risk anything happening to you. I owe you more than that, and hell, even your parents when it comes to that. No. You owe me the right to make my own choices, and I choose to be with you and to do all I can to help you. We have so much in common and we enjoy the same things. That is beside the point, Severus said. I'm afraid the matter is closed for your own good. Please try to understand. God, she was crying. Tears were spilling uncontrolled down her face and she didn't care. She couldn't care. No. You don't get to do this. It isn't fair. Stepping forward, she threw her arms around him and pressed her lips to his almost desperately. For a moment, his body was stiff with shock, then he responded, arms coming around her as he kissed her back. Mag clung to him, reveling in the moment and the heat that spread through her body at his touch. Kissing him was as wonderful as she'd known it would be. One kiss turned into two and three, and he pushed her firmly away, hands on her shoulders. I won't do this. Not in Albus Dumbledore's school. You are still a student until you graduate tomorrow. Rubbish, Mag groaned, frustrated and glaring. Severus sighed, lifting one hand to run it through his shoulder-length black hair while the other remained wisely on her shoulder to hold her back. Wisely, because she certainly would have moved in for another kiss had he released her with both hands. I'll go on vacation with you, he said quietly, tone tired and defeated. You'll come home with me tomorrow then, she asked eagerly. Because the ship leaves the day after graduation, so you may as well just come home with me tomorrow night so we can leave early in the morning. Fine, Severus said. His lips twitched. Your parents are going to kill me for this, so I may not be going anywhere, but better them than Voldemort, I suppose. They will not, Mag said firmly. I'll telephone him the truth. That I gave you no choice. She winked and Severus sighed, then chuckled. I think you're quite insane, you know, he told her thoughtfully, and she laughed. Perhaps, but probably not. Silently he moved to the door of his office and held it open for her. Smiling happily at him, she passed through and hurried back to her dorm to pack. For the last time she put her clothes, books and random accessories into the 3 trunks she brought to school each year. She knew that some 7th years were sad to be leaving Hogwarts forever, but she was overjoyed. It meant her life could finally begin. That life would involve Severus and a dragon and a vacation to Egypt. Humming as she neatly folded clothes and used them to pad rare books, she basked in the excitement she felt over the summer to come. Once her packing was complete, she picked up her fiddle case and practically skipped to the Slytherin common room to terrorize the younger students with several renditions of Bedlam Boys. If they complained, well, she was graduating tomorrow. Author's note. Dear reader, we understand how much that Mag, Severus conversation puts one in mind of Tonks and Lupin, but we assure you, we aren't that unoriginal. Believe it or not, paranormal universal weirdness seems to stalk us, and we had that bit written between Mag and Severus a year before Half-Blood Prince came out. A friend from NZ even called us to freak out when Half-Blood Prince came out because of how similar the conversation was. And no, we're in no way saying JKR copied us or knew about our play by email RPG in which we wrote this, because of course she didn't. Just that Mag and Severus make universal waves that are apparently even heard by her. In other words, it's magic. Lol. Chapter 38. Severus hated feeling things, especially when the things he happened to be feeling were excessively strong and excessively conflicted. With a sigh he dropped his face into his hands once the door was closed behind Mag. What in the hell had just happened? Prof, she really has been obsessed with you for years. Literally ages. Like if I told you how long it'd probably be fucking disturbing. His connection with Nightshade had unsettled Severus many times. Missing his conversations with the owl when Nightshade was with Magritte made him feel weak. Feeling an overly natural camaraderie even when Nightshade was talking into his head that time they'd shared a dreadful hangover made him feel, well, the opposite of alone. How else could one feel with someone else nearly constantly directly in their head? The problem wasn't that he tolerated it, but that he enjoyed it. It was a weakness that he promised himself he'd never have again after Heather and Raislin showed him how easily they could drop his friendship and how little he truly meant to them. Sure, they could affectionately call him the kid, and treat him like a younger brother until things got hard. Then it was Severus, not Heather or Raislin, who ended up with the rug snatched out from under him, left alone with nothing but the promise he'd made himself at a young age of vengeance against Voldemort for his killing of Tobias Snape. No matter that a worthless waste of space like Harry Potter got to do it, because he still got to help. Severus would have a hand in bringing the twisted monster that was Voldemort down. Only now Mag had gone and complicated even that. He'd always known that he cared for the girl as a friend. One of the few friends he had even, but this new dimension that she'd unwisely forced onto them changed everything in dangerous ways. For the first time, Severus felt out of control, and it was no good because it could get them both killed. He'd never truly noticed her beauty because he just didn't think like that. Never had Severus Snape claimed to be like other people in any way, after all. He was usually too busy hating everyone, and when he didn't hate them his mind certainly didn't jump to shagging them. Right now, vengeance owned his life, and thanks to people leaving him via death or betrayal, he simply wasn't seeking attachments because they hurt. When she was in his arms, soft warm eager mouth pressed to his, though, all that had changed. His non-existent sex drive had sprung, quite literally, to life. It was as if her slender body and feminine curves were made for him. She fit perfectly against him like another piece to the puzzle that was whole when they clung together. She wasn't much shorter than he, so even their inappropriately impassioned kisses were a natural fit. At least he'd stopped that before it had gotten out of hand, and at least she'd had the decency not to try that until now when she was basically no longer a student. While all that was very nice, the girl didn't seem to care that she was putting herself, and forcing him to put her at risk. She was no fool, so how could she not see that? He knew Nightshade shared whatever impressions he had of Voldemort with her, so why? For the first time ever, he wished he was just out of the entire thing and free of Voldemort. That he was free just to live his life and be happy. Because something he never thought to have or never truly believed he wanted was presented to him. Friendship, unconditional love, and a true connection on all levels, because the physical one was most certainly there. How simple and grand it would be to pursue a life together, he, Mag and Nightshade, studying, discovering things together, inventing new spells and potions, traveling, and just always knowing that the others would be there. Simple, wonderful, and what they all deserved. Hell, what enough people deserved so long as they weren't stupid insufferable gits. Very well, perhaps a third of the world deserved it now he came to think of it, but he was certainly among that third, as was Mag. Deep down, Severus knew that his father would want this for him over revenge. If he'd only known he could have it, perhaps Severus would have made different choices. Of course he would have, but now what was done, literally. He sighed again. How was he going to be certain Mag would be safe from Voldemort's scrutiny now that her association with him was most definitely closer? Son of a bitch, he groaned, frustrated. Really? That the best you can do after all my exalted efforts? Nightshade complained. That's the most boring swearing I've ever heard. That right there is grandma swearing is what it is. For once, Severus basically ignored Nightshade, because his mind was solidly on more uncomfortable matters. I need help if I am to keep her safe, he announced. If he saw her in my mind he'd be enraged that I didn't tell him about her talent with enhancing stones and constructing those wands that are twice the strength of wooden ones, and you know it. She appears to believe in my abilities to hide things from him even more than I do. Perhaps she is even correct, but I won't bet her life on it. He probably wouldn't kill us, because it wouldn't be useful for him to do so, but he certainly would not allow our lives to be pleasant. So I need help. He put his hand on the doorknob. Are you coming? Nightshade considered for a moment, and Severus could feel the owl delving into his mind to detect his plan. Nah. I think I'll wait here. I got some more turkey to finish, after all. Severus shrugged. Fine. I'll be back soon, hopefully in a more secure mood. As he left the dungeon and headed for Albus Dumbledore's office, however, he wasn't feeling particularly secure. Albus wasn't going to be pleased that he'd kissed a student before graduation, even if she'd kissed him first. Bloody hell. Though that was technically the least of his problems, thanks to Voldemort. He had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach nonetheless at the prospect of facing Albus Dumbledore's disapproval. The man had become like a second father to him over the years, and this wasn't going to be a fun conversation. Albus was in his office and alone, which was a relief. Good evening, Severus, he said cheerfully, extending a bag of Twizzlers. Try one of these. They're amazing. And addictive. They're hollow and as light as air. One just continues to eat and eat and eat. Until one develops a bellyache, Severus stated dryly, lips twitching up slightly in amusement as he sank down into the chair across from Albus at his desk. Regardless. You must try one and experience the delicious magic, Albus insisted, shaking the bag slightly when Severus failed to reach out and draw one of the red twisty candies out. Severus sighed and took a Twizzler, if only to allow for a change of subject. I need help, he told Albus after he chewed his first bite. Isn't it good candy, though? Albus asked. Sure, Severus said. Now can we talk about the reason I'm here? Albus sighed. It's a pity it isn't just to socialize. Do you recall the days when you just came to sit with me and talk, Severus? Severus sighed. I came to sit and talk with you last week, he reminded Albus. It was nearly 2 weeks, Albus corrected gently. But that's neither here nor there at the moment, I'm sure. What's the trouble? Before I get into it, I want to say that it wasn't my fault, and I didn't start it. Albus chuckled. Did you get into a fight with Minerva again? Severus shook his head. I think I got into a relationship. She's graduating tomorrow and we never did anything when she was a student. I didn't even think of her in that way, I swear. I honestly only saw her as a friend and today she kissed me. Yes, I did unfortunately respond, but she was crying and then when she kissed me I was shocked when she proclaimed her feelings and, she's pretty and, words were spilling out of Severus in a rush, and only Albus holding up a restraining hand stilled them, much to Severus's own relief. I'm happy for you, Severus. I trust that this gesture of affection went no further. Severus's jaw dropped at the calm way Albus was taking the situation. Of course not. 3 kisses, but who was counting? You deserve happiness as much as anyone else. There is nothing wrong with that, and as you said, she's technically no longer a student and as of tomorrow that will be formalized. But now is the worst time. I tried to tell her. If Voldemort discovers some of her talents, there will be problems. We don't want him having the items she can craft. Besides, if anything happened to her, I couldn't handle that. She wouldn't listen, though. Albus's lips twitched up into a grin and he gave an amused chuckle. So you're saying she's as stubborn as you? Severus scowled. I was hoping you could help me to figure out a way to keep her safe, he said tartly. Albus nodded. I think I can. It actually ties into something I've been thinking about broaching with you concerning your interactions with Harry. Only now, thanks to your feelings for Mag, the story I had in mind will be even easier to craft. Right away Severus began feeling suspicious. His scowl deepened. What does Potter have to do with Mag? Albus smiled. Nothing at all. That's the brilliant part, you see. Severus shook his head. No, I actually don't. Well, you will, Albus promised. I really wanted you and Harry to learn to get along, and it just isn't happening. Yes, in part my reasons for this are related to the past. Harry isn't his father, and he didn't do anything to you. Before you begin saying how you do feel he is like his father and you dislike him for being, what you consider incompetent and irresponsible, please hear me out, because as you can see I have obviously heard you out many times to be able to repeat it verbatim. Albus's grin only caused Severus's resentful scowl to deepen. The true need for you and Harry to get along is Voldemort, as I have told you before. If Harry can't trust you and listen to you when he really needs to, when he truly needs the guidance of a wiser, more skilled wizard, his dislike of you, that you have admittedly heavily fostered, will most definitely interfere at this point. If you and Harry will never get along, we need to create a reason for him to trust you, Severus. I know you won't like the plan I have devised to accomplish that, but considering the fact that Mag has made her play for you and won, perhaps you will be more amenable if only to keep her safe. Severus's jaw dropped for the second time in the past 10 minutes. How did you know it was Mag? He practically squawked. Everyone claimed that Albus Dumbledore knew everything, and now he was right there with them. Oh, that's rather obvious, my dear boy. She's the only female student you take any time outside of class to interact with. Granted, I never thought your high regard for her was romantic, but her feelings for you were obvious to anyone who paid any amount of attention to her face when she looked at you. I hoped she'd succeed in her quest to win your heart someday, but I didn't see it happening right now. I can't say that it's a bad thing, though. Why not? Severus demanded. Remember the her being in danger bit. Albus chuckled. Indeed I do, and so do you. When one has a reason to be truly cautious, one's chances in war are far better. In other words, I believe Mag will be the reason you succeed. She will give you the strength and temperance to do so. You'll do it for her. For what you have together. Severus didn't like it, but Albus was right. He didn't like it because it was scary as hell and extra feelings and responsibility were 2 things he really didn't need right now. Are you ready to hear my solution? Albus asked. Of course, Severus said, though he still wondered how it could involve Harry Potter. You aren't going to like it. But it will work, Albus said. I would like to use your feelings for Mag but make them appear to have been directed at someone else. Lily Potter, to be specific. Severus blinked, in shock, then in disbelief. This is your plan? For Harry to believe I loved his mum who I hardly knew? Severus asked incredulously. And how will that go over with Voldemort? He'll never trust me to hand Harry over to him when the time is right if he believes I have emotional reasons not to. Albus shook his head. I will craft the situation better than that, he said. Harry will trust you if he believes you cared for his mother. The loss of his parents is one of his weaknesses and I am not above exploiting his or anyone else's weaknesses to save lives. I can do this by attaching childhood images to the feelings you have for Mag. The best lies are based on truth, remember. As for Voldemort, we will use the happiness you truly felt at the death of James Potter to make him believe you felt the same for Lily Potter's death because she betrayed you. That Voldemort will relate to, because as you know, he believes his own parents did the same to him. He won't be able to relate to the romantic aspect because he loves no one, but the betrayal and consequent hate will be right up his alley. Replacing your love for your father with the hatred you feel for your grandfather has worked, has it not? I always say if it's not broken, don't fix it and in fact continue to use it, Albus said, topping his explanation off with a pleased smile. Severus had no logical objection to a single word Albus said, but he hated the idea nonetheless. All right, he said flatly. Do it. Nodding, Albus stood and rounded the desk to stand at Severus's side, wand in hand. Relax. Lean your head back, he said, and sighing, Severus did. Closing his eyes he couldn't help feeling a bit of D.J. Vu as the tip of Albus's wand traced circles around his left temple. He had done the same sort of mind-crafting spells when placing Severus's feelings of dislike for his grandfather Prince onto Tobias Snape to allow Voldemort to believe he'd hated his Muggle father. Voldemort never knew that he'd killed Severus's father, not knowing the Muggle man's name he'd struck down for daring to walk into a wizarding potions shop. The feeling of Albus toying with the surface of his mind was uncomfortable, literally causing the sensation of strings being pulled in his head, but Severus remained still and quiet. Voldemort's torture would be far worse than any mild discomfort were his secrets to come out, after all. Severus was excellent at mental shields, but Albus's mind-crafting, replacement of false memories on true emotions, was what allowed him to spy safely as he did. Chapter 39. There were two things Mag wanted to do that she felt would be wisest to put off until graduation. The first she'd taken care of yesterday with Severus, and the second had to do with Professor Flitwick. After breakfast she approached the staff table and asked if she could speak to him in private. As she addressed the small charms master, Mag could feel Severus's eyes on her. She hoped he wasn't having second thoughts, and for a moment was too nervous to even glance in his direction. Of course, Phileas replied readily. Let's talk in my classroom, shall we? Mag nodded and he rose from the table. As she turned to follow him from the great hall, her gaze moved to Severus, who gave her a slight nod. He didn't smile, but nor did he wave her over to tell her he'd changed his mind, so she nodded back before following Flitwick. Once in his classroom with the door shut she drew in a deep breath. First of all, I wanted to say that I'll really miss you and I hope we can keep in touch, Professor Flitwick. He smiled warmly. I wouldn't expect anything less, Mag. She drew in a deep breath, suddenly concerned that her question would offend him. So consumed with what she believed was her discovery, that she hadn't considered how he may be offended if she happened to be wrong. There is something I've always been curious about, and if I am wrong, I truly mean no offense. It's just that you're so magical. The way your magic works, the extra touch your charms have that I feel everyone else lacks. I was wondering, are you half leprechaun, by any chance? She was shocked when all the color drained from Flitwick's face. Please, Miss West Craven. Do not speak to anyone else of this. You haven't already, have you? He asked, bright green eyes becoming even brighter with alarm. No. Well, perhaps Severus once, but he didn't say much. He said he didn't know when I asked. It was a bit ago, she said, striving to remember. Had it been last year, or when he'd told her to go bother Phileas for a bit when she was stressing out over her OWLS? Phileas let out a relieved sigh. Oh well. Severus wouldn't say anything. It's just that. You're too smart for your own good sometimes. I always lamented that you didn't end up in Ravenclaw. Same for both of your parents and Severus too for that matter. Slytherin and Ravenclaw can often cross boundaries, cunning and brilliance often working together as one form of applying intelligence. But I distract myself. To answer your question, yes. My father is a leprechaun. His side wants nothing to do with me, and I never felt I fit in with regular wizards due to my height. I suppose I often felt overlooked, he admitted. His expression was fleetingly bitter, but he smiled and shrugged it off. I keep my bloodlines to myself, even though I've been treated poorly by some who assume I'm half goblin or some such. Not that there is anything wrong with most goblins, mind. Leprechauns have specialized powers that many human wizards would love to exploit. I'd prefer not to have to fight or hurt anyone who could attempt to push me into doing anything for them that I did not wish to do. My father's people would not enjoy their powers being used for wizards, and I would be punished even were I forced to do so. That's hardly right. Mag objected, and he nodded. Leprechauns keep to themselves and aren't overly forgiving or charitable. They suffer me, just. Fairness is probably too much to ask, considering that. I'm sorry that you have to deal with unfairness from both sides, and I promise never to mention it to anyone. I just read some things a few years back on leprechaun magic, and it made me think of yours. Phileas grinned. As I said, too smart for your own good. Mag chuckled and moved to hug him. Thank you so much for all you've done for me over the years, she said, choking up and feeling the first burst of graduation sentiment. God, she'd cried twice in less than 24 hours. It would be a relief when the day was over. Flitwick had tears in his eyes as well as he firmly returned her hug. I've enjoyed teaching you, Mag. Even during your OWLS preparation I only wanted to kill you perhaps 4 times. Mag laughed. Only 4? I must not have been that bad, then. Mag got her largest surprise during the graduation ceremony. She was the last to have her name called, as there was no one in her year whose last name ended with X, Y or Z. As she walked up to Albus Dumbledore, who gave out diplomas where the sorting usually took place, he met her gaze and smiled. Thank you for looking after Severus. He is like a son to me, and I am pleased that someone worthy of him sees him for the wonderful person he is. The headmaster's voice spoke into her mind just as it would have sounded were he speaking aloud. Too shocked to know what to say, all she could do was smile and nod her thanks as she took the diploma. When that didn't seem like quite enough, she impulsively gave her second hug of the day. Mag didn't do hugs. She supposed today was a big enough deal to make it all right, though. As she walked across the stage, diploma in hand, Mag saw her parents and friends clapping for her. The Baron even sat clapping beside Kirsten, and Millie and Parvati was there too. Kirsten had taken to Parvati quickly enough when Mag invited her to join him once in Hogsmeade, but Millicent kept making rude Gryffindor comments, so the two hadn't gotten along. Today they seemed to have decided to make an exception just for her, though, and that made her cry again, curse it all. Griphook sat between Mira and Mag's father, watching the proceedings with a bemused expression, and Mag waved extra hard for the goblin, honored that he'd actually accepted the graduation invite she'd sent him. She had few friends, but they were all amazing. As she rode away from Hogwarts in a boat, just as she'd arrived that first year, Mag's vision was still clouded with sentimental tears. She'd wanted to be finished with Hogwarts for years, and now that the time had come, she realized there were some people she'd really miss. She vowed to visit Flitwick and the Baron often and to meet Parvati, Kirsten and Millie in Hogsmeade on the weekends. Mag met her parents on the other side of the lake. We've planned a graduation party for you at home. Mira has already apparated everyone else, so she should be back for us any moment now, Heather told Mag, hugging her daughter tightly. We're so proud of you, baby, she said, voice thick with tears. Don't, Mum. I'll cry again, and I think I'm coming down with a cry headache as it is, Mag pleaded, giving a choked little laugh. Mira appeared in front of them then with a crack. Are we all ready? The colorfully dressed elf asked brightly. Mag, you look so wonderful up there, getting your diploma. I'm so proud of you. Mag broke away from hugging her father to hug Mira. Thank you, Mira. She peered around, wondering where Severus was. Yes, we're almost ready. I'm just waiting for one more person, though. Who is it? Raistlin asked, but then Severus approached with a trunk in either hand, expression one of trepidation and defiance. I'm taking him on the graduation cruise with me, Mag told her parents. It wasn't my idea, Severus told Raistlin and Heather with a glare. We probably shouldn't have this conversation where anyone can see, Mira said, and apparated him all to West Craven Manor before anyone could object. Hello, Severus, the elf continued without missing a beat. So pleasant to see you again. She opened the door to the manor with a gesture. There are snacks inside, Mag, she added happily. I made all your favorites for our graduation girl. Severus nodded, seeming surprised that Mira remembered his name or bothered to greet him. Thank you, Mira, Mag said, bending to give the elf another warm hug. And thanks so much for having a party for me, Mum and Dad, she added, hugging both of her parents again. I really appreciate it. In all honesty, she hadn't even considered having a graduation party. Her imagination had just jumped to a quiet evening where she packed for the cruise and spent time convincing her parents that she and Severus were a good, no great idea. And then she and Severus would go upstairs later to her room and yes, a party hadn't entered in at all, but she didn't mind the change of plans even if it meant she'd have to rush her packing later and hope she didn't forget anything. Mira led the way into the parlor where everyone else was already gathered. She gestured to the huge sideboard of food and drinks. Have at it, she said, relieving Severus of his trunks. I told her to put them in your room, Mags. That right? Nightshade asked. Mag felt her cheeks flushing as she nodded. Happy graduation and all that, by the way. I stayed with Prof to avoid all the icky crying shit. He didn't cry. Mag chuckled. That's good. I'd be concerned if he did. Kirsten was chatting up Griphook as they both stuffed themselves on crab cakes. Millicent was mixing drinks for herself and Parvati, bossily explaining that this was how it was done. To Mag's surprise, Flitwick was even there, dividing his attention between mini lava cakes and cheese cubes. You let me get all sentimental today when I thought I wouldn't be seeing you for a while. She accused the charms master with an indignant scowl. Well, I could hardly tell you about the party, now could I? Phileas said around a mouthful of cheese and lava cake which he appeared to have decided to combine. Besides, he added, after swallowing, it appears we both had a secret. Hello Severus. The charms master gave Severus, who stood uncomfortably at Mag's side, a pointed glance. I saw you bringing in trunks, and did I hear something about a cruise? Severus flushed. It isn't. That is. Hello, Phileas. They had only mentioned the cruise before leaving Hogwarts, and as Phileas was already here by then, he couldn't have heard that conversation. Mag's parents must have mentioned the cruise in passing to everyone coming to the party. Then Phileas must have put two and two together when he saw Severus's trunks, Mag reasoned. He wasn't head of Ravenclaw House for nothing, though. Chapter 40 How is it that you were going on vacation with Mag? Raistlin asked Severus. The graduation party was over. It had ended far too soon for Severus's liking. Not because he particularly enjoyed parties, because of course he did not, but because the party put this particular moment off for a bit. Everyone had eaten, had drinks, chatted, then meandered home leaving Severus here with this moment. She invited me, Raistlin. I tried to tell her no. I don't want her in danger, and I tried to. You didn't try hard enough, because you're here now, Raistlin shouted, slamming Severus in the nose. Severus staggered backward, blinking in surprise. He'd expected this, but it was still somehow a shock. Perhaps because Raistlin and Heather had protected him from such in school and now Raistlin was actually hitting him. I tried but I can't force her to be safe by hurting her, Raistlin, Severus found himself shouting back. Striding angrily forward he threw his own punch, slamming the far larger man in the jaw hard with his left fist. I did take precautions. I was going to share those with everyone if you would shut the hell up and listen. What the hell? Mum and I leave for 3 seconds to walk the final guests out and you're fighting, Mag practically shouted as she angrily swept back into the room. He started it, Severus defended peevishly, a hand coming up to his throbbing nose. It isn't broken, Raistlin snapped. And we didn't use wands, he added to his daughter. I did start it, but he knows better than to pull this shit. I wasn't talking to you, Mag told Severus gently. Her expression softened as she approached, moving to stand at Severus's side. And he didn't pull anything, Daddy. I made him come with me. I love him and I have the right to have what I want. I love you and Mum too. You know that. But no matter your good intentions, turning your backs on him wasn't right, Mag said as politely and lovingly as she could. Is that what he told you? Raistlin demanded, voice rising again as he glared at Severus. That we turned our backs on him? Mag shook her head. He didn't say much to me about you at all, actually. Well, he's the one who turned his backs on us when he chose the life-threatening role of double agent over any sort of productive adult life he could have had for himself, Raistlin ranted. The man is a genius. He could have invented potions, crafted spells, become as famous as Dumbledore, but no, he had to choose vengeance. He didn't care that serving Voldemort would potentially bring any of his close friends under the monster's speculative eye. Hell, he didn't even care about the fact he was risking himself. And I'm sorry, but vengeance won't bring Tobias Snape back. Sure, you can judge him, but you can't really understand his choices until you have lived his experiences, which you have not, Mag said quietly. Severus was once more reminded of her love for Muggle psychology and found himself impressed at the smooth way she applied it in general conversation. So well was it done that he almost didn't mind being talked around. I'm sorry, Raislin. I suppose I wasn't able to think it out back then. But I never planned to endanger you or Heather. I don't plan to endanger Mag now. If you had only worked with me on ensuring that didn't happen rather than turning your backs on me, perhaps things could have been different. He'd honestly intended a sincere apology, but the embittered words just insisted on coming out there on the end of it. I'm sorry we weren't enough for you, Severus. I'm sorry we didn't make you happy enough as friends to let go of the hurt and hate, but we had to protect ourselves, and though we didn't want to cut ties with you, we saw no choice, Raislin said, expressions suddenly tired and resigned. It's ironic, Mag falling in love with you after we cut ties to keep her safe, but I suppose were Voldemort out of the picture, I would not object to her choice. You were always part of the family and the two of you do seem to suit one another well. It's adorable, Heather agreed, speaking at last from where she stood worriedly in the doorway of the parlor where they were all gathered. It's just the Voldemort thing that, you know, makes us fear for our lives, she concluded almost delicately. Severus sighed. It'll be over. Sooner rather than later. And I went to Albus for help hiding Mag from the Dark Lord if he looks into my mind. As it turns out, Albus wanted to craft a story to make Harry Potter trust me, and it serves both purposes. Severus explained what Albus had done to his mind to the three of them, the four if you counted Nightshade dozing in a food coma on the sideboard among shreds of chicken and lobster. That is weird, but it may work, Heather said hesitantly when Severus had finished speaking. I don't know how Potter or Voldemort think, but Dumbledore is a smart man and people really are stupid. Let's hope they are exactly stupid enough to believe that I could love a Gryffindor then continue to love said Gryffindor after she fell for my enemy. It's not particularly in my character, but yes, I'm betting on Albus's good sense. Can't there be a cool Gryffindor? Raislin asked. Lips twitching up in amusement at Severus's dry indignation. If someone could appreciate me for who I am, there is no way they could want someone like James Potter. That is all I meant, Severus said. And I just hate that Albus makes me pretend to have feelings for the wife of my dead enemy. It just galls. Well, as you said, it will be over sooner rather than later, Mag reminded him. Now I still need to pack for the trip. Why don't you come up and keep me company? She asked, placing a hand on his arm. Severus knew he should feel uncomfortable about just walking with her up to her bedroom while Heather and Raislin watched them retreating up the stairs, but she was of age, and the memory of her mouth on his yesterday caused things to stir in him that he didn't realize were there. And yes, considering the way Heather and Raislin had turned their backs on him, it would feel like just a bit of deserved pay backshagging under their roof. Granted, he'd never have sought it out, but Mag hadn't given him much of a choice. He could have hurt her for her own good, though he'd not particularly enjoyed that when her parents had done it to him. He could have lied and pretended that he felt nothing when she kissed him. Perhaps it was weak of him to allow himself to have and follow any feelings at this juncture in the game, but Mag was special to him, and if his body wanted to see where that went, who the hell was his mind to get in the way? While these thoughts ran through his mind, Mag was already leaving the room, gently drawing him along. As they ascended the stairs, he reached deep down for that discomfort and embarrassment he knew he should probably feel, but it just wasn't there. Well, maybe a little, but not enough to bother mentioning. Once upstairs, Mag did actually proceed to pack. Idly Severus watched, perching on the edge of her desk chair. The room held about as many books as did his own at Spinner's End. For most this would be a mini-library, but for them it was just the minimum. Mag's room had more stones and toy creatures scattered about, though. And girls' scarves. Those flowy silver-colored silk ones she wore in her hair lay draped carelessly over bookcases and the top of the mirror. I can't believe you're here, Mag heard herself babbling as she hastily packed summer dresses for Egypt. It's like a dream. I have imagined you here like this for so long. I know all the girls must think like that about you, but really, I'm the only one who can actually understand you. And the sound of choking caused her to turn. Severus's beautiful dark eyes were practically bulging and his face was turning red. No girls dream about having me in their bedrooms, trust me. Which I'm fine with. Of course they do. How can they not? Severus laughed. I'm sure they manage, he told her. With a disbelieving shake of her head, she tossed sandals into the trunk and snapped the lid closed. Will you play Bedlam Boys for me? Severus asked, suddenly wanting to hear the song that had apparently terrorized Slytherins. Her voice was beautiful and her bardic talent fascinating. Now it was his to enjoy. I will, but there's another song that always made me think of you. I planned to sing it to you if you'd rejected my vacation invitation, but as you didn't, I didn't. I think I'd like to now, though, because it'll be something for you to think about just in case you ever think of changing your mind. Severus blinked in confusion. All right, then will you sing Bedlam Boys? Mag laughed. Yes. She drew her fiddle case out from under the bed, then sank down onto the mattress to play. When she began to sing, Severus's eyes widened incredulously because he knew the song, but how did she? It was an older Muggle tune by a band called the Eagles. The song, Desperado, wasn't one Severus particularly cared for. Until now. Now he hated it. The way Mag's beautiful heartbreaking voice laid out every mistake he'd ever made in the words, then begged him to let her love him, was too much, and he had to struggle to keep from leaving the room. Instead he sat stiffly in the chair, bracing himself until it was over, which thankfully it eventually was. Then she went right into Bedlam Boys, which he liked far better. That was brilliant, he said, clapping once she was done. Thank you. Mag smiled, slipping the fiddle back into its case. I'm just happy you like my singing. It's a true magical ability, as you know, and of course I can appreciate that. Bards make people feel things with their words. Voldemort could use that too. You know, I don't care, Mag said firmly. I'd work for him if necessary, if it kept me close to you. I'd do anything for you, Severus, don't you see that? I don't want it to come to that, and neither do you, so I don't think it will. I'm just saying if it did, I'd do what is necessary. I am strong and smart enough to do what is necessary for us. Until this is over and he's dead, I can play his game if it ever comes to that. Gods help him, but he believed her. You are so beautiful, he said. And she was, with her tall, willowy figure, creamy skin and long red hair, with those big green eyes and the lips that could make him feel things with their touch as well as their song. Her mind was just as beautiful, the way it grasped things and turned them into something most people never thought of or even understood. Her work with gemstones, the application of psychology, the odd friends with whom she surrounded herself made her someone he wanted at his side, and he allowed himself to acknowledge that with no apology. So are you, Mag replied, and standing, she reached for his arm. At her touch he was already on his feet, arms coming around her as he at last allowed himself to indulge in as many kisses as his heart, and mouth desired. The longer he kissed her, the hungrier he became for more. The feel of her was intoxicating, and the eager, insistent way she responded had him giving way completely to those physical needs of the flesh he'd always looked down upon in others as a weakness. Chapter 41, I'd do anything for you, Severus. Don't you see that? Those were the first words that filtered through Severus's mind when he returned to wakefulness in the large four-poster bed beside Mag. The words were jarring still, and a bit frightening, and caused a huge lump to rise from his heart and lodge itself in his throat. Everyone wanted to be cared about, but he simply wasn't used to trusting that for one reason or other. He trusted her though. That was why he'd hate himself were anything to ever happen to her, because she cared about him. Yet she didn't seem to be bothered enough about how much pressure that put on him. Did he love her? Of course he was aware that he cared for her, but that was a bit different. Gods forgive him, but he obviously lusted for her, and again that was different. The thought of anything happening to her, though, that was what showed him that he loved her. That and the rage he could reach in 0.0 seconds at the idea of her caring for his enemy, as in his pretend Dumbledore-created love triangle or whatever it was supposed to be. Suddenly Mag shifted against him as her green eyes slowly opened. Good morning. Gods help him, he smiled. Good morning. Were any mornings good? This one wasn't particularly bad. Eventually they made it down to breakfast, which Nightshade was already enjoying. I thought about waiting for you, but then, well, it didn't get past the thought. Nightshade paused briefly to peer up at Mag and Severus. Just so you both know, it's convenient for me that you got together. Otherwise this splitting my schedule shit now that Mags is out of school would get annoying and complicated. Yes, it's most definitely all about you, Severus thought back dryly as he settled down at the breakfast table beside Mag. Damn right it is, Nightshade agreed, intentionally missing the point. At least Severus very much hoped the point missing was intentional. The owl sat on the table across from them, hunched over a plate of sausage and eggs. It's always amusing to me that you eat eggs, Severus told him randomly as he reached for the coffee pot. Why? Survival of the fittest, motherfucker, and these guys are all cooked up, Nightshade retorted, filling his beak with another bite of fluffy eggs. Raislin and Heather sat flipping through the morning newspaper, dressed for work at the Department of Mysteries. I'd ask if you slept well, but then considering where you slept and with whom, I'd quickly grow disturbed, so I'll just say good morning instead, Raislin announced, lowering his part of the paper to peer over it at Mag and Severus. So good morning. Mag smiled. Good morning, Daddy. Mum. Morning, Severus replied, filling his cup at least a third of the way with vanilla creamer before applying a stirring charm. We won't be able to see you off on the cruise, so have fun, both of you, Heather said. and we'll see you in a few weeks. Apparently the cruise was 2 weeks long. Are you coming along? Severus asked Nightshade. Yep. Maybe I'll try to nab myself some fresh ocean fish like a fucking seagull. Mira entered then with plates of breakfast for Severus and Mag. The brightly colored scarves in which the elf attired herself nearly hurt Severus's eyes. Good morning, you two, she said cheerfully. Severus nodded and thanked her for the food, digging in while Mag exchanged pleasantries with the elf. I think I'm stealing some things from work, Raistlin said, refilling his coffee cup. Things Voldemort really doesn't need to get his hands on. I'll replace them with substitution charms and no one will think to check. Eventually I'll bring them back to the department of course. Not a bad idea, Severus replied, assuming the comment was directed at him. It almost felt nice talking with Raistlin again. Like old times revisited. He'd not eaten breakfast in this dining room for around 15 years, but he remembered it well. He and Raistlin had often talked about books at this very table while Raislin's parents read the paper. Before long, Heather and Raistlin departed for work. What time must we leave to board the ship? Severus asked, turning to Mag. It leaves at noon, so I figure we should get there an hour early to arrange things without rushing. I need to stop off in Diagon Alley, though, for a potion. What sort? Severus asked, wondering why she didn't just have him make it up for her. Well, I thought we should have something for birth control, she said calmly and his eyes widened. How could he have overlooked that? The last thing they needed right now was a child. Literally it was the very last thing they needed right now. Let's hurry so we have plenty of time to get that, he said, shoveling down his last bite of eggs. Here, Nightshade. Finish this sausage, he said, hastily rising from the table. Why don't you let me get it for you, while the two of you finish getting yourselves ready, Mira suggested. Oh would you, Mira? Thanks so much. I'll just get you the money, Mag said, springing up from the table to embrace the elf then dashing upstairs. Severus glanced at the elf, oddly embarrassed, but Mira smiled and he relaxed enough to pour another cup of coffee. I still get the sausage, though, right? Nightshade asked. Yes, have it. I'm full. Mag was back downstairs by the time Severus had added vast amounts of vanilla creamer to his coffee. She gave Mira a handful of coins then settled back down beside Severus. I still can't believe you're here. This is going to be the best vacation ever. Severus couldn't remember the last vacation he'd had, but he was perfectly willing for this to be the best one ever. Later that day, the two stood together at the ship's rail with Nightshade perched beside him as they watched land getting smaller and smaller as they sailed away. The atmosphere was so relaxing, and Severus found himself liking it quite a lot. Until, the odd Egyptian girl approached them. She greeted Mag and shot him a dark glare as though he'd offended her somehow. Of course Severus was accustomed to being glared at but usually he had to speak first. You're wanting to study Egyptian magic, then, she asked Mag. British wizards usually want to study the magic when they come to Egypt. That's a spectacular owl you have there. Mag nodded. Well yes. We do wish to study the magic, and visit Set's temple in particular. And Ra's. I can take you to the real ones, not those rubbish ones they show tourists these days. So that was it, Severus reasoned. She'd approached them to offer herself as a tour guide for money. She was probably a walking scam. And don't you look at me like that. I don't usually offer my help to people and I don't want money, she said, turning her glare on him again. This time he glared right back. The owl's name is Nightshade, Mag interjected, probably to keep an argument from breaking out. Hello, Nightshade. I am Sekhmet. It is good that you remained as smart as you were when I knew you thousands of years ago. Turning back to Severus she added, don't feel left out. I knew you too, though I wish I hadn't. That was it. She was stark raving mad. Now it all added up. We disagreed on certain applications of dark magic, you and I, the insane Egyptian girl calling herself Sekhmet went on factually. Her tone was as reasonable as if she spoke of the weather. She was a princess of Egypt, she said, nodding at Mag. I was her advisor. You were a wizard of the pharaoh and you were going to marry her. You were very much in love and she hated the fact you and I could never get along. When at last you struck at me with a powerful death curse during one of our arguments, she leapt in front of me so you accidentally killed her because you were unable to stop the spell. You couldn't live with that, and you killed yourself. Sweet story, Nightshade commented. It is entirely true, Sekhmet said, not at all surprised that the owl had spoken into all three of their minds. Because crazy people. Severus was still struggling for a reasonable way to react to all of this that would quickly and forever end the conversation and thus the interaction with this particular individual. Your ghost wandered for centuries trying to kill mine, Sekhmet added to Severus. I was relieved when you were born this time and I had a little peace. Until now, of course. You aren't going to try killing me again, are you? She asked warily. What? No. Sekhmet sighed. Well, that's a relief. So how do you remember all this shit from so long ago if you were reborn? Nightshade asked. Don't humor her, Severus thought desperately to the owl. This is not funny. She is obviously unstable. She could remember her past lives for real. We learned all about that shit from the Native Americans that year we went on summer vacation to study with the shamans. When Mags learned about stones, remember. It is the magic of my family. My bloodlines. I always remember my lives, Sekhmet replied to Nightshade's question. Cool. The owl said. What was I back then? You were their friend. You had the head of an owl and the body of a human. You were a wizard who applied magic in some unique ways and you used animal magic to gain certain abilities. You amassed a great deal of power. As I said before, sweet, Nightshade said, fluffing his feathers with pleasure at the supposed past life description of himself. Severus couldn't avoid looking skeptical, but he remained silent because interacting with someone who was stark raving mad was a lose-lose situation. Though somehow Nightshade seemed to be faring well enough. That was likely because Sekhmet liked him. For now. What's your name this time? Sekhmet asked, turning to Mag. Mag, she answered. Great. It's good to see you again, Mag. May he not kill you this time. Severus scowled. He opened his mouth to say he'd never kill Mag, but what if he got her killed because of his entanglement with Voldemort? Would that not be as accidental as her story of the killing spell aimed at her that Mag got in front of? He really didn't like this Sekhmet at all. Chapter 42. So are we going to try and be friends this time, or is that too much to ask? Sekhmet asked Severus. He blinked. That question wasn't one often put to him. Often was an understatement. So why did it have to be put to him now by someone who was stark raving mad? He obviously took too long to answer because Sekhmet sighed. I take that as a no. I can't say I'm surprised, you were never reasonable or compromising. I was hoping we could work out our differences for Mag. But I can roll with it either way. Sekhmet shrugged dismissively, moving to lean on the ship's rail on the other side of Mag. Like Mag, she was slender, but not quite as tall. Her hair was long, black and straight, and her face wasn't ugly until she opened her mouth. Severus thought she'd make a pleasant statue. So are you on vacation as well, then? Mag asked. No, I just thought this would be a relaxing way to go back home. I was visiting my aunt, Sekhmet replied. So you visit England often? Mag asked. Sekhmet shrugged then grinned. Probably more often now if we end up hanging out. Her grin widened wolfishly as her dark eyes fell on Severus. If only to annoy him. I think it will keep me motivated during those downtimes that hit us all in life. Nightshade made that low coughing sound in the back of his throat that served as a laugh. I owe him for trying to kill me for centuries, after all. The least I can be is a pain in his ass, Sekhmet continued. Severus let out an explosive sigh of pure frustration. I haven't tried to kill anyone. Until now. Right now helping you over that rail into the ocean is very tempting, however. Had he just said that? Apparently crazy people made him lose it a little, he thought regretfully as he silently struggled for self-control. You tried to kill me several times in spirit and continued to haunt me through 3 of my lives in which you also tried to kill me. Do you even realize how insane that sounds? Severus demanded. Yes, Sekhmet said fervently. You had a lot of hate as a ghost. You just couldn't let it go. And I mean even worse than you have it right now. You were a nasty violent spirit and I had to layer myself in magical protections in those 3 lives to survive all of your insane attempts. Not to mention trying to kill me when we were both spirits. That was really insane because the spirit is immortal. You were just that pissed off, though. I'm just glad you called it, because I really am trying to be polite this go around. For Mag. Severus blinked. He'd meant her insanity, not that he was insane. Sorry, Prof, but this is really funny. Whose side are you on? Yours, as always, Nightshade hastily assured. But it's still funny. And it's not like she's serious asswipe black or anything, cause I can see into her head and she really does think you started it. At the mention of Sirius, Severus couldn't help but smile, remembering Mag's graduation party last night and Raistlin raising a toast to Sirius's death. That had been a peace offering if anything was. They could both share a moment of happiness over someone they both hated being no more. Black was such a git. The party had been as much for Sirius's death as Mag's graduation for many of them present. He's smiling, Sekhmet said pensively. That means he's plotting. Are you going to try to kill me again? She asked Severus. Because I have some protective amulets that will royally fuck you up if you try, so I really advise against it, she concluded almost gently. Severus took several deep breaths. Had the world gone mad? Why wasn't Mag saying anything? I am not trying to kill you. Unless wanting to counts, he ground out. Sekhmet shook her head. Nah, it doesn't. So is everyone going to get along? Mag asked, and Severus blinked again. She was into Muggle psychology, so why wasn't she understanding that they needed to get away from the crazy Egyptian girl? Or did she have some sort of plan to escape her peacefully? They didn't want to get thrown off the ship for being involved in insane commotions, after all. Sure, he said, giving a non-committal shrug. That's an I am planning to stab you in your sleep sort of sure if I ever heard one, Sekhmet predicted dryly. Good then, Mag said. It's all settled, and everyone is getting along. Fine, but if I end up dead, you know who probably did it, Sekhmet said doubtfully. See you at dinner maybe. I'm going to go see who they've got for entertainment. Ship entertainment usually sucks, so I want to be prepared. With a little wave she meandered away. Severus slumped against the rail with a sigh. Gods, I never thought that madness would end. We must figure out a way to avoid her at dinner at all cost. Why? She'd make an excellent tour guide and we'll probably get far more out of the trip, Mag objected calmly. Magritte. She's stark raving mad. You're the psychology expert. Why do I need to tell you this? Mag frowned thoughtfully. I'm not so sure, she mused. They say we're drawn to the places in which we spent our most important past lives, and you and I are both really into Egypt. Sekhmet seems to know a lot, and she even picked up on Nightshade's extra attributes without anyone saying a word. That's rather impressive, you must admit. Or dangerous, Severus said peevishly. Mag went still suddenly, color draining from her face. Are you saying that you fear she may be one of his? She asked in a hushed tone. Severus shook his head. No, actually. Nightshade said he looked into her mind and he'd have seen as much. Right, Nightshade? He asked, just in case. Right, the owl agreed, looking up from where he was preening his feathers on the rail. Let's go unpack, Mag suggested, holding out her arm to Nightshade to come along. Severus nodded, still not thrilled with the Sekhmet-related turn of events, but figuring he was stuck with her for the moment to at least some degree. They nearly ran into a couple of drunk wizards on the way to their room. And Severus had to struggle not to hex the louts due to the mood he was in. The gentle motion of the ship lulled him during the unpacking, and a glass of wine at the bar before dinner improved his mood greatly as well. He even dared to hope that Sekhmet would have found herself some other form of entertainment for the evening meal, but no such luck. She spotted them where they were sitting with a group of scholarly-seeming wizards with room at their table. At least the dinner conversation revolved around Egyptian history. When Sekhmet corrected one of the scholars on a point concerning Set, Severus found himself nodding in agreement because the girl was right. Like everyone, the Egyptians loved to rearrange their religion to fit their political needs as they grew and changed. Set was only seen as a dark god later. Previously he was the god of riches, of desert storms, of change, and he was one of Ra's main protectors from the evil serpent. You both used to worship him. I assume that hasn't changed then, Sekhmet asked, upon seeing Severus's nod of agreement to her words. No, it hasn't changed at all, Mag agreed with a smile. She knew the scholars at the table would have no idea they were talking about past lives. She knew that Severus didn't like Sekhmet, but that didn't mean she was insane. She made sense, and Mag found herself believing her. Of course, hearing that she'd once been an Egyptian princess and was involved with Severus even then didn't hurt. As for how they'd ended back then, one was supposed to learn from the past and not repeat it. That was the whole point of doing it all over again in another life, after all. Severus may not like most people, but he certainly didn't go around killing them with dark magic. So that meant things were already different, she thought with a pleased smile. The rest of the cruise was much like the first day. It had its peaceful, restful moments, its interesting moments full of wine and various intellectual conversations with other passengers. And Severus and Sekhmet snarking at one another from time to time. Sekhmet spent enough time with them, but she enjoyed being alone as well, so Mag and Severus had enough privacy. Mag liked Sekhmet and indeed felt a pull as if she'd known her before. She trusted her as well. Sekhmet was more open than most about her disdain for Voldemort, and that was a hard plus in Mag's book. Not every bloody dark wizard wanted to follow Voldemort, and it annoyed her that so many not-so-dark wizards seemed to think the opposite of that. Wizards like Voldemort made issues for the rest of them, and it wasn't right. Once they arrived in Egypt, they had 3 days on land before setting sail for home. True to her word, Sekhmet insisted they skip the basic tour and let her show them the good stuff. First they went to an underground, literally, bookshop. It sold translations of rare Egyptian scrolls that covered anything from the daily correspondences of Ramses the Great, to some of the first written rituals performed for Osiris, Ra, Set, and Thoth. I mean, you won't find shit like this anywhere else, and it's real. So it's expensive, but it's the real deal and gives you a true and accurate glimpse into just about anything you want to know about, Sekhmet enthused. Needless to say, both Severus and Mag dropped a lot of gold in that shop. Next Sekhmet took them to a gem and mineral shop. You'll never want to leave this place, she told Mag with a grin, taking her arm and drawing her inside. They have pieces cut and crafted by the locals, but in the back there are even some pieces owned by pharaohs. Or at least the scribe of one of them. For sure. Again, both Mag and Severus dropped a goodly amount of gold in that shop as well. Then there were the clothing shops. The Egyptian robes were the softest Mag had ever felt, and they practically glided like air over the skin. She got one embroidered with Set in his animal form, one with the Eye of Ra and one with a sphinx on the chest. Severus got the same 3 in a more masculine design as well as one with Bast. Ah, now the two of you can be those disgusting couples who like to dress alike, Sekhmet said with a laugh. That wasn't intentional, Severus said. We just have similar taste. We can wear them at different times when we don't want to match, Mag suggested, and Severus nodded gratefully. Yes, that will work. They stayed at a very nice hotel, but the price was affordable because it was off the beaten path for tourists. Again, Sekhmet had come in useful, for it was she who had taken him there. The hotel served meals, and the food was in the style of what the ancients ate because they were big on upholding tradition in that area. Dinner consisted of a delicious bread, figs, nuts, and roast pork. The next day Sekhmet met them after breakfast looking sleepy and mildly grumpy. If you want to see some original temples, we can do that today, she suggested. Severus and Mag both nodded eagerly. Hey, are there any statues of me? Nightshade asked. Like of me in my past life? Sekhmet laughed. I said you were a unique wizard, not a fucking god. Yeah, but if I made my head like an owl to show how goddamn wise I am, what if people thought I was a god and made a fucking statue of me? Nightshade persisted. That's about as logical as all the prattle you fed us on the ship. Severus defended the owl's logic with a straight face. Logical or not, it still isn't true, and I can't shit out a statue for him, Sekhmet protested with a frown. Chapter 43. Nightshade was bored during the temple tours because there was indeed no fucking statue of him. Owls symbolized death back then, you know, he commented sulkily to Professor. Is that why you named yourself after a poisonous plant? Severus asked as they were led out of the fourth temple by Sekhmet, who walked at the side of a priest with whom she shamelessly flirted. Maybe. I didn't think about it. What? Do you think I have some past life memories of that shit or something? I don't know. Severus replied. Do you? Nightshade laughed. Fuck no. But does this mean you're taking Sekhmet seriously now? Fuck no, Severus replied, and that shit made Nightshade's day. This wasn't due to Prof not believing Sekhmet, because though he liked her well enough, Nightshade didn't give a shit. Prof never said fuck, though, so that was cool. It meant he really didn't like Sekhmet. All the muggles believe the old religions of Egypt are dead, Mag commented. Gods, they would be so shocked if they knew the half of what they are incorrect about, she concluded with a chuckle. My dad would have loved to know about all of this, Severus said sadly. I think I'd have liked him a lot, Mag said, lightly touching his arm in sympathy. He sounds great. He really was, Severus replied. Want to ride a camel? Sekhmet asked brightly. Sure, Mag said at the same time that Severus said. No. Nightshade wondered how that shit was gonna go down, but Mag only shrugged. Not today then, she agreed easily. They spent the rest of the day sightseeing, and Nightshade used the opportunity to stretch his wings, flying ahead or above or just circling around. He supposed the sights were all right. Cairo had gotten rather modern, but the old, literal, underground may have been taken right from the past. That's how old school it was. Severus and Mag were both in love with the place. If you want, we can go to Shedai tomorrow, Sekhmet offered, turning to Mag. The oldest city in Egypt. Yes, that would be great. Don't you think so, Severus? Severus nodded. It's called Fayum now, isn't it? Sekhmet nodded, and they all agreed they preferred the original name. How old is oldest? Nightshade asked, curious in spite of his mild boredom. Around 4,000 years before the Muggle god, Severus replied. Shedai was interesting. Mag and Severus found a bookstore there they really liked, and a cloak shop. There was a map shop too, and they got some maps of ancient Egypt for the wall of the library in West Craven Manor. Egyptian wizards used reconstructive visual spells to discover all the geographical details that were lost to history. Nightshade wondered if he looked at the maps long enough, if it would bring up a past life memory, but no such luck. Mum and Dad are going to be so excited about these maps, and the books we found too, Mag said as they left the map shop. As she spoke, she turned to Severus with shining eyes. It's so interesting to finally be adding to the West Craven Library like all my ancestors before me. Severus gave an understanding nod. It's difficult to believe that someday I'll actually be marrying into that library. I swear I used to worship it growing up. Nightshade's head whipped back and forth between Prof and Mags. The marriage bit had been spoken so casually that he wondered if Mags even heard, considering she made no comment. Mags? Yes. Is something the matter? Nah, but did you just hear him mention getting married? Of course. I assumed we would eventually. There is no reason not to. We're already together and, well, it isn't safe to do that now. I'm sorry, Severus said quickly, obviously misreading Mag's reason for being quiet. I understand that. There is plenty of time, Mag assured. Don't worry about it. I know we can't risk drawing attention. Severus gave her a relieved smile as he took her hand. His other arm was full of rolled maps. Mag had a bag over her other arm full of the books they'd bought. Next Sekhmet took them to lunch, and that was Nightshade's favorite thing about the oldest city in Egypt. The food was rockin'. The beef was so tender it fell apart in his beak. The bread was all herbal tasting, which was nice because it was different and somehow felt super old school. There were also figs stuffed with nuts and honey. They made his beak all sticky, but it was worth it, and he washed off in Prof's wine because an owl got a drink. After that they did some sightseeing in the oldest city in Egypt. Sekhmet offered to take them to a wand shop that was supposed to be excellent, but Mag politely explained that wooden wands weren't powerful enough. She then told Sekhmet of the ones she made of quartz that were twice as strong, and Sekhmet's look of dubious disbelief faded away, leaving one of hungry interest in its place. I want one. If I pay you before you leave, will you mail it to me? She asked, and Mag nodded. I'll have to think of the stones I feel would suit you best. This one is going to be fun to design. Well, even if you aren't aware, you know me well, and I know it'll be excellent, Sekhmet said. Severus itched to suggest that Mag load the wand up with amethyst, as he read it was a stone that helped mental instability. He kept his mouth shut with an effort, though. The new books had made him happy, and he saw no reason to ruin a rare good mood by picking a fight with Sekhmet over her lack of sanity. Sekhmet apparated them back to Cairo in the evening, and they dropped off their new acquisitions in their hotel room. You've got to let me take you out to dinner, Sekhmet told Mag. If we get Severus drunk enough, he may be tolerable, and you've both got to try our whiskey. It is out of this world, literally. The piss of the gods. It'll give you visions. And real ones at that. Sometimes it's the future one sees, sometimes the past, sometimes the present. Last time I got so drunk I knew my uncle was taking a shit and would run out of toilet paper, so I wrote my aunt to bring him some more before he made it complicated. Severus gaped. So you're going to try to poison us, and this is your cover story? He suggested flatly. Sekhmet sighed and rolled her eyes. Of course not. If I planned to poison you, I would never have said a word. Don't be silly. Oh, come on, Severus. It'll be fun, Mag said. It's all about new experiences here in Egypt, isn't it? Yes, so long as we survive them, Severus replied grimly. The restaurant was open and airy, with soft Egyptian flute-like music playing in the background. Nightshade didn't know if the music was pre-recorded or if there were live performers, but no one was in sight. They ate on low couches with small tables in front of them. Nightshade wished he remembered what they ate, but he only remembered the overly sweet, strong as fuck whiskey. It made the room warm and spinny, and he felt very light and floaty even without opening his wings. I see me going to school with you next year, but I think that's just because I plan to do that, Nightshade thought to Prof. What if Mag wants you with her? Severus carefully thought to Nightshade. In mid-thought, he realized just how drunk he was because thinking was difficult. You need me, though. I protect you from the world. I basically protect you from yourself, Nightshade announced, and Severus laughed. You're ridiculous. I see myself visiting you for the holidays, Sekhmet proclaimed, and Mag clapped. Brilliant. We'll have such fun. You can meet all of our friends. There will only be a few, don't worry. It isn't as if we connect with many people. Sekhmet threw Severus an incredulous look. He has friends. I do, Severus told her with a frown. Not everyone annoys me. Just most everyone. I don't see anything, Mag said sadly. But I really like the way this drink makes me feel. All light and floaty. Yeah, Nightshade agreed. Like I am floating without using my wings. Hopefully we're not ghosts and like. You know, like those ghosts who don't realize they're dead, Severus said carefully, realizing again just how drunk he was in case he'd forgotten. Are you sure you didn't poison us? He asked Sekhmet with a frown. We aren't having this conversation again, Sekhmet said in a bored tone. If you like, I could hex the hell out of you. It'll hurt really bad and you'll know you're alive. Severus laughed. No thank you, but that was good. I almost respect it. Chapter 44. As Sekhmet had promised the previous night, Mag, Severus and Nightshade weren't too hungover as they boarded the ship. That still didn't mean Nightshade was completely in the mood to be bouncing around on the water again, but he'd deal. I knew I'd miss Egypt, and I was right, because I miss it already, Mag said sadly. The three were at the ship's rail, watching the land depart as they sailed away. It was very enjoyable, I must admit, Severus agreed. Though he'd not have minded spending more time in Egypt, the prospect of returning to England meant returning to life mistakes he wished he could continue to avoid. Death Eater meetings were never appealing, obviously, but now the idea of continuing this made him feel a little dead inside. Not because Egypt had been that amazing, but because this trip served to remind him that he was someone else. A person, not simply a single-minded revenge machine. Though that had been far easier, he could now admit it had left him lacking. Egypt, Mag, all of it reminded him of who he was before he'd chosen this path. A person with interests, hobbies, dreams. It was only a pity that man had resurfaced at such an inconvenient timing, but there was nothing to be done for that. He would just have to remember that now he was fighting for more than revenge. He was fighting to take 50 more trips to Egypt, and 70 to Greece and 30 to Rome, and ever how many others to wherever he and Mag and Nightshade wished to go. He was fighting for a life. And who did he have to help him fight, but Mr. Harry Incompetent Potter, he thought darkly. Well, at least there was the rest of the trip to enjoy, he reminded himself. No more Sekhmet. Oh, I like her a lot. Actually, Mag objected with a chuckle. I just bet you do, Severus replied. You get to be a princess while I get to be a deranged murderer. I don't hold that against you in the least, Mag assured. You weren't trying to kill me. I know you would never hurt me. And you were so upset about it that your spirit tracked hers for ages seeking vengeance, so I'm good. You really can't believe all that, Severus objected. Why? She seems quite sound of mind. She understood Nightshade's ability without even being told, and she was an excellent tour guide as promised, Mag pointed out. Besides, what do past lives matter? We learn from them and move on. Had he learned, though? If this was true, he still hadn't learned how seeking vengeance, rather than letting the bad people of the world hang themselves, could cost him more instead. He sighed. Let's go see what's for lunch, he suggested. Mag smiled, slipping an arm through his. Sounds great. I'm going to enjoy having you to myself for 5 more days. It was as if her thoughts had been following similar lines to his own, Severus noted. They were quite alike in many ways. That was the basis for their friendship, but had also made having more all the easier. The rest of the trip was pleasant and passed far too quickly. When the ship docked, Heather and Raislin were waiting for them, and they even seemed happy to see Severus. Did you have a nice time? Heather asked as soon as they joined her and Raislin. She embraced Mag with one arm and Severus with the other. It was amazing. And we brought books back for the library. And maps for the library walls, Mag told her parents excitedly. Maps of ancient Egypt that were magically reconstructed, she clarified. They're amazing. I'm proud of you for finding the good stuff, Raislin told Mag, giving her a warm embrace of greeting. Well, kid, he asked, turning to Severus. Are they library worthy? He grinned, and Severus remembered those times as students at Hogwarts when he'd felt so important because Raislin, 2 years older and brilliant, valued his opinion so highly. We haven't had time to read much on the trip, but from what I've seen, they're quite fascinating, so I think so, he replied. Raislin and Heather were eager to see them as soon as Mag and Severus could get unpacked. As both were wont to procrastinate that process, Mira kindly offered to do it for them, so the books could be put into the library. As it turned out, Heather and Raislin were head over heels over the books and maps. My baby is book shopping for the library without me, Raislin lamented. Adding to our family legacy. Wonderful as it is, it means you've grown up, he told Mag. At least you're with the kid, though. After all this Voldemort shit is done with, I'll be really happy about that. That makes 2 of us, Severus murmured with a sigh. 5 of us, Nightshade corrected. Let's face it, everyone in this fucking room will be glad when that shit is over. The next day, Mag wanted to go to the bank to give Griphook the stones she'd picked up for him from Egypt, then if there was time to take Aresin his as well. Once at Gringotts they asked to see Griphook. After a 15-minute wait, the goblin approached with a look of mild suspicion on his dour face. "What's the matter?" he asked Mag. "Nothing at all," she assured, giving him a warm smile. "I brought you something from Egypt." She extended a fist-sized lapis lazuli carving of a sphinx. Griphook's overly cunning eyes widened in surprise as he took it. Idly Severus wondered if the goblin was surprised that they went to Egypt or that she'd gotten him something. Word had it that goblins never really gave or even sold anyone anything, always considering it to be truly their property and only borrowed by another. If this was the case, accepting gifts was probably odd for them to work their minds around. "What's he doing here?" Griphook wanted to know, jerking his head at Severus, who scowled. "We went to Egypt together, and we're stopping off to see another friend while we're out," Mag explained. Griphook's eyes narrowed. "We, as in, we." From the pointed way he spoke, Severus assumed the we's were intended to be meaningful. Mag smiled, and the joy in her eyes when she turned her gaze to him caused Severus to smile as well. "Though we're not exactly spreading the word yet." "Yes," Mag answered. Griphook said skeptically, and Severus frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked the little creature darkly. "Just that she could probably do better. You're always so sour the few times your broke ass has come in here." Severus glared. "The fact I'm not buried in gold should not indicate that I have none. And you're one to talk about sour. All of you are a lot of." "Great then," Mag said, smiling brightly at both of them. "I always love to see my few friends getting on." "But we weren't," Severus objected. Griphook smiled. "On the contrary. I can get along with sweet little Ickles," he crooned, and Severus itched to step on his head. "Let's go. We still have a dragon to visit," he bit out, and smirked at the look of shocked curiosity on Griphook's face. "But we don't have time to explain now," Severus added happily, reaching for Mag's hand. She allowed him to draw her along, but looked back over her shoulder at Griphook. "I'll explain next time. Thank you for the Sphinx," Griphook called after them. "Tar, Ickles." Severus decided that he hated the goblin. The only problem was deciding who was worse, Griphook or Sekhmet. After that, visiting the dragon he also disliked was nearly pleasant. Severus and Mag spent the rest of the summer between West Craven Manor and Severus's home at Spinner's End. He loved the place for its sentimental childhood memories, but he had no trouble admitting that West Craven Manor was far nicer. And the library. Still, though he doubted he was being watched, due to Voldemort having literally far better things to do at this point in his career, Severus couldn't be too careful. If he was never at Spinner's End, questions could be raised. During the day Severus was most often at Hogwarts, and Mag was either with Griphook at the bank or Aresin in his new cave. The goblin allowed her to help sort the newest stones when Gringotts got in a shipment, which meant she was in on first pick of the best ones if she could pay, which she could. The dragon didn't need any help with his stones, but enjoyed her company, and she loved to pick his brain about anything he was willing to share. One day in late July, Severus stopped off at Albus's office before heading home to Spinner's End to meet Mag for dinner. He had noticed a book missing from the restricted section of the library with no record of being checked out, so wanted to bring it to the headmaster's attention. When he found Albus breathing hard and slumped over his desk, Severus's heart leapt into his throat. "Albus. Albus. Gods, what's happened? Wait. I'll go for Pomfrey." "No," Albus rasped. "Severus. Don't. Let me explain. I'll be all right in a moment." It was then that Severus's gaze landed upon the strange objects that lay on the desk. Neither was strange in itself, but both on Albus's desk certainly were. The sword of Gryffindor lay beside an ornate ring that was cut in two. Chapter 45. What's happened? Severus demanded. Though Albus was an older wizard, he was always fit and in good health. He was always composed, the wise calm voice of reason with all the answers. Right now he looked ill and not necessarily in control of whatever situation was going on here. It didn't sit well with Severus or serve to make him feel very secure or in control either. "I made an unfortunate error, dear boy," Albus practically croaked. Pushing himself up from where he was slumped over his desk, he peered at Severus through disheveled white hair that had fallen over his face. With a jab of concern shooting through his stomach, Severus noted that the face in question was drained of color. "What in the hell? Are you certain I shouldn't go for Pomfrey? She can't fix this, I'm afraid," Albus said with a resigned sigh. "You'd better sit down. My explanation may take a while." Severus seated himself pensively in the other chair across from Albus at the desk. He listened as Albus spoke of his continued research on Voldemort in an effort to gain any edge to help Potter to defeat him. He explained how this had led to the discovery of Voldemort's Horcruxes, plural. Severus was surprised at himself for being surprised because Voldemort. But still. Even for Voldemort, this was just an act that Severus was struggling to comprehend. What that has to do to a person's mind is horrifying. One would think with him being so brilliant, that would have occurred to him and perhaps dissuaded him a bit, but apparently not. One Horcrux is bad enough, but he didn't even stop there for the preservation of his own mind. I don't understand why he wouldn't feel the disintegration of that would be more of a liability than it's worth, Severus exclaimed, struggling to process. What good is immortality if one is unhinged? Albus shook his head. Who can know? I doubt even Voldemort himself knows. Likely he believed himself strong enough not to be affected. It has always been my hope that overconfidence will be his downfall. So is this a Horcrux, then? Severus asked, gesturing at the cut-apart ring on the desk. Albus glanced down at the ring and sighed. It was. I destroyed it with the sword of Gryffindor because the blade is infused with basilisk fang venom and that's the only way to destroy a Horcrux, as you may know. What made the ring special enough for him to put his Horcrux into it? Severus asked, studying the ornate thing through narrowed eyes. It looked old and may have been interesting if he wasn't revolted by what it had so recently held. The ring was in his family, so that was definitely one reason, Albus said. The other is because the stone set into it is the Resurrection Stone itself, one of the 3 Deathly Hollows. This bit he may or may not have known. I can't imagine why he would combine a Horcrux with a Hollow, so perhaps he did not know. Then again, his brain isn't exactly operating properly. Severus didn't bother to keep the shock from his face. This situation held shocking twists and turns at every level and he couldn't decide which revelation was the most shocking. Unfortunately the shocks weren't over, because Albus continued. I wouldn't have told you this, because I know you have enough to worry about hiding from him, Severus. But I am going to need your help. Severus nodded, waiting. When I sorted it out that the stone in this ring was the Resurrection Stone, in part due to the Peveril coat of arms engraved on its surface, I wanted to use it. To speak to my dead sister. To apologize for what I felt was my part in her death. Severus nodded again. Albus had spoken before of his sister's death. The first time had been not long after Severus agreed to spy on Voldemort for the Order. Severus shared about his father's murder at Voldemort's hands when Severus was only 6 years old, and in kind Albus told him of how his sister had died in obscurial that he had tried and failed to help. Well, did you get to talk to her, then? He asked, hoping something good had come out of this for Albus other than destroying a Horcrux. I'm afraid not, Albus said. His expression shadowed then, and Severus felt himself growing more agitated. Albus wasn't comfortable with whatever he was about to say, and that was a rare thing in the worst of ways. This couldn't be good. Rather than turning the stone 3 times as the legend says, for some reason I felt strangely compelled to put the ring onto my hand in order to use it, Albus said. As soon as I did, I felt it. A curse struck me that began attacking both my body and my life force. Obviously Voldemort didn't want to run the risk of anyone stealing his Horcrux. That's why you looked so ill when I came in, Severus exclaimed in sudden comprehension. At last the entire situation was clear, or so he believed. Albus nodded. Indeed. I had just gotten the ring off of my hand and cut it with the sword when you arrived. He gave Severus a tired smile. I do feel better now. So what do you need my help with? Severus asked. He glanced down at Albus's hand and gave a slight shudder. It looked disturbingly black and withered. Pomfrey really does need to see to that hand. I'm afraid it's too late for that, Severus, Albus said heavily. I'm so sorry to leave you during all this, but it's killed me. It will kill me and there is nothing to be done. Severus's eyes shot wide and he felt all the blood rushing from his face. It seemed Albus had saved the most shocking bit of this horror-filled situation for last. You can't do that, he said numbly. I won't have it. It was all too much. Severus felt nearly like a little boy again, faced with the prospect of losing the man he'd come to think of as a second father. It isn't my choice, Severus. I regret putting on that ring more than I can say. There has to be something we can do, Severus said numbly, desperately. Albus shook his head. I was hoping you could help me to die with some dignity when it's time, he said quietly, casting his blue gaze down to the desk before him and the pieces of the ring it held. Severus shook his head, not so much in negation, though that was a part of it, but in bafflement and shock as his mind refused to process what it was being told. I can't believe you would ask me to do that, he said flatly. Fine, then, Albus bit out. You're right. I'll just do it myself. The hell you will, Severus shouted. Albus's eyes widened, because Severus wasn't one to shout. He could use the most snide cutting tones to a person, and reduce them to tears, but he could always do so without raising his voice. I can't believe you put on that ring. You of all people. You're better than that. Smarter than that. Whatever got into you? Severus roared. Albus shook his head sadly. I swear, Severus, I honestly don't know. Other than my pressing need to talk with Ariana, I have no idea what happened. I really should have just turned the ring around in my hands, but before I knew it, I felt nearly compelled to put it on. Severus was so angry, that for a moment he had no words. He glared wordlessly at Albus for several seconds while the old headmaster lowered his head in defeat. I am sorry, he repeated. Not sorry enough not to leave me. Apparently Severus wasn't done shouting. Albus's head snapped up. This isn't going to fix anything. Severus, Albus nearly shouted back. Now if you aren't going to help me, you can shut up and... Severus could not believe Albus had actually told him to shut up. After what he'd just done. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Severus's obsidian and quartz wand from Mag was in his hand and flashing up at Albus's face. A jet of blue light shot from it and the headmaster gave a soft sigh and bonelessly slumped over his desk. What did you do? Nightshade asked. The owl was stunned by the entire affair, and though he'd surely have plenty to say later, right now he had nothing. Severus glared at Albus's inert body for a satisfied second before slipping his wand back up the sleeve of his black robe and replying to Nightshade. I put him out with a very hard sleep spell so he won't be in the way while I handle this, he said grimly. Leaving Albus's office he shut the door behind him and ran. He ran all the way to the edge of Hogwarts grounds where he apparated to West Craven Manor. Shouting for Mira he asked the elf to apparate with him to Hogwarts. I've never been there, she said, expression surprised and perplexed at such a strange request. I'll take you, Severus said. When she agreed, he side apparated her and they ran back over the grounds and back into the castle to Albus's office. The elf tried to gasp out a few questions as they rushed along, but Severus told her he'd explain later and she fell silent. Once in Albus's office, Severus levitated the still sleeping headmaster and nodded to Mira. I need you to get all of us back to West Craven Manor, please. The elf nodded and they were in the West Craven library in an instant. Raislin had just gotten home from work and was reading, still in his ministry robes. What's going on? He asked, large green eyes alarmed as they moved from Albus to Severus. Chapter 46. When Albus woke, he didn't seem to realize for a moment that any time had passed. He actually continued to shout at Severus mid-sentence. Seemingly exactly where he'd left off. Leave me to deal with this myself. Upon completing his sentence he at last noticed his change in surroundings. Severus watched his gaze moving about to take in the West Craven library, and everyone who surrounded the couch on which he lay. Hello. Hello, Raislin replied with a slight smile. The goblin who stood at his side didn't bother to speak. Hi, Headmaster Dumbledore, Heather said. Mag smiled and nodded. How are you feeling? I suppose I feel well enough, Albus replied, obviously confused. Severus. Please explain. I got Raislin to help me to stop the spread of the poison through your body. It was a curse, Albus said, and Severus shrugged. What I'm saying is the spell we used to fight it is a spell that stops the spread of poison. It worked. You're welcome. With 2 wizards casting it, it was stronger and worked faster. No thanks to you, we got to it early. Thank you, but that likely only slowed the process, Severus, Albus said gently. The curse is still in my hand. Albus lifted his blackened hand and his eyes widened. My finger is gone. The goblin shrugged. Couldn't be saved, I'm afraid. It had direct contact with the ring, so it had to go. The hand looks dreadful, but it shall heal in time providing you don't put on another cursed ring. But how? Albus asked. Severus could see from his expression that he was already sorting that out for himself, but he replied anyway. This goblin is a curse breaker. I hope you have a lot of money because he needs to be paid, and while worth it, he isn't cheap. Severus tried not to shudder at the memory of the goblin's head thrown back. An expression of agony stamped on his face as he screamed when he drew the curse from Albus and into himself before releasing it. He'd most definitely earned his money. Of course, Albus agreed quickly. He also gave you an emergency blood transfusion, Severus added. Technically I'm not licensed to do that, but a healer friend showed me how in those cases when she's unavailable. As she's on summer vacation. Today was one of those times, the goblin said. I went to St. Mungo's, where I have a connection, and fortunately found some donations of your blood type. The goblin grinned. Some god up there wants you to live, if you ask me. Albus nodded gravely, his expression fleetingly humbled. Severus very much hoped Albus was thinking about the stupid things he'd done today. From putting on the ring to actually asking Severus to bloody kill him to thinking Severus was going to just allow him to die of something this pointless. I thank you, sir, as it seems you were pivotal in the saving of my life, Albus told the goblin. I had no idea there were any cursebreakers left. From what I read as a boy, the skill is a lost art. The goblin shrugged, expression unmoved. Lost to humans. We goblins don't really like you lot. We never lost the skill, but as a general rule we don't waste it on you. Though many wizards definitely would have been offended by those words, Albus remained unruffled. I understand. The wars wizards have had with your kind, sadly burned many bridges. Bloody right, the goblin agreed. How did you know about this particular cursebreaker, Severus? Albus asked. We have Mag's friendship with Griphook to thank for that, Severus replied tiredly. Yes, I met him at the bank while looking through the newest shipment of garnets and rubies with Griphook a few weeks ago. He was interested in getting a wand from me, so we exchanged contact information, Mag explained. The ministry can't trace my wands as they don't have cores, so though they're not legal for goblins, neither me nor the goblins care if no one will get caught. Albus gave a tired smile. That's very Slytherin of you, Miss West Craven, he said with a chuckle. I need to get you paid for your service. Should I transfer the payment to your Gringotts account or how do we do this? Albus asked the goblin. And, may I have your name? That tends to make bank transfers easier. The goblin shrugged. I am a Brard. And you may put the payment into my Gringotts account, yes. My fee for the removal of a curse of such magnitude is 10,000 galleons. He stated the fee without blinking an eye and Albus nodded in ready agreement without blinking either. For the price of his life, it seemed fair. Pay me tomorrow, and rest tonight, a Brard said. You will remain here, and we'll keep an eye on you in case there is any relapse or spreading, Raistlin told Albus firmly. It shouldn't spread or relapse, but as it was a nasty curse, we're going to be safe. A Brard nodded in agreement. In fact, I would like for you to get blood work done next week to make sure your blood is still clean and functioning properly after the transfusion. My healer friend will be back in a few days, so she can attend to you next week. Before I leave, I shall write down her contact information. Be warned, she is expensive, but well worth it. I call her my friend rather loosely, he admitted. She's more of a colleague, but she is good at what she does and can be trusted. Albus nodded and thanked Brard again, promising to visit the goblin healer in a week. He certainly will, Severus said firmly. I'll go with him. After the cursebreaker took his leave, Mira gave Albus some soup and hot tea. That night, Severus checked up on Albus frequently, terrified he'd find the older man not doing well somehow in spite of all that had been done. Albus was fine, but Severus remained close for several days, returning to Hogwarts with him and remaining there in case of any relapse. When the week had passed, they used the address provided by a Brard for the goblin healer. The building was on a side street in Hogsmeade. It was small and square and somehow both cozy and unremarkable. The goblin who opened the door to them was female and rather young with long silky black hair pulled back tightly at the nape of her neck. She looked annoyed, giving Severus the impression that they'd done something wrong. Perhaps they'd knocked at the door in the wrong way. He disliked her at once. But struggled against the feeling because she was going to help Albus. We were sent by a Brard for a blood check on a transfusion he did last week after breaking a curse, Severus explained. Which one of you? The lady goblin bit out. Him, Severus said, nodding to Albus. Him. Well, come in. That'll be 200 sickles. As she spoke, she was already heading back inside. For labs? Severus asked incredulously. The goblin stopped walking and turned to glare at him from halfway across the room. I am the best. If you want less, go elsewhere. Well, go ahead. Go. Severus sighed. Fine. Whatever. He and Albus walked inside. Albus gave the goblin an apologetic look that she seemed to ignore. Hey, I'm the best too, a voice said from behind a screened partition. It sounded male. We're twins, so equally the best, and if I am speaking of myself, I'm still the best, the female goblin replied to the voice without looking around. That's my brother, Grub, she told Albus and Severus as she gestured Albus to a chair in the corner. I'm Gara. We're the best. I thank you for your time, Albus replied politely. You're the one who put on the cursed ring. He nodded, looking uncomfortable and embarrassed. At least he had the grace to do that, Severus thought darkly. He was still angry with Albus about the entire situation, though he was trying not to show it overly much so as not to stress Albus. If stress caused a relapse, Severus didn't want any part of that. Gara took Albus's blood quickly and efficiently, and the results were back astonishingly fast. In less than 3 minutes, in fact. All looks good, she said. Let me have a look at that hand while you're here. How much do you plan to charge for that? Severus asked worriedly. Gara smirked. Nothing probably, but there are fees for pissing me off. Severus fell silent, because he wasn't rich. Gara picked up Albus's hand in one of hers and gestured at it with her free hand. Green light flashed from her fingertips and ran up and down over Albus's entire hand. Abrad was correct. This will have to heal on its own, but it's getting there. You can't tell, but the skin under the blackened withered surface is already pink, Gara assured Albus. How long will it take to look normal again? Albus asked. Gara considered for a moment. Probably at least a year, she said. It will begin to improve in a month or so. You shall see healthy patches of skin soon enough. Tiny at first, then larger and larger until the entire hand has healed. Chapter 47. If Severus had known exactly how stressful his summer would be, he may have tried to remain in Egypt until the next school year began. It was 2 weeks after he and Albus visited the Goblin Healer for the blood work when the first Death Eater meeting of the summer was called. He and Nightshade apparated to him at once, and Severus was surprised to see so few people present. People. That was an interesting concept. Could those who truly followed the madman be called people? Did they have any real humanity from a psychological standpoint? Perhaps it was the danger he felt for Mag due to this new relationship, but he found himself overanalyzing even more than usual. At times like this, it wasn't always a good idea. He could practically feel Nightshade's mind wanting to comment on that one, but the owl wasn't interested in risking even a shared thought just in case it was somehow noticed. In this case, Severus definitely agreed with far better safe than sorry, because Voldemort would make one sorry in a very special way. And that was special in the very worst sense of the word. As it turned out, the meeting was small because it was only comprised of those who would be set to the task of killing Albus Dumbledore, or in Severus's case, tasked with the lack of interference when the others made their attempts. Draco Malfoy was even present. Apparently he was Voldemort's newest addition to the death ranks, as it were. He was given the order to kill Dumbledore, and unlike the others, not even given a structured plan as to how to accomplish the act. This told Severus that the Dark Lord wanted him to fail and get himself killed. The panic and fear rolled off Draco Malfoy in waves, and if he wasn't so insufferable, Severus would have felt for the boy. To his credit, Severus didn't show any sort of emotion at the alarming concept of several people being set to assassinate Albus. This was in part due to being too shocked to react, he supposed. The only good thing about Voldemort wanting Albus dead was that he obviously considered Albus a threat. He was quite frightened of the Hogwarts headmaster, and Severus was a little surprised that he made this fact so obvious to anyone who was looking. Granted, he doubted the others were smart enough to look or notice. As soon as the meeting was over, he went home, and wrote Albus. For once, Nightshade actually took the letter without arguing. Severus didn't dare visit Albus directly after the assassination orders in case Voldemort didn't trust him as much as he thought. Though unlikely, it wouldn't be above the Dark Lord to spy just to see if Severus reacted in a suspicious way. He wanted Albus to be on guard, though, so settled for a carefully worded letter that only Albus would be able to read. The headmaster's response was calm and reassuring, so Severus's mind was put at ease for the moment. Of course, that ease of mind was to be short-lived. This was turning out to be the summer of hell. The next shoe fell when Narcissa Malfoy showed up at his home at Spinner's End. He and Mag were actually in bed at the time, but fortunately not in the midst of any act unless the afterglow counted. They were both startled by the knock, simultaneously sitting up in bed and reaching for clothing. "You stay here until I know who it is," Severus said firmly. "Who could it be?" Mag asked as a second knock came at the door, causing Severus to scowl. "I have no idea," he said, tugging on his black robe. Then reaching for his underwear that had somehow ended up on the other side of the bed from said robe. His first thought was that it was Albus. Hoping he wasn't having some sort of relapse of symptoms, Severus shoved his feet into black shoes and hurried to the door. Needless to say, Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange were the last two people he expected to see upon opening the door. Rather than giving him the satisfaction of looking surprised, he simply deepened his scowl. Though they were technically all Death Eaters, Severus had never liked either woman much. He didn't know either well, as they were both older than he by several years. Narcissa was the younger of the two sisters, and she was 5 years ahead of Severus at Hogwarts, so it wasn't exactly as if they moved in the same social circles. He couldn't imagine what would bring them here. When Narcissa explained that the Dark Lord was making Draco do something at which he would likely fail to punish Lucius, Severus wasn't in the least surprised. This was in part due to the fact the Dark Lord was dreadful on all fronts and in part due to Severus's being aware of the assassination attempts on Albus. When Narcissa asked him to make an unbreakable vow to help Draco, Severus once more kept the surprise from showing on his face. He was getting rather good at that, he thought, feeling a sudden rush of pride. Albus had told him when he was around 20 that he showed too much of what he thought on his face. He'd worked diligently to hide his important feelings ever since. What perplexed Severus about this current situation, though, was why Narcissa felt she could count on him to help when they weren't at all close. Why she trusted him with information he could use to get her killed if he reported it to the Dark Lord was also baffling. Bellatrix being present was equally puzzling, and Severus tended to be annoyed about this sort of puzzlement. Bellatrix accused him of not being loyal in one breath. Yet helped her sister with something her precious Dark Lord would not approve of in the next. In truth, Severus almost refused Narcissa if only to look good in the Dark Lord's eyes. He could use all the looking good in the Dark Lord's eyes he could get, after all. On the other hand, this gave him an opportunity to be involved in something that may be even more useful if Albus was willing. If the Dark Lord believed Albus to be dead, he may be more careless. As Severus planned to make sure Albus Dumbledore remained very alive instead, he would be able to work against Voldemort freely with the Dark Lord suspecting nothing. Not to mention if Albus was believed dead, the assassination attempts would stop. Severus needed him to stop, because Albus only had to miss one of the several attempts to be dead. Severus had just gone through a lot due to that bloody cursed ring to ensure that didn't happen, and now it was almost a challenge to keep the old man alive. As Bellatrix performed the spell for the unbreakable vow between he and Narcissa, Severus gave her a smirk. Now he had something on her, and that felt good. Lestrange was obnoxious and always loved to lord it over the others. She'd better know not to push Severus now, because after what she'd just done, he would most assuredly push back. After being bullied by gits in school, he took shit from people as an adult as little as possible. Sadly, being an undercover Death Eater meant he had to take more than he wanted, but that wouldn't last forever. When it all ended, he would be the one on top looking good while the others rotted away in Azkaban. That went for Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband along with her brother-in-law, the Malfoys, and all the other gits who believed shapeless snake-eyed masks to be the height of fashion. Chapter 48. As soon as Narcissa and Bellatrix were gone, Severus hurried back into his bedroom. Meeting Mag's silent worried gaze, he sighed and shrugged. "I've got a plan." She nodded. "I figured you would," she replied, but her pensive expression said clearly that she was still worried. "I need to talk to Albus. You can come along so I don't have to repeat this twice." "I understand." He could feel the grim set of his own mouth, and as Mag slipped her shoes on, he idly wondered how much worse this summer could get. Taking her hand, he apparated to the edge of Hogwarts grounds. No one said a word as they walked toward the school, not even Nightshade. Due to the late hour, Severus went directly to Albus's private chambers in the staff wing rather than to his office. The old headmaster opened to his knock almost instantly. "What's happened?" he asked, taking in the fact that Severus and Mag were both present with evident concern. "Nothing we can't fix," Severus said, and Albus ushered them in. "That's always a good thing," he said with a slightly strained smile. "Just a moment, I'll put some tea on." Severus and Mag settled themselves into two of the large comfortable brown armchairs scattered around Albus's front room while the headmaster busied himself with the tea kettle. "There are some Twizzlers on the table there," he called from the little kitchenette. "Feel free to help yourselves." Neither Mag nor Severus was in a candy mood, so neither made a move for the bag of ropey-looking red sweets. As they waited, Severus collected his thoughts, arranging them in the order best presented to others. "Sugar or honey?" Albus called as the kettle began to whistle. "Honey." Mag and Severus spoke at once. The tension lifted as they looked at one another and smiled. It was healthier than sugar and had a better flavor. "I'll have the same," Albus said, attempting a light-hearted tone to lift the mood as he so often did. Soon he joined them with 3 cups of tea floating ahead of him. One went to Severus, one to Mag, and Albus took the third as he settled into an armchair across from Severus. "Narcissa and Bellatrix came to my house tonight," he said. Albus's expression didn't change, but Mag's brows lifted in surprise, silent alarm in her green gaze. Severus outlined the visit and the unbreakable vow he made to Narcissa. "My plan is to help Draco by making it seem that he killed you. I thought we could work the particulars out on that together," he told Albus. It is my guess that if Draco truly believes he followed orders, my vow was kept, but just in case, I plan to have the Goblin Cursebreaker take care of it for me. I'm not willing to risk death in case slitherining around the vow doesn't work. For a moment I was torn between rising in the Dark Lord's graces by informing on Bellatrix and Narcissa or making the vow, he admitted with a sigh. I opted for the vow because they will keep trying to kill you and I won't risk it eventually working. If you pretend to be dead, you can work behind the scenes to help Potter and still fight against Voldemort. Potter will seem more vulnerable than he is and hopefully the Dark Lord will feel overly confident with the belief that you're gone and slip up. Albus nodded. Sounds quite likely. You did well, Severus. You made the right choice. We'll sort it as you said. Will a Cursebreaker be able to rid you of an unbreakable vow, though? Mag asked. It certainly operates like a curse, if self-inflicted, so I'd think so, Severus said. His reasoning usually served him well and he hoped he'd gotten this one right, because if not they would have an opportunity to see if one could Slytherin around an unbreakable vow. Something interesting to learn from the side, certainly, but not so much from the inside, he thought dryly. Isn't it strange that Bellatrix was a part of this? Mag asked suddenly, and Severus nodded. Indeed. I thought as much at the time, and was sorely tempted to hand her to the Dark Lord. She's one of his precious favorites, and I'd have just loved to see that drama unfold, he admitted freely. It is a puzzle, though, Albus said with a thoughtful frown. Very unlike Bellatrix even for family loyalty due to her fanaticism when it comes to Voldemort. You know, Prof, you didn't ask me about that shit before you did it. 'Cause I had thoughts, Nightshade chastised. There was no time, Severus thought back. After a moment he added, but what were your thoughts? Well, they started with hell no and ended with hell fuck no, so I hope that Cursebreaker can fix this shit, Nightshade replied darkly. Severus sighed. So did he. He resented Narcissa for bringing him into this. What made her think he'd help at such cost? What had emboldened her to push for an unbreakable vow rather than a mere promise? Again, it wasn't as if they were close. She probably wanted the unbreakable so she'd not have to worry about you telling Lizard Brain, Nightshade speculated and Severus nodded. That made sense. If you're quite finished talking to your owl, I was wondering if you'd like to see the Cursebreaker tonight, Albus asked. Severus started. How did he know? I didn't tell him, I swear, he thought quickly, knowing how furious Nightshade would be that someone else knew his secret. I know, but how in the fuck? The owl began, but Albus was speaking again before he could finish his thought. I've always known the owl had the intelligence of an acromantula at least. No other owl goes about with people the way he did with you, Mag. And the interactions with you and Severus. Severus didn't always bother to keep him invisible, and right now, though I admittedly can't see him, I can see Severus's expressions change while silently communicating. And the nodding really gives it away, the headmaster concluded with a chuckle. Please don't tell anyone. He doesn't want people knowing, Severus said hastily before Nightshade could start in. Of course, Albus agreed readily. We all have our secrets. What's yours? Severus asked suspiciously. Albus laughed. That I'm not dead. It may not be a secret until it doesn't happen, but it should still count. They all agreed, even Nightshade, that it most definitely counted. I think tomorrow should be early enough to visit the Cursebreaker, Severus said. If we disturb him at such a late hour, he's likely to charge more. I was wondering if I could borrow the money to cover his fee as it is rather about you, Severus asked Albus as delicately as possible. Of course you cannot borrow the money, dear boy. You're in this situation because of me, so I'm covering the fee. Severus gave a relieved sigh. Thank you. Albus shook his head of bushy white hair. No, thank you. After all you've done for me, it's the least I can do. Mag and Severus spent the night at Hogwarts as they were already there, and with Albus, headed to the Goblin Cursebreaker directly after breakfast. He better be able to fix this shit, Nightshade warned darkly. Mag had the Cursebreaker's business card and the address it held was in the Goblin Quarters in Hogsmeade. The house was small but glittering gems encrusted the runic door knocker. Severus supposed for the fees the goblin charged, he could afford to work at home. Fortunately he was in, and arched his brows when he saw the three of them on his doorstep. Did you get yourself cursed again already? He asked Albus in a complaining tone. Fortunately not, Albus said. The goblin ushered him inside, an expression of mild curiosity on his face. When Severus explained that what he needed removed was an unbreakable vow, the Cursebreaker nearly nodded. So it's been done before? Severus asked and the goblin nodded again. That will be 1,000 galleons. When Albus readily agreed, the Cursebreaker placed his palms on Severus's chest and began speaking in a language the potion's master had never heard before. "What the fuck?" Nightshade exclaimed. "That fucking energy behind whatever magic he's doing feels weird. I gotta go sit with Mags for this one in case it somehow accidentally fucks with me," he said before launching off Severus's shoulder to land on Mags. They hadn't made him invisible for this trip because there was no reason to hide the fact they had an owl from the goblins. "I only feel his hands on my chest," Severus commented thoughtfully. The owl was sensitive to energies, which was interesting. Though Voldemort unnerved Severus, Nightshade felt far more from his energy as well. Knowing the man had removed most of his soul made Nightshade's reaction to him understandable in an entirely new way, though. Unlike with Albus, the goblin didn't scream this time. Instead he just let out a breath and shuddered before stepping back. "That one doesn't hurt nearly as much," he said. "The removal of the vow won't be evident to the person he made it to or the one who helped them do it, will it?" Mag asked. The goblin shook his head. "It's not that sort of connection." Turning to Severus, he gave a slight smile. "You're home free." Though Severus knew that until Voldemort was no more, that was never going to be completely true, the words were pleasing to hear nonetheless. Chapter 49. Somehow the rest of the summer passed with, as Nightshade said, no more shit hitting the fan. As enough had already clogged the fan blades, Severus still had plenty to brood and worry himself over until the school year began. All the staff returned to Hogwarts the night before the students arrived. After dinner, Severus sat in Albus's sitting room holding a cup of honey-laced tea, recalling the last time he'd had tea with Albus. He'd come to tell him about the unbreakable vow. Tea was intended to soothe one during times of stress, and he supposed it worked well enough. Right now, as he sat sipping the tea, the stresses he knew were going to fill the next school year seemed a little distant. "Hot tea relaxes my belly too much and gives me the runny shits," Nightshade shared from where he was perched on the arm of Severus's chair. "So I won't be having any." "Thanks for that," Severus replied dryly. "Tell me a story," he requested, turning to Albus. Even before the old man spoke, Severus felt a surge of eagerness. All of Albus's stories held some tidbit of rare magical information. The tradition of Severus sitting with hot tea and asking Albus for a story began around the time he started working at Hogwarts. He'd been glum about some frustration or other, what he perceived as a bump in the road with his undercover work with Voldemort, and Albus had distracted him with a story. That particular story spoke of a wizard who happened to be a vampire as well. His animagus form was a bat, and that was where the legend began among muggles that vampires could turn into bats. As Severus's Patronus was a bat, somehow that story made him feel a bit more invincible. As if he could tap into that immortal vampiric energy somehow when dealing with the Dark Lord. It sounded silly, but it made him feel better at the time. After that, any time Severus felt like giving up, or just too emotionally tired to go on, especially during the past few years, Albus's stories always held the gem of wisdom or strength he needed to hear. Albus took a thoughtful sip of his tea before he began. Severus was already leaning forward in anticipation. "This one is very old. Around the time of the first recorded Greek myths. There was a very powerful wizard named Biblio. It was said that the gods wanted him dead for some slight or other. So he turned himself into a book and hid on a shelf among many other similar books until the gods who wanted his death grew bored, as gods are apparently wont to do. At this time, he transfigured himself back into a human, and he hadn't aged a day thanks to the preservations he'd placed on himself as a book. He was always an inspiration to me, as he was also said to be the truest master of transfiguration. I like to fancy myself his equal, I suppose," Albus concluded with a slightly embarrassed smile. "His story has been on my mind a lot lately. What with the plans to assassinate me, I've felt the need to start thinking creatively." Severus nodded. "I liked that one quite a lot." "Thank you." Albus smiled. "I'm glad." The story resonated with Severus on many levels, and he could feel ideas beginning to percolate in the back of his mind. The way the wizard had hidden himself from the gods and perhaps pretended to be dead spoke of hiding in plain sight, fooling one's enemies, and many other things Severus felt would be quite useful to keep in mind during the next few years. "So are you planning to turn into a book to fake your death?" he asked. "I think I'd grow too bored just sitting on a shelf," Albus said with a slow shake of his head. "I was thinking something more along the lines of a phoenix. But who knows? There should be plenty of time to change my mind." "Speaking of that, I've been thinking," Severus said. "Draco wasn't at all thrilled at the prospect of killing you, so if I pretend to help him by offering to kill you myself, I think he will be quite grateful." Albus nodded. I never thought the boy was Death Eater material even if he was always a prat. Severus shrugged. He'd never liked Draco, even if he had to pretend otherwise for obvious reasons. The kid reminded him of all the adults he had to stand beside in a black robe and slit-eyed mask who really did want to be there unlike him. Albus did always have a way of seeing into people, so if he thought Draco wasn't that bad, Severus would take his word for it. I'll obviously use another spell on you that will do no harm, but we'll have to make it look as if it killed you. Albus nodded again. I think we can arrange that. I've transfigured more than a few spells in mid-cast before, so I think we can manage something. We've plenty of time to plan and get it perfect. Right now, though, I have a bit of good news for you, he said, blue eyes twinkling. A surprise if you will. What's that? Severus asked. Well, as you are aware, you have always wanted to teach defense and I have always refused you due to the fact the job is cursed and I don't want anything happening to you. Severus nodded. Well, now that we know a goblin curse breaker, I had him find and break the curse. I also have a plan for dragging Slughorn out of retirement tomorrow, so the job is yours, tomorrow. You're doing this last minute. Albus grinned almost like a little boy as he reached for a bag of Twizzlers on the table beside him. Trust me. Severus shrugged. If anyone could pull it off, it was Albus. Twizzler, he offered, extending the bag invitingly, and Severus shook his head. As it happens, I have a surprise for you as well. I hope you like it, because I really do. I feel it solves a problem all round. Albus's gaze was sharp with interest as he nodded. I'm listening. Severus took a deep breath, hoping that Albus would accept his plan because he really wanted him to. I have decided to plant my potions journal for Potter to find. It has notes on other spells I came up with during my school years, and it's got everything in it that he can use to make himself a far better wizard. I thought of it after your Lily Potter plan, he said, unable to say the name without making a face. The fact that you said Potter would never trust me due to our history is true, and I know it. So I thought if he found a book full of useful spells and potions tips, he would take the education from some unknown former student where he wouldn't take it from me. It gives him what you wanted and keeps me from dealing with him at the same time. Because you know I'm likely to hurt him if we continue those bloody lessons, he concluded darkly. Albus nodded. That's actually a very good idea, Severus. I think it'll work. Severus let out a relieved sigh. Good. And now that I can finally teach defense, I have an opportunity to give the children what they will need to protect themselves against Voldemort. Indeed, Albus agreed. I am certain that you'll do a wonderful job. The year passed. If not smoothly, at least as planned. Severus taught defense and Mag joined him at night after dinner, leaving in the morning before breakfast. She spent her days studying with the dragon. While Severus hated not even sharing meals with her, he didn't want anyone seeing them together. That would get back to Voldemort. That went for Malfoy and his lot, and even Potter considering his unwanted connection with the Dark Lord. By the time the fateful events unfolded on the astronomy tower, Albus and Severus had concocted the perfect plan. Author's note. The song, Storyteller by Heather Alexander, can be found on YouTube and elsewhere if Googled. It serves as a perfect soundtrack for Severus's feelings for Albus as a mentor and inspiration. He asked us to share, and no, none of us are the artist in question, and no, we don't get paid for mentioning the music. Not even Nightshade. Lol. Chapter 50. Severus was impressed at how well Albus had called it. Draco was unable to kill him, and it was easy for Severus to figuratively ride in and save the day. He spoke the killing curse while performing another spell entirely that sent Albus flying off the astronomy tower. The spell was a expulsion charm, and Albus was able to ride it out and land gently on the ground. Once there, he was to inject himself surreptitiously with a shot Severus had prepared in advance. The needle held enough of a stasis potion combined with the draught of living death to keep Albus alive yet seeming dead for 3 days. Plenty of time for him to be buried here on Hogwarts grounds and for Severus to dig him up. For the past several months, both had ingested draughts of Felix Felicis on a daily basis, knowing that this day would come but not when. The luck potion was part of the reason Albus survived all the assassination attempts. For his part, Severus needed all the luck he could get as Death Eater activities increased. Angry that this was even happening, Severus snatched Draco by the scruff of his shirt and dragged him away. He wanted to stay and check that all had gone as it should with Albus, but he knew that would ruin everything. Is he all right? He asked Nightshade. The owl was sitting on the shoulder furthest away from Draco. He's breathing with no mental activity, so should be good, Nightshade reported. Severus afforded himself a sigh of relief as he fled only to be intercepted by Potter. Becoming enraged when the Pratt called him a coward was unproductive and an admitted waste of energy, he knew. Still in that moment, Harry was Harry and he wanted to show him just who the coward was. The boy could never beat him. Intent on not wasting the effort of this day, though, Severus kept going. Only to have the Pratt continue to pursue and insult him again. Finally Potter got the duel he was pushing for and Severus enjoyed deflecting the Pratt with zero effort on his part. Okay, he enjoyed it on a personal level, but the fact the Pratt still had no skill made his stomach sink with worry. Just exactly how in the hell was he going to ever manage to kill the Dark Lord? Ever? Good question, Prof. When Severus got Malfoy out of there then escaped himself, he didn't dare to go anywhere he could be found. He was now wanted, after all, at least until Voldemort took the Ministry as he planned. Severus wasn't counting on that for good or ill, and was prepared to remain in hiding and fight from the shadows if the Dark Lord's takeover failed. West Craven Manor was a safe option, because no one expected him to be there. Thanks to Raistlin and Heather stabbing him in the back, they'd gotten what they wanted and no one associated the West Cravens with him at all, which meant no one would look for him there. He apparated inside and directly asked Mira for a stiff drink. The elf, draped in her brightly colored scarves, frowned in concern and shook her head. I wouldn't do that just yet if I were you. Won't your Dark Lord want to call a meeting to get the details of the Dumbledore killing? How'd that go, by the way? Severus sighed, nodding. She was right, and he obviously wasn't thinking straight. He could hardly be blamed for that considering the day he'd just had. Still, going to a Death Eater meeting tipsy was too risky even with Felix Felicis in his system. It seems to have gone well, he replied. Mag rushed into the room then and threw her arms around him. What happened? Severus filled her in on the story, then headed for the library to wait for the Death Eater meeting that Mira had predicted. In less than an hour her prediction came true. The Dark Lord was pleased with Severus, though unhappy with Draco, obviously regretful that Albus hadn't killed him. He wanted Lucius punished, but he obviously didn't understand Albus. Hopefully this meant there were many other things he didn't understand, Severus thought. If so it meant they had a bit of hope. Waiting until Albus's funeral was over was torture. Never before had Severus been so stressed. Not even during those first Death Eater meetings in the late 70s, when he was risking it all by attempting to fool Voldemort. When at last the evening of the third day arrived, and he was getting ready to leave for Hogwarts, it was Mag who stopped him. You really should let someone else get Albus out. Someone who isn't wanted for murder, perhaps? I was going to have Mira apparate me so I could be quick about it, he assured her. Mag shook her head. It's a foolish risk. Have Phileas do it instead. I'll write him to come here at once and you can explain. You'll take the letter this once, won't you, Nightshade? Mag wheedled. Fuck, Nightshade complained, but as that wasn't a no, both Mag and Severus took it for a yes. Sighing, Severus relented and Mag wrote Phileas. Within 15 minutes the Charms Master had arrived at West Craven Manor. When his eyes fell on Severus, they widened. Where have you been? What's happened? Did that monster force you to kill Albus? The questions came rapid fire from the little man, and Severus held up his hands, silently imploring him to stop. I couldn't tell you earlier because the fewer people who knew the safer everyone was, he began. We needed people who grieved Albus to mean it so. He's not dead, Phileas asked excitedly, sudden comprehension dawning on his face. Hopefully he isn't, Severus said. I need for you to go and open his grave and get him out. Phileas's mouth worked silently. He needs to be out of there soon, Severus pressed. Mira can go and apparate you onto the grounds and even into the grave perhaps. Then both of you can be apparated back here. If she can't apparate you into the grave, you'll just have to dig. Severus had yet to fully understand the limitations of elf magic if there truly were any. All right, Phileas said nervously. I've always had a fear of graves, you know. No, I didn't know, Severus said. But as there isn't anyone dead in it, it shouldn't be too frightening. Mag called Mira in and Severus explained what he needed. The elf nodded readily, and smiled at Phileas. This should be an adventure, Mr. Flitwick. Yes, Phileas said weakly. Bit of an adventure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The feeling of apparating into a grave then falling even deeper into it was not pleasant for Phileas Flitwick. He screamed. For a long time. When he stopped screaming, mainly because he needed to breathe, he still heard screaming. Was it his own scream still echoing in the grave? Graves were such disturbing human inventions. What was wrong with a good old funeral pyre? Though that certainly wouldn't have served Albus in this case, would it? One could hardly be rescued from being burned alive. No, being buried alive was far better, if somehow even more disturbing. But who was screaming? He screamed again. Then the other person screamed again. Who's there? The admittedly shaken and muffled voice belonged to Albus Dumbledore. Phileas? Yes. Oh, it's you. Yes, Phileas said, wanting to scream again due to his growing panic over the fear of graves thing. Why are we screaming? Well, I am screaming because I'm in your grave and I rather have a fear of graves of which Severus was apparently unaware. I'm not sure why you were screaming, though. I was unaware of your fear as well, as it turns out, Albus said thoughtfully, then he chuckled. I was screaming because your screams startled me, to put it mildly. Oh. Well. Sorry then, Phileas managed. Phileas? Yes, Albus. Why are we in my grave? Well, because I still need to get you out of it. Chapter 51. Are you ready then? Mira called down to them. Phileas nodded, then realized that the elf couldn't see him from where he was. Way down in Albus's grave. Squeezing his eyes closed, the charm's master took a deep steadying breath. Can you take my hand, Albus? He asked, reaching downward, and hoping he didn't accidentally touch the coffin and set off another round of his own screaming. After a moment of what was likely Albus fumbling about in the darkness and mid-air, Phileas felt a firm grip on his hand. We're ready, Phileas called up to Mira. With a pop, the two were on the floor of the library of West Craven Manor. I filled in the grave, reapparating the dirt back in place as we left, Mira told Phileas. Then with a frown she added, what was all the screaming about? I had to put up a barrier of silence charm so the entire school wouldn't come running. Phileas doubted the entire school would have heard his screams from all the way outside, but perhaps Hagrid may have, or one of the ghosts, and one person knowing what had just happened was one too many. Sighing, he nodded. Thank you, Mira. I have a fear of graves and I must have gotten a little set off. Severus, who had rushed to embrace Albus and ask if he was all right, turned to Phileas with an incredulous look and highly raised brows. Graves? Phileas shuddered. Don't judge me. I wasn't judging, Severus said. Well, don't question a man's fears, Phileas snapped. Are fears ever rational? Sometimes. It was Raislin who had spoken from across the room where he stood beside a corner bookshelf. Welcome to our home, Headmaster. It's good to see you again. Alive especially, he added to Dumbledore. Albus gave a faint smile as he allowed Severus to help him into the nearest chair. Thank you, Raislin. It's nice to see you again. The hospitality of our home is yours. You will stay for as long as you need, or Severus will lose his mind. Raislin said with a boyish grin. I don't want to put your family to any trouble, Albus said. We need you for this fight. Consider this us doing our part, Raislin insisted. Then thank you very much, Albus said. I'm certain no one will look for me here. You've not eaten in 3 days, so you need to do that, Severus said. Mira, can you bring him something? The elf nodded and vanished with a crack. I've also slept for 3 days, but I'm sure I shall feel hungry soon, Albus said. Right now I must admit to still feeling rather drugged. I'm just glad it worked, Severus said fervently. And that you both are safe, Mag added with a sigh. Right now I get to play the role of wanted criminal, Severus told Albus with a frown of displeasure. Because it played out as it did, everyone believes I murdered you for Voldemort. Severus, I am so sorry it came to that, Albus said regretfully. Severus shrugged. Hopefully this too shall pass. Most things did after all, eventually. Of course I shall clear your name as soon as it is possible. I will reveal myself as alive and well the instant I'm certain it won't ruin all we've set in motion thus far, Albus promised. Severus nodded, shrugging. I really don't care what people think aside from getting locked up in Azkaban for a murder I did not commit. I promise that won't happen, Albus said. Severus frowned. I'm still more upset about the fact you actually asked me to kill you than what any idiots who never liked me anyway wrongly believe that I did. Albus sighed. Why must we revisit this again? I told you that I don't know what came over me, Severus. I have apologized many times over. Severus's mouth remained tightly set. I just don't understand how a wizard like you, of such high moral standing, could ask me to do something that you believe would rip my soul. I wouldn't have asked you, had I been in my right mind, Severus, Albus said, tone tired and resigned. Leave him alone, Severus, Raislin chastised. He just woke up from a 3-day-long sleep after helping you fake his death. He's alive and safe. Just be grateful for that. Mira returned with a tray of food and hot tea for Albus before Severus could reply. The tray held a plate of sliced fruit, ham and cheese and a bowl of chicken soup. There was even a slice of chocolate cake for dessert. Of course, as soon as Albus took the tray and thanked Mira, he went directly for the chocolate cake. As the headmaster ate, Severus filled him in on what had happened after he injected himself with Severus's draft of fake death. You did well, Albus said. Getting the Death Eaters cleared out of the school before fleeing yourself was admirable. Severus scowled as if given an insult rather than a compliment. I am sorry that you had to deal with Harry pursuing you, but I couldn't risk telling him of our plan considering his unfortunate connection to Voldemort. Severus knew that, of course, but the memory of stupid worthless waste of space Harry Bloody Potter actually calling him a coward still enraged him. Dealing with Voldemort as he did took more bravery than anything Potter would ever do in his redundant life. Did you tell anyone? Severus asked. Other than the residents of this house and Phileas, who else knows that you live? I told Minerva, because for many reasons she needed to be aware. I also confided in Poppy Pomfrey in case I happened to need medical attention. I am quite aware that you want me to live, after all. Thank you, Severus said, actually making an effort not to sound too grumpy. I thought I could return to Hogwarts in a few weeks. The students will be cleared out, and I can lay low while I continue to work on weakening Voldemort so that Harry might easily kill him. Because the worthless prat obviously needed quite literally all the help he could get, Severus thought darkly. I plan to turn one of the castle's secret passages into comfortable enough living quarters for myself, and no one will find me there. There will surely be a new headmaster and a potions master as well. Will you be remaining here? Severus shrugged. Here or Spinner's End, he said. I tend to divide my time between both. Will you be needing help with whatever it is you're doing to weaken Voldemort? Albus shook his head regretfully. While your help would admittedly be beneficial, I must utilize other, lesser minds. I can't risk putting you too close to this in case Voldemort happens to notice. You have enough to hide from him and I don't wish to add to your burden. Thank you, Mag told him before Severus could object. Over the next few weeks things were rather low-key considering. The West Cravens were generous hosts to Albus, encouraging him to enjoy their library, and in Heather's case, even making treats for him rather than having Mira do it. I made him sliced apples dipped in caramel once when he gave me detention for compelling James Potter to drink toilet water, Heather explained when Mag gave the tray of caramel-coated sliced apples in Heather's hands a confused look. They were in the library, and Albus eagerly put down the book he was reading to reach for the tray. I remember. As I recall, I even let you out of your detention an hour early for that. Turning to Mag he smiled. Candy apples are usually on a stick. Not all sliced up, and your mum made it so much nicer with the slices entirely covered in caramel and no bothersome apple core to deal with. He redirected his gaze to Heather. Thank you so much, Heather. Just as they did 20 years ago, these look delicious. Now we know the key to your heart, Mag said with a chuckle. Unfortunately not at all top secret information, I'm afraid, Albus said with a boyish grin. It was worth it to show James Potter a thing or two, Heather said darkly. He puked, she added with a giggle. You were a prefect, and knew better, Albus told her. I regret nothing, Heather insisted. Potter and his cohorts were the worst. Truly they were, Mag said fervently. As prefect myself, I had access to the old records, and that group got in trouble daily for something. They had more write-ups than anyone else in the history of the school. I don't understand how they didn't get expelled, she concluded, trying unsuccessfully not to shoot Albus an accusing look. Though he knew it was silly, Severus couldn't help but feel warmed by her defense. Reaching out he lightly touched her cheek, and she blushed. Albus sighed. Their parents were influential. Black's parents unfortunately no longer cared what he did, but James Potter's certainly did. The amount of infractions doesn't count as much as the level of severity. Nothing they did was bad enough to have them expelled. Still, Mag said, refusing to waver on the matter. Don't worry about it. They're dead now, Severus said smugly. Most of the people I hate are dead now. There is only Voldemort, and Lupin who need to go. Severus, Albus said, looking aghast. That didn't stop him from taking another slice of caramel apple. Well, it's true, Severus said, apologetically. Remus was always better than the rest, and he had a hard lot in life, Albus said gently. I honestly think the two of you would have been friends if you'd gotten to know him without the others around. Severus gave a snort of disbelief. You both had unpleasant childhoods for various reasons, Albus pointed out. And you both loved to learn and study. You're both quiet by nature and both good people. The fact he took up with such pillars of the community says much for his character, Mag interjected dryly, causing Severus to smile. Her steadfast loyalty, brains and looks often made him wonder how he'd gotten so fortunate. You're a lot alike, that's how, Nightshade told him from where he sat on the back of Mag's chair. She does sing better than you, but I'm prettier than you both. Indeed, Severus returned dryly. It wasn't as if Severus was offering to be his friend, Albus told Mag gently. Remus had a low self-esteem due to his werewolf condition and the fact he had to keep it a secret. It made it difficult to build relationships. He nearly killed me. Severus fumed. Not his fault, Albus said. No, it was the fault of those boys who didn't do anything bad enough to get themselves expelled, Mag said tightly. Albus sighed. Had I turned him in for that, I would have also had to turn Remus in. Things would have gone very badly for him because of the unfortunate choices of his friends. He didn't deserve that. Depends on who you ask, Severus said peevishly, and Mag nodded. She still didn't understand Severus's intense attachment to the headmaster who, while kind to Severus, was equally kind to those so obviously undeserving. Chapter 52. Mag regarded her reflection in the mirror. Long straight red hair tied back with a silver silk scarf, and a long green off-the-shoulder summer silk dress whose folds brushed the floor stared back at her. Her chakra wand glittered unassumingly between her breasts, not at all indicating that it was an actual wand, and twice the strength of any wooden one. Her large green eyes were silent and thoughtful as they watched her. What her silent reflection said was that the past year had been a mixed bag. She'd initially wanted to teach at Hogwarts with Severus, if only to remain close to him, but he'd refused, insisting that she was safer further away. At least he allowed her to be with him at night, and her days were enjoyable spent with Arisen. She'd learned much from the dragon, and she felt she was getting close to talking him into agreeing to help against Voldemort. After hearing of Nightshade's positive interaction with Severus's mum, Mag had been eager to meet Eileen Prince last Christmas, but it was another thing that Severus would not allow. At least not yet. He wanted to avoid drawing any danger or notice to the two most important women in his life. People expected him to visit his mum, but if Voldemort did happen to pay attention, a new person in the mix certainly would raise his disgusting serpentine brows. Though Mag knew this was entirely logical, it was frustrating. Still, she was with Severus. She'd actually won him, and that was all that mattered. Now if they could just get through this last year. The thoughtful look in her large green eyes turned to one of worry and she let out a shaky breath, hands curling into tight fists of tension that she forced herself to release. Worrying did no good, and she reminded herself of that all too frequently. Being busy helped. She'd come up here to get a book from the bedside table that Severus wanted to show Albus. When passing the mirror, however, she'd gotten distracted with tucking stray wisps of hair back into the silver scarf she used to keep it tied at the nape of her neck. Silly, she told her reflection, then turned away and went for the book. She was just heading downstairs when the door knocker sounded. That was followed by the sound of a crack as Mira apparated to open it. Miss Mag, Severus, Kirsten Boxwood is here to see you, the elf called cheerfully. Then after another moment she added, oh, she's here to see everyone actually. Kirsten paying him a visit wasn't strange, but her wanting to see everyone was. Mag's worry returned as she hurried toward the front hall where Mira was guiding Kirsten in the direction of the library to join everyone else. Kirsten worked at the Ministry now, in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Had she heard something bad? Why else would she be here wanting to see everyone? Hi, Mag, Kirsten called, waving cheerfully. The tightness in Mag's chest eased at Kirsten's apparent good mood. Could she dare hope for good news? The gods knew they could use a bit. Hi, Mag called back, joining Mira and Kirsten at the door to the library. What brings you to see us all? She asked as they headed inside. Kirsten is here and she wishes to talk to all of us, she added to the rest of the room. Kirsten stood in the doorway, jaw having dropped as she gaped at Albus who sat on the sofa with Raislin and Heather. Mag couldn't remember another time when the small chatty witch was rendered speechless. In spite of her eagerness to discover the reason for Kirsten's unexpected visit, she allowed herself to bask in this unprecedented moment. You're alive, she breathed. That is, congratulations. Mag's lips twitched. Not much kept the little blonde speechless for long, not even a very well done fake death, apparently. Thank you, Miss Boxwood, Albus said with a warm smile. I do ask that you keep this to yourself for my own safety, and that of Severus. Kirsten nodded. Sure, of course. When I heard, I assumed that Severus was set up and that Mag's family would protect him. Especially when she didn't write me a tear-streaked letter about him being a wanted man. I never suspected this, though. Well done. Thank you, Albus said again as Mag approached Severus and handed him the book from upstairs. So what brings you to talk to all of us? Mag asked, her curiosity back in full force now that Kirsten was talking again. Well, it's someone, actually, Kirsten began. Someone I think you should all meet. He's also trying to bring Voldemort down. He's been working on his own, But when we told him that there are others who also don't wish Voldemort to succeed and who are, unlike the worthless ministry, willing to do something about it, he was interested. I hope you were wise enough not to drop names, Severus said tartly. Where did you meet this person? Mag asked, uncertain how to feel on the matter due to all the unknown factors. How do you know you can trust him? Raistlin demanded. Yes, what if it is a setup? Heather chimed in. Albus wore a concerned expression but remained silent. All fair questions, Kirsten said. We plan to proceed with caution, but we do trust him as it stands. He shared a lot of information that could have him put in Azkaban, including the murder of many Death Eaters. We also have his address, as he invited us to bring you to a dinner party in a few days. Were he setting us up, he'd be risking a lot. Who is us? Raistlin asked. Oh yes, me. Millicent and Blaise. We were out book shopping and ran into him while we were having lunch. Millicent and I aren't speaking, as it happens, she added with a dark scowl. I was just looking at his book, and she thought I was looking at him. Apparently she fancied him heavily even then and demonstrated this fact by lifting me off the ground by my bloody hair. Do you know how much that hurts? She demanded hotly. Everyone professed to in fact not knowing how that felt, but they all assumed that it did not feel at all pleasant. Go ahead and go see him. I'll know if he's lying, Nightshade thought to Severus and Mag, from where he sat on the arm of Severus's chair. He's also taking a truth potion, Severus replied. Just in case. You wish to align yourself with an admitted murderer? Albus asked in open concern. How do you know he's any better than Voldemort? What if he only wishes to bring him down in order to take his place? From the headmaster's expression, he considered this to be quite likely. What's his name, anyway? It's Wolfgang Adler. He's a half-giant from Germany, Kirsten said. He's been educated all around the world, and knows some fascinating spells that he's already shared with us. He's extremely willing to share his knowledge, unlike Voldemort. He has expressed no wish to lead anything but a party who wants to free the wizarding world of tyranny. By murdering wizards? Albus asked flatly, his disapproval obvious on his face. By murdering wizards who would happily murder us, Kirsten replied tightly. Mag gave a small nod of understanding. Albus was all right, but too frequently he was too fluffy to do what needed doing. His moral high ground was screwing him and others over when he wouldn't use his power to do what was necessary. She'd always known this and thus never truly related to Severus's attachment to him even if she respected it. He knows that he can't go after Voldemort directly due to the prophecy that apparently enough people are now aware of. He at least knows that Potter is supposed to do it. I didn't ask about the prophecy because I didn't want to give too much away in case he'd sorted it out another way, Kirsten explained. He's trying to weaken Voldemort as much as possible by removing all his true supporters. And he's only killing true supporters rather than those forced into it, Albus pressed, tone doubtful. How does he know one from another? He does his research, Kirsten said. He's careful and strikes from the shadows to keep himself out of it too. I like that. He would want the same of anyone helping him and that keeps us safe while allowing us to be part of doing what needs to be done. And what is it that he wants of us? Raistlin asked. Whatever we're willing to do. Whatever we can offer. For now, I think just to meet and talk, Kirsten replied. In short, for now an exchanging of resources and information. Sounds reasonable, Severus said. I, for one, think we should take all the help we can get, once we verify it. He turned to Albus, expression grim. You have your Order of the Phoenix. It does what it can, but I've always felt it wasn't willing or capable to do everything that needs doing. It simply isn't dark enough. If we had another small organization like your Order, but darker, who was willing to do what needed doing, I think that would get us further. I have my family to think of and more reason to live than ever, and live is what I intend to do. Mag bit her lip in her struggle to keep the tears suddenly standing in her eyes from spilling down her cheeks. She loved him so much for that in that moment. He'd fight in any way he could to stay with her and that validated things even more than being in his arms every night. I'll keep it together, Mags, Nightshade told her. Prof was never trying to get himself offed. Don't call me Mags. You know I hate that, she complained, glad of the distraction if unwilling to admit it. Author's note. The short novelette, Millicent Bulstrode Falls in Love, available on archive. Org and fanfiction.net, gives a closer look at Wolfgang and his plans from his and Millicent's perspective. Chapter 53. The next day, Kirsten wrote them with the address to Adler Manor and said to arrive at 6 in the evening on Saturday for the dinner party. Surprisingly, she included a request from Millicent Bulstrode that Severus bring enough Veritaserum for everyone. As Severus planned to do just that, he was pleased to know he wouldn't have complaints. Nightshade wanted to go, but to remain unseen under the chameleon's spell just in case there was trouble. If there are issues, I'll be an ace in the hole. I can fuck with his mind and throw him off while you all attack if he's a Death Eater. The idea sounded solid to Severus, especially as Kirsten had said they'd not given Adler any list of names when it came to who would be attending the party. That meant if he was a follower of Voldemort, he wouldn't be able to report that Severus was involved before the night of the party. In such a case, the Dark Lord would have no idea who killed him if it came to that. It wasn't until Saturday afternoon that it occurred to Severus to invite Phileas along. Kirsten was clear on the fact that Wolfgang Adler was interested in working with anyone capable and willing. Like Raislin and Heather, Phileas was one to lay low and stay out of things for unspecified reasons, but Severus knew for a fact that he didn't support Voldemort. It was the potions master's suspicion that Phileas found the Order's methods to be too soft and there was no other act in town, as it were. He'd never said as much, but Severus trusted his hunches. After shamelessly bribing Nightshade with thinly sliced deli turkey to take Phileas a note, he charmed a sheet of parchment to burn if not opened by Flitwick. Quickly outlining the situation and providing Adler's address, he gave the note to Nightshade. The owl was back before long. He wasn't there, but I left the note for him. Albus decided to sit this one out. So he remained with Mira at West Craven Manor while Heather, Raislin, Mag and Severus, with an invisible Nightshade on his shoulder, apparated to Adler Manor at 6 in the evening on Saturday. The place was on the edge of London, not fully in the city but not far enough out to be considered out of it either. The lawn was vast and neatly kept and the home itself was stately. The group arrived to the sound of others apparating in. Kirsten and her parents arrived, then Blaise Zabini and his parents. Millicent and hers were already waiting in front of the closed front door. All the parents wore nearly matching expressions of wariness. Millicent appeared nervous, fussing with her long green skirt. Severus would have found it odd that the Amazon-like girl was dressed up with her hair pulled back if he actually cared, which of course he did not. For his part, Blaise Zabini looked bored, so at least some things never changed. Millicent was the one to lift the door knocker, expression turning eager as she let it fall 4 times. The man who opened the door was Adler himself rather than any servant. Severus could tell because he was definitely tall enough to be a half-giant. Rather than being stocky as was the block like Hagrid, Wolfgang was taller than wide, big-boned rather than thick-waisted, and somehow elegant. He looked like someone who had themselves together. His face was clean-shaven and well-proportioned, his blonde red hair short and neat, his grey suit perfectly tailored. His smile of greeting was gracious as he warmly welcomed everyone to his home and ushered him inside. In the front hall, Millicent made introductions and Adler suggested they get the meeting bit out of the way first before having dinner if everyone was agreeable. Severus found himself liking the fact that he was polite enough to inquire rather than simply stating how things would be. Granted, it was his home and he had every right to do so. But the fact he hadn't showed a willingness to work with others that Severus could appreciate. Likely this was because it was a trait Voldemort definitely didn't have. A Dark Lord didn't need to specifically listen to his followers, but it could certainly get him further in the end if he did. Adler led them into a lavish yet comfortable sitting room full of heavy velvet-covered furniture in shades of tan and dark green. The colors gave the place a definite nature vibe. Adler invited everyone to make themselves comfortable, and to Severus's surprise, it was Millicent who started things off by suggesting that everyone take Veritaserum just to clear the air before things got heavy. To his credit, Wolfgang agreed readily, even professing to having some of his own that he'd planned to offer. But if your friend Snape has enough, I would actually prefer to take his so that no one is concerned that I tampered with it in any way, the half-giant told Millicent. Severus noticed that the two did a lot of sappy gazing at one another, and recalled Kirsten's comment about Millicent lifting her up by her hair for looking at Adler. How anyone could appreciate the lumbering Bulstrode was beyond him, even if her dumb act was an act. She was far too good at it if you asked him, and if she were as smart as Mag claimed, she could have thought of a better way to lay low than dumbing down Slytherin House. It was embarrassing, and should have embarrassed her as well. He's not my friend. He's just a potions master with useful skills, Millicent was quick to assure. For his part, Severus felt complimented. To be considered her friend would indicate his having poor taste. Though he cared for Mag deeply, her taste in friends was perhaps her only flaw. Bulstrode, Griphook, Sekhmet, and the Bloody Dragon all grated on his nerves in the worst of ways. Kirsten, the Bloody Baron and Parvati were the only ones he didn't dislike, on most days. Standing, Severus reached into a leather waist pouch he'd worn for the occasion. withdrawing several small glass bottles of Veritaserum and passing them around. If you want me to take yours after this, I don't mind, he told Wolfgang after downing his own. It was only fair to prove in any way necessary that he could be trusted, as they were asking Adler to do the same. Adler gave Severus a smile of approval, but shook his head. I appreciate that, but it won't be necessary. There are spells that one can use to tell if someone is speaking the truth. I can merely use one of those and you won't have to go through anything twice. Then why aren't we just using that spell rather than these potions? Millicent's father asked. Because while the spell detects the truth, it cannot force one to tell it, Wolfgang said, and Mr. Bulstrode nodded in understanding. I think we should all go around the room and say why we're here and what we have to offer. Then if anyone has questions, they can ask before it's the next person's turn. What do you think? Millicent asked, turning to Wolfgang. Brilliant, he nodded. I'll start, then, Millicent said. I'm Millicent Bulstrode. I am here because Voldemort scares the fuck out of me and I don't want to die. I hate that Harry Potter, a worthless little loser shit, seems to be our only hope. I don't want to lead the kind of life Voldemort would make us lead were he to win either. As for what I can offer, she waved to indicate everyone in the room. I was a big part of orchestrating this. I am also good at Muggle technology. I use Muggle computers to online steal Muggle money, then have it turned into bars of gold which I deposit in my account at Gringotts. I'm gonna be the richest witch ever and Muggles can and will make it happen. I can steal money for me, but I can also likewise steal money to help facilitate anything needed to help take Voldemort down. Severus had to struggle to keep the surprise, even shock from his face at that revelation. It was good that Albus hadn't come, as this may very well make his morals itch. For his part, Severus was just glad of a bit of proof that Bulstrode did have a functional and perhaps even mildly creative brain. Prof. You're so shitty. I love it. At that Severus did smile. Thank you. You're doing what? Millicent's father thundered. I knew you were playing with that computer thing, but I had no idea, her mother added more quietly. Millicent shrugged. It's just Muggles and I think it's an awesome ability I have. She calmly defended herself. True, her father agreed, and at that the big man seemed to be over it, just shrugging it off. Like a proper Slytherin, Severus supposed. He didn't know Roger and Ali Bulstrode very well, having graduated 3 years after them, but they were also from Slytherin House. I'll go next, Kirsten said. I don't do anything particularly special like most everyone here, but I am a competent witch. I can get along with people and I can see things as they are. I know Voldemort needs to be stopped at any cost and that the government isn't going to help us, so I will do whatever I can. At that Kirsten sat back and fell silent. Severus couldn't believe the small overly chatty blonde was actually finished, but as she said no more, this seemed to be the case. That's good enough for me, Wolfgang told her with an honest, open smile. I'm not one to become involved as a rule, Blaise Zabini spoke up, taking his turn. But I definitely comprehend the need to do so in this situation. I feel I work better behind the scenes. I am a skilled wizard, my specialty being enchantments and charms. I can create specialized items to meet whatever needs you may find useful, he told Wolfgang. I have recently made myself a powerful protection amulet that alerts me to all manner of threats. He touched the large onyx and silver spider pendant which hung from a chain around his neck. Could you make something that would do the opposite? Wolfgang asked, expression suddenly intense and thoughtful. Something that would cause other magical alarms not to go off if they are set on a particular location. Blaise considered for a moment, then nodded. Yes. I think I could. Wolfgang nodded. Good. Mag then took her turn. I'm Marguerite Westcraven. I am skilled in many forms of magic, but I consider dragons my specialty as well as my ability with gemstones. I enhance their properties to make strong charmed items. For example, I can make a jet pendant that protects one in such a way that it would not occur to a mugger to attack them were they wearing the jet. I also make gemstone wands with quartz crystal, and they are 2 times the strength of a wooden wand due to the fact crystal enhances. Severus found himself focusing on her clear musical voice as much as what it was saying. Entrancing she was without even trying, and he thought, not for the first time, how fortunate he was. She seemed to feel the same about him, and that was still baffling. That's impressive, Wolfgang said appreciatively. Would you be willing to make them for everyone working against Voldemort? Of course, Mag said readily. If there is time, I like to personalize a wand to each person, adding other gemstones that I feel would suit them best. If there is a hurry, though, I can just use a plain quartz and nothing else and it will still give double the strength. Wolfgang nodded. Raislin spoke next. I'm Raislin Westcraven. I along with my wife work at the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry. So if something there was of use, I could get it and we could use it. Also I have the largest personal library in the UK. For generations my family has collected rare books of magic, and that collection is an excellent resource free to anyone here working against Voldemort. Heather nodded from where she sat at Raislin's side. What he said. Kirsten's parents went next, sharing that they both worked at the Ministry in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We work with auras, but we both do desk jobs, filing and completing reports, nothing in the field that's dangerous, Kirsten's mum explained. We do have access to a lot of information, though which can be useful. Of course, Wolfgang nodded. Millicent's father cleared his throat. Millicent's mother and I work at the Ministry as well, in the Department of Magical International Cooperation. As such we have ties to wizards all around the world and information gathered from all around the world. Excellent, Wolfgang said happily. It's always good to know what is happening everywhere, and if anyone has something we can utilize, or if Voldemort's influence is spreading to a place that we can visit and handle. Blaze's mum spoke next. I excel at poisons. If you want someone dead without a trace, I can help you manage it simply by shaking their hand or touching their chair. No need to even slip it into their food. Unless you want to, that is. She chuckled, then her husband spoke up at her side. They were quite a contrast, her being icy, willowy and tall with long blonde hair, and him a stocky dark Italian. I'm an unregistered metamorph magus, Mr. Zabini said proudly. Brilliant, Wolfgang said. We could get into all manner of places with you pretending to be whoever they belong to and letting us in. Severus spoke next, the last to take a turn aside from Adler himself. I'm highly skilled in the dark arts, as is everyone here, but also excel in mind magics as well as potions. I also know more about muggles than most if traveling among them is ever required. I teach potions at Hogwarts, and perhaps the most interesting aspect for you, I work undercover as one of Voldemort's Death Eaters. I report to Albus Dumbledore currently. As I strongly approve of what you are doing, I am also willing to share the same information with you. Excellent, Wolfgang said, a pleased light flickering in his blue eyes at Snape's words. That will be very useful indeed. He opened his mouth to say more, but the chiming of his doorbell caused him to rise instead. Are we expecting anyone else? He asked, glancing around. I left a note for a friend of mine, a fellow teacher at Hogwarts, Severus said. He wasn't in when I went to tell him of this meeting, so it isn't his fault for being late. Understood, Wolfgang said, then left the room and was back in less than 2 minutes with little Flitwick following behind him, looking even tinier than usual beside Wolfgang's far greater height. I brought wine, Phileas said, tone almost questioning, but his smile was cheerful as he presented a huge jug to Wolfgang. It should be enough for everyone. It's the wine of my people. Wolfgang studied the odd-looking black, nearly pot-shaped jug with open interest. Thank you. That was very kind. We will surely try some with our dinner. First we have another drink for you, Severus told the tiny charms professor, a slightly amused expression tinging his thin lips. Everyone else has had some, and we've all introduced ourselves to Mr. Adler and outlined our skills. So toss yours down and catch yourself up to speed. Phileas nodded and Severus stood, retrieving another bottle from his belt pouch and passing it over to Phileas. The charms professor opened the bottle and downed it in 2 swift swallows. I am Phileas Flitwick, he said, turning to Wolfgang. I teach charms at Hogwarts, and I was a dueling champion, so am able to fight and defend if necessary. I have specifically unique magical abilities, being half leprechaun. This is a secret for family reasons I prefer not to go into because they are personal to me and have nothing to do with Voldemort or the reason we are here. I prefer that no one speaks of this outside of this meeting. Everyone nodded and expressions were shocked, even those of Mag and Severus. Of course they already knew Phileas's secret, so their shock was for a different reason. That being that he'd shared it with anyone else when he was obviously reluctant for anyone to know. Severus supposed Phileas's willingness to bend on the matter was a strong indication of his need to have Voldemort dead just like everyone else. Welcome to our little group, Wolfgang said warmly. We are glad to have you and any edge that you can bring to the table. Phileas blushed and seated himself in a free armchair near Heather and Raislin. So the wine. It's leprechaun wine, Gio Zabini asked eagerly, and Phileas nodded, chuckling. Will it make us see lots of gold? Kirsten's dad wanted to know, and Phileas's smile grew. It'll make you see something. Once everyone's eager laughter wound down, Wolfgang cleared his throat. Well, everyone has introduced themselves and shared what they can bring to the table. Thank you. Now I think it's only fair that I do the same. I only hope that this esteemed group finds me worthy. I am, as you know, Wolfgang Adler. My father wanted specifically to have a child with a giant because he believed such a child would have strong magical abilities were he properly trained. As a result, I was given the best education his gold and many influential connections could buy. I was trained by wizards from around the world. I feel I learned the most unique magic from the Arabic wizards, as well as those from China and India. I work in the shadows and my spells of detection and death are flawless. I could do more with more people helping me, though. I hope to share ideas and work together to, if not take Voldemort down, as that is apparently Mr. Potter's job, at least make life very difficult for him. Everyone clapped. Let's fuck it up, Millicent called eagerly. Chapter 54. Wolfgang's dining table was a large solid oak affair and everyone had plenty of room even though it was a party of 15. Dinner was plentiful and delicious. It was served by a small blue creature that Wolfgang proudly referred to as a kobold. When Mag asked, he explained that they were at times difficult to capture and tame. If willing, though, as this one was, they could be very loyal and helpful if paid properly. The meal consisted of roasted chicken, stuffed potatoes, a flavorful vegetable soup and for dessert, chocolate cream puffs. Nightshade sat on the edge of the table beside Severus and stuffed himself with chicken, shamelessly allowing the chameleon spell to drop for food. As they now knew Adler could be trusted, Severus saw no need to hide the fact he had an owl. As such, he made no objection to Nightshade showing himself and didn't get between the owl and his stomach. How did you know that Potter is supposed to kill Voldemort? Severus asked Wolfgang during a lull in the dinner conversation. It's supposed to be a secret. Wolfgang nodded. I'm sure it still is generally. At times I have my kobold skulk about in bars like the Hogshead and he hears a lot. People talk when they get a few drinks in them and they don't look down to see if any little blue creatures happen to be listening. Severus nodded. Smart, he complimented, meaning it. There were too few smart people in the world, and Adler certainly had it together. After dessert, Wolfgang led them into his library for after-dinner drinks of Phileas's special wine. You know, it's interesting how so many dark wizards love to hang out in the library with all their fucking dark books, Nightshade observed, head tilted thoughtfully to the side from where he sat on Severus's shoulder. Our books are comforting, Severus replied with a slight twitch of the lips. As soon as everyone was seated, Raistlin stood and cleared his throat. As we're all still here, it seems we're all agreeing to work with you. For my part, it's because you're doing what needs to be done in a way that won't stupidly risk our lives. I never minded the concept of stopping such things from happening. I objected to the idea of risking the lives of my family and that of myself. I like you because you're not telling me what to do and you value what I think and what I have to offer. Still, at the end of the day, for this all not to unravel like a badly knitted sweater from your grandma, a leader is required to give the final word and hold it all together. As that's obviously you, I just want to say that I agree. I agree to listen to your final word so that we can do this thing and so that our little group and its work won't unravel like that knitted sweater that no one wants to get from their grandma. And then Severus had to struggle to keep his jaw from dropping. Because Raistlin briefly bent to one knee on the bearskin rug in front of the sofa where Wolfgang sat with Millicent at his side. Wolfgang inclined his head to Raistlin as the dark-haired wizard rose to his feet. Thank you. I, in turn, promise to do my best and to use every resource and connection I have to keep us all alive. In turn, everyone followed Raistlin's example. There were no dark marks and no threats, just people working together out of mutual respect and a mutual goal under someone they had chosen to allow to lead. Even Severus didn't mind, and he expected himself to resist more due to the concept of following anyone being quite tainted by Voldemort. Adler's thinking that it was more than he expected or hoped for. He was always planning to work alone, Nightshade told Severus, and somehow that made it even easier to follow the German. Do you like him? Severus asked. He has good chicken, Nightshade endorsed firmly. After a second the owl added, but that doesn't in any way mean that you can tell him about my awesomeness. Because you know that? Yes, Severus interrupted. You don't want to be put in a fucking lab. Exactly. Good prof. The conversation was pleasant and eager as they chatted over glasses of Phileas's wine. The stuff was sweet and tasted mildly of spiced mint. Its effects were cheering, and Severus quite liked it. Unlike at meetings of the Order of the Phoenix or those of Voldemort's Death Eaters, Severus could relax and be himself. It helped that he didn't hate most of the people present. So are we meeting once a week or something, or just when someone has something to share? Kirsten asked. I think once a week, perhaps on Sundays, should be workable for now, Wolfgang said. How does every Sunday at 6 sound? We'll meet here and dinner will be on me. Everyone nodded their agreement. If there is ever a time when anything comes up and we need to meet earlier, I can of course arrange that as well. All of you know where I am, if something meeting-worthy happens, and can't wait for the next Sunday meeting," he added. When at last they all went home, Severus was still pleasantly buzzed from the leprechaun wine. It felt rather odd enjoying a social outing. He had a feeling Albus would become a walking talking buzz-kill when informed of what was talked about at the meeting. "I suspected as much," Albus said when Severus gave him the basic rundown, as Nightshade called it. "If you can live with whatever you assist this person to do, who am I to stand in your way?" Severus rolled his eyes. "Is that a legitimate question, or are you giving me an answer in the form of a question?" he demanded peevishly. Albus sighed. "I'm tired, Severus, and I'm going to bed." "That is exactly what I am doing." "Tired?" Severus felt a sudden surge of alarm. "Just stressed old man tired, Severus, not relapse tired," Albus assured him before quietly leaving the room. "Well, I, for one, feel safer," Raistlin proclaimed as he flopped into a chair and picked up the book he was reading before they left for the evening at Adler Manor. "Remember how I was considering taking some items from work that I didn't want Voldemort breaking in and lifting?" Raistlin asked Severus. He nodded, vaguely recalling some mention of that one morning at breakfast a year or so back. "I think I'll see if Adler wants to put any of them to use in the cause. For example, I know I definitely don't want Voldemort getting his hands on that Veilgate, but Adler may like it for disposing of bodies." "That's really good thinking," Severus said. "I should think Adler will definitely be interested. The Department of Mysteries was of interest to Voldemort, so keeping items safe was wise. Using them against the Dark Lord was even wiser still." It was 3 days after that first meeting at Adler Manor when Minerva McGonagall came to inform Albus that it should be safe to return to Hogwarts. Though Severus didn't really want him leaving, that was purely emotional, and Minerva's reasoning was admittedly sound. The school was nearly empty and she wanted Albus to have an opportunity to sort out how he was going to settle in before the next school year began. "Phileas, Poppy and I are the only staff currently present, Severus," Minerva told him in her usual stern tone. "If you're worried about Albus, it's safe for you to come and stay as well. Then you'll be able to check up on him daily and monitor his wellness." Was that a softening in her eyes, a flicker of kindness? "It was saving him that turned you into a wanted man, and we're all grateful," she added. "Very well," Severus said. "Mag and I will come and stay until the next term begins. That would set my mind at ease." Chapter 55. I'd like to begin today's meeting with a concept, Wolfgang began. They sat in the library of Adler Manor. It was the second time the group had met, and the atmosphere in the room was a pleasant enough mix of friendly and focused. "What if Potter fails?" Wolfgang questioned. The room was silent as everyone exchanged glances. "Yes, I believe he likely will not fail in spite of everything I have heard concerning the boy's inadequacies. I believe this because prophecies see what we do not. I have promised to keep us all alive, though. As such I feel that a backup plan is only logical and wise no matter what I believe about prophecies." "Sounds great," Mag said, giving Wolfgang a ready smile. The more plans in place to keep Severus safe the better as far as she was concerned. Of course she wanted everyone to be safe, but her Severus was the one all too constantly in the line of danger. Wolfgang smiled back. "I feel my idea is overly obvious. So obvious that I can't believe none of the ministries have put it into action before me. Whatever it is. I can totally believe it because every ministry seems to be infected with a virus of stupidity and fear," Kirsten grumped. "Leave them to handle it alone and we'll all be dead or serving Voldemort when it's all said and done." Wolfgang nodded. "So it seems. What I have in mind is an ace in the hole, as they say. There is a perfectly brilliant, skilled and perhaps even still able wizard currently rotting away right now in a prison of his own making called Nermingard." His words were met by some soft gasps from some and the sounds of chairs creaking as others leaned forward eagerly. "Gellert Grindelwald," Raistlin said. "That's interesting." "Thank you," Wolfgang replied. "Though it has taken a few weeks of planning and research, I have finally managed to arrange a suitable way to carry out his escape that won't draw any unwanted attention. We don't want anyone knowing Grindelwald has escaped, because if Voldemort becomes aware, we will lose our surprise factor. Grindelwald will be an asset, surprise or no, but the surprise certainly won't hurt. What Voldemort doesn't see coming, certainly can hurt him. So we're breaking him out to help us," Mag said carefully, and Wolfgang nodded. "That's the plan. I think he will be quite the addition to our little group." "Do you know how illegal that is?" Severus burst out. He was risking enough right now without being implicated in something like breaking Grindelwald out of prison. Besides, he didn't know how he felt about Grindelwald. The man could hate Muggles for all Severus knew, and considering the activities that got him put in prison, he probably did. Grindelwald had claimed not to hate Muggles, but Severus thought most people lied, including great wizards, when it came to their political views. Severus didn't hate Muggles more than he did anyone else, but that wasn't because they were Muggles. It was because they were stupid, as were most wizards who Severus also hated. His father had been a Muggle and he'd never disrespect that by standing with someone who, like Voldemort, would have killed Tobias Snape for being a Muggle who dared to go into a wizarding potions shop for his wife's supplies. The point was he knew nothing about Grindelwald. Does it matter how illegal it is if it keeps us all alive? Wolfgang asked calmly, tone reasonable. No one is ever going to find out. We will do it here, and to someone who won't be missed, and most important of all for the greater good. The half-giant chuckled in a way that said he was pleased with himself for incorporating Grindelwald's slogan into his argument. I have found someone who is old enough to take his place in Nurmengard, so no one will even guess that he has escaped when we free him, Wolfgang explained. Snape almost looked impressed. Sounds reasonable, I suppose, the potions master said carefully. How did you manage to convince someone to go to prison for life? He asked, arching dark brows at the dignified half-giant. I know many German families, some richer than others. The poor ones work for the rich ones. I simply chose a very poor one with a loving grandfather who felt spending his final days in Nurmengard for the assured wealth of his family a worthy trade. I made sure the family is wealthy and they believe he passed in his sleep, as they never would have agreed to sending dear old grandpa off to prison. In truth, the man is becoming senile, so I did a kindness to all if you ask me. His family believe he had a secret stash of gold, as I managed to have him leave a will. So they never knew the payoff was from me. Wolfgang came from a very wealthy family himself, and he never seemed to mind putting that wealth to good use in situations like this, which Severus respected. Severus supposed when the old man's mind unraveled enough for him to start screaming madness to any prison guards who happened to be close enough to hear, they'd just assume it was Gellert Grindelwald going mad and pay him no mind. Good thinking, Sabra Zabini drawled. When old people go addled, taking care of them is a literal fright. I once had a friend whose mother went all off the rails, and it nearly killed her dealing with it all. Idly Severus wondered if Sabra Zabini would just poison her relative instead. The old man is resting in my guest room, ready to take Grindelwald's place tomorrow. Of course I made sure they look similar enough to pass, Wolfgang said. Are you sure he isn't too old to stand against Voldemort if it comes to it? Ali Bulstrode asked. Wolfgang chuckled. I hear Voldemort is frightened of Albus Dumbledore, and Dumbledore is 2 years older than Grindelwald if the records on him are correct. He's old but not on his deathbed. He should have several good years left. As it happens, though, you won't have to worry about his age slowing him down. Recently I came across a scroll that holds the dark version of a Fountain of Youth if one has the stomach for it. I have a feeling Gellert Grindelwald will. Finding this scroll was actually what gave me the idea, he said. Where on earth did you find such a scroll? Severus asked. I attend magical auctions, Wolfgang said. They usually sell very illegal items, so it's rather an underground activity. Invites to these auctions are only circulated in certain social circles to keep people from ending up in prison, Wolfgang explained diplomatically. As I always get invitations through my father's contacts, anyone wishing to come along with me is always welcome. Everyone looked interested. Are these auctions held at a specific day and time, or does it vary? Raistlin asked. Because I can totally take a sick day from work for something like this. It varies, but I get a notice by post a few weeks before each, so there is plenty of notice, Wolfgang said. I'll let everyone know as soon as I get word of the next one. They all murmured appreciative thank yous as Wolfgang walked across the room to a corner bookshelf. He took down a brass box that was practically crawling with preservation wards. This box holds the Dark Fountain of Youth. The making of it is not for the faint of heart. And I would not use it lightly, but a young, strong and fully able-bodied Grindelwald seems worthy to me, Wolfgang said. Opening the box he carefully withdrew a very old scroll. Its yellowed edges were a clear indication for all the preservation wards on the box that would keep it from yellowing yet further. This scroll holds the recipes for several potions I would bet even you, Severus, have never heard of, Adler said, and Severus didn't bother to hide his doubtful expression. With a smile, Adler handed the scroll over and Severus carefully took it. It was written entirely in Viking runes, but a translation spell had already been worked on it, likely by Wolfgang himself. This caused the words in modern English to appear just above the original writing in bright green. The first potion, if administered, would turn one into a werewolf. They wouldn't be needing that, Severus thought with a curl of his upper lip as he quickly moved on to the second one. As he did, though, he couldn't help but wonder if this was how werewolves had come to be. Perhaps some Viking wizard had intended the transformation to serve as defense in their army, and hopefully hadn't known that it could be transferred with a bite. The next potion listed on the scroll allowed one to remember everything from the instant of conception. Unsettling, but interesting. Not something he would take himself, but admittedly interesting. The third and final potion was simply called Potion of Youth. To Severus's surprise, the ingredients were uncomplicated and rather easy to procure. At first glance it seemed innocent even. Until the last ingredient, that was. A shadow fell across the scroll, and Severus looked up to see the lanky form of blaisegellert reading over his shoulder. That last one may be rather tricky, the young man drawled before returning to his seat. Indeed, Severus bit out, raising his gaze to Wolfgang Adler. The last ingredient was called a draught of life. To make this draught of life, one had to have a dying person willingly breathe their last into the bottle in which the completed potion would be mixed. This was the part that took me the longest to sort out, Wolfgang admitted. I finally have it sorted, though, and I'm willing to be the one doing all the dirty work. As you all are aware, killing, if it is deserved, doesn't bother me. I will only need a little help from you, Severus. We need someone young enough to give Grindelwald a decent amount of years. That means at least middle age. If you can bring a Death Eater of at least middle age here the day before we free Grindelwald, I will handle the rest. Tell him or her it's a dinner meeting of dark wizards. Tell them anything you like, just make sure no one else knows that they left with you or where they went. Severus arched his brows, wondering silently how he'd convince anyone to go anywhere with him. He hadn't exactly made friends among the ranks of Voldemort's followers any more than he had the Order. Then he recalled something rather obvious that made him give a slight smile. Narcissa Malfoy should owe him a favor if she knew what was wise. When will you need this Death Eater? He asked. In 2 weeks, Adler replied at once, and Severus nodded. Chapter 56. Is it wise to involve Narcissa Malfoy in this? Mag asked. The two were alone in her bedroom at West Craven Manor. As soon as they'd all gotten home from the meeting at Adler Manor, she'd practically dragged him upstairs. Foolishly, Severus had supposed it was to work off all her excitement over meeting the great Grindelwald in a few weeks. Granted, she hadn't seemed particularly excited about that, only mildly interested, but a man wanted to think being dragged to the bedroom meant something good, didn't he? Of course it isn't wise to involve Narcissa Malfoy in this or anything else, he replied dryly. That certainly wasn't my plan. What did you tell her and why? As you would so eloquently put it, are you trying to start shit? He asked Nightshade darkly. The owl was sitting on the end of the large 4-poster bed preening his feathers. I didn't do nothing. She was all worried about you taking on some Death Eater and getting noticed. I saw you thinking about Narcissa, so I just told her the truth. That you feel she owes you a favor, so you've probably got it covered. Now don't be shitty to me, your only friend. Severus smiled in spite of himself. I suppose you weren't starting shit, then, he relented. Sorry. Was Nightshade the first person he'd ever apologized to? He thought about that for a few seconds, then decided perhaps he was. It's all good. We're cool, Prof. As he began to slowly undress in hopes of gaining Magritte's attention, Severus idly wondered if Nightshade was right. If, when it came down to it, the owl was indeed his only friend. There was Phileas, of course, and Albus, even if the old headmaster had just tried to screw him over by dying. There were Raislin and Heather, but could former backstabbers ever truly be trusted no matter their almost good reason? Mag was definitely a friend, but she was also much more if against his better judgment, or at least the better judgment of the upper half of his body. You and Phileas, he thought to the owl. What? My only friends. And Mag, but we're more than that now, so it's you and Phileas. Would Phileas stay and die with you if it came to it, Prof? Nightshade demanded indignantly. I thought we were planning not to do that, Severus replied. Yeah, but still, would he, though? I don't know. Well, I would, so I'm your top when it comes down to it, ride or die only goddamn friend. Severus couldn't help but laugh out loud and shake his head at the owl's antics. Very well. When you outline it so clearly. What's so funny? Mag asked. Admittedly, she was watching his slow disrobing with open interest. Oh, just the insane voice in my head, Severus quipped, and Mag chuckled. Nightshade, she said, fondly scratching the owl's head. Yeah, that feels awesome. So what are you going to do that involves Narcissa Malfoy? Mag asked, worry evident on her face. I just want to look into her address book. I know all the Death Eaters, but she'll know far more of their addresses. I won't explain why, and if she's wise she'll consider it a thank you for that bloody unbreakable. Mag sighed in relief. That seems harmless enough, I suppose. I'm not trying to trust her with anything, Severus said with an incredulous shake of his head. Now are we going to bed? He half demanded, unable to keep the impatience from his voice. She had literally dragged him up here to the bedroom, after all. Mag smiled, allowing her expression to soften. Oh yes. Most definitely we are. The next day, Severus went to his home at Spinner's End before writing Narcissa Malfoy a note asking her to meet him there. For once in his life, Nightshade actually offered to take a letter. I want to scope the place out, he told Severus. To see who's there. Just be careful, Severus said, sending the owl off reluctantly. It was just that when they went into danger it was together. Nightshade didn't like Severus attending meetings without him, and Severus discovered he didn't like Nightshade carrying mail to Death Eaters either. The owl wouldn't be gone long, he assured himself. Still, when the owl returned, tapping at the window of Severus's sitting room to be let in, he breathed a sigh of relief. Who was there? He asked, removing the parchment Narcissa had tied to Nightshade's leg. Bellatrix and her husband and her brother-in-law. They seemed weird somehow. Dazed or something, plus shitty looking from too much good Azkaban living, the owl noted, but Severus didn't like the Lestranges, to put it mildly, so didn't care. Was all he commented to that as he unrolled the parchment and read Narcissa's brief agreement to be there in an hour, as he'd hoped. It was simple to get a look at Narcissa Malfoy's address book and to get her agreement not to mention his curiosity to anyone for any reason. Not even her sister. She agreed to meet him again the next day on the pretext of going shopping and bring the address book with her. She was shocked that he promised to call it even for that and for her secrecy, but she was pleased. That meant she'd stick to her word, and for that Severus was also pleased. When Narcissa arrived the next day she was alone as promised and with her address book up her sleeve. Severus didn't take long to find his intended target. The man he chose was middle-aged, so would have enough youth for Grindelwald, and while not useless, he was not one of Voldemort's favorites. That meant he shouldn't be missed right away. They'd get rid of the body through the veil that Raistlin had recently removed from the ministry to sequester in Adler Manor. This would ensure there were no traces of the body or the dark mark that Voldemort could track with dark magic even if he tried. Severus chose to strike in the middle of the night when the man was likely to be sleeping. He decided to take Wolfgang Adler along just in case. The half-giant was far more used to killing Death Eaters, after all. This time they couldn't just strike as Adler was wont to do, however. They had to take the man alive back to Adler Manor so that Wolfgang could torture him into being glad to die and willing to breathe his last into the potion bottle that would be so kindly and gently provided for him. The prospect of torture didn't really bother Severus much considering who was being tortured. Still, he hadn't the stomach to do it himself if he didn't have to, so was glad to leave it to Adler. If the man had done something personally to him or his, that would be a different matter, but without a personal issue, Severus wasn't sure he could mean it enough to be truly effective. Wolfgang was perfectly willing to come along and he provided him each with a cloak of invisibility under which to hide. The man Severus had chosen lived alone. His name was Samuel Seaworth. He was a miser who never seemed to want anyone's company much but his own. He was born into his money, so never made much of an effort to do a great deal with his life other than serving Voldemort. His manor was layered in wards, but Wolfgang had disabling spells ready for those and they slipped through with little effort. Together they captured Seaworth easily, and once he was bound and helpless at Adler Manor, Severus was free to depart. He went next to Hogwarts to check up on Albus, deciding not to mention the Grindelwald situation. He knew that Albus wouldn't approve for several reasons, so he wouldn't bring it up until he absolutely needed to do so. To his shock, it was Albus who mentioned Grindelwald first. He brought it up as soon as he let Severus into his new chambers in the Room of Requirement where he was remaining, at least for the summer. When term began he planned to set up something for himself in one of the secret passages. Until then the Room of Requirement was, as he'd put it, far more fun. Gellert Grindelwald of all people, he demanded. As Severus closed the door behind him, Albus began to pace, expression angrier than Severus had ever seen it. What did I do to the world, Severus? How did I offend him to deserve the indignity of this? And even if they believe me to be dead, well, that just makes it worse. A dead man can't even defend himself. I cannot even defend myself, and as I am supposed to be dead, at least for now, I can't even sue her, yet. But trust me, when this is all over and I am free to live again, I shall. For this, I cannot ignore or forgive. Severus stared, slowly comprehending that perhaps Albus was ranting about something other than their plan to free Gellert Grindelwald. What are you talking about? He asked slowly. Didn't you see it yet? Albus demanded. It was only then that Severus noticed the book Albus held in his right hand. Mainly because he'd started waving it around. When Albus held still for a moment, Severus was able to make out the title. The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore a Skeeter. Wow, he's pissed off. Awesome, Nightshade crowed gleefully into Severus's mind. Do you know what this book says? Albus practically shouted. Severus shook his head dumbly. No. I wasn't aware of it. It just came out. Minerva showed me this morning. This book says that I am gay. Not that there is anything wrong with that for other people, but I am not. Severus nodded. I never thought you were, he said, aiming for a soothing tone. It was his first attempt at a soothing tone, so he wasn't sure how well he'd done. Not very, Nightshade informed, and he shrugged. Oh well, at least I tried. Even worse than that, I am supposed to have been gay with Gellert Grindelwald of all people. Do you know what that will do to my reputation? Everyone who hates me will believe me to be the biggest hypocrite there ever was, considering all Gellert believes and has done. This definitely wasn't a good time to tell Albus of Wolfgang's plan, Severus decided firmly. Chapter 57. But why? Severus asked, genuinely confused now that the initial shock was wearing off a very little. Grindelwald is the last person you'd even be friends with. He's a dark wizard intent on world domination, and you're, well, Severus said unnecessarily. Shock could do that to one, so Nightshade decided to forego a snide comment just this once, even if it would have been amusing. Albus nodded, silently agreeing that yes, he was indeed himself. I suppose there is a connection between the two of us because of the duel, but how it got from there to some relationship, I've yet to sort out. What did the book say? Severus asked. I mean, did it explain it? I've not fully gotten through my Life and Lies yet, Albus said, making a disgusted face as he tapped the book's front cover. I'll let you know the final verdict when I do. He sighed. Honestly, I dread reading on, though I must. What I've already seen is bad enough. What else did it say? Severus asked. Albus's mouth tightened. It outlines a lot of my personal family business, of course from a very skewed perspective. It shares personal details of my siblings and my parents. I am certain I shall be more upset about that later, but right now, my focus is on why someone so wishes to ruin my reputation after they believe me to be dead. Severus felt a cold rush of dread in the pit of his stomach. What if someone behind this doesn't believe that you're dead and they're hoping for you to come out of the woodwork as it were because of this atrocity of a book? I understand your logic of Skeeter's underhanded reporting to make money from tarnishing the good name of a dead man who can't defend himself, but what if it's more than that? If someone knew that Albus was alive and yet chose to play this sick sort of game that wasn't good, to put it lightly. Albus sighed. I don't know, Severus. I promise to remain here and keep hidden. Your concern is valid, though. I was so affronted that I honestly hadn't considered it yet. It at least makes me want to finish this book as quickly as possible in case it points to any clues as to the motivation behind it. I thought it was just Skeeter being her foul self at first, but there are some very personal family details in this book that she shouldn't have been able to access easily. He glanced down at the book again, then opened it, reading silently for several seconds while Severus watched. Well, apparently Grindelwald and I knew one another as teenagers. I feel that's a bit too much of an obvious coincidence, but I suppose no one is truly thinking when they wish to believe utter garbage about a person, he complained darkly without raising his blue gaze from the book in his hands. After another few moments of silent reading, he snorted. We became very close very fast because apparently we're both so much smarter than everyone else that an instant friendship was the natural result. Well, aren't you? Severus asked. Not everyone, Albus said, having the grace to look somewhat uncomfortable and embarrassed. I know quite a lot of very intelligent and gifted wizards, including yourself. The idea that I could befriend someone as radically different from who I am as Gellert Grindelwald is astounding to say the least. I don't care how intelligent a person is if they misuse their abilities. I would never want to run the world or dominate muggles, Severus. Severus sighed. He had a feeling this was going to be the running topic of conversation for a very, very, very long time. In part he couldn't blame Albus, but at present they really did have other concerns. I know that, Albus. Anyone worth your time knows that as well. Was I more soothing this time? He asked Nightshade. Not really, but you sounded nice enough for you, Nightshade replied after a second of consideration. Anyone who does believe this insanity that doesn't already dislike me certainly will believe they never truly knew who I was, Albus said with a resigned sigh. They will believe me to be a fake, and a liar. Thus the life and lies of Albus Dumbledore, I suppose. Snapping the book shut, he tossed it across the room in an underhanded, half-hearted throw. It struck the corner of a small table and fell to the floor with a thump. And that didn't even make me feel better, Albus commented, going to retrieve the thing with a resigned shake of his head. I should probably tell you, Severus said uncomfortably. It's about Gellert Grindelwald. Albus scowled. What? Is he writing a book of lies too? Because if... No, Severus interrupted quickly. It's just that. And he outlined Adler's plan, explaining, without burdening Albus with too many unpleasant details, that Wolfgang had hatched a plan to free Grindelwald so that he could help them to at least remain safe until Voldemort was dead if the prophecy would allow him to do no more. Wolfgang has a potion to make Grindelwald young and plans to use that in trade for his help as well as his agreement not to start up his old campaign against Muggles again. Severus concluded. And all of you believe Grindelwald will actually be interested in fighting Voldemort or keeping his word about not pursuing his former goals? Albus scoffed. Adler believes so, Severus said. And thus far I trust his judgment. He is prepared to return Grindelwald to Nurmengard if he proves untrustworthy. Adler has knowledge of subtle spells that allow one to see if a person is lying, and of course he will use them. The man isn't easy to subdue. If he is lying, what keeps him from simply escaping Adler? Albus pressed. I really don't think this is a wise idea, Severus. Severus shrugged. It wasn't mine, he defended peevishly. Besides, I for one, don't object to the idea of all the help we can get. Wolfgang isn't planning to give Grindelwald youth and a chance to attack him before finding out if he's ready to behave and play nicely with others. He will explain the situation to Grindelwald while he's still weak and surely undernourished from being in prison for 50 years. If Grindelwald isn't in the mood to behave, he'll still be weak enough for Wolfgang to simply return him. Adler is smart and he'll be prepared, trust me. Albus sighed. If you say so. If this backfires, though, I hope you'll learn something. Scowling, he reopened Skeeter's book again. Let's see how much of this rubbish I can stomach this time. Can this day possibly get any worse? For his part, Severus hoped not, but he remained silent just in case he was wrong. I'll leave you to read then, he said, and when Albus nodded, he left, heading back to West Craven Manor. Mag would be worried if he didn't return in time for dinner. The fact someone would worry if he wasn't home at a certain hour was still a concept he struggled with even if he did like it. Over the years, due to his various unpleasant experiences, he could easily count on the fingers of one hand, the people who cared enough to worry. At least he had something interesting to report over dinner. Poor Albus. He told Nightshade as they headed into the library. Yeah, that was some shit, Nightshade agreed. You really think it's something deeper than Skeeter just wanting money and attention and knowing this sort of shitty scandal would sell? I hope that's all it is, but we still need to consider other, more dangerous options in case someone means Albus harm, Severus said. When he told everyone about the book over dinner, Raistlin burst out laughing. No, he gasped. Skeeter is fucking batshit. Oh gods, poor Dumbledore. I just bet he shit himself over that one. Mag's response was much the same as Severus's own had been. No one with a brain will believe that, she said with a dismissive shrug of her slender shoulders. Ah, but so few people have brains, Heather said. Mag nodded to her mum, chuckling. Too true. I just wonder what Grindelwald will make of it. I can't believe we'll actually be meeting him in a few days. Chapter 58. After dinner the family retired to the library as one to read. The peace of the evening was disturbed when Severus jerked to attention, hand moving to his arm where the dark mark was obviously flaring. Mag sighed. She'd be so glad when this was all over, and the sinking in the pit of her stomach at the thought of Severus facing Voldemort and putting himself at risk again, could end for good. She wished he'd allow her to accompany him as Nightshade did, but she knew that would never happen. He was adamantly against it to say the least when she'd suggested going undercover with him, pretending to be interested in Voldemort's cause. She wanted to be there with him in case things ever went south, as two fighting against an attack was obviously better than one. Severus wasn't interested in that sort of math though. Nightshade jumped to his black-robed shoulder, then promptly vanished as Severus worked the chameleon charm. When he apparated, Mag knew it was to the bedroom for his Death Eater robe and mask. I hate this, Heather muttered, and Mag felt her own mouth tightening with stress. He was so damn stupid to fuck with Voldemort for any reason, Raistlin ranted, but Mag knew it was because he worried for Severus too. Dropping her gaze determinedly to the book in her hands, she tried to read for something to focus on, but the words just didn't stick in her mind. Fortunately the meeting was a short one and Severus was back in half an hour. When he apparated in, she jumped to her feet and threw her arms around him, clinging tightly as relief flooded over her. It wasn't that she particularly expected anything to happen each time he left, it was just that she didn't know. He's going to take the ministry, or at least he has plans to do so that I don't see going wrong, Severus reported to the room at large, hugging her back. He wants me to be headmaster at Hogwarts, he added, voice heavy as he made a face. Can you imagine that? Heather snickered. All the little prats will be petrified, Mag said with a grin tugging at the corners of her mouth. Moving to Raislin's desk, Severus sat down to draft a quick report to Adler that he could pass on to everyone else. Those who worked at the ministry like the Bulstrodes and Boxwoods would certainly appreciate a heads-up just in case Voldemort's plan for a ministry takeover happened. If that shit goes down, we're going to take sick days, Raislin said darkly. You probably have a year of them built up, Mag said with a chuckle. Her parents never used their sick days and there was a rollover system, so they had a ton. Mag didn't go to Aresin's cave the next day as she usually did, because she wanted to be around when Grindelwald was ready to meet with everyone. Wolfgang was freeing him from Azkaban today with the help of the Zabini family. She was glad they were involved rather than she and Severus, as breaking someone out of a highly warded prison had many risks. Severus risked enough as it was, and he'd already done his part by supplying Grindelwald with enough life force from a Death Eater to make him young again, or at least middle-aged. That would ensure he was fit enough to do whatever he needed to do to keep the world as safe against Voldemort as possible. Blaise Zabini had made his house elf a medallion to wear that unraveled magic around him. This would allow him to move effortlessly past any of Nermingard's wards and apparate Grindelwald out. Elves could move effortlessly around wards that wizards could not, so having an elf break Grindelwald out was a brilliant idea on Wolfgang's part. With the medallion Blaise had crafted, any alarms that would normally go off during such an escape would be disabled. Mag had to admit that was impressive. Someday Zabini would probably be one of those wizards who went down in history for making something legendary, because that was already some extremely advanced work. After breakfast, Severus wanted to go check up on Albus, so she went along. Do you think he'll want to come to the meeting later to speak with Grindelwald about plans to work against whatever Voldemort is doing? Mag wondered as they walked across the grounds toward the castle. Somehow I doubt it, Severus said. Especially after that book. Albus was enjoying a bag of Twizzlers in the room of requirement when they opened the door. He sat at a small table with the bag of rope-like candy in one hand. The Skeeter book was closed on the table before him. Good morning, Severus, Mag, he greeted politely. How are you feeling? Severus asked, and Albus sighed. Disgusted, horrified, resentful, violated, and angry. I may feel better after I eat this entire bag of Twizzlers, though, he concluded hopefully. Thank you for asking. How are you? Voldemort is probably going to take over the ministry before term begins, and if so he will make me headmaster, Severus grumped, widening dark eyes in horror. Mag tried not to smile and nearly succeeded. That shit is going to be awesome, Nightshade thought gleefully. That's good, Albus said before shoving another entire Twizzler into his mouth. He chewed and the candy puffed out his cheeks, putting Mag in mind of a chipmunk. Then you won't be wanted for my murder anymore, and freedom is always nice. What? Severus nearly shouted. That's what you took from what I said. Do you know what he'll do with the ministry if he succeeds? Do you know how much I hate people and children? I don't want to be headmaster. Which is worse for you, Severus? Albus asked with a chuckle, swallowing the candy in his mouth. The ministry's downfall or the prospect of running Hogwarts? Severus's only reply was a baleful glare. When I asked how you were feeling, I mean physically. Albus sighed. I wish you'd stop fawning over me. If I were going to relapse, it would have happened by now. Look, my hand is improving even faster than the goblin healer predicted, he said, extending a hand that had some pink flesh showing in small lines through all the black encrusting it. That is good, Severus said, giving a pleased smile. I'll try to stop worrying so much, he added, but Mag doubted that, and from Albus's raised brows, she assumed he agreed with her. I think we should have Grindelwald help to prevent the ministry takeover, Severus said. We're freeing him to help, after all. Albus surprised Mag by shaking his head. I don't think that's the best idea, even if it does seem the most prudent. If Voldemort fails in this takeover of the ministry, his confidence will flag and he will become more unpredictable as a result. This could be better or worse in the end, but as it is now, I can predict more of his actions. Severus sighed. Fine. Mag hoped, not for the first time, that he was correct to trust Sir in Albus's judgment. Apparently Grindelwald helped to kill my sister, Albus said suddenly, expression twisted with pain and sadness. Mag's jaw dropped. He did what? Severus demanded. Not really, Albus said, gesturing with disgust at the book. Bringing my sister into it was really too much. I will have her put out of business for this as soon as I'm able. When I've finished with her. No one will pay for a single word she writes, he vowed. Cool, Nightshade thought to Mag. Dumblefuck going all badass vengeful. I like it. Grindelwald did work with an obscurial, so I suppose that's where she got the connection, but it had nothing to do with my sister, Albus said tightly. He wanted the power, needed it to rock more institutional foundations than he could alone. Mag tried not to cringe at the thought of such uncontrollable magic. And people thought dragons were bad. Ha! Unlike an obscurial, dragons could be reasoned with if one knew how. The book speaks of getting the information from a source close to me, and I just bet I know who it is, Albus continued darkly. Who? Severus asked curiously. He wondered if said close source would have something in store for them along with Skeeter when Albus was free to live again. My brother, Albus said, making a face as though his Twizzler had become the most tart lemon ever. He hates me, and when I am free to be out among society again, I will remind him why one should respect one's older brother. Right now, though, I need him to help Harry. Chapter 59. Mag and Severus were still chatting with Albus, i.e. mostly listening to him vent about Skeeter's trash book, when the howler from Sabra Zabini arrived. Severus. We need to meet. There is Dementor trouble. I would prefer Hogwarts as I know how safe it is. We will see you soon in the Great Hall. Adler is bringing Grindelwald there, so we'll have his input about all of this. Dementor trouble is probably Voldemort, considering he somehow has them under his thrall now, Severus said unnecessarily. Perhaps he can more easily connect to them due to his lack of soul. Mag sighed. Can things get any worse? Probably, Albus said. That damn book is really making you pessimistic, Severus said, trying not to smile. He and Mag left for the Great Hall, promising to return with news as soon as they were able. When they arrived in the Great Hall it was still empty, so they settled down at the staff table to wait. The Zabinis arrived shortly after, followed by Kirsten Boxwood. Sabra Zabini paused near the doorway, waving Severus over to stand with her and her husband. Gio was frowning in worry, and Sabra looked ready to chew nails. I'll go inform the elves in the kitchen that we'll be having more people at lunch than usual, Mag said. Severus gave her a grateful smile. Thanks, he said, and headed over to the Zabinis. Blaise disobeyed us and went shopping in Nocturne Alley like an idiot, Sabra said, getting directly to the point in a way Severus could definitely appreciate. He was attacked by Dementors and one called him by name. They were asking about Potter, of course. That was certainly unusual and unsettling, but wanting to keep everyone from panicking if possible, Severus kept his face relatively impassive save for a slight raise of his dark brows. Dude, I've never gotten up close and personal with Dementors. That means I've actually never seen one. I bet their energy feels at least as shitty as Voldemort's, Nightshade commented, mental tone disgusted and uneasy. I should think so, Severus agreed, though admittedly the owl felt energies far better than he. Distasteful was still just that, though. Is there a particular reason they should know his name? Severus asked Sabra. No. Of course not. I didn't think so, he nodded. Wolfgang should be here soon, and we'll get it sorted. He didn't know if it could actually get sorted today, but Wolfgang would at least have some interesting thoughts that would put things on a productive track. In essence, he would keep the panic down, for which Severus was grateful. Severus glanced around to see that Blaise and Kirsten had already settled down at the staff table. The Zabini's house elf was nearby, clad in a tunic that was designed like a spiderweb. Blaise's haughty face wore a scowl of annoyance as Kirsten babbled at him about something or other. Here they come, Sabra said, leaning slightly out of the doorway and peering down the hall. They have Grindelwald with them and it appears the potion worked. Quite well really. He looks as young as Blaise. I hope it didn't work too well, Severus murmured, concerned. What's that supposed to mean? Sabra asked, arching blonde brows. I hope his memories are intact. I hope he doesn't have the memories of teenage Grindelwald rather than the memories of 117-year-old Grindelwald, Severus clarified. Because we went through all this trouble for the later. Gio chuckled. Well, Grindelwald got himself the Elder Wand when he wasn't much older than Blaise now, so perhaps he could still do more than the Ministry even at a young age. Severus smirked, but before he could speak the group entered the Great Hall. Millicent, Wolfgang and a relatively tall willowy blonde youth, with curls past his shoulders and wearing a tattered robe, went to join the others who were seated at the staff table. It was Blaise Zabini who rose to greet Grindelwald. His perpetually bored expression replaced with a polite interested smile as he spoke to the blonde and extended a hand. Grindelwald appeared receptive. Bored, Severus turned back to the Zabini parents. In your howler you spoke of Hogwarts being safe. Are you under attack? He asked, wondering if he'd missed something. I don't know, Sabra said, voice rising slightly as it cracked with the very panic Severus was hoping Adler would help to contain. How in the hell did Albus think Severus could handle being headmaster when he hated dealing with people and their situations no matter their age? He didn't like dealing with feelings and problems. Geo and I have blackened our name, crafted a dark family history, and put a lot of effort into it so we'd remain under Voldemort's radar. Yet in spite of that, somehow Dementors know the name of our baby. At this point, I'm honestly afraid to go home. What if it isn't safe? What if someone comes for us or worse something? She shuddered. Damned Dementors really shouldn't exist, they're abominations. Geo complained, putting an arm around his wife. You think that Voldemort has sent Dementors after your family for some reason? Severus asked. We don't know what to think, Sabra insisted with a scowl of frustration. Mag re-emerged from the kitchen then and approached. Lunch will be served soon, she said, then went to join the others at the staff table. Try to relax, Severus told Sabra. You're among friends and your family is safe, there. He hoped that was the right thing to say. They all did need to stick together and the Zabinis were useful allies. He did mean his words, but it would have been nice if someone with more feelings could have said them. Nightshade snickered into his mind and Severus swept toward the staff table before Sabra could reply. He seated himself at Mag's side. Nightshade sprang from his shoulder to the back of his chair with a brief flutter of large white wings. The owl was visible today because there was no reason for him not to be. Blaise and Kirsten were in animated conversation with Grindelwald while Mag talked with Millicent and Wolfgang. It's a balance, Mag was saying. It's how the universe works. That's why I think, unless we make really stupid mistakes, which we won't, that it'll all sort itself in the end. There is always a balance, and we are gaining things to counter Voldemort because of the natural law of balance. She turned to smile at Severus. I was telling Millicent and Wolfgang that I recently did a rune cast for the general outcome of this situation and it says that we shall receive unexpected help from several quarters. I assume Mr. Grindelwald is one of those, but there should be even more. I look forward to that, Millicent said. I wish it would hurry its helpful ass along. Severus nodded his silent agreement in spite of his dislike for the annoying girl. Lunch appeared then, and the savory smell caused Severus to notice just how hungry he was. Sabra Zabini strolled toward the table with her husband. But as Geo seated himself beside their house elf, Sabra demanded that Blaise share his encounter with the Dementors at once. Severus didn't see why Blaise couldn't eat first, but was wise enough not to interject himself between anyone and the distraught mum. From the annoyed look on the young Zabini's face, Severus could tell that he would have preferred to eat before talking as well. As they all listened, Blaise told of reading outside a bookshop in Nocturne Alley that had closed for lunch. He noticed the temperature drop and then the Dementors approached. He did not feel the usual soul-sucking depression at their approach, which Severus found interesting and Mrs. Zabini found extremely impressive and brag-worthy. From the riveted look on Grindelwald's face as he listened, it seemed he agreed with Mrs. Zabini. Idly Severus found himself wondering how long it had been that Grindelwald had had a decent meal. He didn't look starved but he was a bit too thin, so the prison food likely wasn't excessively plentiful. Blaise next told of how the Dementors had closed in, one actually grasping his arm and calling him by name to ask where Harry Potter was. Blaise nor anyone else present understood why the Dementors would think he knew where Harry Potter was. The two never socialized, after all. Blaise was able to pull free, cast a Patronus, leave a message on the outer wall of the shop for his elf that he'd gone home, then apparate away obviously unharmed. Seemingly more annoyed by the encounter than anything else, Blaise sat down with a scowl and began to eat. His expression relaxed as he resumed his murmured conversation with Grindelwald. Sabra at last seated herself and began to eat, demanding to know what Adler was going to do about this. He had promised to keep them safe, but Severus saw no reason not to add his own help. You are welcome to stay here until it's sorted if you wish, he told Sabra. Chapter 60. By the end of lunch, Gellert Grindelwald was already making himself useful. While everyone else caught up on one another's news as they ate and even talked some about Skeeter's latest dreadful load of garbage, Blaise Zabini and Gellert Grindelwald constantly had their heads together in quietly murmured conversation. When Kirsten mentioned that they were talking about making protective amulets for everyone that unraveled magic in a meter radius around the wearer, but that Gellert would need to remain at Hogwarts to work on him with Blaise, Severus agreed. Kirsten also spoke up concerning another amulet that she'd like Blaise and Gellert to make. It would be another that everyone in the group had because it allowed them all to meet in a specific place if one person activated it. If someone was in danger and that person activated it, everyone in the group would be drawn together to a secret meeting place to regroup and deal with the situation. If Voldemort captured anyone, for example, they could use it to escape as well as to bring everyone together in a safe place. Of course they'd have to decide upon said safe place, but one thing at a time. Severus was impressed with Kirsten's ingenuity and it provided another reason to allow Grindelwald to remain at Hogwarts. Granted, Severus was more interested in the magical dispersal amulet, but the other was also an appealing concept. It was one Grindelwald should have no trouble making a lot of fast, especially with Zabini's help. Severus watched the blonde wizard speculatively. Grindelwald's physical bearing was more timid than he'd expected, but then again one had to consider what 50 years of defeat could do to how one carried oneself. Though he hadn't interrupted the intense conversation between Gellert and Blaise, Severus had thoroughly checked Grindelwald's mind as had Nightshade. Man and Owl came up with the same conclusion. Grindelwald was in no condition to start another wizarding war or even to want to escape Hogwarts and go off on his own. He took reassurance in the like mind he saw in Blaise and would remain close to Zabini. He'd found a friend and wanted to remain in his company. He was shell-shocked from being locked away for 50 years, uncertain and rather a shadow of his former self. Severus couldn't decide how he felt about that, but if the man could still be useful, he'd take it. He'd definitely keep a close eye on Grindelwald to see how he continued to adjust to his freedom. He knew Albus wouldn't be pleased, but right now, his mood couldn't be a deciding factor. Severus's hadn't been when Albus asked him to kill him after all, the potions master thought snidely. The magical unraveling pendant was what the Zabini elf had worn to get Grindelwald around all the loads of wards placed on Nurmengard, so Severus wanted one. It could very well stop something like a killing curse if it unraveled it before it hit a person. The concept made him feel a great deal safer. When Mag and her parents each had one, he'd breathe easier. His mum as well. Zabini and Grindelwald planned to make enough for everyone to have one, so allowing the former war criminal to remain here seemed a reasonable trade. Though Blaise had made the first amulet alone, he admitted that it took him several weeks. He believed that together he and Grindelwald could combine their skills and make them far faster. Severus was wise enough to know that dealing with Grindelwald was a risk, but at this point, one worth taking. Grindelwald wasn't trying to rule Muggles right now, after all. He was trying to make protections to keep them safe. He was apparently willing to work with them, else Wolfgang wouldn't have brought him along. When everyone finished eating, Wolfgang turned his attention to the Zabini's Dementor concern. He explained the basic concept of a spell he was working on that he called a dispersion spell. It was still something he was tweaking, but it worked to disperse dark energy with more pure essence energy. The energy of joy, or one's happy feelings, which he believed to be the true essence of oneself. This was involved in the formulation of a Patronus as well, but Wolfgang's spell was a bit more pleasingly violent, attacking and dispersion the Dementor in question. He also believed such a method could work on Letherfolds and other similar dark creatures. Wolfgang promised to demonstrate what he'd come up with thus far to everyone tomorrow night, and invited anyone who could, to help him to complete its final touches, because again, it was a work in progress. He explained that he'd opted to wait until tomorrow night to give Mr. Grindelwald a day to recover from the rigors of prison. Severus glimpsed a brief flash of pride and challenge in Grindelwald's blue eyes that made him wonder if the man would object to Adler's considerate gesture, but Grindelwald remained silent. Severus found himself experiencing a rare excitement over the prospect of collaborating with other powerful dark wizards on such a useful spell. Each would include something until the spell was nearly like a potion, and that concept spoke to him. He liked everyone here enough to enjoy working with them, which was rare. In his mind, Bulstrode was excluded from that, of course, but he seriously doubted she'd have anything to contribute anyway. Before everyone took their leave, Kirsten asked Mag to see to getting the silver pendants Blaise and Gellert would need to place the enchantments into. As lunch was over, she went to attend to that at once while Severus showed Blaise's parents to a room in the staff wing where they could stay for the time being. Blaise and Gellert would remain in the Slytherin boys' dorm where Blaise would stay next year. Once the Zabinis were settled, Severus girded his loins as it were and took on the unpleasant task of breaking it to Albus that he'd decided to allow Grindelwald to remain at Hogwarts under the Zabinis' supervision. He'd gladly have gone jewelry shopping and let Mag deal with Albus, but alas, each had their specialties. He's gone a shit kittens. Nightshade said gleefully as they approached the room of requirement. Shut up, Severus thought darkly. The last thing we need right now are kittens. As soon as Albus let him in, Severus broke the news to get it over with. Grindelwald is staying here with the Zabinis. He and Blaise are working together to make amulets for us that unravel magic within approximately a meter radius. I made a judgment call assuming you'd think having one of those was a brilliant idea. Albus merely stared. Severus wished he'd shout and get it over with or start in on how dangerous it was to allow someone like Gellert Grindelwald to remain at Hogwarts, but Albus only stared. I've looked into his mind. He isn't thinking about doing anything along the lines of a wizarding world takeover. Prison has taken its toll, and he is overwhelmed, frightened, and uncertain. I understand how difficult that is to believe, but it's what I saw, and I am good enough to know he wasn't faking it, Severus told Albus. Albus continued to stare silently and Severus gave a sigh of open frustration. There are no students staying here for him to influence. It doesn't matter, Severus. It doesn't matter what I think, because I am no longer in charge of this school. Do what you want. You will anyway. Gods, Severus exploded. You're being a prat. Did I tell you that I didn't defeat him earlier because we made a blood pact never to kill one another? Because we were such close friends, Albus said dryly, glancing back down at the book that still held sway on the table in front of him. I tend to ask those I love the most to promise to never kill me, apparently. For some reason. That's why you're being a prat. Because of something about you and Grindelwald that isn't even true, Severus demanded and Albus sighed and shook his head. Of course not, Severus. It's just another nail in the coffin that is my perpetual bad mood. Oh, then you'll be extra pleased to know that Skeeter put out a short version of the book as an article. You know, for those who aren't ones for reading entire books. She didn't want them to miss out. Sabra Zabini told us at lunch when Mag and I mentioned you're upset over the book. Of course no one present believed a word, Severus said, hoping that would at least lighten Albus's mood a bit. It didn't. I'm going to read in the restricted section, Severus said, deciding to leave Albus alone with his book of lies and his foul mood for the moment. Is there a book there that you haven't already read? Albus asked, expression curious and amused. I'm about to find out, Severus said, and hurried from the room of requirement. I think the Twizzlers must have constipated him, so no shitting kittens, Nightshade said regretfully, and this time Severus snickered. What did you think of Grindelwald? He asked the owl. Are we really going to the library? Nightshade asked. Yes, boring. I'll be bored. I thought Grindelwald was too freaked out. Like he was afraid of everything or overwhelmed by everything or both. It was weird, he felt like there were a lot of people in the room. His mind was getting on my nerves. Severus considered while proceeding toward the library. I suppose being in solitary confinement for so long could do that. When no one is around for half a century, even a handful of people could seem like a lot. With a mild shiver it occurred to him that if things had gone differently, he could be in Azkaban right now. In prison for killing Albus, and alone just as Grindelwald had been but with Dementors. Wait, were there any more Dementors at the prison or did the Dark Lord have all of them? He'd prefer to stay far away from Azkaban and never to find out. Some things he certainly didn't mind not knowing. At least his energy didn't bother me, Nightshade said. Grindelwald's that is. I mean compared to Voldemort he feels like fucking purity itself. For some reason, Severus found that quite funny. Author's note. If you'd like to learn more about the Albus Grindelwald situation and other intrigues that happened in Potter's 7th year, check out Blaise and Gellert's story, In the Dark, available as an ebook, and as a novel on fanfiction.net and archive.org. It involves many characters including Severus and Nightshade. And just because we love you, we'll share that Grindelwald is the one to explain why Nightshade is so smart. Because Blaise is a lil freak, the story does have slash, but you can always skip it if that's not your bag. Severus recommends skipping it for sure. Haha. The story does have far more plot than slash, and many characters that you've come to know and love or hate or both, so check it out. Chapter 61. The next morning Kirsten Boxwood showed up to breakfast with a baby acromantula, which she proceeded to feed cereal. Why? Severus asked. Because he gets bored at home all day while I'm here, Kirsten crooned in an overly sweet baby talk tone that promptly turned Severus's stomach. His name is Reynaldo. Why do you have him? Severus clarified. Because he's so cute, Kirsten cooed. He's really smart and he's going to grow up and learn to talk to me. Won't that be too much talking? Mag snarked, lips twitching. I mean, what with you taking your turn, when will he get his? Severus chuckled and Kirsten glared. You're mean. Ignoring her friend she turned back to Severus. I went with Millie, Blaise and Wolfgang to a darker pet shop in Nocturne a few weeks ago. Of course Blaise got nothing because he has no soul. They got a parrot and I got Reynaldo. Their parrot screams hexes. He's really funny, she said, punctuating her statement with a chuckle. Don't call me Millie, fucktard. Millicent Bulstrode announced her arrival in her usually sunny way, Severus noted. Wolfgang smiled. Good morning everyone. Our parrot's name is Darkspell, he added to Severus. He really has character. I can imagine, Severus said, picturing a bird screaming hexes all day and getting a small headache at the very idea. Were I so inclined. I could teach them a few fucking things about character, Nightshade thought, snatching a sausage from Severus's plate and swallowing down half of it in a single gulp. Don't bother with the chewing, Severus snarked. Right, Nightshade agreed, intentionally missing the point. Blaise Zabini sauntered in then and joined everyone else at the staff table. They took to gathering there as it was silly to spread out among all 5 tables, especially if they planned to converse, which they obviously did. Granted, Severus could live without conversing with most people, but these days it was unfortunately necessary. Guess what I did last night? Blaise asked, smirking around at Kirsten, Millie and Wolfgang like the cat who just swallowed the canary without chewing. What? Millicent asked. Grindelwald, Blaise crowed, and Severus choked on a mouthful of egg. He could feel his face growing red. He had not. Just heard that. I think you did, Nightshade insisted, and you. I'm not humping any doodowls. Even if it wasn't a tarred baby. It's just not my thing. Sabra and Gio Zabini took their seats then, and Severus wondered if they'd heard what their son had done with his knight and how they would feel about it. Whatever else was said on the matter, Severus managed to tune it out. He didn't look up from his plate until Gellert Grindelwald entered, joining them at the table and seating himself beside Blaise. Millicent presented him with a dossier on Voldemort which he promised to look over. Severus was admittedly interested in the man's impressions of the Dark Lord. Why do you fucking call him that? Nightshade complained. I must call him that when I am around him or any of his followers, so referring to him too frequently as anything else could create a bad habit that could get me killed, Severus explained. Oh. I get it. The owl nodded his head before snatching up a beak full of egg. So I wonder when Aladdin and Grindelfuck had time to shag if they were supposed to be working on crafting magical items to save our asses, Nightshade wondered. I mean like where is the transition? When Severus didn't answer, Nightshade persisted. I mean like between enchanting a medallion to going into someone's bum or whatever they do. No. I can't. Severus shook his head. Sabra Zabini stood up then and asked Grindelwald to go outside with her. Severus kept his face stoic and impassive. Guess she heard, Nightshade said. I'd love to be a fly on the wall. What do you think she's saying to him? Don't know and don't care. Zabini is legal and if you ask me, it's no one's business, and something I'd rather not think about, Severus replied. He didn't like thinking about anyone's personal life. I agree. If you think I'm not sicked out being around you and Maggie when you're... Severus turned to talk to Mag about anything. To shut out the owl's thoughts. They chatted about books and even the bloody dragon she so adored until Sabra and Grindelwald strolled back in. Both seemed relaxed enough, but somehow Severus got the impression that Sabra was mildly flustered. She exchanged a few quiet words with Blaise and their family elf. When Gio asked for clarification, Sabra insisted that he didn't want to know but she'd upset him by telling him later anyway or something like that. Severus was honestly trying not to pay much attention for fear he may be traumatized. Sabra appeared amused, though, so he supposed everything was well. That most definitely made it none of his business. Sabra announced to the table at large that the Zabinis were taking Gellert clothes shopping so any work on analyzing Voldemort or enchanting items would have to wait until after lunch. The man was out of his tattered prison robes today and wearing black slacks and a black silk pullover shirt with short sleeves. As they were similar in style to Blaise's own clothes, Severus assumed he'd lent Grindelwald the garments. The fact the Zabinis were taking Gellert shopping was mildly interesting. Severus supposed. He could have warned him to be careful, and not to draw notice, but Sabra and Gio were paranoid enough to have common sense. They were the ones staying here because Dementors had known their son's name, after all. They'd be careful. After breakfast, Mag left for Arison's cave, and Severus went to check up on Albus. He was doing well, and for once not reading Skeeter's book. That was a definite plus. Are you finished with it? He asked. Albus nodded, knowing what he meant without Severus needing to clarify. I finally got through it last night, he said with a shudder. And yes, it did give me nightmares, thank you for asking. Severus sighed, deciding not to tell him that at least the Grindelwald preferring men bit was apparently true. Actually not until last night, Nightshade said. At breakfast, he was thinking about how different that had been, but that he'd liked it a lot more than all his women. Gods, I really needed to know that, Severus replied. I thought so, the owl said smugly. So what is Grindelwald doing, and what are your impressions of him? Albus asked. Well, he is working on enchanted items with Blaise, as you know, Severus said carefully. He was not going to get into the night Zabini and Grindelwald had, because again, none of his business. This morning he went clothes shopping with the Zabinis. Millicent and Wolfgang brought him a dossier on Voldemort to study. I must admit to being interested in his impressions. Albus nodded. I as well, actually. Severus spent the rest of the morning in the library. While there, he decided to offer his memories of Voldemort to Grindelwald. He was spying, so he may as well make the most of the danger he was in. He hated the fact that he felt it more acutely as danger now because of his relationship with Mag and his friendship with Nightshade, and the way he didn't want to separate from either of them. He went to lunch at noon, and for a few minutes, he was the only one in the Great Hall. The Zabini family with Grindelwald arrived soon, however, and he waved him over. I wanted to speak with you, Mr. Grindelwald, concerning the matter of Lord Voldemort, he said before they even had an opportunity to be seated. I am afraid I have not had a chance to look through the folder on him that I was provided yet. I just returned from clothes shopping, but it shall be my priority as soon as we've eaten lunch, Gellert replied. Yes, I am aware. This concerns a more personal view of Voldemort. After you finish going over the folder, I can perhaps give you a more intimate view of Voldemort. I am in his service, as an undercover agent, Severus explained. I can show you all of my many interactions with him in a pensive whenever you are ready. Gellert's eyes lit with interest as he and Blaise took seats side by side. That would be helpful indeed, Grindelwald thoughtfully confirmed. Information in a dossier can be quite detached, barely scratching the surface. Some time ago I attempted to predict the moves of this old alchemist, Nicholas Flamel, with only written documents to draw from. My reading of his history gave me the impression that he would have a considerable self-interest I could hope to exploit, and nothing was further from the truth. From that point on, I began to fully appreciate a more personal report. But there is another element I could apply that may also interest you. A few months before my unfortunate failure and subsequent imprisonment, I had begun working on something fairly new. Grindelwald glanced away, seemingly mildly self-conscious. Well, you would probably get bored with the technical details that excite me. Most people do. In short, I am hoping to conduct a spectral analysis of your impressions. To compare some interactions with others and observe how your mental activity may have changed. I would not insult your efficacy at legilimency or anything of the like. But some manipulations are more subtle than others. To change the course of one's thoughts could be a brutal invasion into the mind that leaves traces, where other, less obvious methods could work just as well to set the ground. I am most curious about Voldemort's particular level of subtlety. Most wizards and news reports do not seem to indicate a lot of it, which troubles me. It seems unlikely for a man who rose so high to rise through primitive methods alone. If you happen to remember the times when you felt less trusted during your interactions, I would appreciate you writing them down. That would help me focus my analysis on the points that have the potential to matter the most. If he is really good, he probably erased all traces of his influence, which would make your mental activity fairly consistent. I have been working on a way to test the impressions left in the pensive for consistency by exposing them to a kind of modulated turbulence. Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to fully test my methods, so we would see how all of this works out. In the worst case, it should not be too damaging, time-consuming, or revealing, which is all one could hope for when facing a dangerous foe, Grindelwald concluded. Severus wondered how the man knew his skills so well, then guessed that Zabini had spoken well of him. That was pleasing. The German wizard was interesting, though Severus still hadn't decided what he himself meant by interesting when it came to Grindelwald. He would need more time to decide. Hey Prof. Do you think Zabini spoke well of you before or after the shagging? Nightshade asked gleefully. Let's hope it wasn't during, or he likes you entirely too much. //// up, Nightshade, Severus retorted. I think it was after or between sessions, Nightshade decided. I'd love to learn more of this spectral analysis, Blaise commented. I'd very much like to watch when you get to that bit if that's all right, he added eagerly. I am sure you would, Grindelwald agreed with an approving smile. It is quite all right. In fact, after you learn the basics, I may require your assistance in this matter. The concept is simple enough. You reverse the memory points is projected onto the pensieve, approximate it with an equivalent magical stream, project it onto a suitably susceptible surface, such as a wizard's skull, and then introduce a filtering current to evaluate the consistency of the mental activity. The filtering needs to be more precise, which is the one area where I would need your skills at precision. A smaller measure, I suspect, might be needed than the one I had introduced originally. The accuracy should increase by 13%, if I am correct. At any rate, it would be most intriguing to work on it. With your contribution, the project should go much faster. Gellert eagerly admitted. Watching the two interact made their connection more than clear to anyone looking. Grindelwald valued Zabini's mind as much as Zabini valued Grindelwald's. If they were all very fortunate, the two would do great things together. Out of the bed, Nightshade clarified. If you don't shut up, okay. In truth, Nightshade almost shamelessly enjoyed reveling in Prof's discomfort over the thing. As Severus mulled over Grindelwald's words, he nearly forgot about his food. Nightshade, however, had not. He hopped down from the back of Severus's chair and began eating from his plate. I don't see why we can't give it a try, Severus said carefully. I am always interested in learning new ways of studying such things, after all. If he could learn something from Grindelwald, that would definitely be worth any emotional discomfort the strange experiment could bring. He just had an unsettling feeling he would discover something even more disturbing about Voldemort through this experiment. Hopefully he was wrong, though. At times like this, he was perfectly alright being wrong. Nightshade suddenly went still, then raised his head to briefly glance at Grindelwald before lowering it to the plate again. Prof. I guess we should mention how weird I think Voldemort feels in case it matters. But like, don't fucking tell him it's me cause. Severus hesitated for a second to collect his thoughts, then addressed Grindelwald. Someone else who deals with Voldemort feels very strange in his presence. I only mention this in case it has anything to do with the spectral work of which you speak. This person feels very strange in the presence of the Dark Lord, feels the man's evil on perhaps an auric level. This isn't really something I understand or deal with, he said, almost apologetically. This person is always saying how wrong the Dark Lord feels. I understand I am not explaining this properly, not having felt it myself. It isn't that he doesn't bother me, but perhaps my feelings are simply due to what I know about him, what he has done and will do. Gellert nodded. Are you able to convince this other person to add his testimony into the pensieve? Having the ability to compare two impressions could create sufficient data for the spectral analysis to progress. Without throwing precise numbers at you, I shall say considerably faster. That could indeed be very helpful. I don't know much about auras either, but that kind of viewing is magically deep and on the personal level, insightful to aid our work. Spectral analysis greatly benefits from the ability to make multiple comparisons of mental streams, Gellert slowly explained, his tone resembling that of an eager hunter about ready to shoot the proverbial arrow at his prey. Severus hesitated, unable to keep from glancing at the owl when Gellert asked his question. Fuck, I guess, Nightshade thought peevishly. Yes, he will, he said. We all want this to end. Before Gellert could reply, Albus entered the Great Hall. The old wizard looked distracted, and then almost surprised to see Grindelwald seated at the staff table. Well, Severus did inform me that you were here, but with all the current stresses I must admit to forgetting. He gave an apologetic smile that didn't fully reach his eyes. Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Grindelwald. I am Albus Dumbledore, the school's headmaster. Severus assures me that you are the responsibility of Mr. Adler. But while you are here, I must add that I expect you to behave better at Hogwarts than you did at Durmstrang. In other words, if you are wondering if a thing is permissible or not, if it would get you thrown out, please refrain from indulging yourself. Good day to you, Mr. Zabini, the old headmaster added, nodding at Blaise and giving him a friendly smile. I hear you will be working with Mr. Grindelwald on some items to aid and protect us in this time of war, and it is appreciated. I certainly am pleased to see you living up to that great potential even before you have graduated. I always knew you would accomplish great things, and I am happy to see it already beginning now. Blaise looked fleetingly surprised but gave a pleased smile. Why, thank you, Headmaster. Rest assured I have no interest in any of my former pursuits, Headmaster, Gellert Grindelwald told Albus. I have developed new interests, so you have nothing to worry about. As he spoke, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly widened in horror and he choked as he took a step backward, then turned rapidly toward the door. That was unnecessary, he said a bit faintly as he hurried out. A smile of gleeful satisfaction spread across Gellert Grindelwald's face. Severus Snape looked alarmed and stood. Albus. Wait. What's wrong? And he hurried after the headmaster in a sweep of black robes. With a hoot of annoyance, cause he'd not finished with Prof's plate yet, Nightshade hurriedly flew after them. Damn, an owl can't even finish eating, he complained, and if Dumblefuck offers me a Twizzler instead of that yummy roast I was eating, I'll hurt somebody. Chapter 62. Severus had to run to catch up with Albus. Are you alright? The headmaster shook his head, still practically running. What's the matter? I have been mentally assaulted, Albus said. I'm going to my office for a drink. Come if you like. Grindelwald did something, Severus asked angrily. Yes, but likely nothing like whatever you're thinking, Albus said. I want to forget about it. Severus frowned. That made no sense. But if he did something to you, should we not deal with it? I see no point, Albus said. Will you just tell me what he did? Severus demanded, openly frustrated. They'd reached Albus's office and he flung the door open with a sigh. No. I've been through enough this week and I will not suffer the indignity of talking about it. Albus stalked over to his desk. Slumping into his chair he rummaged in a drawer until he came up with a bottle. But, Severus protested. Oh for fuck's sake, Nightshade exploded. I looked into his mind. You know the Skeeter thing has him all upset, so I guess this just made it worse or something. Grindelfuck sent him a nasty mental image of he and Zabini shagging one another's brains out. The owl gave a mental snicker. Classless. But that's all, Severus asked and the owl bobbed his head in a nod. Severus glanced over at Albus who was swigging directly from his bottle. Want some? He asked and Severus shook his head, smiling in amusement in spite of himself. Do you know I've had this bottle for 30 years? I've never had a desire to sit here at my desk and do this. He swigged from the bottle again to punctuate. Before either man could speak again, a knock came at the door and Albus sighed, taking a final swig for fortification before replacing the bottle in his desk and moving to the door. He had a murmured conversation before returning. Mr. Zabini and Mr. Grindelwald wish to study the enchantments on the sorting hat so that they can incorporate any that they find useful into the scrying mirrors they're making us for the school, Albus said. They're going to key each mirror to different parts of the school so that those professors who have them will be able to monitor the entire castle more closely next year, which should be very helpful. Severus nodded. Albus produced the battered sorting hat from somewhere and returned to the door with it. Before long he was back at his desk. At least Grindelwald kept those thoughts to himself that should remain private, he said. And they are continuing to make themselves useful, Severus said, hoping to provide a bright side to the insanity. Albus sighed. I really hate hating people, Severus, but right now I truly do hate Rita Skeeter. Severus nodded. He didn't mind hating people at all, especially when they deserved it, and Skeeter certainly did. Another knock came at the door and Albus sighed. This time when he opened the door Severus heard his voice raised in an exclamation of what sounded like shock. This had the potions master out of his chair and rushing to Albus's side. Once there he understood Albus's shocked reaction. Regulus Black. How? Nightshade. Is it really Regulus? He could look himself, but when the owl did, it couldn't be sensed so well even by one strong at occlumency. Well, as I've never met him, how the fuck should I know? Nightshade snarked. You should know by what he's thinking. Don't be obnoxious, Severus told him peevishly. Please, may I come in? Regulus asked. Severus blinked, his mind struggling to take in what his eyes were seeing. Regulus Black didn't appear to have aged a day. Of course, Albus said and stepped back to allow him to enter the office. It was only then that Severus noticed Creature with him, practically clinging to his robe. He's thinking that he's nervous, Nightshade said. He kind of fucking radiates depression and misery. He doesn't like himself much. He has come to help against Voldemort. He thinks about Creature a lot. That he loves him and missed him and he feels very guilty about something. Does that sound like Regulus Black? Severus gave a mental shrug. I suppose. Regulus vanished, and we assumed he turned on Voldemort and died for his effort. He still wasn't going to relax fully or trust the Regulus look-alike until he heard his story, though. Well, I must say, Regulus, Albus said, smiling warmly. It is good to see you alive and well. You were always such a promising young man, who made far too many mistakes and errors in judgment, Regulus said, a look of what appeared to be perpetual sadness in his blue eyes. Most mistakes can be rectified if one has the will to do so, Albus said. I do wonder, though. Why have you returned at this time in particular? Believe it or not, I've been hiding among muggles and just heard that Voldemort was back, Regulus said. But why didn't you return when he supposedly died? Albus asked, expression mildly perplexed. And why do you look 18 years old? Severus asked. practically demanded. He knew that some people aged slower than others, but he was a year older than Regulus. At the moment he looked far more than that, and it was bloody annoying. Black was taller than average, though not quite as tall as Severus. He had shoulder-length black hair, straight and neatly combed. He had a nearly delicate aristocratic face that was cleanly shaven. He wore neatly pressed green robes. The only thing that appeared a bit off was the fact Black's skin was extremely pale. Regulus gave a sad smile. I shall answer the easier of the two questions first. I became a vampire before going to do the thing that would have gotten me killed by Voldemort had I not done so. Well, that answered the youth and paleness bits, Severus thought. Hey, aren't some vampires feral? Nightshade wanted to know, a tinge of alarm in his thought. I mean, he won't try and drink a bitch, will he? Severus's lips twitched. Let's hope not. And he doesn't appear to be feral. He exhibits too much control for that, he said. As a vampire, how is it that you are out and about during the day? Severus asked, and Regulus's lips twitched slightly. It's dark and rainy. With the proper spells I can move about when there is no sun. I perfected a few shield spells. Many vampires aren't wizards. So I have a bit of an advantage. Severus nodded his silent understanding. I plan to give you the entire story, don't worry, Regulus hastened to assure them. The answer to your other question first, though. The reason I did not return sooner was simply that I believed Creature did not wish for me to do so. The elf's face crumpled and Regulus drew him into a gentle hug. I know, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Creature never would have wanted Master Regulus to stay away. I'm so sorry, Regulus said again. Oh wow, Nightshade thought to Severus. This certainly isn't the first time they've had this conversation. I think he'll be apologizing to that elf forever about something. All of this will be far more clear after I explain everything, Regulus said, turning back to Albus and Severus, though his arms still encircled Creature possessively. It started when the Dark Lord. When Voldemort asked his Death Eaters if he could borrow the assistance of one of their house elves for a simple task. He asked for a volunteer and I was excited to rise in the ranks. I knew Creature would want to rise in the ranks as well, for we both felt very strongly in favor of what we believed Voldemort stood for. We wrongly believed him to be another Grindelwald. Considering the man himself was actually here as well, Severus choked slightly on a laugh. Regulus paused, arching dark brows, and Severus shook his head, gesturing for him to continue. Severus wasn't telling this person who may or may not be Regulus that Grindelwald was free and among them. Not until he knew the man could be trusted. He took Creature in a boat, across a lake to a cave. He needed his help to hide a locket, but this help nearly killed my elf and best friend. Regulus's expression hardened as Creature hid his face against Regulus's shoulder. He made Creature drink a potion that gave him much mental distress simply to test his hiding place, then nearly drowned him in the lake, which happened to be full of bloody and furry. He intended for Creature to drown, but before Creature left I made some casual remark about how he should do whatever the Dark Lord required, then come home. He remembered that and came home to me in the midst of drowning. Regulus's voice broke and his eyes filled with tears as his expression twisted into one of abject misery. He and Creature clung together, Regulus lowering his tear-streaked cheek to press against the elf's head. Was it a Horcrux, Regulus? Albus asked gently, and Regulus's head shot up. How did you know? Because I've already destroyed a few of them. I fear there are 7. Regulus stared in horror. No, he breathed. If there are that many, I hardly struck a blow at all. I did all that. Put my and Creature's lives at risk, ruined everything we had, everything we were looking forward to for nothing. Or nearly nothing, he corrected himself bitterly. One Horcrux will definitely matter in the end. It would mean the difference between life and death for Voldemort. What you did certainly wasn't a waste, Regulus, Albus assured gently. Truly, Regulus challenged. You appear to have the situation nicely in hand. You would have discovered this particular Horcrux if Creature and I had managed to stay out of it. If I had only stood aside and allowed Lucius Malfoy to offer up his stupid elf. Stupid Dobby, Creature huffed. Yes, stupid Dobby should have gone into that lake and drank the potion that made him feel like a bad elf. A worthless, despicable elf. Discovering the Horcrux yourselves woke you both up to who Voldemort is, and now you are better for it, Albus said. Better? We've both been miserable for over 15 years. Albus gave Regulus and Creature a sad smile. For that I am deeply sorry. It is an effect Voldemort seems to have on many. Chapter 63. What are you going to do now? Severus asked Regulus. I came to help, so anything I can. I thought Albus would know where I could do the most good in the fight. Severus nodded. If you thought Creature didn't want to see you, what made you seek him out first? The elf in question straightened and glared at Severus in open defense of Regulus. Creature thinks that Severus Snape should keep his long nose out of the business of Creature and Master Regulus, he said haughtily. Considering the nose that one's got, did he really just say that? Nightshade demanded, and Severus gave a slight smile of appreciation. Nightshade really was, as he so frequently claimed to be, his only friend, Severus thought rather fondly. At least the only friend to always be there and defend him no matter what. I am simply trying to understand what happened, as it somehow feels off, Severus explained. I don't believe that you're lying, Regulus. I just don't understand why you wouldn't even try to talk to Creature, to convince him to forgive you for whatever you feel you did to garner his dislike. I came to see Creature first before coming here because, now that I'd come back, I had to try, Regulus said. I missed him every day. I grieved the situation every day. I stayed away to keep my family, Creature included, safe when Voldemort still lived, and even afterward, as I said I thought Creature didn't wish to see me. After all I'd done, if this was his wish, it was the least I could do no matter how much it hurt me. I deserved any pain I got, after all. Creature cringed, each word Regulus spoke seeming to act as a verbal lash to the elf. How could Creature not wish to see Master Regulus? The elf asked, face crumbling. Because, Creature. Regulus's own face was a mask of open misery, and his tone held raw frustration. Because I was an idiot whose loyalty to the wrong person nearly got you killed. Gods. I ruin everything I touch, and I nearly got the one person I loved most killed because of my choices. Creature's hands balled themselves into fists at his sides. Creature believed in the Dark Lord just as much as Master Regulus, the elf proclaimed. Creature never blamed Master Regulus for what the Dark Lord did. Creature just wishes Master Regulus had never left him. That is all. The elf's voice shook, and though he was obviously struggling not to cry, the tears stood in his eyes. The two clung together for a long wordless moment in which Severus and Albus both looked away uncomfortably. For his part, Albus hastily reached for a bag of Twizzlers. When he offered Severus one, for once the potion's master accepted for something to do. He still didn't understand why Regulus hadn't tried harder to talk to Creature in the past, to offer to do whatever he could to make things right. It was odd because Severus had always seen Regulus Black as one of the thinkers. One of the masterminds. Still it was none of his business, so he'd stay out of it. If you tell me how I can help, I will do whatever you like, Regulus said, turning to Albus, one arm still protectively keeping Creature against his side. As long as it doesn't put Master Regulus in danger, Creature said firmly. Severus felt his lips twitching. It was obvious who was in charge. Regulus nodded, giving Creature a tender smile. Yes, of course. Well, for a start, I would like you to take over Severus's lessons with Harry Potter, Albus said. The boy to whom Sirius left my home, yes, Regulus asked. Filthy blood traitor wizarding trash with equally trashy friends, Creature elaborated helpfully. Severus tried not to smirk in agreement. And failed. Worse than that, intellectually challenged, he added. Albus frowned. Untrue. My house, Regulus asked and Albus sighed. I must ask you to leave that be until Voldemort is dead. We need you to be an ace in the hole, as it were, Regulus. We don't want Voldemort discovering that you're alive. You can remain with Creature somewhere safe. I will procure something suitable. When this is over, I'm sure Harry will gladly return your home to you. He is a very decent good-hearted boy. Severus snorted and Albus shot him a frown of open disapproval. For at least the 15th time, Severus, Harry isn't James. I wish you'd let the past go as it only hurts you. Severus's eyes widened as he shook his head in open incredulity. Really, Albus? We're doing this again when you haven't forgiven your own brother yet? At least Potter and I aren't related. Aberforth hasn't forgiven me, Albus snapped. Harry Potter has many faults of his own. Creature has seen many of them, the elf shared. What is it that you want me to teach him? Regulus asked hastily. Severus was working with him on legilimency and occlumency with moderate success. Severus frowned and Albus hastened to continue before he could interject. Of course this is no fault of Severus, but he and Harry have so much animosity built up over the years that Harry simply can't relax enough with him to open himself and properly learn. I recall vampires having the natural capacity to read minds and block their own. I have heard that their abilities are even stronger than those wizards who are highly skilled in legilimency and occlumency as are myself and Severus. This means your qualifications are excellent. If you can train Harry, it will greatly help his chances in destroying Voldemort. Wait, why is he destroying Voldemort? Regulus asked, confused. I assumed it would be you. Or an army. There is a prophecy, Albus said. I have things to do, so I'll leave you to explain that, Severus told Albus, standing to go. Frankly, he couldn't stand to hear more about Harry Potter or the Dark Lord. There is someone else you may want to meet, Regulus, and due to recent events he's here enough, Severus said. His name is Wolfgang Adler. He's a dark wizard from Germany who has been systematically taking out Voldemort's Death Eaters to weaken the ranks. Many of us have been working with him, lending whatever skills we can to the effort. He isn't trying to pick up where Voldemort leaves off, just to be free of him. He, like many dark wizards who haven't followed Voldemort, feels that at times one must fight fire with fire, and darker means with darker means. I'm sure he'd very much appreciate anything you would be willing to contribute. Regulus was a very skilled wizard, and being a vampire as well, he likely had more to offer than most, Severus thought. I am interested, Regulus said carefully. Who else is working with him other than yourself? West Craven, Boxwood, Bulstrode. People like that, darker wizards who never stood with Voldemort. Regulus gave a slight smile. That sounds good. Thank you for telling me. Severus nodded and left. It wasn't until he was halfway to the dungeon that he wondered why Regulus trusted him enough to speak to Albus in front of him. Severus was definitely among the ranks of Death Eaters during Regulus's time in Voldemort's service. "'Cause he looked into your head and saw that you're spying for Dumbledore," Nightshade replied helpfully. "And you didn't even notice that shit. That's how smooth vamps are with that mind shit. And he can go far deeper into the mind than I can. I can only see surface shit, but he found the fact that you're spying for Dumbledore and you weren't thinking about it or anything. I saw him thinking about it, though." From the tone of Nightshade's mental voice, he was impressed. For that matter, so was Severus. He was relieved to have the training of Potter off his plate as well. Considering the year ahead, the less he had to see Potter the better, because he'd have enough to deal with. "At least as headmaster, you won't have to teach fucktards all day," Nightshade said, trying for a bright side. Severus wasn't having it, though. "As headmaster, if that actually happens, I shall be responsible for keeping all the fucktards safe from Voldemort, and that's going to be far worse." After a long, thoughtful pause, Nightshade relented. "Okay, you're right. That's gonna suck." After another thoughtful pause he added, "But I really am proud of you for using fucktards properly in a sentence." Chapter 64. Severus walked into the Great Hall for dinner to see a young woman seated beside Albus. She had long dark hair and wore dress robes that were entirely too low cut. Something about her face was oddly familiar. Severus felt as if he should know her, though he was quite certain he'd never seen her before in his life. Regulus and Creature also sat at the staff table, and they were speaking with Wolfgang Adler. Severus had expected that he and Miss Bulstrode would return for dinner to check up on Grindelwald. He was pleased that Regulus had taken the suggestion to speak to him. "Albus," Severus greeted as he seated himself at the staff table with everyone else. "Who is your friend?" "Ah, Severus," Albus smiled as he turned to greet the potions master. "This is Miss Bera Karkaroff. Her father was Igor Karkaroff, and she is now headmistress of Durmstrang. She has come to propose an alliance between our two schools during these turbulent times. She wants to bang Dumbledore," Nightshade shared. Severus choked. "No, she does not, don't be disgusting." "Fuck you, yes she does," Nightshade proclaimed indignantly. "She's thinking it right now." "You are lying. I have somehow offended you and you are trying to unhinge my mind in retaliation," Severus decided hopefully. "Her mental shields suck, so you can look for yourself." "I'm good, but I can't plant shit in her mind," Nightshade said, mild amusement in his thought voice. "Hi," Mag said, settling into the chair beside Severus. "Sorry I'm a bit late. I was helping Reese rearrange his treasure." Severus hadn't even noticed her come in. "Tell her," he told Nightshade as he forced a wan smile for Mag. "Hi." He watched Mag's beautiful green eyes widen as Nightshade obeyed his request. He was momentarily distracted by the realization of how odd it was to be distracted by someone's eyes or to consider them beautiful. She asked if Dumblefuck feels the same way, "But I can't see into his mind so well," Nightshade said. "I don't think he knows, though, so." Severus shuddered. "I can't talk about this anymore. She thinks if she throws herself at him, he'll protect her from Voldemort," Nightshade said. "What part of I don't want to talk about this anymore perplexed you?" Severus demanded, frowning over at the owl. "I wasn't talking about it," Nightshade protested peevishly. "I was plowing her mind for info. It's what she was thinking. I assumed you would want to know." Severus frowned. It seemed this Karkaroff woman wanted to take advantage of Albus. Of course he didn't like that. Albus was over 100 years old, though, and could handle himself. At least Severus hoped so. Thank you. It is good to know what's in her mind, Severus admitted. He would keep an eye on the situation. Hold on, I'm telling Mags who Regulus is cause she wanted to know, Nightshade said. I've missed quite a lot today, Mag murmured to Severus after a moment or two of silently conversing with their owl. Zabini and Grindelwald entered then, and the Zabini parents followed soon after with their family elf. Everyone seemed interested in Miss Karkaroff for one reason or other, but her attention for anyone other than Albus was extremely limited. I didn't know Grindelwald had visions, Nightshade shared. He had one about Lady Karkaroff and Dumblefuck, though, so he was a bit surprised to see her here so soon. What was the vision? Severus asked. Don't know. He's not thinking about it, so I can't see, Nightshade replied. Now he's thinking about Zabini and I don't want to look anymore. Too graphic. Understandable, Severus thought dryly. When dinner was over and he and Mag were rising to leave, Albus stood as well. Would you come to my chambers, Severus? I'd like to speak to you after I've gotten Miss Karkaroff settled in her room. She's remaining here for a few days while we sort out the alliance between our schools, he said. I just bloody bet she is, Nightshade snickered and Severus frowned. Yes, he told Albus curtly, then swept from the great hall. I'll meet you in the dungeon, then, Mag said and he sighed and nodded. Will this bloody day ever end? Yeah, like at midnight, Nightshade snarked, and Severus gave him a withering look. He waited in Albus's chambers for nearly 10 minutes before the headmaster hurried in. Severus still thought of Albus as the headmaster, because once Voldemort was dead, he fully expected him to return to his rightful place at Hogwarts. What a long, unusual and entirely fascinating day this has been, Albus said. He sank into one of the chairs at the table in the center of the room with a tired sigh. Indeed, Severus agreed dryly. I'm pleased that Regulus turned out not to have been one of the many to die at Voldemort's hands, though, Albus said and Severus nodded. It gives hope to the rest of us, he agreed. He just hoped that didn't mean they'd all have to become vampires to survive the madness. Yeah, Nightshade agreed. Cause that would suck. Get it, Prof? Get it? Yes. Unfortunately I did. It was the first bad joke you ever made. Please never do it again. Nightshade made that rough sound in the back of his throat that passed for laughter, and rocked gleefully back and forth on Severus's shoulder. At least one of us is happy, Severus thought darkly. Yeah, I'm good, Nightshade agreed. Miss Karkaroff was a surprise. I wasn't aware that Igor had children, Severus said, bringing the topic of conversation around to the reason he was here. Yes, that's what I wanted to speak with you about, Albus said. Are you gonna tell him that she wants to bang him? Nightshade asked eagerly. 'Cause I know his reaction would be funny. Gods no, Severus said, struggling not to cringe at the very idea of raising such a disturbing topic with Albus. Igor Karkaroff had 2 children as it turns out, Albus said. I only discovered as much today with Miss Karkaroff's arrival. She is the eldest, and there is her younger brother, Igor Jr. He is a wizard and she is a squib. Severus felt his brows shooting up. They're allowing a squib to run Durmstrang. Few people are aware that Miss Karkaroff is a squib. It seems her father wanted so badly for this to remain a secret that he paid a great deal of money to have her a wand made that provides her with magic when she is using it. It was imbued with magic then linked to her. This means that when she has it in her hand, she can perform magic, but if she is not holding it, she has little to none. And she trusted you with this? Severus asked skeptically. She wishes to be completely honest with me. She admits that this is one of the reasons she feels she needs help. She fears Voldemort may come for her next simply because of who her father is, and I can't say I believe her fears to be unfounded. Severus frowned. This is your problem. Why? He demanded. Don't we all have enough to worry about right now? At least Regulus came back to help. This woman merely wants you to take care of her. Severus didn't bother to keep the scathing tone from his voice. If I can, I hardly see the harm in that, Albus said mildly. Her suggestion for the schools to band together in case of emergency is a good one as well and sincerely meant. How do you know you can trust her? Severus pressed. Because Regulus was here when she arrived. He told me that he checked her mind and that she speaks the truth. Well, that's something, Severus said. Grindelwald and Regulus are being useful. Now if Potter could manage it, we may all survive, he added tartly. Albus sighed. I just wanted to keep you appraised, Severus. Why don't you go and get some rest? Severus nodded tightly as he stood. You too. He opened his mouth to ask if Albus was still feeling well, and the older man spoke before he could. I feel fine, Severus, he assured with a tired but warm smile. I'm just exhausted because it's been a long day. There is no other reason, I promise. Severus nodded, annoyed with the little boy inside who needed assurances. That's good. Once out in the hallway he asked Nightshade, do you think he was lying? Nah. He feels fine. He would tell you if he didn't. He still feels bad about asking you to kill him because of the Horcrux fuckery. Good. He needs to, Severus said. He was still angry about that and fine with it. In the dungeon, he found Mag mixing up potions in 2 cauldrons. What are you making? He asked curiously. A formula to clean metals safely and gently in the left cauldron and energy potion in the right, she replied. Can you help me stir? Sure, he nodded. Is the metal cleaner for Aresen's treasure? Does he have you scrubbing for him now? He wondered with a scowl. Mag chuckled. It's for both Reese and myself. I need to polish a few pieces of my jewelry as well as the silver that holds the stones onto my chakra wand. He will be using the rest, but he can polish his own treasure. That's good to know, Severus said. I thought we may need more energy on those days that are longer than others, and you were low on energy potions so I made up a batch of that too. Severus drew her into his arms and gave her an impulsive kiss which she returned with great enthusiasm. Thank you. She leaned her head against his shoulder and smiled. No problem. I'm glad to help. He could have said that no one ever bothered to help, and that was true. On the other hand, he'd have 10 kinds of fits if anyone else dared to muck about with his potion supplies. At least Mag had enough sense to put things back where she'd found them. As the potions simmered, he told her about Regulus and they speculated about Bera Karkaroff. The metal cleaning potion was done first, and Mag carefully poured it into a jar while asking Severus about Regulus. He's nothing like his brother then. Were the 2 of you friends in school? You never mentioned him. That's because I believed him to be dead. He is nothing like Sirius. I liked his intellect, but couldn't fully trust him due to his open infatuation for Voldemort's ideals, so we were friendly but not close friends, Severus answered. And now, Mag asked, moving to stir the energy potion again. Do you think you will be friends now? Severus shrugged. I have no idea. I suppose it helps matters that he is no longer on Team Voldemort as Nightshade would say, but time will tell. You know I don't make friends easily, and nor do I see the point of them most of the time. Yes, but he could be useful, Mag said. He's a vampire and if he's willing, he can help to keep us all safer. I like the fact that he turned on Voldemort over his elf. It means he's loyal. And the fact he discovered one of the Horcruxes when no one else did makes him rather smart in a special sort of way, I think. Severus frowned. Should I be jealous? Mag laughed. No. But you can help me pour this energy potion into individual bottles. Chapter 65. They slept at Hogwarts that night. Enough was happening the next day that required their presence so it was just easier. When Mag woke at Severus's side in the morning, she didn't ready herself to depart for Aresen's cave after breakfast as she usually did. Last night at dinner, Gellert Grindelwald and Wolfgang Adler had announced today to be their first defense attack practice meetup. They would use the room of requirement. Mag was excited because this wasn't a typical defense class. This was a class, if one could even call it that, a practice session for skilled dark wizards with ability and talent to learn deadly and protective magic from one another. It was high level and to be included in this felt good. She was so excited at breakfast that she let Nightshade have most of her food until Severus encouraged her to eat more. We will be using a great deal of energy so you will need some to burn, he said. Knowing he was right, she nodded and ate some more eggs. After breakfast there was a nice turnout in the room of requirement. There were she and Severus, of course Blaise Zabini and Gellert Grindelwald, never far from one another's side, the Zabini parents Kirsten, Millicent and Wolfgang, and even Professor Flitwick. It was nice to see he was interested in learning and sharing information with the rest of them. He seemed to like Grindelwald well enough as well. Mag vaguely recalled Phileas speaking to him about stones last night when the blonde German had thanked her for the wand she'd made him. She was glad he liked it, but in truth would have preferred to do a bit more. To show off her skills a bit more to someone like Grindelwald. Had she the time, she'd have gotten to know him a bit to match him to a more extravagant wand with more stones on it. More stones performed more tasks, a thing that felt like something Grindelwald would appreciate. Instead she'd just gotten him the best strongest quartz and enhanced it so that it would be at double strength for him. He needed a wand now, and considering that, she did the best she could with the notice she had. He seemed appreciative last night, so perhaps that was enough and he didn't need the fancier, more involved setup she created for herself and Severus. A few more stones could provide the wand with more attributes, though. Still, Blaise seemed very happy with his plain smoky quartz wand for all that, so perhaps sometimes it wasn't necessary. She'd also chosen that wand for Blaise without thinking about it. It just felt right. The moment she saw it, the impression of Blaise around it was nearly overwhelming. When it worked like that, matching someone to a wand was always easier. Unfortunately, it rarely worked like that. Usually she had to know the person more and what they needed. If she did not know a person well, they had to be specific about what they needed. I.e. just raw power or protection or cleansing or focus added. Even happiness could be added to a wand with green aventurine, which could definitely make one's Patronus stronger if that was necessary. Today the room of requirement had made itself large for their lesson, with only a few chairs against the wall near the door. Mag guessed they were there in case someone needed to rest. Grindelwald began by explaining that he wished to teach them a shield that served as both weapon and protection. That definitely sounded useful. He warned him that it took a great deal of strength and focus, but if the caster had used Fiendfire it should be more manageable. He asked if everyone present had used Fiendfire before, and when all present indicated that they had, a pleased expression crossed his too pretty face. He understood that he did not have to trouble himself with weak amateurs and he appreciated that. Of course they were all trained in some forms of advanced magic by their families before they began at Hogwarts. Everyone present excelled in at least one specialty if not more, which meant they had quick creative minds. The spell is called Protego Diabolica, Grindelwald said. Several elements go into forming this shield. The first is an energy signature of the caster so that the spell recognizes who it is protecting. Normally casting a spell makes that obvious enough, but the fact it connects to the caster's friends and foes makes a bit of extra clarity necessary. To achieve this energy signature when casting the spell, merely think very hard about yourself and who you are as you speak the words of protection. The fire transfigures to something harmless when it touches your friends, while quickly killing your enemies, so this extra touch of personalization when casting is very important, he stressed. Mag could imagine that it was. Don't apply the proper amount of focus and a friend could die, or an enemy could live to kill you. Both were equally bad. She was suddenly glad she'd brought her citrine and quartz wand along instead of the chakra crystal wand she always wore. She had a feeling she may need more focus even than usual, and citrine was one of the stones that worked best to promote one's focus. Garnet gave one motivation and the citrine crystals on the wand had little garnets along them that were set in silver to enhance both. They watched Gellert perform the spell first, then he and Blaise cast it together. That was of course an even larger ring of fire, and the fire itself seemed more fierce. Mag could feel its heat from across the room. Kirsten was the first to test it out, approaching, then walking through the flames to stand at Blaise's side. Mag held her breath until the small blonde was safe within the circle of black fire. Black is an appropriate color for the fire, because black gemstones are protective, she said. There were loads of black stones, but the way this shield worked reminded Mag most of the properties of black tourmaline. It protected and transmuted negative energy into positive. Like the shield, it let in the good while keeping out the bad. That's interesting, Grindelwald said, turning to her with an intent, thoughtful expression. As he seemed sincere, she gave him a small shy smile. Though he looked very young now, fitting in perfectly with herself, Blaise, Millie and Kirsten, and at times seemed nearly frightened or shy, now he was in his Grindelement. He was assured and focused, standing straight and tall, his energy feeling assured and powerful. He broke them up into groups and had them practice the shield until lunch. It was hard, and practice only made it slightly less hard. Mag knew she was in the way by being frightened that she'd get it wrong and accidentally kill someone, so in the end she had to push that fear out of her mind and just focus on the exact specifications of the bloody spell. As could be expected, that helped a great deal. Kirsten excused herself for a time and returned with a stick she'd enchanted to play Muggle rock songs like one of their stereos or boxes or whatever it was that they called them. Knowing the magic that was in all music, Mag wasn't surprised when moving to the beat helped the shield grow stronger when a person had to hold it up while moving. It was Kirsten's idea to practice holding the shield while in motion, which was impressive as it didn't even seem Grindelwald had done that. When they broke for lunch, many of them were exhausted, including Mag herself. She felt her shoulders slump as she walked toward the Great Hall at Severus's side. Same time tomorrow, right? Kirsten asked eagerly and everyone agreed. As they walked, Mag wondered if she and Severus would be able to combine their magic as smoothly as blaisegellert did. Was it the type of magic being done, or how compatible the styles of magic being combined by the two wizards were? Could any two wizards combine at least some things, or was the act of combining a specific talent like blaisegellert's matched skill with enchantments? After lunch, Severus went to check in on Albus. After he did that, he'd be working with blaisegellert on something Grindelwald wanted to do with Severus's pensive memories involving Voldemort. Mag hoped he found something he could use. For her part, she planned to go pick up some items blaisegellert had requested from her goblin jeweler for their various protective projects. She was able to pick up everything on the list the Zabini elf had given her. The pendants and mirrors in gilded frames were both in stock. She bought them and placed the custom orders that were also detailed on the list. After that, she stopped for some ice cream, as she'd noticed she was still feeling a little drained from all the Protego Diabolica practice. The sit-down in the ice cream parlor seemed nearly as restorative as the ice cream itself. As Severus's day had likely been just as long, she decided to bring him back an ice cream too. She'd chosen black cherry for herself, so got the same for him. They had similar tastes in food, so he should like it. If not, she was sure she could make room, Mag thought with a small grin. When she arrived back at the dungeon, it was to find Severus looking, well, the only way she could describe it was upset and vaguely unwell. "What's wrong?" she asked, feeling her own agitation rising. Grindelwald looked at my thoughts in the pensive. He used a method called spectral analysis because he believed that Voldemort would attempt to tamper with the minds of all of his followers. "I suppose it's some sort of personality profile thing that you are more likely to understand than I. You understand psychology just fine most of the time," Mag told him. Even as she spoke, her focus was still more on whatever problem Grindelwald had discovered, because judging from Severus's expression, it certainly was a problem. He held Nightshade against his chest, rocking him much in the way one would a baby. From the long-suffering look on the owl's face, the act was one of self-soothing for Severus rather than any need to comfort the owl. "Grindelwald has determined that Voldemort has attempted to tamper with my thoughts in the past, and due to my excessively strong shields he has failed. I can't be sure if he sees strong shields that he cannot penetrate as a reason not to trust me, but I am going to assume so." Mag made a small wordless sound of alarm. Her throat was constricted as she struggled not to cry. And instead to think rationally. The idea of Severus in danger was too much. The idea that they didn't know when Voldemort may choose to act upon this was bad. "I'd like to think he just assumes I always keep up strong mental shields, but it's him and he likely sees it as a pissing contest, as Nightshade would say," Severus continued grimly. Mag knew he was trying hard not to show how shaken he was, but she could see that he was worried, and this made her own fear skyrocket. He'd served Voldemort for years, confident that his mental shields kept his cover safe. Instead they may have branded him as a traitor. Who would have seen that coming though? If a man makes Horcruxes, of course he'd not stop at tampering with the minds of his own, she said quietly. "It only stands to reason, I suppose." "Yes, but if he was as confident as we all assumed, and could see no lies in our minds, why would he? What was he trying to do?" Severus sighed in frustration. "Grindelwald said this was done a few years back, so perhaps if he's going to act on it, he plans to wait until the end. He will want me until I am no longer useful to him. That should be after Potter is dead. And hopefully he'll be dead first. In that case, this won't ever be an issue." "Hopefully," Mag said, her voice sounding hollow with dread to her own ears. "Grindelwald believes my mind isn't the only one he's tried this on. If the others aren't as good with mental shields as I am, they were tampered with. Only to what end? He can simply order his Death Eaters and they bow to his every command. He says jump and they say how high. He says kill and they say gladly." Mag sighed. "That is an interesting question, and one that brings up even more concerns. What could he want that he would force his Death Eaters to do rather than simply commanding them?" She wished such thoughts didn't make her concern for Severus grow even more, but it did. He should be safe from whatever Voldemort would do to the others thanks to his shields, but would he remain safe from the man's wrath because he'd failed to mentally manipulate Severus's will? "Told you something was wrong with that creepy fucker," Nightshade told him tersely, speaking for the first time since Mag had come in. "I brought you some ice cream," Mag told Severus a bit lamely. "It made me feel less drained, so I thought you may like some." Severus gave a short laugh, reaching for the cup of black cherry ice cream that Mag placed on his desk when she'd first entered. "It certainly can't hurt." "Thank you." Mag drew in a deep breath as she nodded. "We'll get this sorted. Grindelwald will surely have some sort of escape plan at least." He's rather good at that sort of thing. Yes, he was until he wasn't, Severus said dryly, around a mouth of cold restorative yumminess. Chapter 66. The rest of the summer was busy. While other prats were having vacation and relaxing, Severus and co not so much. Most mornings were spent with their little group in the room of requirement, with Adler and Grindelwald presenting them with rare forms of attack or protection to practice. Wizards like Severus and Filius were skilled enough not to require any extra help, but these days anyone who could learn a spell that the enemy might not see coming should bloody well learn it, so they did. If Severus was particularly lucky, he could exist for 3 days without something happening to annoy him. The highlights of annoyance before term started for Potter's 7th year both involved Hogwarts. The first was when he and Nightshade got called away to a Death Eater meeting in the midst of one of their morning defense workouts in the room of requirement. The meeting was a small one and involved Voldemort's announcement of a successful takeover of the Ministry. Just as expected, of course. The Dark Lord's smooth, oily, serpentine voice slid over the ears like chilling water, and Severus felt Nightshade's claws digging through the padding on his shoulder and into his skin. As I said earlier in the summer, you are in charge of Hogwarts, Severus. I want the Carrows working as professors of Muggle studies and dark arts. I shall be doing away with defense. Obviously. Voldemort's lip curled into a scathing sneer. I shall be sending you a new curriculum for each class. We're going to clean up the education in that school. No more of that weak watered-down rubbish approved by Albus Dumbledore. It shall also be mandatory that everyone who is a pure or half-blood must attend. If they have passed their OWLS, Muggleborns will not be allowed. We are maintaining Slytherin's standards at Hogwarts once again. Severus nodded. So Voldemort was going to run the Ministry and the school, and who knew what else single-handedly until or if Potter managed to take him down. Unlike Grindelwald, who wanted to rebuild the wizarding government, Voldemort intended to single-handedly run it all. It wasn't that Severus was truly surprised about this. Perhaps it was that he'd hoped it wouldn't actually get so far. I look forward to carrying out your will, Lord, he said. Because as Nightshade would say, what the fuck else was he going to say? Wonderful, Voldemort said with a cold smile, then turned his attention back to the group at large. Severus hoped Voldemort would speak more on ministry changes that he could share with Heather and Raistlin to prepare them for whatever was to come, but no such luck. Voldemort only told those Death Eaters that he was placing in specific departments, that he'd be meeting with them privately. None were in the Department of Mysteries, at least so Heather and Raistlin should be safe. It seemed the Dark Lord was sliding into the Ministry more subtly, and not rocking the entire structure. Perhaps that was because he wished to own it, to possess it as it already was, as Albus had suspected, rather than to remake it in his image, at least for now. The Dark Lord said no more of import and the meeting was brief. When everyone was dismissed, Severus promptly apparated back to the edge of Hogwarts grounds. Idly Severus wondered why the Dark Lord hadn't assigned someone more educated to take over teaching positions at Hogwarts. The Carrows may come from an old pure-blood family, but their grammar was atrocious. Prof. I got an answer for you, Nightshade said, waving a wing in the air as a student may wave their hand to get his attention. The motion caused the owl to weave slightly on his shoulder as all the wing waving set him off balance. Yes, Nightshade, Severus thought dryly, struggling not to smile. Yeah, it's because like he's crazy. You know, before the Horcruxes he was already super fucked up and now it's just all over. 7 Horcruxes equals sanity never fucking returning ever. Even if it did ever exist, which I'm voting a fuck no on that one. Severus chuckled. I always so enjoy these little walks back from the edge of hell, he told the owl dryly as they approached the school. He sped up his steps, knowing that Mag would be tense with worry until she knew they were both all right. When he rejoined them in the room of requirement, Wolfgang was in the middle of showing them something that looked interesting, but everyone stopped to hear his bad news. Lunch was a sullen affair as a result. Like him, most people were expecting it, but no one liked the fact that Voldemort had truly managed such a grand-scale takeover. After a day or two of everyone ingesting the new and hopefully temporary reality, things basically returned to normal. A few weeks later the second shoe dropped when Albus announced that he was going to Durmstrang with Bera Karkaroff in the fall. He told Severus this calmly, as if Severus shouldn't mind it all. As if the news was reasonable, and to be expected. As if it was a bloody good idea. You're just going to leave me here to run everything? This is me. I have no social skills and nor do I want them. Severus realized that he was shouting, and didn't care. They were alone in Albus's chambers and this was most certainly shout-worthy. You do remember who I am, don't you? Severus, Albus said in that calm voice that only served to enrage Severus even more. You aren't thinking. First of all, you will do fine. You don't give yourself nearly enough credit. Oh, trust me, I do, Severus said darkly. He gave himself plenty of credit for hating everyone and being intolerant of the ridiculous inane behavior that headmasters had to take in stride on a daily basis. That was all well and good for headmasters. Only Severus himself had never, ever, even once, desired to be one. Albus continued calmly as if Severus weren't practically boiling over like a cauldron of rage. I will still be able to help you if it is truly necessary. Miss Karkaroff and I have turned our bedroom closets into portkeys for each school. The bedroom closet in my old headmaster's chambers leads to Durmstrang and hers there leads here to Hogwarts. So, you see, we can always get to one another quickly. You're already in one another's bedrooms, Severus demanded, suddenly feeling ill. That is neither here nor there, Albus assured him firmly. I am merely telling you where the portkeys are. Why do you need to be in Durmstrang, though? Severus asked. Prof, Nightshade warned. You're kinda starting to whine. Severus scowled over at the owl on his shoulder. I am most certainly not. Prof. I can hear you, and you obviously aren't listening. Trust me, you are. Severus, Albus said, his patient tone setting Severus's teeth on edge. You know if I remain here, I'll probably be discovered eventually. It is far safer for me at Durmstrang where I can go undiscovered. I will be teaching Transfiguration. I will use Transfiguration to make myself appear much as my former younger self. No one will ever recognize me. He gave an embarrassed grin. I may have taken the idea from Grindelwald, but it is easier to look like myself, only with slight alterations. That isn't what Grindelwald did, Severus reminded peevishly. He relished saying something that he knew would upset Albus because Albus had just selfishly upset and abandoned him. Grindelwald is actually young. It took someone's life to manage that, don't you remember? Stop being difficult, Severus, Albus snapped. The man has the morals of a troll, but that isn't my problem, and you know what I meant. Stop being unkind. I thought you wanted me to be safe. I will be a closet away, literally, if there is trouble and you are being extremely unreasonable. Well, allow me to stop being unreasonable by removing myself from your presence, Severus huffed, and promptly swept out. Good parting line, Prof, Nightshade said. Severus smiled but his pleasure was short-lived. How the hell am I going to manage a school, Nightshade? I'm no headmaster. I never wanted to be. I'll feel like such a fake. Nightshade thought for a moment as Severus headed toward the dungeons. Well, he said slowly, not really. Not if you think about it. I mean you're being a headmaster for Voldemort, if we're keeping it real, not for Albus. So you'd be the sort of headmaster Voldemort would want. I mean you'll pretend to be. So in essence that means you can just be yourself and that'll be great. If you're shitty to astards the way you want to be, it may not be Dumbledore professional, but it's Voldemort's shitshow so it'll actually fit. Severus nodded. Thank you. Somehow the owl always knew the right thing to say and once you got through all the profanity and strange phraseology, he was actually quite wise just as owls were supposed to be. Chapter 67 The school term began before Severus was ready. If he was honest, though, which he basically was, he wouldn't ever be ready, because bottom line he didn't want to do it. In part this was due to him feeling he had more to lose. More than once he cursed his stupid weak desires for not pushing Magritte away harder. He'd not felt lonely or lacking until he was presented with honest, steady companionship from someone of like mind. Someone who truly got him and liked what they got. Someone who really would always be there. Such emotional attachments from anyone else would merely feel stifling, because anyone else who was insane enough to fancy they knew him would be wrong. They weren't like him and they didn't know him. Somehow, though, someone existed with whom he felt complete and while it was a strength, it was a weakness as well. Not to mention the owl. If something happened to that owl, he'd feel empty, lacking and he hated that. This year was going to be, as Nightshade would say, a motherfucker. A great deal was going to happen, because a great deal was set in motion and there was no choice but to go forward. Not for him or anyone else. He'd seen people lose loved ones in this war and he didn't think he could take that. With the death of Tobias Snape, 6-year-old Severus had lost enough. Once he'd fantasized about being the one to stand over Voldemort and look into his dying eyes just to say that this was for Tobias Snape, the very best of muggles. A man's name that, of course, the Dark Lord wouldn't even know. Severus would be happy to remind him, though, of the muggle he'd killed for daring to enter a wizarding potions shop to buy something for his witch wife. He would remind him and savor the shock in the bastard's eyes as he died. This was not to be, though. Potter would strike the killing blow and likely Severus would be nowhere close simply because he no longer wished to take even the smallest risk with himself or those he loved. Not that he was trying to die before, because of course he wasn't. It was just that there was only him to consider. Now there were others and he vowed to himself that they'd all get out of this alive. Now that Adler's group existed, and he and the West Cravens were a part of it, the chances looked good if he was careful. The single bright side to the year was that Regulus Black would be taking over Potter's lessons. That was one less ass pain Severus would have to deal with. Creature was concerned that Potter could not be trusted to keep his mouth shut concerning Regulus being alive, but Severus had a plan for that. He would make it clear to Harry that even telling his stupid little friends could put not only Regulus's life back in danger, but Potter's own as well. Once Voldemort was dead, anyone and everyone could know that Regulus lived, so he'd not have to keep a secret from his precious friends forever. While this was a grand plan, it never got put into action because Potter, in all his glowing wisdom, chose not to return to school. When he nor any of his friends were at the feast, Severus assumed they were simply up to no good, but when they didn't turn up for the first day of classes either, he assumed the situation was more permanent. He wasn't concerned that the Dark Lord had captured or killed them, because there was no news in the papers on the matter. How are we to help the little prat if he won't allow it? Severus angrily ranted to Nightshade. Well, like Dumblefuck said, you didn't go out of your way to be cool with Potter, so he's probably not eager to hang out with you. Nightshade replied carefully. Yes, but if he had the brains the gods gave a slug, he'd have seen that I still saved him more than once. Severus replied angrily. Stupid, stupid boy. His belief that Potter could actually manage to kill Voldemort was fading more and more by the second as his anxiety rose. He'll manage to ruin this and get himself killed instead, Severus told the owl dully. That would suck, Nightshade replied. We'd better get busy trying to prevent that shit. Severus sighed and headed into his bedroom closet. As a result of now being headmaster of Hogwarts, his bedroom was now Albus's former bedroom. Therefore his bedroom closet led to that of Bera Karkaroff at Durmstrang. He stepped into the nearly empty closet and pressed a hand against a slightly raised panel on the back wall. The portkey was activated and Severus with Nightshade on his shoulder were drawn through into another closet that held far more clothes. I hate fucking portkeys, the owl complained. They fuck up my feathers every single time and I have to spend fucking hours preening to arrange them properly again. Fortunately the closet door was shut so Severus wasn't at risk of seeing anything he didn't wish to see. He knocked loudly on the door and heard a feminine squeak of alarm in response. Please get dressed if you aren't already, he called. This is Severus Snape with a bit of an emergency. Or at the very least a problem, he added after a moment of consideration. After a few seconds the closet door burst open. I was getting ready for dinner. Albus is already downstairs, Bera Karkaroff said, peering nervously at Severus. You may dine with us if you like. You could speak to him about whatever this is vile we are eating. Her dress robes were quite form-fitting but at least far less revealing than the ones she'd sported at Hogwarts, he noted dryly. A headmistress of a boys' school dressing like a seductress would have been simply too disturbing. Idly Severus wondered if the more revealing robes had already done their job. How is Albus? He asked as he hastily stepped out of the closet. He is well. It is a pleasure having him teaching here. I'm sure you're feeling far safer, Severus couldn't resist saying. Don't sneer at me like that, Severus Snape. Bera Karkaroff drew herself up and met him eye to eye, her green gaze holding a marble-hard glare. He is safer here as well. If you love him as he claims you do, like a father, you should be glad he is safe. I vold protect him with all I have. I may not have the magic of a full witch without my wand, but I have many resources at this school that I can call upon. Apparently not enough resources, if you so desperately need the extra one, Severus replied coldly. He was unmoved by her show of temper. Albus is like a father to me, and I will keep watch on his safety no matter where he is. I won't allow him to endanger himself for someone like you. Someone like me, she demanded coldly. A squib, you mean? Yes, a liability, Severus agreed, happily driving in the verbal knife. But more than that I meant someone all too eager to seduce an older more powerful man to keep herself safe. And if I did, it is his business. He is no fool. I never believed he was. A fool could not protect me, after all. So you admit to seducing him for protection? She shrugged. Why not? It is a trade of sorts. Fair and square is it veer. I have no magic when it comes down to it. All I have ever had is my beauty and my mind. I use both as the weapons they are. Had Albus Dumbledore chosen to exchange physical satisfaction for protection, it would be his business and mine and no one else's. Especially not yours. It isn't that way, though, if you must know. I may have intended it to be, but I quickly came to care for him for the same reasons that you do. Because he is a good, wise, and wonderful man. He is funny and he brings me out of myself. I bring him out of himself. We make one another happy. Be happy for us or mind your own business. Disturbing as it is, she's telling the truth, Prof. She does love him, Nightshade said. I am aware. I can look for myself, you know, Severus said peevishly, and at once felt sorry for snapping at his only friend. Nightshade was only trying to help. Severus was just having a hard time with this. With someone else in Albus's life, taking up his time and affections. He had Mag, and his mum, so that wasn't fair, he knew. But what if he didn't have as much time for him now? Let's go, he snapped to Karkaroff. She nodded wordlessly and led him from the room, down a stone corridor and down a long winding flight of stone stairs. The dining hall was quite unlike that of Hogwarts. It put Severus more in mind of the kitchen at Grimold Place, dark and gloomy. Only Durmstrang had far more gargoyles. One on the back of each chair, in fact. The chairs themselves were made of heavy ebony wood, covered in ornate carvings, the gargoyle carved into the high back of each chair, wings spread to protectively shield whoever sat there. Albus sat one chair down from the head of the staff table, obviously at Karkaroff's side. His blue eyes lit with pleasure at sight of Severus before they clouded over with concern. As Bera took her seat at his side, Albus hastily rose. He looked like Albus, but a more middle-aged Albus with red hair and a far shorter and neater beard. Severus, is all well? Severus shrugged. Probably not. He sat down. I am invited to dine with you. He reached for Albus's mind, sharing the news of Potter and Co.'s failure to return to school. If Bera Karkaroff found it rude that he wasn't sharing the news aloud, she didn't comment. Perhaps she was somehow wise enough to understand the risk in doing so, Severus thought venomously. I don't think she's stupid, Prof, Nightshade said. Amused. Whose side are you on? Severus demanded. Yours. She's a dumb cow, Nightshade said hastily. Severus bit back an amused smile. Thank you. Albus remained silent, digesting the news with a thoughtful frown on his face. I think I know why this has come to pass, Severus, and I am not concerned, he said aloud after a minute or two of silent eating. The style of food put Severus in mind of the German fare they'd had at Wolfgang's those times they'd dined at his manor during their meetings. Keep me up to date on events in Britain, of course, and we will work together to manage the situation from a distance. I believe this is a small setback that we can work around. Though Severus doubted that, Albus's words at least allowed him to relax enough to enjoy his meal. While they ate, they made light, pointless conversation. Afterward, Albus led Severus back up to Karkaroff's room. Neither spoke until the door was firmly shut behind them. How are we going to manage Potter with him MIA? Severus demanded. I believe I can locate him. I have sources. I am asking you to trust me on this, Severus. It isn't that I don't trust you with the information. You know I'd trust you with my life. Or the taking of it rather, Severus said acidly. It turned out he was still angry about that, he silently observed. Albus sighed. Don't start that again, Severus. What do you want me to do? Severus asked tightly. Regulus can't teach Potter without him being at Hogwarts. I am aware, and that is of course regretful. Harry shall just have to manage with what he's already learned from you. Then we're all dead, Severus said darkly. I wouldn't be so sure, Severus, Albus said, an amused twinkle in his eyes. Don't be so pessimistic. It will give you wrinkles. Severus glared. What I would like for you to do is to keep me closely informed on anything and everything that Voldemort is doing as well as anything newsworthy happening at Hogwarts in case it may relate, Albus said. I believe I can discover where Harry is and get him the help he needs from a distance. I believe I know what he is trying to do. How? Again I have my sources, Albus reminded gently. At this point, with your proximity to Voldemort even closer now that he is running Hogwarts and your headmaster, the less you know of the whereabouts of his killer the safer both you and Harry shall be. Chapter 68. When Mag returned to Hogwarts that evening she had a headache. It turned out Arisen had some very old magic books in his cave and he was allowing her to read and categorize them. They were old enough to require translation charms to read, and looking at the translated writing overlaying the original text for too long was a strain on the eyes. The books were fascinating chronicles of spellcrafting, alchemy and magical creatures, though, so she was going to absorb every word if it took the next 10 years. Today she'd read a third of a book on crafting weather spells, and her mind was toying with the idea of adapting them for other purposes. When Severus entered his bedchamber, he carried a plate of food for her. I didn't even have to have you another maid today. You got mine. I ate at Durmstrang and was too full to do it again, so I just pushed the food around a little and saved it for you. Thanks, Mag said, standing to kiss him as she eagerly took the plate. Any food you've pushed around for half an hour is surely more tasty than if it hadn't been graced by your presence. Severus snorted and she chuckled. She settled down at the desk to eat and he flopped into an armchair in the corner with a sigh. I hate everyone, he complained. So nothing new today, then, she asked with another smile. So excited was she about Arisen's cache of books that her mood was ecstatic and excitable. Oh, plenty of newness today, just nothing at all cheering, Severus said, ignoring her rare levity. Potter appears to be skipping school. How we're going to turn him into a decent wizard practically overnight without his being here is beyond me. Mag choked on a bite of potato. You're kidding. Green eyes wide with shock, she lowered her fork and turned in her chair to regard Severus. I kid once a year, and I think that happened last month when I said I was excited to know Sekhmet was coming for Christmas, Severus snarked dryly. Mag's lips twitched. Really, though. For how long? How long is he going to be MIA, and is he allowed to do that under Voldemort's new rule? Of course he isn't, but like his father he doesn't follow rules well if at all, Severus said acidly. He didn't care that breaking Voldemort's rules could, in some cases, be wise because he was Voldemort. He cared that Harry Potter was screwing up again, and as usual other people would pay for it. Did the prat care? Obviously not. He was too stupid and shallow to even conceive of what he was doing. He was selfish. He was careless, unwise, and if they were very unlucky, he would be the reason Voldemort won. He likely won't return because of that very fact. Because he is breaking what is currently ministry law by refusing to attend school. He sighed. At least we have Grindelwald if he gets killed. Mag nodded, giving a faint smile. I was just thinking that. What are you going to do? She asked, turning back to her food with admittedly less interest in it than she'd previously shown. Apparently nothing, Severus said darkly. When she turned to him with raised brows, he shrugged. I went to see Albus. That's why I dined at Durmstrang. He thinks this is only a minor setback. Mag's brows shot even higher. All right. I know Dumblefuck didn't want you knowing, but if you think it's an issue just remove this from your heads with the pensive, Nightshade said. Mag and Severus turned to regard him as one. He'd begun to eat Mag's chicken while she was ignoring it. He left Ron Fucktard Weasley something when he fake died, and he's able to use it to spy on him to see where they are and what they're doing. I think it's called a deluminator or some shit. It does something with light, and when they use it it will activate something he linked it to. Maybe his glasses, and he'll see what they're doing. I saw him thinking about it. All right, Severus said slowly, feeling marginally better. But how is seeing what he's doing going to make Potter functional when he has to fight Voldemort? Don't know that, Nightshade replied, mental tone implying that he couldn't be expected to know everything. Do you think he'll teach Harry? Mag asked dubiously. Perhaps, but if so, why not do that earlier instead of having me do it? Mag nodded. There is that. You're probably better at the mind magics than he is. Or there is shit in Dumblefuck's head he doesn't want Potter to see, Nightshade speculated. Like what? Mag asked. Leave me some of that chicken. I've nearly finished it. Leave me alone, Nightshade said, continuing to eat. The thing about speaking telepathically was that one could do so without pausing for a second in one's eating of other people's chicken. I'm guessing if Dumblefuck has figured out more about Voldemort or how he plans to manipulate Potter into somehow managing to kill him, he won't want Potter getting a glimpse of any of that, Nightshade explained. Mag and Severus both nodded. Makes sense, Mag said. So if that is the case he won't be teaching Potter, so we're back to the question of how does Dumbledore expect Potter to do what he is supposed to without the proper training? Indeed, Severus agreed, sighing. He wouldn't tell me what it was, but he indicated he had some sort of plan. He feels I am in a closer proximity to the Dark Lord now more than ever, and that telling me too much could put me at risk with him. He sighed. While that makes sense, not knowing has me on edge, he admitted. The thought of you being in closer proximity to Voldemort has me on edge, Mag said, the all too familiar worry for Severus tightening her stomach. I'll be careful, he assured. Glad to focus on someone else for the moment because stressing over the upcoming year was doing nothing productive. Standing, he reached for Mag and she entirely forgot about the piece of chicken that Nightshade had made himself a pig over. An hour later, they lay in bed, both far more relaxed. Would you do a rune reading for me? Severus asked sleepily. I want to know if Potter is going to defeat him, and if I will survive it. If my chances look bad, your rune casting can tell me if I can do anything to change it, yes." That question was harder to ask than he'd expected, and the asking made his concern grow rather than easing it as he'd hoped it would. Mag's answers would at least set him on a course of action, though, and that would help. Mag nodded against his shoulder. "Yes. Or they will tell us if there is nothing you can do to change it." She felt the worry settling in her stomach again at the very thought. She rose from the bed. Now was as good a time as any to ask the runes for the answers that would guide Severus to safety. Because she wasn't letting him die and leave her. She just wasn't. She'd join Voldemort's ranks and do anything necessary from the inside if it came to it. She'd use her bardic gift on the Dark Lord, or have Regulus turn her and Severus into vampires, or whatever it took. The point was, her inner strength was, that she was willing to do whatever it took. She noticed her breathing had picked up its pace as her anxiety rose. Her hands were shaking slightly as she reached for the velvet bag that held her runes. Severus sat up in bed and pensively watched as she settled down at the desk where she and Nightshade had previously eaten her dinner. She drew the red silk cloth out of the bag first that she used to cast the runes upon. Then she paused to take several deep steadying breaths. These, along with redirecting her focus, calmed and centered her mind. A reading could not be accurate, if the caster wasn't entirely focused on the question they were asking. She never looked at the runes as she drew each from the bag. Only when they were placed upon the cloth did she look to see which runes had come out and if they were upright or in reverse. "Yes," she said, glancing down at the runes that answered Severus's first question. "Potter will defeat him." Severus gave a laugh of relief. "Well, that's something. There is value in prophecy." He fell silent then so as not to disrupt her focus. Mag reached into the bag again, replacing the runes that had answered the first question, then stirring them all around with her hand before focusing on Severus's second question. The only sound in the room was of the rune stones gently clinking together as Mag mixed them all up then began to draw 3 out. Her breath caught as she forced her gaze down to read the cast for the answer to the question of Severus living through this. 1 rune was upright, 1 was in reverse and the one in the middle was sideways, indicating an undecided cast. "You must change something in order to survive this, but if you do, if we discover what must be changed, you will survive," she said. "Ask if my survival has to do with when I leave the final Voldemort-Potter showdown," Severus said after a moment of consideration. Mag cast the runes and studied them for a moment. "Yes. It does have to do with when you leave." She cast again, asking a question of her own, concerning the timing of the situation. Severus watched wordlessly as her head bent over the runes. "You have to leave midway through the unfolding of the Voldemort-Potter situation. When Potter and Voldemort are more directly interacting, you withdraw as soon as you are able," she clarified. She cast again, expression concentrated as Severus watched. "You will have trouble leaving without being pursued, so it would be better if you could cast some sort of illusion that would make it appear that you hadn't left at all." Severus appreciated the fact that she could come up with clarifying questions to improve his chances. This answer was going to be tricky to accomplish, though. "An illusion that the Dark Lord won't see through," he said, voice incredulous. "Yeah, that one's gonna be a bitch," Nightshade agreed. "Kinda like my feathers after going through a goddamn portkey twice in one day. I'm still working on fixing the fuckers," he complained, burrowing under his right wing with his beak. With a mental snarl of frustration, he angrily yanked an errant feather into place. Chapter 69. Over the next few weeks, Severus was in his own head a lot trying to sort out a way. Any way to leave when things got tricky between Voldemort and Potter without appearing to leave. At times he was hopeful that he could pull it off. He had a lot of powerful wizards in their little group supporting and backing him. Then there were those other times when he felt nearly defeated by the very idea, which was depressing. It seemed nearly an impossible requirement to survive, though. Voldemort was no fool. He may be insane but he wasn't stupid, and he was just paranoid enough so no sort of illusion of Severus's presence when he was actually far away would ever fool him. "I bet Grindelfuck would have an idea. You should try brainstorming with him about it at least," Nightshade said, after the 3rd week of watching the wheels in Severus's head go round and round. That simple statement from Nightshade made it all click. "That's it. Nightshade, you're a bloody genius." They were in Albus's office alone after school. It was that time between end of classes for the day and dinner when Severus didn't have much to do but think. Though the headmaster's office was technically his now, he still thought of it as Albus's. He had to admit that the stress of the entire thing had hampered his own thinking over the entire matter and caused him to complicate things far too much. Apparently the idea of potentially dying far too young could do that to even him. Grindelwald pretended to be Graves and did it so well he pulled the wool over the eyes of the entire American ministry. Or MACUSA or whatever it's called. He's the one to help me sort this if anyone can. Yeah, probably, Prof. But also consider the fact that pulling the wool over the eyes of any dumbass ministry really isn't that big of a feat, Nightshade pointed out. True, but still, Severus replied. When he comes to work with Zabini this weekend I'm going to bring it up. As Grindelwald and Zabini did excel in crafting useful and unusual enchanted items, Severus was allowing them to meet every other weekend to continue to do so. Over the summer they'd provided everyone with an emergency safe hideout as well as wearable portkeys to use to get there. They'd also constructed and provided their little group with talismans to unravel magic in the wearer's near vicinity. That had eased Severus's mind somewhat when it came to Voldemort killing him. It was his hope that the amulet would unravel any death curse before it struck him. Any comfort provided by the amulet had plummeted with Mag's rune reading, though. There were plenty of ways Voldemort could kill him without using magic, after all. Why he would do so was another disturbing matter that Severus couldn't afford to allow himself to ponder for too long. This didn't serve to negate the admittedly impressive skills and accomplishments of blaisegellert, though. They'd done plenty to make themselves indispensable. They'd also crafted animated scrying mirrors that were linked to specific parts of Hogwarts so that those professors who possessed one could more closely monitor the school. Severus had two, Filius had one and Minerva had one. Mainly because Albus trusted her and it was easier to allow her into the loop than to deal with the headache of keeping her out as he may like. Blaisegellert promised to work hard on crafting more useful items to help out in the school if they were allowed to see one another during Blaze's last year. The relationship was odd and a bit obsessive to Severus's mind, but with Albus gone. Knowing that someone like Gellert Grindelwald was around at least sometimes in case things got out of hand, made him feel better. Being responsible for the entire school was precisely as stressful as he'd expected it to be, considering Voldemort was in charge of everything now. It always felt as if things could quickly go very badly south on an instant's notice, so taking comfort in the fact that Zabini could call in Grindelwald if necessary gave Severus no shame whatsoever. In the end, when it came down to it, it was about keeping the students safe, and he never claimed to believe he could do that alone. For this reason, and for the sake of the continued valuable enchantments, Severus allowed Grindelwald and Zabini to hide out every other weekend in an unused staff room beside Filius's. Aware of the situation, the Charms Master had crafted wards of silencing around the room so no one would hear that anyone was inside. The Zabini house elf apparated them in and out, and Blaise pretended to be spending some of his weekends in Hogsmeade doing nefarious activities. Considering the carefully crafted Zabini family reputation, that wasn't difficult to believe. It was every other weekend, because Severus wouldn't allow him to meet more than that. It was too risky and he wanted to keep Grindelwald as an undiscovered ace in the hole while the world believed he rotted away in Nurmengard. He'll be here in a week and a half, and I'll bring it up as soon as he arrives, Severus said. Good, Nightshade replied. I know we'll all feel better when this shit is settled. Severus nodded his silent agreement, then with a discontented sigh, turned his attention to the pile of reports on his desk, or as Nightshade, in his usual colorful and apt way described them, bitch notes. Bitch notes consisted of professors complaining about students or policies or both, and write-ups of students' misdeeds, punishments and so on. There certainly aren't bigger things going on in the world right now. Severus grumbled sarcastically under his breath and Nightshade made that rough sound in the back of his throat that passed for his version of laughter. For fucking real. As it happened, Severus saw Wolfgang Adler before Grindelwald, so he ended up speaking to him on the matter first. The day after Severus's conversation with Nightshade about brainstorming with Grindelwald, Adler wrote requesting to borrow one of Severus's extremely rare alchemy texts. Not wanting to risk any rare book being accidentally damaged in mail transport, Severus delivered it in person. When he arrived, Wolfgang thanked him graciously for the lending of the book, then politely asked how the year at Hogwarts was going thus far. Severus shrugged. As annoyingly as can be expected. My main concern at this point is myself, though. He told Wolfgang of Mag's reading and of his idea to turn to Grindelwald for advice on the matter when next he came to Hogwarts to work with Zabini. If you have any suggestions, though, I'm open, of course, he added. Considering the gravity of the situation, he was ready for suggestions from everyone whose opinion he valued. Adler looked thoughtful. So you are going to have Grindelwald transfigure someone else into you in order to take your place. Is that the plan? Severus shrugged. I was hoping Grindelwald could suggest something more subtle. Or more complex as long as it escapes Voldemort's notice. Perhaps even transfiguring some object into a semblance of me if I can program it to do certain things. Adler chuckled, arching brows incredulously. Like a Muggle robot, you mean? Severus blushed, realizing how stupid it sounded. I just didn't want to involve anyone else. The more complications, the higher the risk. Wolfgang nodded. I understand that, but getting too fancy at this point may be something we don't have time for even if it is possible. I think you should stick to what worked for Grindelwald. One person taking the place of another. Because it worked. Severus nodded. It sounded reasonable and as sane as anything else that had happened this year for all that. Why don't you sit down and have some tea with me? Wolfgang said. Something in the half-giant's tone served to comfort Severus when he hadn't even realized he needed it. We'll start working out a plan to get this substitution in motion. All right, Severus said, feeling his shoulders relaxing. Something was finally getting done. Thank you. Wolfgang smiled. It's what I'm supposed to do. He led Severus toward the library. Though Adler was around 10 years younger than Severus, he trusted the half-giant's capabilities on matters like this. He'd managed to kill many of Voldemort's followers without being discovered by the Ministry or Voldemort himself. He had an obvious instinct for working around dangerous situations and Severus was glad to have him at his back along with Grindelwald. The thing that perhaps vexed Severus the most about this entire situation was that were he not the one in the hot seat, he'd have several ideas of how to pull off such a coup. Due to his unexpected relationship with Mag, and his closeness to Nightshade, the fear of new loss had hampered his ability to push his emotions down or better yet simply not to have any. This, in turn, hampered his thinking, and he didn't like that one bit. Emotions clouded judgment, and got in the way, and right now he really couldn't afford to fall prey to that again. As these self-deprecating thoughts raced through Severus's mind, Wolfgang spoke to his kobold about bringing tea into the library. The little blue creature was fast, because in less than a minute, a pot of tea along with a tray of sandwiches and small cakes rested on Wolfgang's desk. When the tea was poured, the kobold silently left the room. It occurred to Severus then that Bulstrode was nowhere in sight. Perhaps she'd noticed his mood and kindly decided not to add to it. He doubted this, but the thought was pleasing. Likely Bulstrode was simply off bullying someone or stealing Muggle money. Which suited him fine as long as it was done far away from him. I am thinking the best way to manage this is to transfigure another Death Eater into you, Wolfgang said, taking a sandwich and jovially gesturing for Severus to do the same. He will already have a dark mark and as that is how Voldemort identifies his followers, it will help. We will still most definitely require Grindelwald's help on this, though, and likely the help of others besides. Unlike Gellert with Graves, this Death Eater won't be trying to learn everything there is to know about you. He won't be trying to be the best you that he can be, because he obviously won't be willing. The Imperious Curse only goes so far, not to mention a basic Imperious Curse would be easily visible to the likes of Voldemort, so we're going to need to take this to a far deeper level. Severus felt himself thrilling at the thought. Deep complex magics were, as Nightshade would say, one of his things. They made him feel alive, and in his element. Thinking of complex magics helped him to put his emotions, if not entirely away, at least on a very high and difficult-to-reach shelf. When it comes to a suggestion that reaches deeper into the mind than the Imperious Curse, I think Regulus Black can help, Severus said. Vampires can read and affect the minds of mortals on a deeper level that does not depend on magic, at least not the traditional sort that wizards can see. Wolfgang smiled. Good. There's at least step 1 and 2 taken care of. Only about 15 more to go. Don't worry, though. We'll manage. Severus nodded, reaching for another sandwich. For the first time this year, he believed that things may just end up all right for him after all. Give me a few days to think on this and we'll meet again on the matter, Wolfgang said. Until then, we still have to finish these sandwiches. He grinned and Severus found himself smiling back. Eating with the interesting half-giant certainly beat looking at the Carrows while trying to digest his food. Chapter 70. When Severus returned to Hogwarts, Phileas was waiting with Mag in the private chambers of the headmaster. Even though he was now the headmaster, Severus felt it was, in truth, a sham. As such, he still considered the rooms in which he now lived the headmaster's private chambers rather than his own. It wasn't intentional, it was just how it was. When you weren't at dinner, I was worried, Phileas said, a strained expression on his face. The Carrows were present, so I assumed you weren't at one of his meetings, Phileas concluded, obviously speaking of Voldemort. Mag's expression was pensive as well as she stood to embrace Severus. When Phileas came in all worried, I got worried as well. It's contagious, she said, giving him a strained smile that Phileas echoed. Though both were glad to see he'd returned safely, neither would be relaxed until they knew all was well. Well, it was a meeting, but not of the sort you're thinking, Severus said, giving a reassuring smile. I went to see Wolfgang about your reading, he said, looking at Mag. Which reading? Phileas asked, and Mag briefly filled him in. As she spoke, she poured Severus some tea, because she and Phileas were having tea while they waited. What did Wolfgang say? She asked, when her explanation to Phileas was complete. Both Mag and Phileas looked at Severus expectantly while he took a sip of tea, allowing himself a moment to collect his thoughts. He feels I was on the proper track to consider speaking to Grindelwald on the matter. He believes we will require his help. He feels Grindelwald's method of switching one person for another worked so well that we should use the same method now, difficult and unlikely as it sounds considering how hard Voldemort is to fool. When both nodded without speaking, he continued. The clear problem is that whoever takes my place won't be willing to do so for obvious reasons. While we're still working out the details. I did bring up the fact that vampires can affect the mind on a far deeper level without leaving the same magical traces that an imperious curse does. The obvious vampire to turn to for help in this matter is Regulus Black. He has returned very eager to help in order to assuage his guilt, I suppose, so we may as well make use of it. I plan to go and speak with him this evening if you'd like to come along, he told Mag. There's no time like the present to begin setting things in motion for my survival, after all. Agreed, Mag said quickly. I'm ready when you are. Where is he staying now? Phileas asked. At the home of one of Albus's friends. He promised to find him somewhere to go for the time being if Regulus didn't force Harry from his home yet. Phileas nodded. Well, do let me know how it goes, and of course if there is anything I can do to help, Severus. This is all very distressing. Severus gave a dry smile. You don't say. Considering it was about his possible death, or at least avoiding it, he quite concurred. Mag stood to collect the invisibility cloak she'd borrowed from Wolfgang from where it was stored in the wardrobe. He had a few and he lent her one so she could move about Hogwarts to be with Severus in the evening without the Carrows or even the likes of Draco Malfoy and his goons seeing her. Severus and Phileas watched her vanish, indicating she'd donned it and was ready to go. The wardrobe door shut seemingly by itself and Severus stood, Nightshade jumping from the back of the chair to his shoulder with one flap of large white wings. The owl had been strangely silent, making Severus wonder if he was worried. If so, that was mildly depressing and made Severus wonder if he was being too hasty to relax even a little on the matter now that he was taking affirmative action. It's cool, Prof. Sure, I'm worried, but I mainly didn't want to say shit in front of Adler or Flitwick. You're under enough stress without having to try not to react to my awesome comments. See? Like that right there. You're having to try not to smile. And considering the shit you're having to sling right now, that's not really right of me. Severus was oddly touched, because the owl rarely kept his thoughts to himself for any reason. Still, some of it had to be motivated by self-interest. Neither Phileas nor Wolfgang were aware of Nightshade's extra abilities. The owl was so paranoid that if too many people knew, he'd somehow end up in a fucking lab, that he didn't even want most of the wizards in their trusted circle to know. It wasn't that he didn't find people like Flitwick and Adler to be trustworthy. It was more that he feared if too many people knew, others who weren't so trustworthy would eventually end up finding out. Out of respect for his wishes, Mag and Severus kept his secret from anyone he didn't want knowing it. Severus and Mag walked together out of Hogwarts and off the grounds. At the edge of the forest, Severus took her hand and side-apparated her along with him to the home of Elphias Doge. Nightshade remained visible on the shoulder of Severus's sweeping black robe, as there was no reason to hide from anyone inside that he had an owl. When Doge opened the door, his face showed immediate concern. If there weren't so many other things to be depressed over, the fact that anyone seeing him these days looked concerned would be depressing. Obviously, an unexpected visit from him could mean poor tidings. Albus is fine, Severus said, thinking to get the reassurances over at once and hopefully do away with the older man's depressingly concerned look. Doge was Albus Dumbledore's oldest friend, so of course he was let into the loop that when it appeared Albus was dead, it wouldn't be true. Albus knew he couldn't risk letting everyone in on the secret, but he wasn't able to allow his best and oldest friend to needlessly grieve him, which Severus understood. Oh good, Doge said, openly relieved. What can I do for you, then, Mr. Snape? I also brought a friend, Severus said. Doge smiled at Nightshade. Ah yes. A very fine owl you have there. Then he started as Mag allowed the invisibility cloak to drop. Oh well then. And a good evening to you as well, Miss Snape, Mag supplied, and Severus had to struggle to keep his brows from shooting up. Well, both of you come in. I even have a treat for Mr. Owl. Cool, but it better not be one of those cheap-ass nasty ones, Nightshade warned. If it is, I will shit on his floor, I'm telling you right now. Tarred baby owls may eat anything, but this one right here has refined taste, I'll have you know. I am aware, Severus replied with a slight smile. I'm sure the owl would be grateful, he told Doge. We came to see Regulus. Is he in? As a matter of fact, he just returned from hunting his evening meal, Doge replied, obviously uncomfortable with what or rather who vampires had to eat in order to survive. Come into the parlor and I shall tell him that he has guests. Severus thanked him and they followed Doge into a lavish parlor full of bookcases and heavy earth-toned velvet-covered furniture that actually looked quite comfortable and inviting. That or Severus was just extremely stressed out and open to drawing comfort even from a bloody sofa. Funny, Nightshade said, giving a mental snicker. Good one, Prof. Mag and Severus settled themselves onto a long and extremely soft velvet sofa to wait. Nightshade left Severus's shoulder to perch on the back of the sofa. Here is my shit spot if I don't appreciate the quality of my owl treat, he announced, and Mag laughed. That's disgusting, she thought to the owl. Thank you, Nightshade said, spreading his wings to preen as if he'd just been highly complimented. Mag sighed and shook her head. Less than 5 minutes later, Regulus entered with an openly fawning creature at his side. The youthful-looking vampire's face lit with pleasure upon seeing who had come to pay him a visit. It's so good to see you, Severus. And you as well, Mag. I always liked your parents very much. And I look forward to getting to know the girl who managed to snag Severus's heart. Or hell, discover that he even had one. Because frankly the rest of us weren't so sure. Mag smiled in pleasure, obviously taking to Regulus at once. She tended to warm to anyone who was pleased that she and Severus were together. He's surprised that you wanted to see him, Nightshade shared. Poor bastard doesn't think many people like him these days. Interesting, Severus replied. We were friendly in school, but his clear obsession with Voldemort always made us careful even if we did like him for his mind and wit. We, Nightshade asked, curious. Me, Heather and Raislin. We were all in the same house, and those of us who loved books as much as the four of us did, tended to be aware of one another. Chapter 71. Oh, and Elphias sent this for your owl, Regulus said, producing a small paper packet from his pocket which he presented to Severus. Yummy. Or at least it better be. Hurry up, Prof, and open it. Severus was already doing so ignored the owl. Once the paper was torn open, he presented the open package to Nightshade, who snatched a wedge of what appeared to be dried meat from the wrapping. This is good shit. It's dried. Mouse maybe. Or perhaps sparrow. Hard to tell with all the seasoning. Either way, real good shit. It seems he approves, Severus told Regulus. If we don't see him before we leave, please thank Mr. Doge for us. Regulus smiled. Sure. He settled himself in a wide armchair that matched the sofa on which Mag and Severus sat. Creature crammed himself in beside Regulus, and the vampire slipped an arm around the elf's shoulders as if they were about to cuddle up together with a good book. Good if he liked horror novels, considering the conversation they were about to have, Severus thought dryly. I came to speak with you on a matter of grave import, Severus began, and Regulus turned intrigued blue eyes to him, giving a slight nod. I need help. Surviving this thing with Voldemort. Oddly enough, admitting this didn't feel as uncomfortable as he might have thought. It was likely due to the fact he was admitting it to friends, or at least people he didn't dislike. Saying as much to Potter would have been torture dredged from the depths of the ninth hell. Or whatever the worst hell happened to be. Was there even a hell? Was that his thought or Nightshade's? Oddly enough, at times he was unable to tell if the thought was something either of them could have. Mag does very accurate rune readings, Severus began his explanation. She actually learned from the Bloody Baron himself, he added, unable to keep the pride from his voice. Mag smiled, green eyes shining with pleasure, though she obviously struggled for modesty as she dropped her gaze shyly. Really? Regulus said, impressed. Were you the star of divination's class? Oh no, Mag shook her head. I don't ever see anything in crystal balls or tea leaves. How did the Baron know you had an ability? Regulus wanted to know. She shrugged slender shoulders. Through our conversations, I guess. It's about patterns. Reading the runes and life itself. History repeats, and so the past is, in a way, also the future with various alterations that can be made. I like that, Regulus said. Well said, and it makes sense. Also, you having conversations with the Baron is rather impressive. He never struck me as the talkative sort. She's special, Severus said, and Regulus nodded. I see that. No more special than either of you, Mag insisted, meaning it. But of course, Regulus nodded, grinning boyishly at her. It's just that most people can't keep up, so we're in good company. Yes, even though the Baron never sought us out for conversation, Severus said with a dry smile. I started talking to him first, Mag admitted. I tended to enjoy talking to the Slytherin ghost more than most students at Hogwarts. Like Severus, I am not the most social, at least when it comes to ordinary conversation, she explained with a slight smile. Regulus nodded in understanding. I can relate to that. Creature was always my best friend, even during my school days. He's far more interesting and wise and insightful than anyone else I know. The elf straightened, round blue eyes shining with pleasure though his expression remained grave. Severus noticed that he looked far less tired and worn down, which caused him to appear far younger. Perhaps the age he'd worn like a heavy cloak was more due to depression and perhaps self-imposed malnourishment than actual years. Rather than the old dirty rags he'd once worn, the elf now wore a long black tunic with some sort of archaic-looking symbols stitched along the bottom hem. At any rate, Severus continued, her latest reading on the matter of my situation with the Dark Lord, Voldemort, says that I will not survive it unless I can leave halfway through his encounter with Potter. If I leave openly, he will hunt me down, so I have to appear not to have left. Regulus frowned, and Severus nodded. Exactly. That sounds impossible, considering the skill of who I'd be fooling. He filled Regulus in on the conversation he'd had with Wolfgang. If we use a Death Eater so that the Dark Mark will be there in case Voldemort uses it to summon his followers while I am not present. Of course said Death Eater will not be willing. If we use the Imperious Curse, Voldemort could detect it. The only deeper form of compulsion of which I am aware is vampiric. So you want me to help? Regulus asked. Severus nodded. I would appreciate it. Regulus smiled. You can count on me. You are both aware that vampires need blood to survive. I make my meals from those people I feel deserve to die. Murderers, rapists, general abusers, drug dealers. And when I can find them, Death Eaters as well. As you can see, I have no qualms if you're using a Death Eater to keep yourself alive. Severus nodded. Thank you, Regulus. It's the least I can do, considering, Regulus said with an uncomfortable shrug and briefly shame-filled expression. When are we doing this? No time soon. Severus replied. Several months from now. We still have a lot of preparations to make and issues to sort. I'll be back in touch about it as soon as we've organized it a bit better. We'll be working with Grindelwald as well, considering he successfully switched places with someone. Regulus chuckled. Twice, actually, if you consider how he just escaped from Nurmengard. Severus nodded. Indeed. So, Mag, Regulus asked, leaning slightly forward in interest. What else do you excel at other than runes? Are you a potions mistress? Mag dropped her gaze, giving a slight smile as she shook her head. I'm all right at potions, but nowhere close to Severus's ability. She told him of her skill with enhancing stones and how she made wands twice the strength of wooden ones from quartz crystal. Brilliant, Regulus said appreciatively. May I pay you to design one for me? Sure. If you need one quickly, I will just make a standard all-purpose clear quartz wand, but if you can wait a few weeks, I could personalize it to you a bit more. Once I get a feel for a person, I also can get concepts of the sort of wand that would serve them best. Severus reached into the holster pocket he'd added onto the sleeve of his robe and drew out the wand Mag had made for him. This one, for example, is clear quartz and black obsidian with the red oval there in the center being garnet, he said. Black obsidian is protective and grounding as well as providing one with a method to connect to their own intuition and inner knowledge. Clear quartz energizes and amplifies not only our magic but any other stones on the wand with it. Garnet cleanses and strengthens us and our energy field, and promotes courage and motivation. You certainly know your stone lore, Regulus said, impressed. Severus gave a slight shrug, shaking his head. I learned all that from Mag. I'm only repeating what she told me. And so well done, Mag confirmed with a pleased smile, open fondness for him in her green eyes. Well, I shall wait then and see what sort of wand you come up with for me, Regulus said. I'm interested to discover which stones you feel would serve me best. Should I pay you now? Wait until I know what stones I'd like to use, then I'll have an exact price, Mag said, and he nodded. Whenever you're ready, you know where I am. What else do you enjoy? Regulus asked. Aside from rune reading and stone lore and wand making, that is. Severus chuckled. Indeed, Severus said dryly. I feel as if I need more accomplishments to keep up. Mag shook her head, giving Severus a mock frown of disapproval. Hardly. You are a brilliant spellcrafter, and I've never crafted any spells. That's some impressive complex work. Regulus held up slender hands in feigned surrender. Stop. Both of you. You're making me feel horribly underaccomplished. I've not pursued much for the entire time I've been away. In part due to living among muggles and not wanting to draw attention to myself from any ministry by using magic, but also because I suppose the interest wasn't there. He sighed. I suppose I've been too depressed to bother with much of anything, he admitted, glancing away toward the corner of the room, an expression of embarrassed discomfort on his youthful features. Join the club, but that doesn't mean you can't still do things, Severus said with a frown. I do sing and play the guitar a bit if that counts at all, Regulus said with a slight shrug. It's something I picked up for lack of anything better to do. I got a book on how to play the guitar and studied it until I understood the basics, then just practiced until I was decent. Brilliant, Mag enthused. My grandparents taught me to play the fiddle. We'll have to jam together some day. They're bards, Severus bragged. She inherited it from him even though it skipped her mum. Really? An eager light came into Regulus's eyes. That's some impressive stuff. Want to jam right now? My guitar is upstairs. I'd wait if you want to go get your fiddle. Mag smiled. Sure. I'll just apparate home and grab it. Won't take me 3 minutes. This ought to be interesting, Prof, Nightshade said. Hopefully it won't suck, though. And if you ask me what suck means, I swear to gods. Nightshade warned. The context was clear, Severus responded dryly. Mag walked outside to apparate home while Regulus hurried upstairs with Creature following as if the vampire couldn't function without him. Soon they were both back, instrument cases in hand. Severus perused the books on a small corner shelf while Mag and Regulus talked music. Eventually Regulus moved to the heavy oak desk on the far side of the room, and sat down to write out some chords. When he was finished, he handed the sheet of parchment to Mag who looked it over and nodded. I think I've got it, she said, and the two began to play. Nightshade had called it, because it did suck. It sucked in ways neither Potion's master nor Owl could have ever imagined. It had its own special place of honor in Suckville, although for reasons one would not expect. Chapter 72 Severus and Nightshade sat listening to Mag and Regulus play together, combining their talents. Regulus's guitar kept a rhythm while Mag's fiddle played a high lead. When Regulus began to sing, his voice was light and husky, not unpleasant in itself. Though the words he sang were relatively depressing, the feeling he put into them had Severus itching to curl into a ball of misery. Everything, as Nightshade would say, suddenly sucked. Everything was futile, and miserable. What the fuck? Nightshade demanded. When Severus failed to reply, the owl clarified. What the fuck is he doing? Regulus sang of being a fallen angel, down on his knees in the depths of hell and begging God to have mercy on him for all he'd done. I suppose the Blacks have a bardic gift somewhere in their ancestry that Regulus seems to have discovered, Severus speculated. Hopefully it will be over soon. It fucking better be, Nightshade said sincerely. But no. It wasn't over quickly enough. Mag's fiddle screamed and cried as she seemed to make the strings writhe in agony as if the bow in her hand was torturing them. It was fitting, though, because it matched the obvious agony in Regulus's soul that currently poured out of his mouth. At one miserable point, Regulus and Mag combined their efforts in the song's bridge, a wordless if quite melodic wail of misery. Regulus carried the lower notes and Mag's far higher ones were like broken glass, shards of soul-wrenching pain that wove through and complemented his. When at last the final notes faded and the two lowered their instruments, Severus let out an unabashed sigh of relief before echoing his owl. What the hell was that? He demanded. What? Mag turned to him with a look of surprise. It was great. I never thought it would be so invigorating to play with another bard. The power was more than doubled. That's amazing. I hardly think I'm a bard. But thank you, Regulus told Mag with a slightly embarrassed smile. Oh yes you are. Mag and Severus spoke the words simultaneously, though in quite different tones. Mag's was adamant and Severus's was horrified. As you are aware, bards cause people to feel things, and you had me wanting to curl up into a ball on the bloody floor and give up on life, Severus said darkly. Please don't ever do that again. Oh but you must, Mag insisted. It wasn't that bad, Severus. You're fine. As a bard yourself, you are obviously unaffected, Severus told Mag with a scowl. Yeah, fuck you, Mags, Nightshade chimed in. It's a gift, Regulus, Mag told him. Use it. All right, Regulus said. a smile ghosting over his face. What did you think, Creature? He asked, turning to the elf at his side. Severus hoped Creature would beg the man never to sing again, but the elf merely smiled. Everything Master Regulus does is wonderful. Thank you, Regulus said, giving Creature a devoted smile as he returned his guitar to its case. Severus let out a sigh of relief, thankful that the torture was over at least for tonight. So is the Dark Lord angry that you are no longer able to report on Potter's whereabouts? Regulus asked Severus. Severus shrugged. Not at me. He knows I have no control over what the boy does. I always told him the truth about Potter as often as I could. I figure if they had their confrontation sooner than expected, the prophecy should still play out. There wasn't a date on the bloody thing, and Voldemort's continued trust is key to my survival. Mag frowned, giving her head a slight shake of negation. I'm not so certain of that. That last rune reading indicated that he may strike out at you for an unrelated reason entirely, but it wasn't clear. Something about possessions, odd as that sounds. She sighed, shrugging slender shoulders. That's why I didn't mention it at the time. The concept was so vague I knew it wouldn't be very helpful for now. Rune readings are like that, she added, directing that last bit to Regulus. They're very clear on some points and quite vague on others. Of course later when the events come to pass about which they are vague, it's quite clear. You look back at the reading and it suddenly makes total sense, but not so much until then. At least I'm usually fortunate enough to have clearer answers, especially when it comes to Severus's situation. Reaching for her hand, Severus gave it a squeeze, knowing how much she worried over him and also knowing that it was his fault for the stupid impulsive anger-filled choices of his youth. It will be all right. We'll all do what it takes to keep Severus safe, Regulus assured. You should see him now, Severus said, turning to the vampire. The Dark Lord that is. He's practically half transfigured himself into a snake. I'm not truly surprised, considering his affinity, Regulus said. Then with a chuckle he added, I'd also not be surprised if he was shagging the thing. Severus choked. Gods. Regulus laughed. Well, I wouldn't. They sat chatting for several hours. The time passed swiftly, and Severus found himself enjoying the conversation. Though Regulus was far more subdued than he remembered, he was still interesting and at times even amusing. When at last he and Mag rose to go, the vampire made him promise to visit again soon. Back at the school, Severus looked over reports while Mag read a tome of old alchemy. Soon they were both yawning and ready for bed. Severus couldn't be certain that it was due to Regulus's blasted song, but he had horrid nightmares all night. His sleep was restless and he tossed and turned after each dream before falling into another that was equally as bad. In the first, Hagrid was a Death Eater. He suddenly had cold glittering red eyes similar to Voldemort and promised to tell the Dark Lord that Severus had saved Albus's life. A thing that Hagrid, in truth, should not even be aware of due to the fact the fool couldn't keep his mouth shut. In actuality, Hagrid, like most everyone else, believed Albus Dumbledore to be dead. In the next nightmare, it was Phileas who was the secret Death Eater, and the little man cackled gleefully as he tortured Severus, claiming to have taught the Lestranges everything they knew about the art. In the final dream, Severus had to watch Voldemort killing Raistlin, Heather and Mag. After that he was nearly grateful when the alarm clock signaled the start of another shitty day. At breakfast, he was unable to keep from shooting Phileas a dark glare. What's the matter with you? Phileas huffed and Severus dropped his gaze apologetically to his plate and thus to a grumpy sleepy Nightshade who devoured his sausage in 2 bites. Just unpleasant dreams, Severus murmured. You were torturing me. Phileas's brow shot up. Really? Why? Severus laughed. Phileas's presence was what made it all bearable this year. As the Carrows weren't morning or breakfast people, and as such not present, Severus told Phileas of his nightmares in a low undertone. The stress is just getting to you, Phileas said sympathetically, patting Severus's arm. You should start making yourself potions of dreamless sleep. Without good sleep, as you well know, one's reflexes and judgment can be impaired, and you can't afford to lose either of those at present. Severus nodded. I know, and that's actually an excellent idea. I'll do that, he promised. At least that potion wasn't difficult to make and it could be brewed in less than an hour. Chapter 73. Perhaps it was due to the night full of nightmares, but the rest of Severus's day was, as Nightshade would say, ultra shitty. Everyone seemed to seek to set him off. Didn't the little prats and the stupid staff members realize that his patience was shorter than a Cornish pixie? Students rebelling against anything they didn't like at the school made him want to shake them. Didn't the little prats realize there were far better things to concern themselves over right now? More productive things to which they could redirect their energy, such as keeping themselves safe and bloody unnoticed by any of Voldemort's ilk. Obviously they didn't consider any of that, though, because they were stupid, overly emotional and impulsive. They all expected the world to be a safe place they would enjoy rather than learning to do their part to make it that way. It made him wonder why he bothered to help them. Because Albus would want it, he tiredly reminded himself. Gods, though, he hated being here on days like this even more than usual. By the time Mag arrived in the late evening, his mood was quite foul. It brightened, though, when she presented him with a very old potions book. The spine was woven and he could see that without a preservative spell it would have fallen apart in his hands. Reese said you could borrow it, she said. When he blinked in stunned wordless surprise, she chuckled. After I begged, she clarified. He doesn't like anyone to borrow his things, and as you two refuse to get along, he wasn't eager to lend to you specifically, but I can be very persuasive. Yes you can, he agreed. Drawing her into his arms and kissing her soundly just to show how persuasive she could be. I was entirely unable to resist you, after all. I'm fortunate, she said, smiling and snuggling closer as she wound her arms around his neck. All the girls want you, after all, so I could have plenty of competition. She can't really be serious, Severus thought incredulously to Nightshade, who sat idly preening on the back of Severus's office chair. Everyone knows I hate everyone and they hate me. Yeah, that's true, Prof, but she sorta does think every female probably is hot for you, Nightshade replied, amused. As Severus began to eagerly work a translation charm on the ancient tome that actually seemed to be written in some sort of Sumerian script, Mag sat down at the desk to eat the plate of dinner he'd brought up for her. Idly he wondered if Arisen had eaten the wizard to whom this book had once belonged. Dragons did live for ages, so he was probably around back then. How long do you think Doge will allow Regulus and Creature to stay with him? Mag asked after some time. He didn't seem to mind them being there, so probably for as long as they need. I should think Regulus will want his own place, though, so I doubt they shall be there too long. The topic caused Severus to recall something he wanted to mention to Mag last night, but he'd forgotten by the time they got back to Hogwarts. Probably because she and Regulus had flattened his soul just a little with their depressing singing, he thought dryly. You used Snape as your last name when introducing yourself to Doge last night. And while I don't mind, I hope you understand that we really can't risk getting married right now. It just isn't safe and I won't risk drawing his attention to you, he said firmly. Mag frowned. I realize that. It just seemed faster to explain our relationship more succinctly to a stranger that we're sure won't be dealing with Voldemort. We're going to be married after all and... She shrugged. I don't know, it just felt right. Severus smiled, oddly flattered. That's nice. And I'm fine with that just as long as you know, that sort of thing won't happen under any circumstances until he's dead. Of course, she agreed readily. When she was finished with her food, Severus placed the book onto his desk and gave her his full attention. They soon retired to the bedchamber where Severus realized what a pleasant distraction pleasures of the flesh could be when one had had a very shitty day. The next day was only mildly better, but at least there were no nightmares during the night. That weekend Grindelwald came to visit Zabini and then again 2 weekends later as he was scheduled to do. Having another strong wizard present, on whose power he could draw if trouble started, was mildly comforting at those times. Fortunately the two were wise enough to behave and keep themselves unnoticed by anyone just as they'd promised to do. Over the course of the visits, they managed to make Severus a glass to use for eavesdropping on the Carrows. Rather than a scrying plate, it was a literal glass that he held up to his ear. Rarely did they say anything of use or interest, and listening to their stupid drivel was frequently mind-numbing. Eventually he began to bribe Nightshade with turkey to do it. Of course Mag complained that he would get fat, and as a result made him fly more to keep in shape. This put the owl in a bit of a vicious mood, but Severus wasn't overly sympathetic. As he pointed out to Nightshade, in clear terms the owl was sure to understand, things just sucked for everyone at the moment. When Halloween approached, Severus worried something dreadful would happen at the feast, simply because it usually did. Mag shook her head in dismissal when he said as much to her one night while she was eating her dinner at his desk. Potter isn't here, so it's likely to be fine, she said. All the trouble we've ever had here has been because he wants bloody Potter. Once again I will say that Cedric Kidd would be alive right now if your precious Dumbledore had simply gotten wizards to homeschool Potter. He could have housed him anywhere and arranged that. Hell, I'm sure Doge would have taken one for the team and no one would ever be able to guess where Potter was. Or that he even still lived for that matter. He could have been a surprise ace in the hole against Voldemort had better arrangements simply been made. Severus couldn't really say anything against that line of reasoning. If nothing happens this year, I shall be grateful, he said instead. I need a break. Enjoying the feast will be somewhat of a nice interlude because it's always been my favorite Hogwarts event. Mag smiled. Mine as well. It's a pity I can't join you, but I understand the risk so I won't. I'll bring you lots of treats from the feast, though, he promised. Are you going to dress up? She asked. No. I considered going as Merlin, but it just doesn't feel right. I will save that costume for happier years. I'm letting Grindelwald dress up and slip in, though. He's promised to wear something that won't even show his face. Just in case anything does happen, having him present will ease my mind. Phileas and I are the only truly stronger than average wizards here now with Albus gone. As it turned out, Grindelwald dressed as a Letterfold, so he kept his word to have his face completely hidden. All of him was hidden in fact, so it was easy for him to pass as a random student. Zabini dressed as a Runespore and won the Halloween costume contest, because the look was rather brilliant. He wore a cloak made of the Runespore's hide including all 3 heads, and it was quite real. Mag was correct and the night passed uneventfully to Severus's extreme relief. Potter being gone did the trick. Chapter 74. The few Death Eater meetings that the Dark Lord held between Halloween and the Christmas break were unsettling for Severus. Voldemort was growing increasingly more obsessed over finding Potter. This in itself, he could understand. But it was the obviously unstable way he behaved on the matter that disturbed Severus. It made him less predictable and worse less manageable. Severus's tried and true calm reassurances weren't doing their usual job. Worse, Voldemort seemed to mistrust even his closest for no apparent reason, another unpleasant sign of the man's mental unraveling. His lashing out at even the Lestranges made him more dangerous to his own loyal followers in a way that only Regulus and Kreacher had seen as obvious in previous years. Too many Horcruxes making too many problems, and not enough soul to go round, Severus complained to Magritte after he and Nightshade returned from an evening Death Eater meeting at Malfoy Manor in mid-November. Amethyst wouldn't even be able to stabilize that mind anymore, Mag said, referring to the most powerful gemstone for healing mental issues. The fucking Amethyst would run, Nightshade chimed in darkly, his head deep in a cup of brandy that he demanded as soon as they returned to Severus's private chambers. Well, at least he believes that Albus is dead, so that's something, Severus said. These days one had to count one's blessings as they could be so few and far between. Hopefully Albus still found him to be predictable enough, because if not, all of their faking his death efforts were wasted. As Severus hated being headmaster, he thought that had better not be the case. As they approached Christmas, Severus found it difficult to find the holiday cheer. Needing a break from the school, he longed to shut Hogwarts for the holidays. He didn't dare, though, as it may draw unwanted Dark Lord attention and thus risky questions. Deciding to be even more cautious now that they were in the home stretch as it were, Severus wrote to inform his mum that he was unable to do the holidays this year due to his increased duties at Hogwarts. Though Severus encouraged Mag to spend Christmas with her family, she refused. I won't be able to see you unless I'm in my rooms, though, he protested. And unfortunately I will have to come out some for meals and such at least. I hate the idea of having to eat Christmas dinner with people I dislike while you eat it here at the desk later. It just isn't festive and I feel I've taken enough from you already this year. Mag widened her large green eyes. How have you taken anything from me? I've chosen to be here even though we can't see one another much. I busy myself with Reese and Griphook, and it's fine. You hate being here and you aren't spending these holidays alone, she said firmly. Severus sighed, then chuckled, shaking his head. How is it that you always get your way? Not always, she corrected with an amused smile. You're still dressed, after all. When Christmas Eve at last arrived, Severus was waiting for something unpleasant to happen. Perhaps Voldemort sacrificing a baby under the Hogwarts Christmas tree in the Great Hall or some such. The day passed quietly, however. Things only got a little strange at dinner when Phileas leaned over and whispered for Severus not to eat too much. I have a bad feeling about the food, Phileas explained. Don't take any to Mag either. I've got some in my room I'll share after dinner is over with here. Severus silently arched his brows, but nodded. He was relieved Phileas had remained behind with him for the holidays this year even if the little charms master was behaving oddly. Perhaps the stress was at last getting to him as well. Severus picked at his food without eating it, though, and left with Phileas at the end of the meal. I hope he's got enough of this food in his room to share with a goddamn owl, 'cause I gotta eat too, Nightshade complained from his usual spot on Severus's shoulder. What the fuck could be wrong with the food anyway? Does Flitwick think the students are so pissed they're finally trying to poison you at the expense of the entire staff table? Nightshade wondered speculatively. A disturbing thought, Severus decided dryly. Your holiday spirit is about as enlightened as it gets. But you could be right, he told the owl. When Phileas led him into his room, the place was pitch dark. The charms master paused to place several hex locks on the door even before turning on a light. Frowning, Severus opened his mouth to ask why it was so bloody dark, but Phileas spoke first. I hope you're hungry, he said excitedly. Because I have food from everywhere. West Craven Manor, Prince Hall, Grimold Place, or at least Creature, and the drinks are from Egypt. Surprise. On Phileas's final shouted word, cheerful Christmas music began to play and brightness flooded the room to reveal a Christmas tree in the center, and just about everyone Severus knew surrounding it. His mum stood beside Mag, and Heather and Raislin were on her other side. Creature and Regulus stood beside Sekhmet. With all the stress of the year, Severus had completely forgotten the insane girl's threat to come and visit for the holidays, but apparently she had not. She stood grinning at him like a loon. An insane loon at that. On her other side stood Albus Dumbledore and Bera Karkaroff. Severus had to blink a few times just to take it all in. Never had he thought to see Albus and Sekhmet in the same place and Raislin here and not even looking resentful. It was indeed a Christmas miracle, but of course he didn't say this, because it would just be too odd. You couldn't leave for the holidays, so I decided to bring everyone to you, Mag said. Nightshade knew how to get in touch with your mum, so I wrote her a letter. Creature and Mira helped apparate everyone directly into this room, so the Carrows won't be able to report to him that you had anyone over for Christmas. See? You have nothing to worry about, she concluded proudly. Why have I never met this wonderful girl before, Severus? Eileen demanded with a frown. Because I was trying to keep both of you safe until the bastard is dead, Severus said. Well, we can take care of ourselves. And I will sleep far easier at night now knowing that Mag is looking out for my baby. The wedding had better be soon after this is all over. Of course, Severus said. Glancing around the room, he suddenly felt all choked up. Every one of these people were here because they didn't want him spending Christmas alone. Especially this year. Mira has gone back home for more food, but she'll be back shortly, Heather told Severus with a smile. She made that pineapple cake you love just for you. Severus swallowed, nodding and knowing that if he spoke, he may just make a fool of himself. When his mum and Mag came forward to hug him at the same time, though, he had to lower his head, hiding his face between the two women so that no one else would see the fleeting tears in his eyes as he clung tightly to both, one in each arm. Oh my baby, Eileen said, rubbing his back. It'll be over soon. I know Tobias would be so proud of you. Would he? Severus asked, speaking barely above a whisper. I put you in danger with my need for revenge. He'd think you were very brave. And you isolated yourself to keep those you love out of danger. Of course I wish you'd stayed out of it, but you are trying to help to stop a madman who would happily turn Wizarding Society into a living hell. You're strong and smart and Mummy is so proud of you. Her voice cracked and he avoided looking at her face, because he knew he'd break down if he saw her trying not to cry. Living with Grandfather Prince and all his unkind words toward her for marrying a Muggle was a sacrifice he'd never forget. The old man had money and connections, and Eileen had returned to her unkind father so that Severus might have the best. I love you, Mum. So much. Thank you for all you do. Oh baby, it's my job and I love you too. Severus was glad of the holiday music, as it served to drown out most of their conversation so only Mag had heard their emotional words. From the openly adoring look she gave Eileen, she apparently approved. To Severus's relief, Mira apparated in then with 2 large baskets of food. When she vanished deeper into the room, apparently to begin setting things up, Severus realized that Phileas had used an enlargement charm so the party wouldn't be crowded. Thank all of you so much, he managed at last. Though the words were a bit foreign, they felt right under the circumstances. Of course, kid, Raislin said. We didn't want you to feel alone right now, Regulus added. Support goes a long way and we're here. Yeah, and we're saving all the little brats that remained here for the holidays from your wrath, Sekhmet said with a grin. Cause you know if you weren't here, you'd be prowling the halls looking for someone with whom to start shit. Severus felt his lips twitch. All right, Phileas called, clapping his hands excitedly. It's time for everyone to eat, drink, and be merry. And they did. When Severus was filling his second plate of delicious holiday cheer, he managed to corner Albus who was having more dessert before dinner. Any news you can share on Potter? He asked directly. Is the little brat still alive? Albus nodded sagely. You helped him to locate the sword of Gryffindor during the fall with your Patronus. Severus frowned, then blinked, perplexed. Why would Potter need the sword of Gryffindor of all things? Your Patronus looks like a doe. Because Lily's was a doe. Severus scowled. Because James the Pratt Potter's was a stag, he said dryly, and Albus smiled. Precisely. Why? Severus asked carefully. Why would my happy place Patronus be a mirror of that of an enemy? How is that supposed to work out where I'm not full of vicious resentment and hatred? If Mag married Griphook, I'd certainly have no more love for her, nor would my Patronus have anything to do with hers, and that bloody goblin isn't nearly the raging Pratt Potter was. Mag choked on a deviled egg and Eileen had to strike her on the back. Perhaps Potter and many others believe that love is stupid as well as blind. Mag wheezed through her coughing. That sounds about right, dear. Have some water, Eileen told her. Albus Dumbledore transfigured his own Patronus to fool Harry Potter into believing it was you, Creature chimed in, impressed. He is teaching Creature transfiguration for personal reasons. He already knows how to do many things, but Creature required more in-depth training to alter his own size, the elf shared with a wicked grin. Severus was not about to ask why. He'd been traumatized enough this night, and with Creature, one just never knew. Fortunately Nightshade chose to distract him. Hey, wasn't I cool, Prof? Totally analyzing the reasons Flitwick could be concerned about the food. And all the while I knew about the party the entire time. Yes, Nightshade. You were brilliant, Severus replied, amused. Even pretending to be angry about not eating. Award-winning performance. And I decided you're not even being sarcastic, Nightshade said happily. Chapter 75. Once most of the holiday food was gone, the holiday drinks came out. Sekhmet had brought several bottles of the Egyptian spirits Mag and Severus had so enjoyed on their trip 2 years ago, plus 3 more bottles that she claimed were even harder. Don't give any of those last 3 to the owl, Sekhmet said, frowning at Nightshade. It may kill him. She grinned. Which means Severus should definitely try some. She wishes to kill me, Severus said darkly, and Sekhmet shook her head. Nah. That would make Mag sad, so we're keeping you alive. Snatching one of the bottles she'd forbidden Nightshade, the Egyptian girl poured a glass and thrust it at Severus. Drink it, she commanded. I have a Christmas present for you and you can't see it until you drink this. Severus scowled. I want nothing from you. Come on. I swear it's something you'll want, Sekhmet insisted. Severus sighed and snatched the glass from her just to shut her up. He took a deep chug from the glass, then nearly dropped it as he choked. His throat and his eyes were on fire. Hate her so much, he managed to Mag, who stood at his side. He's a baby, Sekhmet said. Noting Mag's worried expression and speaking up in her own defense. Turning to Severus she added, as soon as you finish, you can see your present. I brought it all the way from Egypt just for you. Severus took another drink, a smaller one this time because his throat was still burning from the last one. If I die within the next week, this demon in human flesh did it, he told Mag. Can I help him drink it? She asked Sekhmet, and the dark-haired girl shook her head with a frown. No cheating, Slytherins. Mag chuckled. You'd have so been in Slytherin had you attended Hogwarts. Sekhmet grinned and nodded. I know I would have. Watch me carefully because I'd cheat too, she shamelessly declared. Sorry we're late, but we brought dessert. Severus knew the voice, so didn't have to turn to see Millicent Bulstrode standing behind them. Mag had given him such a nice Christmas. Why had she had to invite Millicent? Is Griphook arriving next? He asked darkly, and Mag grinned, shaking her head. I asked Millicent and Wolfgang if Sekhmet could stay with them for her holiday visit. I'd planned to stay with her at West Craven Manor, but if you can't leave I won't leave, Mag said. I thought they could get to know one another at the party. Severus couldn't complain about that, he supposed. Not when she was giving up seeing her friend for most of her visit to stay with him. Severus turned to nod at Bulstrode, who held a delightful-looking German chocolate cake. Thank you, he said, forcing a polite tone. There is still a bit of food left if you'd like some. Oh, we ate with Wolfgang's dad, but we saved room for dessert, she said, giving him a rare smile. Apparently she was trying to be polite as well, at least today. Don't get distracted. Drink up, Sekhmet told Severus, waving imperiously at the glass in his hand. He sighed and took another drink as Mag introduced Sekhmet to Millicent and Wolfgang. I look forward to discussing Egyptian forms of magic with you. Wolfgang was saying as Severus struggled not to choke on his third swallow of the poison Sekhmet had brought 3 bottles of. Oh, for sure, Sekhmet said. I can show you some really neat ways to fuck someone up that they'll never be able to undo. Millicent grinned, waving at Severus's glass. That one of them? Sekhmet shook her head, grinning back. Nah. I just want him to be in a better mood. Like a thin but jolly Santa. Or something. Well, you're gonna get Krampus, Millicent drawled. Bloody right, Severus said, coughing gently. Drink some of this shit to prove to me that it won't kill me to finish this glass, he said, shooting a glare at Sekhmet. Oh gods, he's such a girl, Sekhmet complained. Millicent laughed as Sekhmet reached for more glasses. I was gonna use a P word, but girl will do for polite company, Bulstrode shared happily. Die, Severus suggested, forgetting that he planned to be nice for Christmas. She'd ruined it first, after all. You all gonna drink with me while I drink with him? Sekhmet asked, waving the bottle in her hand at Mag, Millicent and Wolfgang. All three nodded, though Mag looked a bit doubtful as her glance moved from Severus's glass to the bottle. She was a very observant girl and had obviously seen how difficult the draft was to get down. That's real love, Severus managed through his burning throat, slipping an arm around Mag as he took another sip from the glass. I know, she said with a smile. I want to be supportive. Sekhmet rolled her eyes and poured 3 glasses, passing them around. Filling her own, she took a deep drink. See. It's nothing, she said, glancing at Severus scathingly. Wolfgang took a careful swallow, eyes only widening slightly. The half-giant must have a strong constitution or else he was really good at faking it, Severus thought. Millicent took a minute sip and managed not to choke, but Mag doubled over coughing. Is this bloody bottled fire? She complained. No, it is not, Sekhmet replied. It did have a kick to it, though, because Severus noticed he was feeling warmer and happier. The room was going fuzzy around the edges and he wasn't suffering from the usual low-grade panic that he may die this year thanks to Voldemort. Taking a deep breath for fortification, he drained the rest of the glass just to get it over with. The room spun and he clung to Mag. Oh, maybe you shouldn't have done that, she said, or at least that's what he thought she said, but he couldn't be certain through the roaring in his ears. Want my damn present, he managed. He just earned it, after all. Sekhmet, Mag called, gesturing towards Severus's empty glass. His present, please. Sekhmet grinned happily and hurried to the other side of the room. Severus watched through a haze as she bent down and rummaged in a leather bag on the floor. When she returned, she held a gleaming obsidian pyramid in both hands. It had a soaring bird carved into one side of it in raised relief along with the figure of Set in his animal form. Oh, Severus breathed, reaching eagerly for the piece in something close to awe. Shaking her head, Sekhmet took several steps back. I said you could see your present. The drink was to warm you up for what I need you to do in order to get your present. With a growl, Severus lunged for Sekhmet, or rather for the pyramid, but she had warded it quite well. His hand smacked into an invisible barrier before he could touch the gleaming highly polished stone. Give it. Oh, I will. It's polite to exchange gifts, though. Severus stared. He only exchanged with people he liked. It felt fake to do otherwise. What do you want? He asked through gritted teeth. I honestly had no idea you were bringing me anything. I know, Sekhmet said, smiling almost gently. I had to make up for all those times you fucking tried to kill me, though. Severus sighed, eyes hungrily devouring the Egyptian pyramid Sekhmet withheld from him. Are we doing this again? He asked, feeling his happy drunk fading away slightly. I never tried to. Yes you did. Trust me, Sekhmet interrupted. You can at least put a dint in making it good with me tonight, though. With our gift exchange. You did ask me what I wanted and I want you to sing me So Horny. Severus blinked. You want me to sing what? Oh, by all the gods. Don't tell me you've never heard me So Horny by 2 Live Crew. Severus frowned. I have not. I have no idea who 2 Live Crew is. Sekhmet swore. A lot. Without any other words to break up the monotony of all the swearing. Cool, Nightshade said, having remained quiet previously due to still stuffing his face with Eileen's holiday turkey-filled dressing. You were about to be schooled, boy, Sekhmet told Severus and stalked away. Boy, Severus laughed, deciding his drunk may still be around after all. She's young enough to be my niece. And thankfully I am not, because it's extra screwy to try and kill your family, Sekhmet called. Severus rolled his eyes, but didn't bother saying that he had never tried to kill her because it just wasn't sinking in. Soon she was back with a Muggle tape player in her hand. It began to spew forth vulgar words over a strange beat in a sing-song tone. He said sittin' at home with my dick on hard, Nightshade said gleefully as if Severus could not hear. I am not repeating those words, Severus told Sekhmet firmly. Oh yes you are. If you want your present, she disagreed happily. Oh this is gonna be awesome. I gotta go home real quick to get something to record this priceless shit with, Millicent crowed. Snape, This is my Christmas present from you too, I decided. Call it a first and last, Severus told Bulstrode through gritted teeth. This, Mag, is why I hate your friends, Severus said, turning to give the redhead a glare. I don't see why, Mag said mildly. She likes you, after all. She even promised to help keep you safe. It was Severus's turn to swear. A lot. Here's how it's going to work, Sekhmet said. I'm going to cast a spell that shows the words above the tape player. You may listen to it while reading the words as many times as you like. Then when you're ready, I will cast another spell that removes the guy's vocals so you're left with the music, and the words will still be there for you to read. Take your time looking it over so Millicent will have enough time to bring whatever recording equipment she wishes to use, Sekhmet concluded generously. Severus glanced longingly at the pyramid, clutched in one of Sekhmet's arms. He spoke words then that he never ever thought he would. I need a refill on that horrid drink. Sekhmet nodded. Mag, help a girl out and pour your man another drink. I got this tape player and this pyramid here and that's about all I can handle. Mag nodded and reached for the bottle. Are you sure you don't want a glass of the more pleasant one? She asked, and Severus shook his head regretfully. No. I need to be really drunk for this. Sekhmet approached and handed Severus the tape player. I'll just let you get started, she said sweetly, and he glared. Hey Mag. If you want, you can even share the joy with him. There's a girl part that says me so horny. Me love you long time. It's sampled from a Vietnamese hooker in some old movie. Alright, Mag said, tone mildly hesitant, but she gave Severus a smile that said, we're in this together. We'll share the pyramid, Severus told her, smiling back. The support was nice, but it wouldn't make this any easier. The words were abhorrent. How do you know so much about muggles? Severus asked, and Sekhmet shrugged. I get bored and they're funny. She waved at the tape player, now in Severus's free hand. Better get to practicing. Severus sighed and pressed play. The words caused him to die a little inside as well as to throw up a little in his own mouth. Or perhaps that bit was the drink. When Bulstrode returned, and had her stupid recording equipment set up, he was ready to go. He tuned out everyone's howls of laughter as he spoke the revolting words, keeping his gaze on the lyrics. He got through it by focusing on the pyramid that would soon be his. When the song was over, he gave Mag an apologetic glance. I am sorry. That was so rude. Mag smiled gently. The things we do for rocks, she said, kissing him on the cheek. You made a very nice Vietnamese hooker, Sekhmet told Mag with a grin, clapping her on the shoulder as she extended the pyramid to Severus. Setting down the glass and the tape player, he reached for it. The cool smooth stone practically sang in his hands, grounding and protective energy rushing over him in waves. This is supposed to connect one to their past as well as to their future, Sekhmet said. So I thought it could help you to recall all those times you tried to kill me as well as maybe giving you a bit of intuitive help for the shit to come. Enjoy. Thank you for my song, it was priceless. I'll get you a copy of it to keep too, Millicent promised Sekhmet with a grin before turning a studied gaze to Severus. Hey Snape. What'll you give me not to sell Potter a copy? Rather than replying to Millicent, Severus glared at Mag. This is why I hate your friends. Chapter 76 Severus woke feeling an unusual mix of extremely ill and gleefully triumphant. Ill because thanks to Sekhmet he had a dreadful hangover, and triumphant, because due to the last time he and Nightshade were hung over, also around the holidays as it happened, he'd learned from the experience and made up several drafts of a very effective hangover potion. Now he just had to get out of bed and get it. That would be a feat in itself thanks to the relentlessly spinning room and his pounding head that was apparently trying to keep up a rhythm to the spinning. Please tell me I did not sing that disgusting song last night, Severus begged the warm lump at his side that was Mag. Well, she replied slowly after a moment of hesitation. I can tell you that you are now the proud owner of a beautiful black obsidian pyramid that you promised to share with me. Severus found this only mildly comforting. He was certain he'd care more about the pyramid after his pounding head stopped beating him up. Actually you didn't sing. If it makes you feel any better, Prof. It's rap music, so you actually rapped. Not very well, but I'm sure Sekhmet got a gigantic kick out of the attempt. I'm sure Millicent did. If Bulstrode sells a copy of that tape to Potter I will kill him both, Severus stated through gritted teeth as he slowly dragged himself to a sitting position. That was step 1. Step 2 involved putting his feet on the floor and standing, and if he was very slow and careful he could manage it. Wait, Mag said. I only had 1 drink, and you had at least 2. I'll get up and get the hangover potions. Cabinet above the sink, right? Yes, Severus said. because nodding instead would have probably caused his head to explode. Mag rose from bed and staggered across the room. Soon she was back with 2 small bottles, one of which she extended to him. "I love you," he said with true feeling, and she gave a weak chuckle. "Even though I'm a Vietnamese hooker." Severus opened the bottle and chugged down the contents. "Bloody right. You're my Vietnamese hooker after all, and I don't have to share. Come on, Prof. Let's go down to breakfast. The potion has you feeling better now and your damned owl is hungry," Nightshade said. Severus sighed. "Would you like me to bring you up some breakfast or? You could breakfast at Wolfgang's and visit with Sekhmet," he suggested, turning to Mag. Though he currently hated Sekhmet more than usual, it was Christmas morning and Mag shouldn't have to spend it shut up in his rooms alone. "I could breakfast at Wolfgang's," Mag agreed thoughtfully. "I'll be back in an hour though. I want to spend the day with you. You're better than I deserve. Do you know that?" Severus said, reaching to draw Mag into his arms. I think I'm just what you deserve," she corrected gently. They didn't speak for over half an hour, and by the time they were finally dressed for breakfast, Nightshade was glaring angrily. "Shagging before eating is stupid, because food gives energy, and energy probably makes for better shagging. Plus it's rude to keep me waiting," he complained. Mag called Mira and asked her to apparate her to Adler Manor while Severus and Nightshade headed down to breakfast. Severus's mood was improved by the hangover potion as well as the shagging, so he didn't respond to Nightshade's argumentative comment. Though the Carrows were at breakfast, they merely greeted Severus then went back to their food rather than bitching and moaning to him about this, that and the other as they were all too often wont to do. He doubted they had any particular Christmas spirit, so perhaps they were just hungover. Unlike him, they apparently had no hangover potion, Severus thought in pleasantly mean-spirited satisfaction. They deserved hangovers if anyone did. Phileas arrived shortly after Severus poured his first cup of coffee. The little charms master was cheerful and bright-eyed, quite as if he hadn't had nearly a bottle of Egyptian spirits at a Christmas Eve bash last night. His constitution was impressive, Severus thought. Due to the Carrows' silence and Phileas's company, breakfast was pleasant enough. Mag hadn't yet returned when Severus arrived back at his rooms, so he settled down with an alchemy book and a cup of festive cinnamon tea. Mag was back a few minutes later, so he made her a cup as well, and she settled down with another text on alchemy. Both were studying methods of combining forms of alchemy with other branches of magic such as compulsion in preparation for making another Death Eater take Severus's place during Potter's confrontation with the Dark Lord. The concept of replacing himself with someone else was a stressful and complex one, and over the next few months, took up most of Severus's thoughts when not dealing with the rigors of being headmaster. Where the old man posing as Grindelwald only had to keep his mouth shut about what he was doing, the person posing as Severus would have to do a lot more than that. Where the old man posing as Grindelwald was willing. Whatever Death Eater Severus ended up capturing for this most certainly would not be something extremely complex like this took talents said Death Eater also would not possess, so the talents would have to come from the outside rather than the inside. The talents would have to come from others who would be building this illusion. Severus, Mag, Albus, Wolfgang, Grindelwald and Regulus would all quite likely be involved. It was extremely possible that nothing like this had ever been done before. So no pressure whatsoever, as Nightshade helpfully pointed out more than once. Wolfgang had no news of significant progress when Severus had seen him over Christmas. As Severus wouldn't risk meeting with anyone when not entirely necessary these days, he hadn't seen him since. Drawing attention to anyone at this point was just too risky, and being headmaster, had Severus in Voldemort's line of direct attention far more than usual. After spring break, Severus raised the subject with Grindelwald when next he came to visit Zabini. Blaisegellert, Severus and the Zabini elf were in Severus's office, Severus having stopped them before they could apparate to their workroom beside Phileas's bedchamber. He asked how the project with Wolfgang was progressing that served to identify the Dark Mark and tracked Death Eaters in Nocturne Alley. Gellert said that it was progressing, and Severus made it clear that it should progress faster. He informed both of the situation including Mag's rune reading and the decision he'd made to force a Death Eater to pose as himself. He explained that he'd not only need memories implanted in the Death Eater's mind that the Dark Lord would expect to see, but also memories that Albus felt Potter would also require in order to accept orders from Severus and trust them if the need arose. So you'll need Wolfgang to hold the Death Eater captive until you require his services, Gellert asked. That could be problematic if he is called by Voldemort, could it not? Exactly, Severus said, nodding. So we'll have to figure out a way to do both. to single out a Death Eater and know where he is at all times. I will need to craft a way to make him constantly accessible to me so I can bring him to me whenever I need him, but without Voldemort noticing. I will also need to transfer those memories into his head and transfigure him into myself in a short amount of time. That's complicated magic, and not something to be accomplished in an instant, as you know. Speaking all of this out loud made it seem all the more complicated and thus perhaps futile on one hand. On the other, pouring it all out to other competent wizards always made Severus feel more optimistic and less pressured. He didn't have to do this alone, and the more brilliant minds involved the better. He, Mag, and Wolfgang had already made significant progress, and Regulus had agreed to help. With Grindelwald and Zabini on board, and with Zabini's family connections, he knew he could probably pull this off if they proceeded carefully. The sudden look of sympathy on Zabini's face was nearly startling. "It's all right," the seventh-year Slytherin said in a tone that one could almost call soothing. "We'll help. With enough of us putting our heads together, we'll have it sorted. Have you considered working with elves, because they can perform a great deal of complicated magic in a very short amount of time, which sounds like just what you need?" "No, I hadn't actually, but the thought is intriguing," Severus said slowly. "Perhaps Creature would help." "And Bramble," Gellert added. "His spell-crafting skills are rather amazing." "He'd likely find this sort of thing overly simple, right, Bramble?" Gellert turned expectantly to the elf in question, who hadn't said a word as he stoically waited to apparate Gellert and Blaise to their room in the staff wing. "How would you accomplish any of the things required in this situation?" the blonde asked, directing his words to the elf. Bramble looked a bit startled and a bit annoyed to be dragged into this, but took a moment to consider before speaking. Bramble sees two ways to proceed. The first allows Severus Snape more time to work on his Death Eater's mind. This first method involves isolating the dark mark so that it cannot be used, but not destroying it entirely. Then it can be activated at a later date when the Death Eater is posing as Severus Snape. Bramble would do this with a sort of freezing charm so that the mark is in a sort of stasis. Gellert gave a smile of pleasure, blue eyes flashing with triumph as though he'd come up with the idea. "I told you he was brilliant," he said smugly, then eagerly gestured to the stoic Bramble to continue. "Bramble's second method involves linking your Death Eater to you so that you can draw him to you at need, then having a group of people ready to transfigure him and transfer your thoughts into his mind as rapidly as possible," he told Severus. "If Bramble and Creature help, this could be accomplished in perhaps 3 minutes. I told you he could solve it," Gellert crowed, clapping a frowning Bramble on the shoulder. Bramble's expression clearly said that he wasn't at all moved by praise and would rather not be involved at all. "Once this Death Eater is captured, if you use Bramble's second idea, Gellert and I could make a pendant for you that would draw him. It will work like a portkey that brings him to you rather than you to him. He won't need a pendant of his own, as we can use his blood, linking him to yours and giving him no link to you," Blaise told Severus. Bramble was thinking Gellert and Master Blaise could make something like that to serve, the elf said, giving a satisfied nod. "I like the first method best, as this Death Eater could take my place faster in the end, and if Voldemort believes him dead when his mark is inactive via being frozen, he will no longer be a consideration," Severus said thoughtfully. Severus was already more relaxed at the idea, and his mood more hopeful. "If I am missing for even 3 minutes in the end, the dark low. Voldemort may question it, so if the switch could take place in a few seconds instead, I feel that would be safer." "Are you quite certain you can freeze the dark mark to deactivate it then reactivate it later?" Severus asked Bramble, but it was Gellert who confidently replied. "Of course he is. And your so-called Dark Lord won't even think to look for elf magic." Severus nodded, feeling a much-needed surge of relief, because he knew Grindelwald was right. Voldemort's overconfidence and lack of regard for those things he did not respect or value had caused him a defeat more than once. Chapter 77. The next step in securing his survival involved getting everyone together who would be helping him, as Nightshade so gently put it, fuck up a Death Eater's head. Not that it would really be fucking it up to overlay it with Severus's own memories, but as it would bend the will of said Death Eater, perhaps he, whoever he ended up being, would feel his head was effectively being fucked up. Ah well, he'd not live long to fret over it, if Mag's rune reading was accurate, and her rune readings always were. When it came to saving his own life at the expense of Death Eater scum who truly wanted to serve Voldemort, Severus had no sympathy. Due to not wishing to draw attention to his activities at this point, Severus chose to meet with everyone in the very late evening close to midnight. He asked everyone to meet at Adler Manor, sending all the letters via Nightshade to ensure they weren't intercepted. The owl bitched, because he hated carrying letters and felt such demeaning work should be given to ordinary tarred baby owls. Understanding that in this case his help was entirely necessary, though, he took the letters with minimal bitching. Severus wrote to Regulus, Grindelwald and Wolfgang. In Regulus's letter he enclosed a note to Albus, asking Regulus to send it along in case anyone happened to watch for mail leaving Hogwarts and going to Durmstrang for any reason. Being careful and even a bit paranoid these days could only keep one alive if applied properly, Severus thought. He'd asked everyone to meet on a Wednesday night because hopefully nothing would go wrong at Hogwarts while he was elsewhere. Weeknights were relatively peaceful, these days more than ever. No one wished to risk the even indirect notice of Voldemort for misbehaving, after all. Severus decided to take Filius along at the last minute. He'd planned to leave him behind to keep the shit from hitting the fan if anything went wrong in his absence, but he decided the Charms Master's help could be more valuable on this project. He had a private word with Flitwick after classes were over that Wednesday and asked him to have Minerva cover for them if necessary. Severus just hoped the woman could be creative if need be. Though she wasn't one of his favorite people, Albus always liked and trusted her a great deal, so he was, not for the first time, betting on the old headmaster's good judgment. He, Mag and Flitwick left Hogwarts half an hour before midnight Wednesday evening, taking one of the castle's secret passages into Hogsmeade to avoid detection. You need to sort out the time of your next meeting during this one so I don't have to take more letters, Nightshade thought to Severus as they hurried through the dank stone passage. But Mag wants you exercising more, Severus pointed out, trying not to smirk. She feels I feed you too much turkey and that you never hunt anymore. So, Nightshade replied mutinously. She doesn't fly her broom much anymore either. She sits in a dragon's cave all day, then she comes back and just wants to get into the bed with you. Severus did finally smirk. Should I be complaining? Nightshade decided to ignore him and preen his feathers from where he sat on Severus's shoulder. The sound of the feathers running through the owl's beak echoed strangely in Severus's ears due to the acoustics of the passage, distracting him from productive thoughts until they were out and in Hogsmeade. The town was relatively quiet. The three of them wasted no time in apparaturing to Adler Manor, where everyone else was already waiting. Wolfgang's little blue kobold opened the door and showed them into the library where Wolfgang, Millicent, Grindelwald, Kreacher, Regulus and Albus were having tea. Seeing Albus seated comfortably in an overstuffed armchair caused Severus to recall just how much he missed having him about in his daily life. Albus, thank you for coming, he said, reaching to embrace the older man who returned the embrace tightly. Anything for you, Severus, you know that, Albus said. Besides, it's nice to be out and about a little. What with the me being dead business, I try to stick to Durmstrang as much as possible, he added with a chuckle. Oh, and Bera sends her regards, Albus added, resuming his own seat as Severus settled onto a sofa between Mag and Filius. As Albus and Filius exchanged greetings, Severus gave a slight frown, recalling the last private conversation he'd had with Muz, Karkaroff. I'm bloody sure she does, he thought snarkily to Nightshade. When the kobold finished serving Mag, Filius and Severus their tea, he drew in a deep breath and glanced around the room. Thank you all for being here. I want to say that first. I asked to meet with all of you this night, because I presume all of you would be pleased if I survived these hopefully final days of Voldemort. He let out a breath, struggling through the discomfort gripping him at the prospect of his next words, then pressed on while everyone listened and waited silently. As many of you are aware, Mag has read the runes for me at my request. I will not survive the entire encounter with Potter and Voldemort if I remain. This is due to some unforeseen shift on Voldemort's part that her runes say I would not be able to predict or see coming. For this reason, I must leave around midway through if I am to survive. Mag says I will see the proper opportunity to depart clearly. For me to depart successfully without being hunted down by Voldemort or his followers, due to whatever Voldemort will kill me over, another should be there in my stead. Another that Voldemort will believe to be me. This person will die in my stead. I feel a Death Eater is most suitable to fill this role because those people have done such dreadful things in Voldemort's name and loved every moment of it that they deserve to die far more than I. Regulus spoke first, nodding his agreement. I feed on Death Eaters when I can find them, and evil muggles when I cannot, so of course I support your reasoning. If evil people die so that we can live, I say we're helping the world out, making it a better place. Grindelwald, Kreacher, Wolfgang and Mag nodded their agreement while Filius looked thoughtfully grave and Millicent looked bored. Severus didn't see why she should be present, but she seemed to be nearly constantly with Wolfgang, and as the man was helping him, he would not complain even if he may wish to do so. For his part, Albus looked doubtful, but remained silent. Sir Severus continued. Each of you have skills that would help me greatly to succeed in this endeavor. Gellert's elf has suggested the idea of capturing a Death Eater and freezing his dark mark so that it is in a sort of stasis until it is needed. We can link it to mine so he can be summoned when I am, which will make posing as me all the more believable. We can transfigure him into me rather than using polyjuice that could obviously wear off at precisely the wrong time. He looked to Albus. I was hoping that you would help with that bit, as if anyone's transfiguration can go undetected by even him, it's yours. Albus nodded. You literally saved my life, so I owe you the same, Severus, even if I disagree with the method used. Severus knew that right now was not the time to grow distracted or offended, but he couldn't help it. That's the only reason, he demanded. Albus's blue eyes softened as he sighed. Of course not, Severus. You are like a son to me, you know that. I never planned to see you dead at the end of this. Again, I am not comfortable with the method, but if it is the only thing to be done, of course I agree that a Death Eater deserves to die far more than you. I just hate that we are burdened with making that decision. Severus nodded. He was fine with that. In truth, he'd expected Albus to protest more, so he was relieved when he did not. The next step after we have this Death Eater appearing as me on the outside, is having him appear as me on the inside. In his mind, he continued. Not only that, he will need to either believe it himself or be placed under extremely good compulsion not to reveal that he is not me to Voldemort or anyone else. At this, Severus turned to Regulus. I was hoping you could handle that bit. I have read much of the hypnotic abilities that come naturally to vampires, and if they're half what they appear to be, we can bend him to our will in any way we like. It's simply a matter of choosing the best method that you feel would be undetectable by Voldemort. So would you recommend that he believes himself to be me or that he is compelled to pretend to be? Regulus frowned, considering the question for several long seconds before replying. Though I am quite certain that I can do either, I would like to see how your memories are to be implanted into his mind before I decide which method will work best. Severus nodded. Fair enough. Gellert and I have made a great amount of headway on our Death Eater tracking system in Nocturne Alley. Wolfgang spoke up, reaching for a sheet of parchment on a low table beside the chair in which he sat. Here is a list of names that we have tracked thus far along with their addresses. If any are suitable, we can work on a plan of capture directly. Thank you, Severus murmured gratefully. Taking the parchment and quickly reading over the 3 Death Eaters listed on it. Boris Bane will do, I think, he decided. He is a steady brutish sort unlikely to be missed right away. Wolfgang nodded. I have 3 cloaks of invisibility, the German half-giant said. I could capture him on my own, but as we're being extra careful these days, if you would like to come along with me, Regulus and Creature, it could be helpful. We will wear the cloaks and remain undetected. We can take him in the middle of the night so that no one will be in his presence. I usually kill Death Eaters rather than collecting them, Wolfgang said, an amused smile passing fleetingly over his face. With us keeping this one, if you could compel him to relax, Regulus, things would go far more smoothly and we could eliminate unnecessary use of magic. Regulus nodded readily. Of course. Just say when. Wolfgang smiled. How is tonight? Regulus nodded after exchanging a quick glance with Creature. I think we're free. After we have our captured Death Eater, the next step is transferring Severus's memories into his mind in a fashion that makes them appear to be his own, Wolfgang said. Making him experience the memories is the best way to accomplish that. Grindelwald spoke up. I read something once long ago that spoke of connecting one's emotions to a pensive to achieve this full experience. We have a book in our library at home that addresses that, Mag said. It's called Empathic Experience. Some more progressive countries use it to punish criminals by making them experience the hurt they caused their victims. Excellent, Wolfgang said. Can you bring that book here tomorrow? Mag nodded. Good. We will meet here again tomorrow night to proceed if you are all able, Wolfgang said, and everyone agreed. Severus was both pensive and relieved now that the process of saving himself had fully begun. Chapter 78. Severus didn't at all like leaving Hogwarts 2 nights in a row, but unfortunately it was necessary. Once again, Phileas asked Minerva to keep an eye out and they left around 11 at night when most of the students were sleeping. When they arrived at Adler Manor, Regulus, Creature and Gellert were already in the library with Wolfgang. I brought the book, Mag said, presenting it to Wolfgang, who murmured his thanks as he took it. We'll need a few days to study that, Gellert said, and Wolfgang nodded in agreement. We can keep our prisoner relaxed and subdued during that time, though, no worries, the half-giant assured. Thanks to Regulus's most excellent vampiric mind control, he's as pliable as, well, someone under extremely good vampiric mind control, he concluded with a chuckle. How does that work? Mag asked Regulus curiously. She's into Muggle psychology, Severus found himself saying a bit proudly. Ah, Regulus nodded. I recall you mentioning that. It's very interesting. What vampires do is a form of hypnosis, I suppose, impressing onto the mind that which we want them to think. It is a mind-to-mind connection, he explained, and Mag nodded slowly. I think I understand. In this case, for now I have simply told the new guest to relax and be at ease, and Creature put him to sleep with a sleep spell. He is quite good at those. Thank you, Severus told Regulus and Creature, who both nodded. What, exactly, is it that I am here to help with? Phileas asked, blinking and tilting his head curiously. Sorry, I should have said earlier, Severus said, giving an apologetic chuckle. What with so many points to consider, and so many things to get exactly right, my mind got away from me on the matter. As for what I was hoping you could do, you've placed so many excellent defenses on Hogwarts. I was thinking once everything was completed that you could place defenses on this man's mind, so that no one would notice that it was tampered with. Phileas nodded thoughtfully. That's a bit different than anything I've ever done before, but I'll give it a try. It's a good thing everything else will take a bit of work, because I'll need to ponder this one. Severus felt a mild flutter of concern in the pit of his stomach, but he reminded himself that the plan should be solid even if Phileas couldn't add any defenses. It was just to be extra icing on the mental cake, as it were, just in case. I called Bramble in to freeze the dark mark last night as soon as Wolfgang, Regulus and Creature returned with our prisoner. Gellert spoke up. Thank you, and please thank Bramble for me as well, when you next see him, Severus said. Idly he wondered why Wolfgang hadn't asked Gellert to come along on the capture, but supposed a vampire and an elf were probably even better backup than a Grindelwald in an unknown situation where one wished to use stealth. Albus is coming tomorrow during the evening hours to transfigure him into you, Wolfgang said. We realize that you can't risk leaving Hogwarts too often, so he has left a pensive here for you to deposit some memories in, and we can get started layering them into our Death Eater's mind as soon as he's been transfigured. Gellert knows a memory duplicating spell that he will work on your memories once you've deposited them into the pensive, so you can retrieve them again tonight before you leave. Severus nodded. That was good, because it would be just his luck to get summoned to appear before the Dark Lord and need whatever memories he happened not to have otherwise. He'd be giving the Death Eater all those that Voldemort would find important, after all. Severus noticed that no one was using the man's name, himself included. It made it less personal, he supposed. The man was going to die, after all, so the less they connected to him the better. Of course he deserved to die more than did Severus, and if they connected with him, it wasn't as if anyone would like him, but still, getting to know someone, even if you disliked them, knowing you were going to have them die in someone else's stead, was just probably unnecessary. The pensive is on the desk, Wolfgang told Severus, gesturing to the corner of the room. Severus glanced over to see a pensive sitting beside a small stack of books on a heavy oak desk. Which memories to start with first, he wondered. Walking over, he sat down at the desk and drew out the memories of his earliest interactions with the Dark Lord. He added all the important memories pertaining to Harry Potter, and then extracted those of Lily Evans that Albus had planted to fool Potter into thinking Severus had even better reasons to want to help him defeat Voldemort than the simple need to defeat Voldemort. Because it was apparently necessary. Because Severus couldn't see the memories, he had to use an identification charm to locate, then remove them, so that took a bit longer. When he was finished he stood. There you are, he told Gellert. The blonde wizard nodded and took his place at the desk. If Albus wants more memories, have him leave a note specifying precisely which ones, Severus told Wolfgang. I tried to think of everything Potter or Voldemort may find important, but due to my own stress these days I very well may have overlooked something, he admitted. Wolfgang nodded and Severus turned to watch Grindelwald at the pensive. The memory duplication looked quite a lot like the book duplicating charm that Kirsten Boxwood had discovered over the summer. That one had come in handy more than once. Grindelwald worked fast and soon the pensive was nearly full. I will need to return some of these to you before I finish, he said, and Severus nodded, approaching so that he could do so. This happened 2 more times, the pensive growing full, and Grindelwald restoring more of Severus's memories to him until it was all done. I think that's all we can get done tonight, but we're making great progress, Grindelwald said. rising from the desk once he'd restored Severus's final memory. Wolfgang, having duplicated the book on magical empathy that Mag had brought while Grindelwald did the same with Severus's memories, handed it back to her. "We'll be in touch as soon as there is anything new to report," Wolfgang told Severus. Severus nodded. "Thank you again," Wolfgang smiled. "We all help one another." "You're welcome." Severus knew he was right. The whole point of their little group, aside from weakening Voldemort as much as possible, was helping one another to remain safe and strong. Still, asking for help and taking help when he'd learned to be so independent and self-sufficient made him extremely uncomfortable at times nonetheless. Nightshade had brought him a long way from his habits of solitude, but still, the wholehearted group support, though appreciated, was something to get used to at times like this. Something of this must have shown on his face, because Phileas gave him a reassuring smile. "This will all be behind you before you know it, hard as that is to imagine," he said, patting Severus's arm. "And we're all survivors," Grindelwald said, flashing a smile. "We're all too good to be otherwise, and they can't take us down so easily." Severus nodded. The blonde wizard was living proof of that, and like Severus, Grindelwald had also had the support of the group behind him. Chapter 79. Over the next several weeks, work progressed rapidly when it came to molding the Death Eater human sacrifice into Severus. Mag stopped in at Wolfgang's for updates every few days after leaving Arisen's cave and before returning to Hogwarts. This allowed him to follow the progress without Wolfgang having to write to Severus. With this method, there was no risk of letters being confiscated by Voldemort or anyone else who could be keeping unwanted tabs for any reason. In the following weeks, Grindelwald had removed most of the Death Eater's memories that made him who he was. All thoughts, opinions and memories of his life that gave him his identity were stripped, only leaving basic knowledge such as how to write or apparate. Well, not just how to write and apparate, but the understanding of magic, a Hogwarts education, and understanding of geography. What made a person an educated human was left. What made this particular human Boris Bane was erased. By the time that was finished, Wolfgang, Gellert, Regulus and Albus had all studied the book Mag had supplied, so they were all familiar with the concepts of emotional empathy via thought sharing as well as how to apply it to the Death Eater via Severus's real and fake memories. When Albus implanted the memories Severus had put into the pensive in the Death Eater's mind, the man was able to feel what Severus felt when experiencing the memories. When Albus implanted the memories he'd faked concerning Harry Potter's mother, he simply added the feelings he thought were suitable using the method described in the book Mag supplied. The fact there had been something in the West Craven Library that could play such a useful role in saving Severus's life was elating for her, and she didn't bother hiding it. She cast the runes once again when Wolfgang confirmed that everything was complete, and the outcome was thrilling. All 3 runes came out upright in a 3-rune cast in her. Will Severus survive this yes or no question? Equally 3 runes came out upright in her next yes or no question that asked if their planted Death Eater would serve as a believable Severus decoy. Though her heart literally sang, Mag forced herself to keep outwardly calm until it was all over. While she did tell Severus that the readings came out in his favor, she didn't want to give him too much confidence in case it caused him to make an error. They'd come too far and made too much progress to slip up now for any reason. Though she wanted to sing, dance, and cry with relief, there would be plenty of time to celebrate when it was all over. When he heard the news from Mag that the Death Eater was basically ready to take his place at a moment's notice, Severus was elated and relieved. He was still going to be pensive until it was all over, though. This was only to be expected as he knew. The fact Mag's rune readings were also favorable now that they'd made the necessary changes to Severus's situation was also a relief. It likewise served as proof that things could change, though, so he was going to be careful until it was all over for sure. If an unforeseen factor introduced itself at the last minute, Mag's runes could predict a different outcome. Of course, in such an event, she likely would not be there to read the runes and advise or predict shit, as Nightshade would say. "I love it how you're learning to think properly and to give me credit for it, Prof," the owl observed. "No. It's just if my thought is even more snarky than usual and laced with profanity, it puts me in mind of my only friend," Severus quipped dryly. At times like this the owl could be a brilliant distraction, which Severus could admit to himself that he was glad of. "Ah, now you're just trying to make me cry," Nightshade exclaimed. "Can you?" Severus asked, curious. "Let's not find out, shall we?" Nightshade replied. It was now his turn to sound dry. There was a little over a month of term left by this point. It was almost May. Severus was just biding his time and waiting for things to come to a head that would free him from his double-agent entanglement forever. He wished he still felt noble about the choice to pretend to serve the Dark Lord in order to avenge his father. Because damn it, he'd put so very much into it. He'd even hung with people he had no liking for in school after Heather and Raistlin graduated to further his goals. Considering his antisocial nature, that had been a true daily sacrifice if there ever was one. With Albus no longer here to provide encouragement, and him now literally having more to live for than revenge, his reasons for seeking it out seemed far too faint. He wanted to avenge Voldemort's killing of Tobias Snape because he'd loved his father, and a 6-year-old child should not have to lose his dad. Tobias had been a special muggle. Fascinated by the concept of magic, and he'd always called Severus his little wizard. The man's captivation with the magic arts was what had drawn Eileen Prince to him. Severus's mum had told him the story of her first meeting with Tobias more than once. She had been out at a posh muggle pub with friends in downtown London when the dashing muggle had asked her for a dance. The dance was a fast one, and Tobias had nearly fallen because of something slippery on the floor. Without thinking, Eileen had used magic to catch him, hoping he was too drunk to notice. He had not been at all. He was hungry to learn of magic, and to date Eileen as well, and she'd given in to his charms on both. In the end, she had a husband who was happy to help her mix potions when he got home from work every day. Though Severus's life had gone downhill after his father's murder, it was far better now, and he didn't wish to lose it. He also didn't wish to put those he loved at risk, and the sooner this was over the better. As it often happened, sooner came even sooner than he expected, though, and of course it came on the heels of Harry Potter, who finally decided to make an appearance when it was far too late to teach the little prat anything. The evening was late, and Severus was reading over reports of misconduct in his personal chambers when Nightshade's head popped up from under his wing where he'd poked it in an attempt to nap. "Prof, dude, I think Potter is here. And some others too. His little friends and that weird Ravenclaw girl that looks like she probably smells. Lovegood. Yeah, I guess that's right." Here it was. Was he ready? Did he feel ready? No, he felt startled and mildly disrupted, so lost had he been in his reading. It was always like that, though, else no one would call it a surprise event, would they? "Where, can you tell?" he asked the owl, rising from his chair as Nightshade spread large white wings and coasted to his shoulder. "Not sure, but maybe once we're out in the hall, I'll pick up a direction." Nightshade said. Severus turned to Mag, who was reading a new book on gemstone properties that she'd gotten in the mail from Sekhmet the day before. "I need you to go to Regulus and have him wait for me at Wolfgang's. Apparently Potter is here. Nightshade senses him, so it looks as if we're reaching the point where we'll need that decoy activated." Mag's large green eyes flew wide in surprise, but she nodded. "I love you, Severus. Please be careful," she said, and he swallowed hard at the tremor in her musical voice. Mag rarely became emotional, and he could not afford to respond in kind. Even as she spoke, she was rushing to the bedside table where a portkey was stashed in the shape of a hollow book. It led to West Craven Manor. She'd go from there to Regulus, where he was still with Doge. "I love you too," he managed before she vanished. Severus flung open the door to his office and rushed out into the hall. "I sense a lot of powerful magic. Like they're dueling or something. But I can't be sure, though," Nightshade said. Severus had never heard that particular uncertain tone in the owl's mental voice. "It's all right. Just do your best, and try to relax. The mind remains more open when one is relaxed, and the more open your mind is, the more you shall be able to sense." "Right," Nightshade said, and drew in several slow long deep breaths as Severus slowly progressed down the hall of the staff wing. When he passed Phileas's door, he knocked and rushed inside as soon as the charms master opened it to him. "Severus. What on earth?" Flitwick practically squeaked. He wore fuzzy eagle slippers and held a scone in one hand. "It's happening, so be ready. For whatever. Potter is here. I'm still not certain for what, so stay put for now, but be ready," Severus said, speaking in a rush for he hadn't much time. Phileas nodded and Severus turned toward the door. "And remember, if Death Eaters are present, I must appear to be on their side, so you must be unkind to me." Phileas frowned in open disapproval but nodded. "I remember." Severus smiled. He and the charms master had nearly had their first fight over that months ago when Severus insisted that Phileas had to participate in the belief that Severus was a Death Eater if it became necessary. He wanted Phileas to remain above suspicion if things went south for him. Phileas had helped with the Death Eater Mind Merge project by setting many layers of defenses around the work so that it would appear to belong. Like camouflage. It was all very illegal, and the Ministry was a fickle little bastard that cared more about the letter of the law than who deserved to live more. If Severus was caught for what they'd done, he planned to go down for it alone. No one kind enough to risk themselves helping him would suffer. Be careful, Severus. Phileas called as Severus rushed back out into the hall. You as well, he said quietly. As they set off again, Severus placed the chameleon charm on Nightshade to keep his mind and body hidden. Oh shit, they're close. Down that hall on the left, Nightshade said. As Severus took the left turn, he spotted Minerva, but she was alone. Nah, she isn't. Potty and Lovegood are under his invisibility cloak. Severus asked Minerva politely what had her out of her bed at such a late hour. Then when she fed him her expected line of bullshit, as Nightshade would say, he asked directly about Potter, pretending he wasn't aware that Potter was right there. Not knowing that Potter was there would free him of personal responsibility and leave the inept prat free to hopefully successfully attack the Dark Lord. After all, they already kicked the Carrows' asses, which is sweet, I guess. Rather McGonagall did, 'cause you know the prats don't really got it like that. Did they see the Dark Lord yet? Severus asked. Don't know, Nightshade replied. Can't tell. At this, Severus discreetly prodded Minerva's mind with legilimency, searching for any current thought of the Dark Lord. He needed to know where the man was to know when he and Nightshade should create a distraction that allowed him to get the hell out and have the decoy in to get himself killed. He must have slipped up a little due to the hurry he was in and his admitted currently stressed state of mind, because Minerva's wand came up in a flash. Severus's wand was already in hand, though, so he easily projected a shield of deflection that sent the older woman's spell right back at her. If she could give it, she should be able to take it, after all. Like any Gryffindor, she decided to fight fire with fire. Literally, making use of one of the torches on the wall. Fuck. Mind the feathers, Nightshade mentally squawked. Something tells me they're flammable. Severus had a, what would Albus do, moment and transfigured the fire into a snake that he sent at Minerva, who transfigured his snake into daggers that she sent flying back at him. Fuck. Mind the knives. Damn, this bitch is more vicious than expected, Nightshade complained. Agreed, Severus said. And there are too many knives to transfigure. He was looking out for not only himself, but Nightshade. Dodging behind one of the suits of armor, Severus used it as a shield. Yeah, that's the way, Nightshade encouraged, obviously relieved to be safe from fire and knives. Severus was raising his wand to cast a charm of sleep upon Minerva when Phileas came barreling down the corridor toward him with Sprout and Old Slughorn. Well, at least Phileas had gotten to eat his scone before things got interesting, Severus thought in some dry amusement. Letting out an entertaining war squeal. Phileas animated the armor with a charm that caused it to attempt to crush Severus. Severus scowled in surprised annoyance as he flung the armor at the four heads of house. He told Phileas to speak unkindly toward him, not to bloody attack him. Phileas had wanted to have Severus's back instead, and Snape had objected strenuously more than once to that due to the legal risks involved. Now Phileas was just being a prat as Severus saw it. Attacking him with bloody armor. Really? Hey, it was only half-hearted, Nightshade objected. If he'd really meant it, you couldn't have thrown it off so easily. Flitwick is a dueling champion, after all. Severus nodded, feeling mollified. Only for a second, though, because Phileas ruined it by proclaiming that Severus would do no more murder at Hogwarts. A low blow because Phileas knew how angry Severus had been when Albus asked him to kill him. Even now that he knew it was only the influence of the Horcrux talking and not Albus, Severus could still grow upset at the very thought. The four relentlessly approached him, and Severus glanced around for a route of escape as the armor shattered against the wall. He couldn't afford to get himself captured even by non-Death Eaters, as Voldemort could still get to him here. Dodging into a nearby classroom and flinging open the window, Severus leapt out while casting a levitation charm. Treating his robes like a broom, he soared into the sky and away from the school. Releasing his grip on Severus's shoulder, Nightshade flew along at his side until they were off the grounds. As soon as the owl landed on his arm, Severus apparated from mid-air to Adler Manor. Chapter 80, Prof. Voldemort's people were in the forest heading toward the school. I could sense them close but not in sight. Good to know, Severus thought back, sprinting up the wide front stairs of Adler Manor to the door. I suspected as much, which is why I flew away in the opposite direction from the forest just in case, to avoid being seen. They'd come too far to ruin it over something stupid and careless like being seen not directly joining Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Wolfgang's kobold opened at once to Severus's pounding on the door. He'd meant to knock in a dignified fashion as was his way, but when his hand grasped the knocker it just kept letting it fall as hard as possible. He was feeling more frantic and hurried than he'd expected, but this was the only true magic trick he'd ever play in his life, and it was time to pull the Severus-shaped rabbit out of the magic wizard's hat. The big switch as he'd just begun to think of it. Good imagery. I approve, Nightshade thought. When the kobold led them into the library, Mag was there with Regulus, Kreacher and Wolfgang. Having someone to help him the way she had, to gather everyone else swiftly so that all would be ready, it meant a lot, and it had helped a lot. Albus always insisted that no man was an island, but Severus had tried very hard to become one anyway. Somehow Mag and Nightshade had moved on to said island, and Severus discovered he could enjoy having a roommate or two. As soon as he'd entered the room, Severus's eyes met Mag's, and the flood of relief on her face made him smile. Though they still had a bit of work to do, he could feel every tense muscle in his own body relaxing when she rushed across the room to throw her arms around him. In his heart, he was home safe. We need to act fast, Severus said, dark gaze moving between Wolfgang and Regulus. Where is he? Sleeping in my guest room, Wolfgang said, understanding at once that Severus referred to Bane. We leave him sedated when he's not eating. It keeps him from building up more memories that we would have to bother with removing, and a sleeping guest is no trouble. The half-giant gave an amused smile at his own words. Severus nodded in agreement before turning to Kreacher. Kreacher, I need you to unfreeze his mark now. Bramble froze it, you can unfreeze it, can you not? Kreacher nodded. Yes. Bramble showed Kreacher what he did, and it is a simple process to reverse. Should Kreacher do it while Boris Bane is still sleeping? Severus nodded. Please. It's the fourth guest room on the right, Wolfgang told Kreacher. The elf nodded and apparated upstairs. Thank you again for keeping him here, Severus said. I realize I owe you for this. If there is anything you ever need, please don't hesitate to ask. Wolfgang gave a warm smile. We're all here to help one another. It's not about keeping score for me. It is about having a group of people who can count on one another and do what needs to get done. If I need anything, I know all of you will be there for me. Severus nodded. The man inspired loyalty, and he certainly would be there for him if Wolfgang ever needed anything. Grindelwald would as well, for it was Wolfgang who found the scroll with the formula and instructions that restored the man's youth along with the draft of life. A basic do-over of one's life was a huge gift, and if Wolfgang ever needed to cash in big with Grindelwald, Severus was certain that he could. Months ago he and Wolfgang had decided that it was best to keep Grindelwald out of the fight in case Potter lost. Potter wasn't supposed to lose, and if Grindelwald became involved when it was unnecessary, well, one never knew how bad things could get if a prophecy was disrupted. Gellert was likely in bed asleep right now at the Zabinuses, and that's where he would stay. If Voldemort won, the world could learn of Grindelwald's return to Wizarding Society. If Voldemort won, the world would be wise to help Grindelwald to take him down in any way necessary. For now, though, Potter was up and Grindelwald was at home in bed. Kreacher was back in less than a minute, and Severus thanked him again before turning to Regulus. Now I need Bane to think he experienced the fight at the school that I did. Once we get those memories into his head, we can send him off to meet Voldemort in the forest. Regulus nodded, then turned to Wolfgang, who was already across the room lifting Albus's pensive from his desk. Kreacher and I can place the memories into Bane's head, then perform the empathic link while he is still sleeping. Severus nodded his thanks to the vampire and took the pensive from Wolfgang. He removed his memories of the Hogwarts battle with the professors. Regulus duplicated in the way Grindelwald had earlier. Severus replaced his own memories back into his head while Kreacher and Regulus apparated upstairs with the copies. Regulus and Kreacher were back downstairs in less than 3 minutes. It's done, Regulus said. I gave him a vampiric suggestion to apparate to Voldemort in the forest. He thinks he came directly from Hogwarts, so no one will be able to track him to this manor, Regulus reassured. I even made him believe he flew off the grounds then apparated to the forest, so there will be no flaws in his memory. Kreacher beamed proudly. Master Regulus is a most brilliant and wonderful wizard. And Kreacher is the most brilliant and skilled of elves, Regulus said, slipping an arm around the elf and drawing him close. Today I must agree that you're both marvelous, Severus said, with only a slight hint of dryness in his tone. Thank you again, Regulus. And you as well, Kreacher. He chuckled. I didn't even have to see the other me. That's good, because it surely would have been disconcerting. Creature chuckled. He was rather docile, so that made it somewhat disconcerting for Creature as well. At least the empathic spell should cause him to feel as properly peevish as Severus Snape does when he actually has to begin interacting with others. It always makes me feel loved when people know me so well, Severus said. What now? Mag asked, expression tense. Severus shrugged. If Wolfgang doesn't mind us staying here. I'm feeling a bit tired. I was planning to go to bed and, wake up tomorrow when it's hopefully all over. Severus knew that was rather anticlimactic after all he'd been through, but he'd paid his dues and he was literally tired. Wolfgang nodded. That sounds like a most excellent idea. My lady is already upstairs reading, and I find myself eager to join her. So relieved was his current mood that the prospect of Bulstrode being around didn't even annoy Severus too much. I suggest removing that dark mark first, Regulus said, and Severus swore. Mentally, a lot. Not bad, Nightshade said. Those were some creative words. I think you just came up with a few original combinations, Prof. Severus may have felt proud of that, but he was busy being highly vexed with himself. He tried so hard not to slip up or forget anything, yet feared he would nonetheless, and he just had. I'd planned to ask Creature to freeze it for me once Bane was gone, he said. You could do that, but I got my maker to cut mine out. I think you should do the same. Just in case, Regulus said. One can never be too safe, after all. Plus it's nice to have it gone and never have to look at it again. My maker believed the vampiric transformation would remove Voldemort's power from the mark, but I just didn't want to take any risks. I had her cut very deeply into my arm to ensure all traces of the thing were gone. I will do that for you if you would like. Very well, Severus said. He understood Regulus's reasoning well and was eager to be rid of any reminders of the Dark Lord or any power he could have over him if Potter failed. He closed his eyes as Regulus approached him with a small slim blade of gleaming silver. Oh gods, I can't see this, Mag said faintly. How romantic, Severus said. We've just discovered something else we have in common. Apparently both of us become ill at the sight of my blood. No, Mag groaned. It's usually just my blood, but I think yours would bother me equally. Anyone else's, well that's fine. Severus laughed. I agree. Now that I've had to think of it, the sight of your blood would probably make me ill as well. You see, Regulus said, approaching Severus with the blade. The two of you still have something in common and it's most romantic. Rest your arm on that table there, Severus. Severus sank into the chair beside the indicated table and did as Regulus requested. Creature thinks Severus Snape should lean back in the chair and relax, Creature said. How am I going to relax while he cuts into my arm? Severus practically squawked. Creature was going to put Severus Snape to sleep, Creature said. Now that was an idea. He'd not feel a thing, nor would he be aware of having his arm sliced into. Thank you, Severus said gratefully, then leaned back in the chair. When he woke it was 5 minutes later and his arm was bandaged. I didn't look until the end, but there is a nice chunk missing from your arm, Mag told him with a shudder. I just wanted you to be warned for when you have to change the bandage. I will help, of course. Severus had to look away from his arm so that his mind wouldn't begin imagining things that would disturb him. I was wondering if I could borrow an invisibility cloak until near sunrise, Regulus asked Wolfgang, and the half-giant nodded. Of course. I'll get it. He apparated upstairs and Severus arched his brows at Regulus. Do I want to know? Regulus let out a breath. His earlier focused expression faded to the all-too-familiar one of inner torment. I have to go help. I just have to. Creature is going to lead an army of house elves and I need to do something as well. For all that snake-faced evil bastard did. Please understand, Severus. I promise to be careful. That's why I'm taking a cloak of invisibility. I'll be near Creature, helping to fight, and I will keep the cloak on the entire time. I swear, you've already gotten to spend years striking back in your way, and I have not. I need this. Severus nodded. He understood that, and he understood the need for revenge more than anyone. Just be careful, he said, hoping that was the last time today he'd have to say that to someone he liked. As a vampire, Regulus should be able to keep himself alive, and with that extra strength and speed he could easily keep Creature safe, Severus reminded himself. I will. I promise, Regulus said. He left with Creature, and everyone else went up to bed as planned. Severus worried that racing thoughts would keep him awake. But with Mag warm and cozy at his side, His mind was happy to let go and escape into sleep. When a knock came at his bedroom door, he jolted upright. It was still dark. What's wrong? Everything is fine. It's Regulus with Creature. I wanted to return Wolfgang's cloak, but he's been so kind to us all I didn't want to wake him, so I thought I'd leave it with you. May we come in? Severus let out a sigh of relief. Yes. Is he dead? Regulus opened the door. Yes, he is. Mag gave a cry of delight, then laughed. For sure, Regulus chuckled. Yes, at last for sure. Did Potter actually do it? Mag asked, and Severus's ears perked up in interest. Just how Potter had managed to kill a wizard probably 1,000,000 times more skilled if 1,000,000 times more insane, he had to know. Potter sort of. Well, he does rightfully own the wand that killed him if that counts, Regulus said. Chapter 81, Epilogue. 5 years later, I think it's time for me to finally open a potions shop with Mum, Severus told Albus as the two sat together over tea one afternoon in late May of the year 2003. She's agreed to move to Bulgaria. Severus and Mag had taken Albus up on his offer to come and teach at Durmstrang after Voldemort's death. Returning to Hogwarts wasn't something he'd have ever done anyway, because his reason for teaching there was over, and he'd never enjoyed it. The only reason he taught at Durmstrang was because instructing worthy minds in the darker arts was interesting. When Albus chose to continue allowing the world to believe him dead, Severus followed suit. There was just too much to explain otherwise, and if the Ministry was as narrow-minded as they both feared, they could end up in Azkaban for a few of the things they'd done even if they were the right choices to make at the time. Mag and Severus didn't even return to England when they got married in late 1998. Instead, they had both families come to them in Bulgaria for the wedding. Mag will be quitting as well, I presume? Albus asked. Severus nodded. I appreciate you letting us know in time to look into hiring others to take your place before the next term begins. Of course, Severus said. And I shall still see you often. Of course you shall, Albus said. I'm pleased to see you finally doing your own thing, as it were, Severus. Severus cleared his throat. Well, I suppose it's about time. Because now we have someone else to consider other than just ourselves. Mag will be having a baby in about 8 months. Albus's warm blue eyes lit up as he gave a pleased laugh. Oh Severus, that's wonderful. You will make a wonderful parent. Severus cringed. I'm not so certain of that, but Mag is excited, so I suppose we shall just see how it goes. His lips twisted into a dry smile. If fatherhood doesn't suit me, I shall just leave the child on your doorstep. Yay. I always wanted a baby brother or sister and Mum and Dad both said no. The gleeful comment had come from Wulfric Dumbledore, who sat at their feet making castles in a large box of coloured sand that was his current favourite toy. Bera and Albus had had Wulfric the year after Voldemort died, and the 4-year-old was already showing signs of greatness. He used wandless magic in spurts to solidify his sand castles and give them extraordinary details that he would not have been able to accomplish with just his hands alone. You can help baby sit either way, Wulfric. How's that? Severus asked, smiling at the child. To his own surprise, Severus had always enjoyed Albus's son. Of course, he'd never had to change diapers or deal when baby Wulfric couldn't sleep, so having his own would be an entirely different situation. Really? Wulfric asked excitedly. Abandoning the sandbox, he dusted his hands on the hem of his little wizard robe as he rushed up to Severus. Do you promise? Of course I promise. All right, then, Wulfric said. I shall forgive you for moving away in that case, but only because I benefit, the boy said, expression grave. Besides, if I get to help with the baby, that means you can't be that far away. Not far at all. I plan to buy the empty shop just down the street, in fact, Severus said. The one that used to sell robes? Albus asked and Severus nodded. That's a nice one, Dumbledore said approvingly. Where shall you live? Have you looked into buying a house yet? We found a nice-sized one across town and Mum wants to live above the shop on the 2nd floor, so we've all found something, Severus replied. Why didn't I hear of this earlier? Albus asked and Severus shrugged. I wanted to make sure we could actually find something suitable. If not, we'd have just stayed here and continued to teach for a bit longer. Can I help you move? Wulfric asked, bouncing excitedly on the balls of his feet. I'm really good at packing. I helped Uncle Igor move rooms last year. Severus chuckled. Moving house is a bit more complex, but if you're up for it, you may help all you like. Goody, Wulfric cried ecstatically. Severus and Albus exchanged an amused glance. Only in childhood could one find unbridled excitement in such activities. **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** experienced in his life. She was a living part of him and of Magritte. Her eyes were large and green like Mag's, her hair black like Severus's, and both of them could be seen in her facial features. "Why do children have such fucking shrill voices?" Nightshade complained. Severus smiled, knowing that once he'd wondered the same thing, but Serpensortia's vocalizations never disturbed him, be they happy or angry. He and Mag had chosen her name together, but Mag had insisted on the middle name, that being Severella. Mag had invented the name, wanting to honor Severus. Serpensortia Severella Snape was the most beautiful baby in the world. "I need to take another picture," Severus said, lifting the camera and snapping the third picture of the hour. When the picture came out, he labeled it at once. Wishing to document his baby's childhood from the start. Serpensortia at 3 days, 6 minutes old. "You just took one 5 minutes ago," Mag said with a laugh. Severus nodded. That one had been labeled, Serpensortia 3 days 1 minute old. "You're going to fill the house with pictures," Mag said, but gave him a fond smile. "I knew you'd be happy for a baby once she got here." "You were right," Severus said, and as Sortia reached for her mum's crystal wand he snapped another picture. At last, fed up with the camera flash, the baby gave an enraged scream, and of course Severus had to take another photo. "Look how cute her face is when she's angry," he crooned, hastily labeling the photo, Serpensortia Grumpy, 3 days and 8 minutes old. Dear reader, thank you for going on this journey of Severus's Snape's true story with us. This is book 1 in a 4-book series. Find Severus again in book 2, In the Dark, documenting the journey of Blaise Zabini and Gellert Grindelwald, available on archive.org and fanfiction.net under blaisegellert. Coming soon are book 3, The Search is Over, featuring Regulus and Creature Black, and book 4, Bad Romance, featuring Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange. The stories of all these wizards are connected, so Severus, Mag and Nightshade aren't done yet. You can find us on Facebook, blaisegellert, Dark Wizard Cabal, on fanfiction.net and archive.org, as blaisegellert. Songs that have inspired Severus and co. on this journey. 1. Real Bad Mood by the Marie Sisters, Severus's favorite song of all time. 2. Split Personality by Pink, Severus and Nightshade BFF song. 3. Infatuation Christina Aguilera, Mag for Severus. 4. I Am a Rock, Simon and Garfunkel, Severus pre-Mag. 5. Storyteller, by Heather Alexander, Severus's song for Albus. 6. Come On Eileen, by Dexy's Midnight Runners.